All attributes martial arts. Arc 6, Baron, Part 3 of 4. Wang Teng had his own reasons for buying 10 slaves from the Flower Spirit clan. He wasn't just attracted to the rare and beautiful Flower Spirit clan, he was more drawn to their usefulness. Wang Teng needs these flower spirits to help him cultivate various spiritual herbs. Moreover, after experiencing the Fire River realm, he planned to cultivate his spatial fragments. Although he is still far from the realm master level and cannot use the power of origin to modify spatial fragments, he can still modify them using some special methods. It would be a waste to use such a large fragment of space only for storage. We must make good use of it. He hadn't figured out how to modify his spatial fragments yet, but seeing these flower spirits made his thoughts clearer, and some ideas naturally came to mind. Wang Teng found it very interesting and said he would definitely try it out when he got back. The 10 flower spirits cost Wang Teng 1 million cosmic coins, and the slave market manager became even more enthusiastic towards Wang Teng. Those who have money and are willing to spend it are the bosses. Next, Wang Teng bought a lot more slaves, especially some slaves with special uses. For example, there are butlers, maids, accountants, and even those who can pilot spaceships. There's something for everyone, and they're all professionally trained, unlike ordinary slaves. Of course, the price will also be relatively higher. Wang Teng didn't mind, since it wouldn't cost much anyway. He bought a bunch of slaves but didn't even spend 2 million cosmic coins. It was an insult to his purchasing power. Next, show me the guards. Don't bother with planetary level ones. I want to see those at the stellar level or higher, Wang Teng said. Then, as if remembering something, he added, preferably some powerful races. Okay. The slave market manager had no doubt about Wang Teng's purchasing power. Hearing that Wang Teng also wanted to buy guards, he was even happier and quickly led him to another area. It's so good to be rich. And Lan said enviously. With your wealth, buying these slaves wouldn't be a big deal for you, Wang Teng said. I wouldn't dare spend money as lavishly as you do. I have quite a few people who depend on me for their livelihood, and Lan said, shaking her head. Wang Teng nodded thoughtfully and said nothing more. At this moment, the person in charge stopped. Wang Teng looked up and saw many powerful figures standing in the square in front of him, each exuding a strong aura of a powerful expert, as if they were showing off. Wang Teng glanced at them and was able to get a pretty good idea of the strength of these martial artists. Most of them were martial artists at the 3rd or 4th level of the stellar realm, while there were more than 30 martial artists at the 6th or 7th level. And about 17 or 18 martial artists at the 8th or 9th level, which was not many. But it's still astonishing. Planetary level martial artists are among the strongest on Earth, let alone stellar level martial artists. Now that these stellar level martial artists have been reduced to slaves, Wang Teng couldn't help but feel a little sad. Yes, these are Tarkians, and their strength is among the top of their level of martial artists, the manager introduced. I need someone with good talent, Wang Teng stated his requirements directly. He now understood the workings of the slave market. If he didn't speak up, the people in the slave market wouldn't bring out their best slaves, they would only put out the ordinary ones. No problem. The person in charge hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Wang Teng's previous display of purchasing power gave him some confidence. Although the price of a stellar level martial artist was far greater than that of the previous star apprentice level slaves, and the price of a slave with good talent was even more outrageous. He felt that Wang Teng could afford it. This confidence was given to him by Wang Teng. A moment later, the people from the slave market brought over another group of talks. Their talent is evident from their appearance alone, and their demeanor is completely different. The difference in demeanor between ordinary people and geniuses is evident, and Wang Teng was certain that the other party was not trying to fool him. These Takians all possess talents above the High King level, the person in charge said. A Star Warrior at the 3rd level of the stellar rank costs 120,000 universe coins, a 4th level stellar rank costs 150,000 universe coins. And a 9th level stellar rank costs 300,000 universe coins, the person in charge announced the prices one by one. The price of a slave at the 9th level of the stellar level reached 300,000 cosmic coins. To be honest, Wang Teng still felt that the price wasn't high. That's a 9th level stellar level martial artist, and it's only selling for 300,000 universe coins. I can hardly believe it. Give me 50 slaves from Star Talk, 30 at the 4th level of the stellar class, 10 at the 7th level, and 10 at the 9th level, Wang Teng nodded. It only costs 10 million in total. That's right, just need it. Wang Teng felt that the price was incredibly cheap. Wang Teng felt it was a worthwhile deal to buy 50 stellar-level slaves for 10 million. However, probably only Wang Teng would dare to spend money so lavishly. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't have that kind of money. They would rather use all their resources on themselves. Buying slaves is not as practical as improving themselves. One cosmic-level martial artist is enough to sweep away these 50 stellar-level martial artists. Buying slaves is simply a waste of money. For a cosmic-level martial artist, a stellar-level martial artist is of little use. Only someone like Wang Teng, who isn't afraid to spend money, would be willing to spend a lot of money to buy slaves. Of course, some large families do need slaves. After all, they can't do without prestige, and the younger generations of these families need slaves for protection. Let's look at the others, Wang Teng said. Okay, please follow me, the person in charge said hastily, appearing extremely obsequious. This guest is so incredibly generous, it's almost unbelievable. You rarely see a guest like this, so we must treat him with the utmost hospitality. Next, Wang Teng bought another 250 stellar-level martial artists, bringing the total to 300, spending less than 40 million universe coins in total. Do you have any cosmic-level martial artists here? After buying these stellar-level martial artists, Wang Teng looked around and then asked hesitantly. A cosmic-level martial artist? The person in charge's brow twitched. This customer really dares to say that he'd even buy from a cosmic-level martial artist? This goes beyond just being rich and powerful. Guest, the price for a cosmic-level martial artist is at least over 100 million, the manager cautiously reminded him. Do you think I can't afford it? Wang Teng asked him meaningfully. No, you can definitely afford it. I'll take you there right now. The person in charge felt a jolt when he saw the look in the customer's eyes. His intuition told him that he had to trust this customer, or he would definitely regret it. Cosmic-level slaves are practically the highest-ranking slaves here. They can't just be left out indiscriminately, they have special facilities to confine them. The person in charge led Wang Teng to a building that resembled an arena, where Wang Teng saw cosmic-level slaves. Boom! Inside the arena, two cosmic-level beings were engaged in battle, creating a deafening roar. What is this? Wang Teng asked in surprise. Wang Teng was so surprised because the situation in the arena was somewhat unexpected. Two cosmic-level warriors were seen fighting in the center of the arena. Their strength was extremely powerful, and the roar of their force echoed throughout the world, with the aftershocks spreading outwards. One of them was a three-eyed cosmic-level being, while the other was a female cosmic-level being with long green hair and an incomparably beautiful appearance. She was also a psychic, controlling a psychic weapon, and fighting against the three-eyed cosmic-level warrior. Wang Teng could tell that both of these cosmic-level martial artists were incredibly powerful. And he already suspected that the two men were slaves. Because there were people watching the duel from above the arena, and among them were people who seemed to be in charge, explaining to the customers. Seeing Wang Teng's surprised expression, the person in charge smiled slightly and explained, they are cosmic-level slaves. And they are currently fighting each other so that buyers can better judge their strength. Isn't what you're doing a bit inappropriate? Wang Teng asked. He was genuinely surprised. This slave market treated cosmic-level martial artists as mere commodities, forcing them to fight like this as if they were being made to showcase themselves. He wasn't standing up for these slaves, he just felt a little uncomfortable. After all, he was a cosmic-level martial artist. Guests, they are just slaves, the manager said with a dismissive laugh. Wang Teng shook his head, realizing he was overthinking things. As the other party said, they were just slaves, and no matter their strength, their status could not be changed. He then asked, where do these cosmic-level slaves come from? Cosmic-level slaves are not as easy to manufacture as the stellar-level slaves. While stellar-level slaves can be mass-produced, cosmic-level slaves are much more difficult to manufacture. After all, achieving a cosmic-level goal requires not only a large amount of resources, but also a certain amount of talent and opportunity. All three are indispensable. Don't worry, there's absolutely no problem with its origin, the person in charge said. Wang Teng believed him on this point. After all, the slave market had existed for so long and had a good reputation. They do the most ruthless business, yet they cultivate a remarkably good reputation. It's ironic, are they also here to buy slaves? Wang Teng turned to look in the other direction and asked. Yes, the two slaves below are probably the ones they've chosen. We're testing their strength, the person in charge said with a smile. Your service is really attentive, Wang Teng said. Customer satisfaction is the biggest principle in our slave market. After all, the customer is our god, the manager said, quoting a common proverb in the universe. What's the price range for that mentalist? Wang Teng asked with great interest. He became increasingly curious about the slave market, never expecting that even psychic masters were being sold, and even cosmic level ones at that. That one is a bit more expensive, around 25 billion cosmic coins, the person in charge said. 250 billion. Wang Teng was stunned for a moment. To be honest, this price was beyond his expectations. The person in charge had previously told him that a cosmic level slave would cost around 100 million, but he never expected that a cosmic level mentalist would cost 25 billion cosmic coins. This isn't just a matter of hundreds of millions, it's clearly much more than that. After all, she is a rare mentalist, and look at her appearance. Such a powerful and beautiful cosmic level slave is very rare, she's a scarce commodity. The person in charge revealed that ambiguous smile again and explained softly. Wang Teng understood instantly. She's a mentalist and a stunning beauty, who wouldn't like her? Even he was a little tempted. At this moment, the battle in the arena below was nearing its end. Although the three-eyed warrior was not weak, he was clearly no match for the psychic. He quickly fell into a disadvantageous position and, after a mistake, was knocked away by the psychic and crashed heavily to the ground some distance away. However, it was not a fatal injury. Both sides were merely demonstrating their strength. The mentalist couldn't possibly kill the other. This mentalist is quite strong, and Lan remarked beside Wang Teng, her eyes flashing. Of course, this mentalist is among the top in our group of cosmic-level slaves, the person in charge said. It's a pity it seems to be about to be bought by someone else, Wang Teng said, shaking his head. The slave market manager raised an eyebrow. The customer didn't even blink at the price of 25 billion cosmic coins, and seemed to want to make a purchase. Are you interested, sir? The manager asked. Yes, there is, but it seems someone else is going to buy it, Wang Teng said. That's not necessarily true. The person in charge smiled mysteriously and said, please wait a moment. Oh? Wang Teng looked surprised and nodded. So the person in charge walked to the side and operated his wristwatch, seemingly contacting someone. A moment later, he turned back to Wang Teng and said, guest, let me take you there. Wang Teng looked at him with even greater surprise, nodded, and followed behind him. The two then went directly to a staircase. The dark staircase led underground and seemed rather cold and eerie. Please follow me. The person in charge walked downstairs. Before long, after passing through the staircase, Wang Teng and Lan arrived at a huge underground space. There were many rooms inside, all of which were completely enclosed and the contents could not be seen. However, to Wang Teng's surprise, the materials used in these rooms were extremely special, at least the same materials used to forge cosmic-level spaceships, making them incredibly hard and difficult for even cosmic-level martial artists to penetrate. The person in charge led Wang Teng and the other man inside, eventually arriving at the outside of a room. Upon opening the door, Wang Teng was astonished to see the female mentalist who had been outside just moments before now standing inside. What is this? Wang Teng asked curiously. That customer was only interested. In reality, he didn't have enough funds and was still hesitating. He didn't actually buy the Spirit Master, the person in charge said. Ah, so you didn't have any money, Wang Teng said suddenly. Quote. And Lan. The person in charge smiled slightly, as if he could detect a kind of contempt from the wealthy in Wang Teng's tone. That's great. This indicates that the customer in front of us has extraordinary purchasing power. Perhaps he really can buy this cosmic-level mental master. For him, this was a huge commission. However, there's one thing I need to remind you, customer. The previous customer was quite interested in this psychic, and he might come to buy it later. So if you buy this psychic, it's very likely that you'll have a conflict with that customer. This is beyond the control of our slave market, but of course, we won't intentionally leak any of your information, the person in charge said. Wang Teng narrowed his eyes. This slave market was quite adept at handling people. They introduced him to slaves while also reminding him that the other party might cause conflict with him, thus absolving themselves of any responsibility. He sold the slaves, gave them a favor, and let them do everything they wanted. However, this is understandable. Unless he doesn't buy it, then there will be no trouble, since the slave market doesn't force him to buy it. It was all a matter of mutual consent. Who are they? Wang Teng asked. We don't know about that, but the other party is a domain lord level expert, the person in charge said with a smile. Wang Teng hesitated for a moment. If you're not satisfied, we can take a look at other slaves. There are quite a few cosmic-level slaves who are no less powerful than this mental master, the person in charge said. I bought it, Wang Teng said. Okay, then let's go take a look at the others. Wait, you wanna buy something? The person in charge was stunned for a moment before realizing what was going on. Not bad, I'll buy this mentalist, Wang Teng said. Just then, the female mentalist who had been sitting cross-legged in the room with her eyes closed opened her eyes, frowned, and glanced at Wang Teng. In her eyes, Wang Teng was just a planetary-level martial artist. Such people were nothing more than scions of noble families, mostly spoiled brats who were only attracted to her beauty. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh. Having fallen into the hands of a cosmic slave trader, she had long lost her freedom. Thinking about it was useless, her future was already sealed. Wang Teng also saw the female spiritualist's eyes. They were green pupils, crystal clear, like green gemstones, very bright and beautiful. However, there was a hint of numbness and gloom in his eyes. At the same time, Wang Teng also saw some characteristics that distinguished this mentalist from ordinary humans. She was actually an elf. A pair of slightly unusual pointed ears were faintly visible among her long green hair. No wonder she's so beautiful. The elven race has always been known for its handsome men and beautiful women, and they are all very good-looking. For someone like Wang Teng who is obsessed with good looks, this kind of slave is exactly what he needs. The person in charge took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask again, are you really going to buy it? Show me the other cosmic-level slaves. I want the best. Wang Teng didn't answer him, but instead said. But the person in charge immediately understood his meaning. He not only wanted to buy this mentalist, but also other cosmic-level slaves. Big client. This is definitely a big client. The person in charge originally thought that it would be good enough if Wang Teng could buy some star-level slaves, which would be considered quite wealthy. But he didn't expect that Wang Teng would buy cosmic-level slaves without batting an eye. He just bought them without hesitation. This is truly outrageous. Okay, please follow me. The person in charge suppressed his excitement and led Wang Teng deeper into the corridor. It seemed that the further they went in, the stronger the slaves became. He also manipulated the system, marking the female psychic slave as sold so that others could not purchase her. I must say, sir, you are incredibly lucky today. Not only did you acquire a slave from the Flower Spirit clan, but you also obtained a cosmic-level mental master slave with exceptional looks and temperament, the manager complimented. Even if you flatter me, I won't give you a tip, Wang Teng said with the arrogant attitude of Grantham. Haha, you're really joking, sir. The manager chuckled awkwardly, finding the customer's thought process rather peculiar. He almost couldn't keep up. Is this a matter of money? He just wanted to flatter the other person so they would buy more. However, there is indeed a very special cosmic-level slave today, the person in charge said suddenly, his expression turning serious. Oh, how is it special? Wang Teng asked. That's a cosmic-level martial artist from the Shadow Assassin clan, the person in charge said. The Shadow Assassins. And Lan exclaimed in shock. What? The Shadow Assassins? Roundy suddenly shouted in Wang Teng's mind. Is the Shadow Assassin clan special? Wang Teng asked in his mind as he saw Yuan Gungun and Lan acting this way. More than just special, the Shadow Assassins are one of the top 20 most powerful races in the universe. They are born with spatial abilities and can enter into space. They are natural-born assassins. Once they grow up, they are a nightmare for their enemies, said Roundy. That's amazing. Wang Teng raised an eyebrow, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Wait, you said they possess spatial abilities? That's right, it's spatial ability. This is a race that is born with spatial abilities, the round one said. The Shadow Killer clan has such great talent. Isn't spatial talent supposed to be rare? How come their entire race possesses spatial abilities? Wang Teng was somewhat bewildered. This doesn't make sense. Is this race cheating? What do you think? They're just incredibly lucky, but there are very few of them. Roundy seemed a little excited. There are still some races like that in the universe. They're so special, you can't find them anywhere else. Then we definitely have to buy it, Wang Teng said, taking a deep breath. Buy it, you absolutely have to buy it. If you don't buy it, you'll be struck by lightning. Roundy said hurriedly. But the Shadow Assassin clan is so powerful, is it okay for us to buy slaves from their race? Wang Teng asked hesitantly. There are definitely problems, unless you don't buy it, said Roundball. It's still a bit of a rip-off. Wang Tang said, stroking his chin. There's nothing we can do about it. The slave market can't control that much. Roundy said helplessly, then added, actually, as long as you don't expose the Shadow Killer clan slaves and treat them as followers. The problem won't be that big. You can do it like that? Wang Tang was taken aback. That's a complete misrepresentation. However, it is not without its merits, since follower sounds much better than slave. Some powerful prodigies still have quite a few followers from various races. This is the norm in the universe. If the Shadow Assassin clan slaves are loyal enough to him, Wang Tang wouldn't mind treating them as followers. Wang Tang, the Shadow Assassin clan is very special, they possess spatial talents. And Lan, afraid that Wang Tang might not know, also explained it to him via telepathy. I understand, Wang Tang said. Do you want to buy them? If the other Shadow Assassins find out you're buying Shadow Assassin slaves, they probably won't let it go, and Lan said. I still intend to buy it, Wang Tang said, his eyes flashing. Fine, you can decide for yourself. I knew you weren't afraid of trouble, and Lan said with a wry smile. Haha, we'll deal with whatever comes our way, Wang Tang laughed. The person in charge could tell what Wang Tang was thinking just by looking at his expression. There was nothing they could do about this, the customer had to solve it himself. If the customer is confident that they can handle it, then there will naturally be no problem. Soon the group arrived at the back of the room, and the person in charge opened the door. That was when Wang Tang first encountered the so-called Shadow Assassin clan. Inside the room sat a figure dressed in a black robe, cross-legged in the shadows of a corner, as if he didn't exist. However, the room seemed to have some kind of restriction, preventing the Shadow Assassin clan members from entering the space. His face was completely hidden by the hood of his black robe, making him appear as a shadow. Fortunately, Wang Tang's spatial talent was stronger than his opponent's, so he saw through the opponent's condition at a glance. This is an application of spatial abilities. If Wang Tang wanted to do it like the other party, he could do it too. I'll buy this Shadow Assassin clan member. How much? Wang Tang made his decision immediately and turned to ask. If the guest wants it, the manager hesitated slightly before saying, this Shadow Assassin is extremely rare. We went to great lengths to capture it, so the price. Just tell me how much it costs, Wang Tang said calmly. We're rich, that's how confident we are. The person in charge was once again stunned by Wang Tang's extravagance and quickly said a number, 100 billion. 100 billion. Wang Tang was slightly surprised. The Shadow Killer clan was a bit too expensive. The price of the Shadow Assassin clan is really high, it's actually 100 billion. This was something Wang Tang never expected. He knew that the price of the Shadow Assassin clan might be much higher than that of other universe-level martial artists, but he didn't expect it to be this high. Although Wang Tang was a little surprised, he didn't show it on the surface. 100 billion is a lot, but he can still afford it. Before obtaining the relics of the Fire River Realm Lord, he would have felt a pang of regret, but now, that feeling has lessened considerably. Don't forget that he has a huge sum of money on him. 100 billion is just a small part of it, not even a fraction of it. He didn't even need to use that money. The money he had won from gambling on stones with Adris was enough. As for spending money on the Shadow Killer clan's slaves, Wang Tang didn't consider it a waste of money, so he didn't feel any psychological pressure. Take me to pay, Wang Tang finally said. The person in charge was overjoyed. He had thought that the guest would hesitate for a long time, or even back down after hearing the price from the Shadow Assassins. 100 billion was not something that just anyone could afford. Unexpectedly, he only hesitated for a moment before deciding to buy the Shadow Assassin clan member. Who exactly is this guest? With so much money, he must be a direct descendant of some powerful family. The person in charge started making all sorts of wild guesses and speculations about Wang Tang's identity, practically treating him like a god of wealth. However, before that, Wang Tang asked the person in charge again and found that there were no other special or highly talented cosmic-level slaves, so he did not buy any more. Buying slaves with limited potential is a waste. Once they grow up, they become useless. He needs some slaves who can grow up alongside him. Wang Tang followed the person in charge to their office building, where he paid the money. A total of over 120 billion in transactions is an absolute staggering amount, shaking the entire trading market. Many people looked at the person in charge with envy. In the slave market, there were many such managers, and everyone made money through commissions. Wang Tang's manager must have made a fortune from Wang Tang's huge spending this time. How could others not be envious? Inside the trading building, Wang Teng was treated like royalty, with a group of people bustling around serving him, afraid of neglecting him. The person in charge personally handled all the procedures, transferring each slave to Wang Teng's name, and then came over with a document in hand. "Dear guest, you can simply transfer the money to our slave market's account," said the slave market manager. Wang Teng glanced at the document and had Yuan Gun scan it as well. After confirming that there were no problems, he transferred the money without any hesitation. The person in charge's eyes lit up when he saw this. It's done. The deal is finally done. He suppressed his inner elation, becoming even more respectful, and handed Wang Teng something that looked like a Rubik's Cube, explaining, "Those slaves have had biochips implanted in their brains, and this is the control center of the biochip, which can control those slaves 100%. Please keep it safe." Wang Teng examined the control center in front of him, played with it in his hand for a while, and the round, chubby introduction came to his mind. This biochip is very useful. It can control martial artists below the universe level without any problem. However, it can no longer be used to control those above the domain lord level. Therefore, slaves at the domain lord level are almost non-existent. Almost? Wang Teng grasped the key word in Yuan Gungan's words. As long as the methods are powerful enough, there will naturally be ways to control them. There are still ways to control a domain lord level expert, said Roundy. Wang Teng nodded and said nothing more. "Guest, the slaves are ready. Where would you like me to take them?" the slave market manager asked enthusiastically. "Send him here." Wang Teng didn't hesitate to tell them the address of the Nangong residence, asking them to help deliver the person. There are several hundred people involved, it would be quite troublesome to let him handle it on his own. "Looks like I'll have to buy a few more rune-powered flying cars to use," Wang Teng muttered to himself. "Okay." The person in charge nodded, checked the address, and was surprised to find that it was actually a baron's mansion. Could this guest be a descendant of a baron? However, it is quite surprising that a descendant of a baron could come up with so much money. After all, he is not a great nobleman. Could he be a spoiled brat? This person in charge couldn't help but think the same thing. He escorted Wang Teng to the door and finally said, "If there are any special slaves in the future, I will notify you immediately." "Okay." Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and he nodded in response. The person in charge was very shrewd. Knowing that he was very interested in these special slaves, he paid special attention to them for him. Although it was also for making money, it was exactly what he needed. Watching Wang Teng leave, the person in charge of the slave market turned around and walked back to the trading building, straightening his back completely. "Did that customer buy the female psychic?" a manager asked, leaning closer. If Wang Teng were here, he would definitely recognize that this person in charge was the one who introduced the female spiritualists to the guests at the arena. Yes, the person in charge of entertaining Wang Teng replied with a reserved smile, appearing quite pleased with himself. "You're so lucky. This customer bought quite a few slaves," another manager said enviously. "Of course, that guest is a descendant of a baron," said the person in charge of entertaining Wang Teng. "They're actually descendants of a baron." The others were immediately surprised and then started discussing among themselves. "I never expected that a descendant of a baron could come up with so much money. This is the first time I've seen this in all these years." Yes, those nobles who used to buy slaves were all very poor, they were never this generous. I wonder which baron's descendant they are. Look at this address, wait, it's actually that Baron Nangong. What baron descendant? He's the newly crowned baron. So it was him. Ellipsis. Wang Teng was unaware that the people in the slave market were talking about him behind his back, and that they had even recognized his identity. Even if they did know, he wouldn't care. Since he became an imperial baron, such things have become inevitable. There are probably very few people in this imperial city who don't know him. On their way back to the Nangong residence, all the slaves had already been delivered. It must be said that the efficiency of the slave market was truly remarkable, leaving no room for criticism. "Sir, your slaves have all been delivered. Please verify them," said a person in charge of transporting the slaves as he approached. Martial artists have powerful memories. Wang Teng only glanced at the list of slaves before finishing counting them and nodded. The person in charge of transporting the slaves left immediately after completing the handover. The slaves, however, were looking around at their future home, their expressions filled with surprise, showing little sign of panic. Only the 10 flower spirit clan slaves seemed slightly nervous, as if they had not yet adapted to their slave status, which clearly indicated that their origins were somewhat questionable. However, this was not Wang Teng's concern. Once he bought her, she naturally became his slave. There were no procedural problems and no one could find fault with her. As for whether the flower spirit clan will come knocking on our door, Wang Teng wasn't worried. Although the flower spirit clan was peculiar, to be honest, they weren't very strong and wouldn't pose a threat to him. In the garden, Wang Teng took a chair, sat down in front of a group of slaves, glanced at them, and nodded with satisfaction. Very nice. Looking at this group of slaves, some with powerful auras and others with exceptionally beautiful appearances, Wang Teng felt that the money was well spent. The slaves were divided into two sides. On one side were martial artists of the stellar level or above, whom Wang Teng planned to use as bodyguards. On the other side were female slaves below the star apprentice level, each one as beautiful as a flower, and their different races seemed to form a series of scenic views, which were very pleasing to the eye. Wang Teng's gaze fell on one of them. This was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s. She had a good figure, stunning looks, and a gentle and elegant temperament. She was the housekeeper that Wang Teng had chosen. Master. The beautiful woman stepped forward, smiled slightly, and bowed. What's your name? Wang Teng asked. My name is Anne, the beautiful woman said. Well, I've just moved into this mansion, so you'll be in charge of managing it from now on. I'll transfer some money to you later. See if there's anything you need, buy what you need, and arrange things as you see fit. You'll also be in charge of the maids, Wang Teng said casually. Anne was somewhat taken aback. She felt that her master was completely trying to wash his hands of everything and dump all the responsibilities on her. Yes. However, her professionalism prompted her to immediately bow and agree, displaying extreme respect. I'll get you a smartwatch later, and I'll also open a bank account for you to use, Wang Teng said. Okay, Anne said. Next, I will be hosting a banquet for the various nobles of the capital city, and I'm leaving that arrangement to you, Wang Teng said. A banquet for the nobles of the imperial city. Annie was immediately taken aback. Who is this master of ours? He actually wants to host a banquet for all the nobles of the capital. I want you to arrange things according to the highest standards, so as not to embarrass the baron's mansion, Wang Teng said, giving her a deep look. Yes, Anne replied quickly, a little nervous. Wang Teng looked to the other side and asked the female spiritualist, what's your name? Bertha, the psychic said coldly. And you? Wang Teng asked the shadow assassin. Hattie. After a moment of silence, a hoarse voice came from within the black robe. Wang Teng couldn't help but shake his head, feeling that these two subordinates seemed to be troublemakers and not so easy to command. He then turned cold and said, I don't care what your status was before, but now you are my slaves. I hope you understand this fact. I'm too lazy to pay attention to your little schemes. From now on, do what I ask you to do. If anyone dares to disobey, don't blame me for being impolite. At worst, I'll just consider it as buying a few dogs. If they die, they die. I have plenty of money. I can just buy a few more universe-level martial artists. Bertha's face turned deathly pale, and a look of humiliation flashed in her eyes. Hardy's face was still shrouded in the black robe, making it seem as if only the robe was floating there, so his expression was naturally unreadable. However, from the slight fluctuations of his force, it was clear that his emotions were not entirely calm. Anne and the maids had thought Wang Teng was a very easygoing and approachable master, but they were all terrified to see his cold and stern side. They lowered their heads and bowed, afraid of angering him. Of course, if you satisfy me, once my strength reaches the domain lord level, I won't mind taking your biochips and making you my followers, not my slaves for life, Wang Teng added. Really? Bertha's gaze sharpened as she looked up and asked. Hardy's gaze also turned towards Wang Teng, and it was not hard to see a hint of excitement in his eyes. Bertha, you're in charge of these people. I need a well-trained team. Wang Teng didn't answer them. After giving his instructions, he turned and left. Bertha and Hardy stood there, their expressions uncertain, unsure whether Wang Teng was telling the truth. Moreover, the master must reach the level of a domain lord before they have a chance to become followers. Reaching the level of a domain lord is no easy feat. As powerful beings at the cosmic level, they naturally understand how difficult it is to reach the level of a domain lord. In their eyes, this master was merely a planetary-level martial artist. Planetary-level martial artists were far removed from the domain lord level, and it was unknown when he would reach the domain lord level. Even whether it can be achieved is a question. But they had no choice. They knew this was their final fate. At least there was still a glimmer of hope. Sigh. Bertha sighed softly, then turned around and followed Wang Tang's orders to arrange the stellar-level slaves. With the addition of these slaves, the Baron's mansion immediately began to operate smoothly like a giant machine. Anne, in particular, lived up to her reputation as a housekeeper-type slave. She had received professional training and managed the entire mansion in an orderly manner, arranging everything perfectly. After arranging accommodations for Lan, Wang Tang went to the study in the mansion. The round, chubby creature appeared, its gaze sweeping around with a complex expression. It said, "So many years have passed, and I have finally returned here." Wang Tang watched quietly from the side without disturbing it. After a while, the round thing floated to a bookshelf and arranged the books on it according to some kind of pattern. Rumble. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the ground, revealing a staircase leading straight down. Wang Tang's eyes showed surprise. "Let's go." Roundy led the way, drifting downwards. Before long, the two reached the end of the stone steps. Wang Tang discovered that below was a normal-sized underground space, and on one wall of this room was a huge metal door. "Activate your inherited mark and open the treasure trove of the Southern Palace," said Roundy. "Is this the treasure trove of the Nangong family?" Wang Tang asked. "That's right, it's exactly what Cao Hongtu has always wanted," said Roundy. "I want to see what good stuff is inside," Wang Tang said with a smile, activating the inheritance mark left by Nangong Yu. The complex and profound inheritance mark shone with amazing light at the center of Wang Tang's brow. In the past, even when this mark of inheritance appeared, it never shone with such brilliance, but now it was exceptionally dazzling. As the light shone, the mark seemed to be drawn by something and automatically detached from Wang Tang's brow, floating in mid-air. A mysterious circular pattern appeared on the metal gate in front of them, rotating slowly like a magic circle. However, the most important core part was missing from the middle of that magic circle. The inheritance mark immediately floated towards the core area, and then the entire circular magic circle shone brightly, with the inheritance mark perfectly matching the entire magic circle. In a short while, the two merged completely. Rumble. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the gate. The metal door vibrated, and then slowly opened before Wang Tang's eyes. A musty smell wafted out from behind the door. The treasure vault of Nangong has not been opened for millions of years. The time it has been sealed away is too long. Although millions of years may not seem like much in the universe, for ordinary people, millions of years is an unimaginable period of history. Fortunately, this treasure vault has a special purification array that ensures that not a speck of dust settles inside. Wang Tang waited until the gate was fully open before stepping inside. Meanwhile, the round, chubby creature floated beside him as they entered Nangong's treasure vault together. Hiss! As soon as he stepped inside, Wang Tang couldn't help but gasp. He felt dazzled. There were so many things inside, all sorts of treasures displayed on shelves or sealed in transparent cabinets, clearly visible at a glance. These treasures are well preserved, so it is impossible to sense their aura, but their extraordinary nature can be judged just by their appearance. Here you'll find all sorts of elixirs, ores, star cores, star bones, and even weapons and armor. Although it cannot compare to the relics of a world lord, it is still an extremely large legacy. The Nangong family, after all, is of noble birth and has a profound foundation, enough to cultivate several domain lord-level powerhouses. No wonder Cao Hongtu always wanted to enter this treasure vault. After all, not everyone can be as cheat-like as Wang Tang, who obtained the inheritance and legacy of a world lord when he was only at the stellar level. He could spend money without any scruples and use it however he wanted. Wang Tang looked around and found that these treasures were quite good, but his expression remained indifferent. Seeing his expression, Roundy rolled his eyes, secretly thinking, what a sly man who has achieved his goal. But what's with this damn, uncontrollable envy? Huh! Wang Tang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he walked towards a corner. Round and Chubby looked surprised and followed him, wondering what he was up to. These are plant crystals. Wang Tang picked up a pile of emerald green crystals stored in the corner, a smile involuntarily appearing on his lips. He had originally planned to go outside to buy some crystals and treasures with rich vitality to modify the space fragments, but he didn't expect to encounter them in this treasure vault. Cute and handsome boys are indeed lucky. What are you going to do with these plant crystals? Roundy had barely asked when he suddenly realized something and said, I know, you're after those flower spirits. Not bad. Wang Tang nodded but didn't explain much more. Yuan Gungun will find out about the space fragment sooner or later, and Wang Tang has nothing to hide, he's just too lazy to explain. You just think Xiao Huoling is pretty, Yuan Gungun said disdainfully. I don't like hearing that. I want them to help me grow spiritual herbs, not for any shady purposes, Wang Tang said irritably. I don't believe you for a second, Roundy said with a face full of disdain. Believe it or not, it's up to you, Wang Tang said indifferently. He then collected all the plant crystals into his spatial fragments. These plant crystals were treasures containing abundant vitality, and they could only be born in places with exceptionally strong vitality. Simply burying them within the spatial fragments was enough for Wang Tang to alter the soil texture and the density of life within them. However, he would not use plant crystals so simply. That would be a terrible waste. The effects of plant crystals can only be maximized when combined with appropriate formations, and this is precisely Wang Tang's specialty. Afterwards, Wang Tang selected many items from the treasure vault, including sprouts of spiritual flowers and herbs, seeds, and various crystal source stones that could promote the growth of spiritual objects. Wang Tang can only modify the space fragments by using formations and various crystals containing unique energy, as he does not have the power of origin to nourish them. In addition, there are many useful items among the Fire River Realm Lord's relics, so he doesn't need to waste money buying more. Not long after, Wang Tang emerged from the treasure vault. Without the mark of inheritance, the treasure vault doors naturally close, and no one else can enter. When Wang Tang came out of the basement, it was already completely dark outside. To his surprise, the entire mansion was operating smoothly, displaying a touch of aristocratic elegance. Master, Butler Annie appeared in front of Wang Tang at just the right moment. Although the Baron's mansion was in dire need of rebuilding and everything had to start from scratch, Anne was completely at ease and showed no signs of panic. She was good at using people. A good leader doesn't need to do everything himself, he can simply let his subordinates do their jobs. You did a good job, Wang Tang praised. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Annie smiled beautifully, like a blooming flower on a high mountain, stunningly beautiful. Wang Tang couldn't help but take another look, but he quickly looked away. This damn temptation. Master, dinner is ready. Would you like to eat now? Anne smiled inwardly and said. Okay. Wang Tang nodded, his expression unchanged. A very cautious and steady person indeed. Incidentally, Wang Tang also had Annie hire a master chef and a spirit chef to serve the Baron's mansion. On the one hand, it was to satisfy their own culinary desires, and on the other hand, it was also for the upcoming banquet. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Wang Tang doesn't need to lift a finger, he can simply act like a pampered lord, expecting everything to be done for him. These chefs were also happy to be affiliated with the Baron's mansion. An imperial nobleman is a very good candidate for service. Besides, they weren't alchemists or blacksmiths, which are relatively important secondary professions, and the status of spirit chefs wasn't that high. Of course, if it is a Grand Master, many noble families and powerful forces are willing to treat them as honored guests. Spiritual food prepared by spiritual chefs is very helpful to martial artists. If they can eat it every day, they will naturally benefit a lot and improve their strength imperceptibly. There is nothing better for martial artists than this. Wang Tang is rich, so he doesn't mind spending money on himself. Moreover, given his status in the secondary professional league, recruiting a few spirit chefs wouldn't be difficult. Even a master chef was willing to give him face and come to serve the Baron's mansion. Annie also learned about Wang Tang's abilities, and her respect and curiosity for her new master grew even stronger. It seems this owner is no ordinary spoiled brat. Inside the restaurant, beautiful waitresses, who had just purchased the food, brought out the delicious dishes. The food looked and smelled wonderful, and the rich aroma wafted out. You really know how to enjoy life, and Lan said enviously as she walked in from outside. Then, quite unceremoniously, he sat down in the seat opposite Wang Tang, picked up his utensils, and began to eat by himself. Every time Wang Tang saw the mechanical race eating, he felt a strong sense of unease. What a waste. As a member of the machine race, drinking some machine oil to replenish energy is enough. Why waste this delicious food? Of course, Wang Tang wouldn't say these things aloud, otherwise Lan would definitely get angry with him. If you work for me, you'll naturally enjoy it too, Wang Tang said suddenly, his gaze shifting. This wasn't the first time Wang Tang had thought of this idea. Having worked with Lan for so long, he felt that this mechanical race domain lord was truly useful and had no heirs. It's just that it's too powerful and a bit expensive. Are you trying to recruit me? And Lan paused in her actions, a look of surprise on her face. You can think that way, Wang Tang said noncommittally. Let me think about it, and Lan said, stroking her chin. Wang Tang was somewhat surprised. And Lan's failure to directly reject him meant that she really did have this idea. However, it is quite strange that a powerful domain lord like An Lan would be willing to follow a stellar-level martial artist like him. Seeing that An Lan didn't say anything more, Wang Tang didn't ask any further questions. Once he has thought it through, he will naturally have an answer. After dinner, I'm full and satisfied. It truly lives up to its master-level standards. The taste is superb. An Lan exclaimed, preparing to leave. But as she reached the door, she turned back and said, I'm going back now. Just call me if you need anything. Get ready. I need to return to my home planet after this banquet, Wang Tang said thoughtfully. He was very worried about what was happening on Earth, but he hadn't finished dealing with things here yet, so he couldn't leave at all. Fortunately, it only takes a day or two, so it won't take too long. Your home planet? And Lan was taken aback. That's right, I'm worried that Cao Hongtu might make a move against my home planet, Wang Tang said. Good, and Lan nodded, and seeing that Wang Tang was alright, she turned and left. Wang Tang sat in his chair and pondered for a moment, various thoughts flashing through his mind. Suddenly, he said, Annie, Hardy will be here in a while. Bring him in. Okay. Annie turned and went out, and soon brought Hardy back in. I have a task for you, Wang Tang said to Hadid. What mission? Hardy asked in a hoarse voice. Take 50 stellar-level martial artists and board the spaceship to go to this planet first. Wang Tang sent the location of Earth to Hadid. He has already prepared smartwatches for several important slaves. All he needs to do is send them a star map. What am I supposed to do after we get to this planet? Hardy asked. Your first priority is to protect these people. Wang Tang sent photos of his family, Lin Chuan, Tan Tai Zan, and others to Hardy's smartwatch and said, I need you to ensure the safety of these people and not let anyone harm them. Under this premise, protect that planet and kill any invaders without mercy. I understand, Hardy nodded. Don't reveal your identity. Go ahead, Wang Tang instructed, waving goodbye. Yes, Hardy bowed and withdrew. Seeing this, Wang Tang thought to himself that his earlier show of force was indeed correct. He couldn't indulge slaves with such strength, or they would surely take advantage of him. Wang Tang felt slightly relieved after sending Hattie away. With the talent and strength of the Hadid Shadow Killer clan, they are probably considered top-notch even among cosmic-level fighters. Which is more than enough to deal with the situation on the Orient Federation side. Moreover, Wang Tang will be heading there with An Lan soon. Master, would you like to take a bath? Annie asked after Wang Tang finished his business. A bath? Wang Tang was taken aback for a moment, and many embarrassing images suddenly flashed through his mind. He asked, will you help me take a bath? Of course, Anne said with a charming smile. Ahem, I don't care whether I take a bath or not, I just want to see Annie's back scrubbing skills, Wang Tang said with a cough. I'm sure you'll be satisfied, Annie chuckled, covering her mouth, her eyes brimming with spring-like affection. It truly is a smile that could launch 1,000 ships. Hey, you demon, take this from my old son. Wang Tang thought to himself, unable to bear it any longer. This was the first time Wang Tang had ever experienced such a decadent lifestyle, and he let Annie do whatever she wanted. The Baron's mansion has a private hot spring bathhouse, which Anne had already ordered cleaned and is now ready for use. Wang Tang arrived at the hot spring bathhouse, where steam swirled around him. Petals were scattered in the hot spring, emitting a faint fragrance. Several beautiful maids from the Clam clan, dressed in sheer clothing, were already waiting inside. Wang Tang really wanted to see if they were really that great and moisturized. Unfortunately, the readers wouldn't allow it and threatened to slap the author. Then, with Annie's help, Wang Tang removed his clothes, revealing a nearly perfect golden ratio body. He stepped into the hot spring, and a group of maids surrounded him. Some people were holding various spiritual fruits, some were holding various bath scrubbing tools, and some were holding fine wine. They were just emotionless tools. Anne left for a while, and when she reappeared, she was wearing a pink gauze dress, her perfectly voluptuous figure faintly visible. A hint of amazement flashed in Wang Tang's eyes. This vixen is absolutely terrifying. With a slightly shy expression, Annie stepped into the hot spring, came up behind Wang Tang, and gently placed her fingers on his back. The soft touch made Wang Tang shudder involuntarily. Censored characters appear. 5,000 words omitted here. This sinful life. A soft sigh escaped Wang Teng's lips. He was lying on the shore, with someone rubbing his back behind him and a maid from the Clam clan peeling fruits and feeding them to him. He couldn't have been more comfortable. Of course, whether you believe it or not, he simply took a quiet bath and did nothing else. Wang Teng was determined to preserve his virginity for his future partner, and with unparalleled willpower, he resisted Annie's temptation, leaving her with a hint of resentment in her eyes as she left. I took a bath and felt refreshed. Wang Teng returned to his room and planned to begin modifying his spatial fragments. With a single thought, he vanished from the spot. Within the fragments of space. Upon seeing Wang Teng appear, Cao Zhaozhao perked up and immediately shouted, "Wang Teng, how long are you going to keep me locked up?" She was going crazy from being locked up. There was nothing here except for 2-star beasts, and she was tied up, so she couldn't do anything. "Oh, you're still here," Wang Teng said with a start. He had almost forgotten about Cao Zhaozhao's existence these past few days. Cao Zhaozhao's face darkened. That bastard completely forgot about her. As the darling daughter of the Cao family, Cao Zhaozhao had never been treated like this before. At this moment, she glared fiercely at Wang Teng, her teeth almost grinding to powder. "Have you forgotten how I treated you before?" Wang Teng glanced at her sideways and said indifferently. Cao Zhaozhao couldn't help but shudder, a chill running down her spine. "So, the most important thing in life is to understand the situation and know your own place. Otherwise you won't have a good life," Wang Teng said leisurely. "What the hell do you mean by knowing your place? What is her position? A prisoner? Asshole." Cao Zhaozhao wanted to slap Wang Teng to death, but she was still terrified when she thought about his evil deeds. Forced by circumstances, she had no choice but to back down, weakly saying, "Wang Teng, please let me go. Keeping me locked up is useless. You might as well let me go, and my father will definitely make you pay the price." "Cao Hongtu, he's probably forgotten about you long ago. He hasn't mentioned you since we left the Fire River realm." Wang Teng sneered when he saw that Cao Zhaozhao still held on to hope for Cao Hongtu, as if he were stabbing a knife into her heart. "Ouch. Impossible." Cao Zhaozhao's expression changed, and she immediately shouted. Although she had been treated badly by Wang Teng before, she still couldn't believe that Cao Hongtu had given up on her so easily. "Believe it or not, it's up to you. I'm not obligated to make you believe it." Wang Teng stood with his hands behind his back, his expression extremely calm, as if he were stating something insignificant. "How is this possible? How is this possible? I am a universe-level martial artist from the Cao family. How many people in the Cao family can compare to me?" Cao Zhaozhao didn't believe it at all and muttered to herself. "He's too busy taking care of himself to have time for you," Wang Teng sneered. "What do you mean?" Cao Zhaozhao asked. "Guess." Wang Teng ignored her and walked away to examine everything within the spatial fragment. To be honest, this was the first time he had come in to observe the space fragments closely since they expanded. Before, he only had a rough idea of their extent. "Master." Ironclad Flame Scorpion and Little White were also inside. When they saw him coming, they immediately came to greet him. "You two focus on your cultivation, don't worry about me," Wang Teng said, waving his hand. The two spirit pets then went off to cultivate on their own, without disturbing Wang Teng. Wang Teng leapt into the air and surveyed the scene below. He found that this spatial fragment was indeed desolate, with nothing but a large enough space. "Looks like I'll have to get some more soil and water," Wang Teng muttered to himself, stroking his chin. Soil and water are the most basic elements. Wang Teng was now completely interested and excitedly returned to reality, then ordered some high-quality soil and water from the virtual universe. In the virtual universe, there are shops selling all kinds of spiritual water and spiritual soil, with varying quality. The more expensive, the better. Wang Teng selected the best spiritual soil and water, and in considerable quantities, enough to cover the entire area of the spatial fragment. Upon realizing that he was a major client, the other party became extremely attentive and delivered the goods in less than half an hour. "Which one of you is Lord Wang Teng?" a plump pig man asked as he delivered the items to the Baron's mansion. "Did Master buy this?" Anne asked, somewhat surprised. "Please wait a moment." The pig man almost drooled when he saw Anne, but he didn't dare to be presumptuous. Before him stood a noble mansion, and this man, who resembled a butler, was not someone a businessman like him could afford to offend. A moment later, Anne reappeared and said, "Give me the item. My master has already confirmed it." Okay, the Pigman checked the virtual network and, seeing that the customer had indeed confirmed receipt, handed the item to Annie and said, "Then I'll take my leave." Annie returned to Wang Teng's room and handed him the items. "Master, these are the things you bought." "Okay, just put it there," Wang Teng said without looking up as he studied several formations. Not daring to disturb him, Anne put down her things, turned and left the room, quietly closing the door behind her. After a moment, Wang Teng raised his head, picked up the spatial ring on the table, scanned it with his mental energy, and nodded in satisfaction. In the universe, sometimes things are just that convenient. You can get what you need instantly through a virtual network. Of course, the prerequisite is having money. The purchase of spiritual soil and water cost Wang Teng 38 billion cosmic coins, which was quite expensive. Unfortunately, Wang Teng felt nothing at the moment. He felt that as long as he could get the space fragments working, it would all be worth it. After obtaining the spiritual soil and water, Wang Teng returned to the spatial fragment. With a thought, he transferred Sao Jiao Jiao, Xiao Bai, Ironclad Flame Scorpion, and various items stored in the spatial fragments into mid-air. Within this spatial fragment, Wang Teng was a godlike being. The location of any creature or object within it was entirely at his command. What is he going to do? Seeing Wang Teng going in and out, and even lifting them into the air, Sao Jiao Jiao was completely bewildered and couldn't understand Wang Teng's actions at all. Just then, Wang Teng waved his hand. Rumble, the ground shook and huge ravines cracked open in the earth, followed by a deafening roar. Then, a large amount of spiritual soil and water appeared out of thin air and fell downwards. Sao Jiao Jiao stared wide-eyed at this creation-like scene, her heart filled with utter shock. Who exactly is Wang Teng? Why would he have such unbelievable methods? This method is very similar to how a world lord creates a small world, but Wang Teng is just a mere planetary-level martial artist, so how could he possibly do that? Regardless of Sao Jiao Jiao's shock, Wang Teng began to modify the spatial fragments. After a large amount of spiritual soil and water were mixed into the original land, the land became more fertile and possessed extremely rich vitality and energy. But that wasn't enough. Wang Teng took out the plant crystals and began setting up the array. The everlasting spirit gathering array. This is the formation that Wang Teng is going to set up to gather the power of life force, so that the effects of the plant crystals can be maximized. It also has the function of circulating the life force of the plants, so that the life force will not be exhausted in a short time. This kind of formation is a complex formation that only a Grand Master can set up. Ordinary rune masters cannot set it up. Wang Teng drove the plant crystals into the ground one by one, and used his mental power to inscribe runes on the earth. Before long, a large array slowly emerged. Boom! A vibrant life force burst forth at this moment, and the entire formation lit up with a dazzling emerald green light, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. Alright, we have land and water, but we still need wind and fire. Wang Teng stroked his chin and pondered. Next, I need to set up a wind-based array, but I can't set up an array that's too powerful. My spatial fragments are still too fragile and can't withstand any damage. In that case, we can set up small wind spirit arrays, but we need to set up several in different areas, and let the maids of the Flower Spirit clan manage them. We still need a little sun. Wang Teng then thought of the fireball concept in the Fire River realm. Since there was no sun, he decided to use a fireball instead. However, this fireball is not an ordinary fireball. It is designed based on a stellar structure and must possess the function of a sun. This was no problem for Wang Teng. Among the many formations, there is the small star formation, which can completely simulate the structure of a star and create a small star in the form of a formation. Wang Teng acted immediately upon thinking of it, inscribing the minor wind spirit array and the minor star array within the spatial fragments. However, these two formations are not inscribed on the ground, but rather in the void. This was originally an extremely difficult task, but fortunately Wang Teng possessed spatial abilities and had a profound understanding of space, which enabled him to inscribe the formation in the void. However, it took Wang Teng a considerable amount of time to inscribe these two formations, a whole night, before he finally finished. Phew! After setting up all the formations, Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at his masterpiece, a sense of inexplicable satisfaction welled up in his heart, along with a slight sense of accomplishment. The space fragments have completely changed, giving off a vibrant feeling. A small fireball hangs in the sky, radiating heat, and a gentle breeze blows from time to time. making this place feel more like a real world, a stark contrast to the desolation it had before. Let's stop here for now, Wang Teng muttered to himself as he landed on the ground. Master, it's very comfortable here now, the ironclad flame scorpion said with great surprise as it crawled over. Gaw gaw, Little White also cried out, expressing the same meaning as ironclad flame scorpion. Haha, even you guys felt it? Looks like my efforts tonight weren't in vain, Wang Teng laughed happily. Cao Zhaozhao, standing in the distance, had a complicated expression. She had witnessed Wang Teng's entire process of transforming this space, and felt that her worldview was about to be overturned. He actually succeeded. It has been renovated in a very respectable way, and it looks like a blessed place. Although she watched the process and it seemed like they were just setting up some formations without any difficulty, she knew that this was something that no ordinary person could do. The complex arrays she had just seen were beyond the capabilities of even ordinary rune masters. Could this guy be a rune master? That can't be right, how could he be a rune master? This is very wrong. Cao Zhaozhao refused to believe this fact. She was now trying her best to deny Wang Teng's excellence. The more outstanding Wang Teng was, the more uneasy she felt and the more resentful she became. Unfortunately, Wang Teng didn't even bother to pay attention to her, letting her deceive herself. After exchanging a few words with his two spirit pets, Wang Teng left the spatial fragment. In reality, it was already broad daylight. Wang Teng stepped out of his room and stretched. The Baron's mansion was bustling with activity again, with maids tidying up, tending to the flowers and plants, preparing breakfast, and so on. It was a scene of great activity. Master, Butler Anne always appeared in front of Wang Teng at just the right time, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Wang Teng was somewhat impressed by her. Annie, next time you show up, remember to remind me, Wang Teng said, rolling his eyes. Yes, Master, Anne replied respectfully. Where did you put those flower spirit clan members? Wang Teng asked. I had them stay in the room near the back garden, where there's more life, otherwise they wouldn't be able to stand this environment, Anne said. Okay, call them over, Wang Teng nodded and said. Annie didn't ask him what he wanted to do, and simply turned and left, returning shortly with the person. Master, the 10 little girls of the flower spirit clan looked at Wang Teng timidly, like 10 panicked rabbits, and bowed respectfully. Wang Teng felt like a great demon king, shook his head and said, I'm taking you somewhere, you don't need to be nervous. The 10 flower spirit clan girls still looked at him weakly, showing no sign of relaxing because of his comfort. In fact, they became even more nervous. Is the owner planning to take them somewhere and dispose of them? After all, he hadn't paid any attention to them since he bought them yesterday, and they almost thought they were useless and going to be abandoned. Seeing their expressions, Wang Teng knew that explaining wouldn't work, so he simply stopped talking and waved his hand to collect the 10 flower spirit clan members into the spatial fragment. Anne's eyes narrowed slightly, her mind reeling with shock. In the blink of an eye, the 10 flower spirit clan members disappeared. Their master's methods were completely unpredictable. Go ahead and do your thing, Wang Teng told her to leave. By the way, Master, the banquet is scheduled for tonight. Do you think that's all right? Anne asked. Okay, you can arrange it as you see fit, Wang Teng said, and then disappeared. Anne shook her head. Her master really didn't like to get involved. Inside the space fragment, the 10 little girls from the flower spirit clan had just appeared here, all trembling with fear, not knowing how they had suddenly ended up in such a place. All around them was barren land, and 2 enormous star beasts looked down upon them. Are they going to be fed to the star beasts? No, although I've heard that the flesh of the flower spirit clan is indeed quite good, I hope they don't get eaten. Just then, Wang Teng also appeared in the spatial fragment, and then saw 10 flower spirit clan members huddled together, trembling in fear. Quote question mark. Wang Teng asked, what are you doing? Master, please don't feed us to the star beasts. We don't taste good, not at all. Mom said our meat tastes awful, boo-hoo. I want to go home, Mom, I miss Mom. Ellipsis. The 10 flower spirits, their eyes brimming with tears, began shouting incoherently, creating a chaotic scene. Quote. Wang Teng, why am I suddenly feeling a strange sense of guilt? When did he ever say he was going to take these flower spirits to feed the star beasts? And what's with the meat being so hard to eat? It looks so delicious. Cough. No, it looks so cute. However, seeing that the group of flower spirits showed no sign of stopping, Wang Teng felt helpless. All right, he shouted. The little girls of the Flower Spirit clan immediately fell silent, not daring to make a sound, and all stared at Wang Teng in fear. Are we really going to eat them? How terrifying. Wang Teng felt exhausted. Dealing with Cao Hongtu was more difficult than this. Fortunately, he didn't bother to explain. He took out the various seedlings of spiritual flowers and herbs that he had prepared beforehand and handed them to the Flower Spirit clan, saying, "This space is now yours to manage. Make the most of it and plant all these spiritual herbs. Also, this is the core of the array that controls the minor wind spirit array and the minor star array. You can control it yourselves and adjust the temperature and wind speed. That's all for now. I'll give you instructions later if needed. If you do well, you'll be rewarded. If you don't, you'll be fed to the star beasts." After saying that, he disappeared into the spatial fragments. The 10 Flower Spirit clan girls looked at each other in bewilderment, glancing at the spirit herb seeds on the ground and then at the spot where Wang Teng had just disappeared. They seemed to have misunderstood something. Inside the space fragment, 10 little girls from the Flower Spirit clan huddled together, chattering incessantly, discussing their new master. "Sister Hua Zi, does master want us to plant flowers? Flower Fairy loves planting flowers the most." A little girl from the Flower Spirit clan with pigtails blinked her big, pure, and bright eyes, which were like gemstones, and asked a rather tall Flower Spirit clan girl next to her. Flower Fairy is the youngest of the 10 flower spirits, innocent, romantic, and naive. As long as she isn't eaten and as long as there are flower seeds, she can be happy. "Yes, little Flower Fairy, you have flowers to plant now." Hua Zi smiled wryly, patted the Flower Fairy's head, and said, "Their current situation is terrible. They have been captured and enslaved, and then bought by a master with unknown desires. Although the master didn't do anything to them, and only asked them to help plant spirit flowers and herbs, Hua Zi didn't forget his words when he left. If they don't do a good job, they'll be fed to the star beasts." Thinking of this, she couldn't help but turn her head and glance at the 2 star beasts in the distance. In the eyes of the 10 Flower Spirit clan girls, Xiao Bai and the ironclad flame scorpion could only be described as ferocious, terrifying, and malevolent. Moreover, their auras were too powerful. These little flower spirits simply couldn't resist them. Of course, she couldn't say these things to the Flower Fairy. Since she still retained this innocence, why shatter it? Times are tough, but let's not tear each other apart. "Sister Hua Zi, will those 2 star beasts come and eat us if they get hungry?" A girl from the Flower Spirit clan asked timidly. "Hua Zi, just when I was about to ignore this cruel reality, you revealed it. Are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me?" Hua Zi felt exhausted. She glanced helplessly at the Flower Spirit clan girl who had spoken, and could only force a smile as she comforted her. "Hua Chongpu, don't worry. Master still needs us to help him plant spirit creatures. As long as we do a good job, those 2 star beasts definitely won't dare to eat us." "Really?" Hua Chongpu's eyes lit up, as if she had found a glimmer of hope. "Of course." Hua Zi nodded and said, "You know, cultivating spiritual creatures is what we're best at, so there's definitely no problem." Flower Calamus nodded repeatedly, seemingly gaining confidence all of a sudden. "Sister Hua Zi, come and see. These are very precious spiritual seeds." A girl from the Flower Spirit clan squatted on the ground, rummaging through the spiritual items left behind by Wang Teng, and suddenly shouted. Hua Zi's eyes flashed, and she quickly squatted down to examine the spiritual seeds on the ground. She quickly identified them and said as if they were her own treasures, "These are the seeds of the purple fireflower, as well as the dew-gathering grass, the bone-growing flower, the white orchid tree. My God, these are all very precious spiritual seeds and seedlings." As she spoke, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. These were spirit creatures that they rarely saw in their daily lives, and they were all of very high level. The other flower spirits also cried out in shock. "Can't you all feel how vibrant the life force is here?" Another flower spirit closed her eyes, sensed it for a moment, and said with a look of great comfort and delight. The Flower Spirit clan is inherently very sensitive to the power of life force. After careful perception, they quickly grasped the surrounding situation clearly. Yes. Hua Shener nodded her little head, her 2 ponytails bouncing up and down, making her look very cute. If Wang Teng were here, he probably wouldn't be able to resist reaching out and grabbing a handful. The other flower spirits also showed delight, discovering that the vitality of this place was even more abundant than in their original home. This is undoubtedly the only piece of good news amidst all the bad news. The more vibrant the life force, the greater the benefit to them, they might even have a chance to break through to the planetary level. Once they reach the planetary level, their abilities will undergo a huge change, and their master will probably value them even more. This way, we won't have to worry about them being used as food for the star beasts. Everyone. Hua-Zi stood up, clapped her hands to attract everyone's attention, and said, "Let's work together to manage this space well, just like our home, and make the most of it. Only in this way will we have value and be safer." Hua-Zi was the oldest among the 10 Flower Spirit clan girls, and her status in the clan was already much higher than theirs. Therefore, the other Flower Spirit clan members trusted her greatly, and they all responded in unison. "Yes, we'll listen to Sister Hua-Zi. Let's all work together and show that master what we're capable of. Go, go, ellipsis ellipsis." A group of Flower Spirit clan girls were in high spirits, almost ready to shout, "Ali Gay." Under Hua-Zi's command, each of them was assigned a spirit creature of a different attribute to plant in various areas. Wang Teng had not only set up the everlasting spirit gathering array, but also various other arrays with different attributes, some suitable for ice attribute spiritual objects, some for fire attribute spiritual objects, and some for metal attribute spiritual objects. These areas were divided into several large regions. The Flower Spirit clan girls simply sensed the best places and planted the seeds and seedlings one by one. That's not all, they also used their special abilities to draw upon the life force of the surrounding environment, allowing the spirit creatures to grow rapidly. Some of the faster-growing spirit creatures have even sprouted new buds. The role of the Flower Spirit clan immediately became apparent, quickly tidying up the spatial fragments and filling them with a vibrant sense of life. Ellipsis ellipsis. Wang Teng was unaware that the Flower Spirit clan girls had quickly prepared themselves mentally and had already begun planting spirit creatures, intending to give him a surprise. As soon as he emerged from the spatial fragment, he summoned his housekeeper, Anne. "Master." Annie bowed respectfully. "Send these invitations to the Secondary Professional League, to the Grandmasters listed on them," Wang Teng instructed, handing the completed invitations to Annie. "I mentioned before that I would invite a Grandmaster from the Secondary Pro League, but I almost forgot." If Anne hadn't been specifically told, she probably wouldn't have known about this at all. "Okay," Anne was surprised but nodded in response. She never expected that her master would have connections with the Grandmasters of the Secondary Professional Alliance. She was unaware of Wang Teng's network of connections and had assumed that inviting various nobles would suffice. After Annie turned and left, Wang Teng contacted Hardy to find out the current situation. After receiving Wang Teng's order last night, he set off, piloting the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship to Earth, and has now left the airspace of the Great Qian Emperor Star. After giving some instructions, Wang Teng stopped paying attention and focused on waiting for the banquet to begin that evening. Night falls and the city lights begin to twinkle. Baron's mansion. The main gate was wide open to welcome guests. One after another, rune-powered flying vehicles descended from the night sky and came to a stop on the open ground outside the Baron's mansion. One by one, nobles dressed in magnificent attire and exuding powerful auras stepped off the flying carriages and headed towards the gates of the Baron's mansion. Anne, accompanied by a group of maids, stood by the gate to greet guests from all walks of life, creating a beautiful scene that dazzled many. The maids Wang Teng purchased were all exceptionally beautiful, with outstanding looks and temperament, and they came from different races, each with their own unique characteristics. For the men, it was a visual feast. Most of the nobles were people of this kind, and to be honest, they couldn't take their eyes off the scene. However, nobles still had to maintain their dignity, so they naturally couldn't linger their gaze on them for too long. They would glance at them a few times and then look away to avoid being laughed at. Viscount Chen has arrived. The Wang family has come to offer their congratulations. Baron Li has arrived. Ellipsis ellipsis. Voices rang out, and as each guest arrived, someone would announce their identity and status as a sign of respect. A large crowd had gathered outside, drawn by the news, and upon hearing these sounds, they were all astonished, their faces showing disbelief. These guests were all extraordinary individuals, either nobles or members of prominent families. It was truly unexpected that they all came to congratulate the newly crowned Baron Wang Teng. After a day of planning and preparation, the entire Baron's mansion appeared extremely luxurious, exquisite, and grand. The banquet was held in the backyard, a spacious area with a pleasant view. The overall layout is beautiful, with a golden carpet on the ground, flowers blooming all around, lanterns hanging high, and beautiful maids moving about, adding even more color to the scene. Before the guests had even taken their seats, the sounds of singing and dancing began. The musician playing was a master instrument specially invited by Anne, and on the temporary platform in front, dancers were gracefully moving, their beauty captivating. After the nobles entered, they couldn't help but admire Wang Teng's thoughtfulness. The banquet was extremely lavish and grand, undoubtedly requiring a great deal of thought and money. Many nobles were envious of its extravagance. If they were to arrange this banquet, they probably couldn't do it to this extent. It's hard to imagine that Wang Teng was just a martial artist from a backward planet before, yet he enjoys a more luxurious lifestyle than they do. After these nobles entered, maids arranged for them to be seated. Duke Situ has arrived. Suddenly a commotion arose, and even the nobles who were already seated in the backyard couldn't help but stand up. This is a duke, not an ordinary minor nobleman, and he himself is very powerful, a realm lord level being. I never expected him to come in person tonight. Baron Wang Teng really has a lot of influence. Wang Teng also appeared to greet him, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect to the imposing man who entered, saying, "The Duke Situ's personal arrival truly brings honor to my baron's mansion." "Haha, Baron Wang Teng, you're too kind. I'm just here to ask for a drink," Situ Nan said with a slight smile. "If Duke Situ wishes to drink, I will naturally serve you the finest wine." Wang Teng smiled and gestured for him to come inside. Situ Nan followed Wang Teng towards the backyard. Behind him, a group of young people, both men and women, all looked at Wang Teng with curiosity. They were all eager to see what was so special about Baron Wang Teng, whom even their patriarch greatly admired. Did he have 3 heads? Or 6 arms? Now, the story of Baron Wang Teng has been spread far and wide, becoming almost legendary. It is said that he activated the power of 3,000 runes when he ascended the heavenly ladder, which was even stronger than the talent of that imperial prince. I wonder if it is true. There were quite a few people, but fortunately Wang Teng had taken this into account and arranged the seats according to each family, with enough seats for each family for these young people. The Earl of Wang has arrived. The Duke of Stuart has arrived. Just as Wang Teng finished making arrangements for Duke Situ Nan and the others, another announcement came from outside the door. "Duke Situ, please excuse me for a moment," Wang Teng said to Situ Nan. "Go on, you're the star tonight, I can't just hog you," Duke Situ Nan laughed. Wang Teng apologized again before turning around to greet the others. After Wang Teng left, Situ Nan turned around and asked with a smile, "How are you feeling, Wanner?" Behind him, a girl with a veil over her face and wearing a light blue dress moved her eyes slightly. "More outstanding than ordinary scions of noble families," Situ Wanner said in a cool voice. Although he was praising Wang Teng, his tone was completely unwavering, as cold and aloof as a deep icy pool. "Don't underestimate him, he's not simple," Situ Nan said meaningfully. "Wanner will wait and see," Situ Wanner said. "But this man is probably a lecherous fellow too." "Oh, what do you mean?" Situ Nan asked in surprise. "Is my daughter's focus a little off? He's surrounded by beautiful maids. He just moved into the Baron's mansion yesterday, so these maids must be slaves he bought temporarily. For a Baron, maids of this appearance must be quite expensive, yet he's spending so lavishly on them. What else could he be but a lecherous man?" Situ Wanner said calmly. "Ah, what you said makes a lot of sense." Situ Nan nodded, but still defended Wang Teng, saying, "But you know, men are men, it's not that you can't understand them." Situ Wanner gave him a serious look. "Are you serious?" Situ Nan gave an awkward smile and quickly shut his mouth, as it seemed inappropriate to discuss such matters in front of his daughter. As time went by, more and more nobles arrived, and later on, even counts and dukes came. Of course, some sent people instead of the actual heads of the families who held titles in person. These people either looked down on Wang Teng, the Baron, or were his enemies. Although Wang Teng didn't know when he had offended them, the complex web of interests among nobles couldn't be explained in just a few words. Many nobles brought their descendants with them, thus increasing the number of people. During the gathering, everyone chatted amongst themselves, discussing major events in the universe or talking about a newly emerging genius, creating a lively atmosphere. Young people who know each other well gathered together, chatting and laughing, discussing current events or various gossip news. The Perix family has arrived. Suddenly, another loud shout rang out. The surroundings fell silent. The Perix family. Didn't they have a conflict with Baron Wang Teng? Why are they here too? Upon hearing this voice, Wang Teng, who was greeting guests, narrowed his eyes, a glint of shrewdness flashing within them. Then a group of people walked in, led by a burly old man with fiery red eyebrows and beard, and a fiery red flame mark between his eyebrows, exuding an extremely powerful aura. Walter Gu and Cinqui Mond followed obediently behind him. There were also some young members of the Perix family, among whom Adris was conspicuously present. This display of force clearly indicates that it's not just a simple congratulation. Hiss, isn't that a World Lord level ancestor from the Perix family? How did he appear? Many people exclaimed in surprise when they saw the old man. It's just a Baron's banquet, yet it has attracted the old relic of the Perix family, who is at the level of a World Lord. It seems the Baron's banquet tonight won't go so smoothly. Ellipsis. On the other side, Duke Situ Nan frowned slightly. Father, what exactly is the Perix family up to? Situ Wanner asked in a puzzled voice transmission. Who knows, but it probably won't be anything good. HMPH, a royal family of a different surname, actually pressing a newly promoted baron so relentlessly, aren't they ashamed? Do they really think they can control everything? Situ Nan sneered. They're used to being high and mighty, so it's natural for them to act this way, Situ Wanner said calmly. Ellipsis. The old man did not speak, but Walter Gu stepped forward and said, Baron Wang Teng, we have come to offer our congratulations. You wouldn't be unwelcome, would you? His eyes seemed to hold a hint of mockery, as if he were laughing at the banquet. I am naturally delighted that the prestigious Perix family would give a mere baron such face. Please have a seat, Wang Teng said calmly. Although he said this, he did not personally greet them, but instead had the maids arrange seats for them, treating them as ordinary guests. The members of the Perix family turned pale, and the young people showed expressions of anger. Wang Teng didn't take the Perix family seriously at all. Situ Wanner was somewhat taken aback. She turned to look at Duke Situ Nan and whispered, is this Baron Wang Teng really that brave? Ha, good lad, you've got my style back in the day. Situ Nan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Situ Wanner rolled her eyes at him playfully. The other nobles were also stunned when they saw this, and then a strange look appeared in their eyes. They marveled at Wang Teng's audacity while simultaneously mourning for him, feeling he was practically courting death. Wang Teng, how dare you insult my Pyrax family? Adris shouted angrily. When have I ever insulted the Perix family? Wang Teng asked in surprise, as if he did not understand what he meant. My family, the Pyrax, is a noble family of a different surname, and you did not even personally greet us. Isn't this an insult to my family? Adris said coldly. That's not how it works. I'm entertaining Lord Willie right now. If I were to abandon the Lax family just to go and greet you because you sent them, wouldn't that be disrespectful to them? Wang Teng said leisurely. Baron Willie's face turned ashen, and he nearly fainted on the spot. You keep talking, why are you dragging me into this? Baron Willie gave Wang Teng a resentful look, as if he wanted to say something, but found that no one even glanced at him. He's just a useless tool. So he awkwardly shut his mouth. You are clearly making excuses. How can a baron compare to my family, the Perix family? Adris said. Oh, so you're saying that no matter which noble family comes, I have to leave them behind to entertain you? Wang Teng said. You. Upon hearing this, Adris's expression changed drastically. Even Walter Gu and Synchromon's expressions changed slightly, their eyes flickering a little. That little beast has such a vicious mind, he's practically trying to push the palace family to the opposite side of all the nobles. Even though the surrounding nobles knew that Wang Teng was using their help, their expressions couldn't help but become subtle. Just then, a faint, aged laugh rang out. Baron Wang Teng, indeed, seeing is believing. Meeting you today has given this old man a little surprise. The person who spoke was none other than the World Lord level ancestor of the Perix family. You flatter me. Wang Teng's eyes flashed slightly as he saw the other party speak, and he smiled. May I ask how this gentleman is addressed? Back when I was roaming the starry sky, someone gave me the title of Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm, the burly old man said calmly. It's actually the Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm. A commotion suddenly erupted all around. This Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm is a well-known figure who has been in seclusion for many years and rarely appears in public. Many people would not recognize him if they did not hear his name. However, his name is well known to everyone. Seeing everyone's reaction, Wang Teng knew that this Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm was probably no ordinary person. His heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show it on his face. He said with a look of sudden realization, so it's the Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm. Your name is legendary. I've heard so much about you. The crowd, the atmosphere, which should have been serious and tense, somehow broke down under Wang Teng's exaggerated expression. The Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm twitched his eyebrows slightly and said meaningfully, "It's good for young people to be lively, but they shouldn't be too reckless, otherwise they'll die young. They might just be jumping around and disappear one day." "You're right," Wang Teng nodded humbly. The Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm's expression softened slightly. It seemed this kid was still afraid of him. Just when everyone thought Wang Teng was about to back down, he said again. "Adris, did you all hear that? Your ancestor is teaching you a lesson. Remember it well." PFF'd. Many people almost spat out their saliva. That crazy move almost broke their backs. Wang Teng really dares to say that. The Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm was clearly trying to educate him, but he used it to lecture the younger generation of the Perix family, leaving them speechless. At this moment, Adris and the others looked as ugly as if they had eaten shit. They had their mouths pried open and a big mouthful forced into their mouths. The feeling was just too unpleasant. Walter and Sinkley twitched at the corners of their mouths, unsure how to express their utterly awful feelings. Lord of the Wrathful Flame was stunned for a moment, and countless curses surged through his mind. He finally understood why Waltergu and the others had such expressions when they described this kid to him. "That's a really awful personality. Lord of the Realm, why don't you take your people and sit down first? If you're blocking this place, no one else will dare to come in," Wang Teng said. The Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm had never felt so aggrieved, yet Wang Teng had managed to do it. However, he did not retaliate, but merely snorted coldly and led his men to sit down in an empty seat. After the members of the Perix family sat down, the atmosphere at the table relaxed considerably. However, everyone knew that this was just the beginning. The Perix family came with ill intentions, and no one knew whether they would suddenly cause trouble after the banquet began. It's not that they're incapable of doing something like this. The nobles would naturally not easily interfere in the feud between the Perix family and Wang Teng. They were already showing great respect by attending the banquet today. As for how things would ultimately turn out, they had no say in it. Many people at the table showed great interest, eager to see how Baron Wang Teng would respond and how the banquet would end. Many people clearly do not have a high opinion of Wang Teng. Although he seemed to have given the Perix family a big slap in the face just now, it was ultimately just a verbal advantage and would not have any real impact. In fact, it would only further provoke the Perix family's Lord of Wrathful Flames. At this moment, the Perix family and others acted as if they were in their own home, sitting there eating and drinking. The younger generation talked and laughed loudly, occasionally giving Wang Teng a mocking smile, completely disregarding him as a baron. Everyone who witnessed this felt that the Perix family had gone too far, and they couldn't help but feel some sympathy for Wang Teng. Wang Teng, however, did not show any particular expression. He didn't even glance at them and continued to greet the guests calmly and composedly. In this atmosphere, the time for the banquet to begin drew ever closer. Everyone assumed that no other important figures would be present. "Baron Wang Teng, our Perix family is your most honored guest tonight, and you don't even realize it," Adris chuckled. "That's right, the fact that our Perix family is here is a huge honor for you. As for other royal families, they wouldn't even come." Another young man from the Perix family chimed in. "Let the banquet begin quickly, we're all starving." Someone shouted. "The Perix family has gone too far," Situ Wanner said. "They've really lost all sense of shame." Situ Nan snorted coldly, about to speak. But then another loud shout rang out from outside the door. And this time it's not just one or two, but a whole string of titles. Grandmaster Hua Yuan of the Secondary Professional Alliance of Alchemy congratulates Baron Wang Teng. Grandmaster Hai Ruer of the Secondary Professional Alliance congratulates Baron Wang Teng. Grandmaster Cotton of the Secondary Professional Alliance congratulates Baron Wang Teng. ellipsis. Master Blacksmith Mord of the Secondary Pro League congratulates Baron Wang Teng. Alfred, the Runemaster of the Secondary Pro League, congratulates Baron Wang Teng. ellipsis. The arrival of one master-level figure after another from the Secondary Professional Alliance shocked and bewildered all the nobles at the banquet. What's going on? Why are so many masters here? There are more than a dozen of them in total. Absolutely terrifying. Everyone was completely baffled, shocked, and stared in astonishment at the gate. Even the members of the Perix family had a slight change in expression. If it were just one or two grandmasters, they wouldn't have thought much of it, but this was far too many. When did Wang Teng acquire this kind of power? He actually managed to invite so many Grandmaster-level figures to the event. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Wang Teng smiled slightly, stood up with an air of mystery, and went to greet them. A dozen or so Grandmasters walked in together from outside. The Grandmaster Alfred, who was in the lead, smiled and said, "Lord Wang Teng, are we not late?" In front of so many people, he did not call Wang Teng a master on the spot. Other masters also offered their congratulations and stepped forward to greet Wang Teng. The arrival of all the Grandmasters is just in time. Wang Teng smiled and joked, however, some people are already impatient and are urging us to start the meal. If you are any later, you will miss it. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned strange and they all focused on the Perix family and the others. Quote. The Perix family members. Who the hell is rushing us to eat? It makes their whole family seem like a bunch of good-for-nothings. The members of the Perix family turned pale, feeling so frustrated they wanted to vomit blood. This bastard was too ruthless. He was absolutely disgusting. They all glared fiercely at the young man who had called for the banquet to begin. It's all because of this idiot. If he hadn't called for the banquet to begin, the Perix family wouldn't have lost face like this. Situ Nan couldn't help but want to slap his thigh and laugh out loud, but the occasion simply didn't allow him to do so, which was a great pity. Even Situ Wanner, with her aloof nature, couldn't help but chuckle. Fortunately, her veil concealed her expression, revealing only a pair of beautiful eyes that curved slightly into a smile. Grandmaster Alfred and the others immediately noticed the extremely strange atmosphere and their gazes fell on the focus of the entire room, the Perix family. Anyone with eyes can see that Wang Teng's pointed words were directed at them. However, Wang Teng didn't dwell on it, he just wanted to annoy the Perix family a little. So he greeted them, "Please take your seats, masters. What exactly is going on? Why are so many Grandmasters here?" Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm frowned and asked Waltergu and the others via telepathy. "We don't know either," Waltergu said, still completely baffled. Could it be because Wang Teng sold the Thunder Source worm to the Secondary Professional Alliance last time, thus establishing a relationship with them? Sink Raymond pondered. You can make friends just by selling a Thunder Source worm? I didn't know it was so easy to make friends at the Grandmaster level, the Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm said irritably. Sinkli was speechless. Not to mention how frustrated and puzzled the Perix family was, the other nobles were equally puzzled, having no idea what the relationship was between Wang Teng and these Grandmasters. They were all whispering among themselves, secretly speculating about the relationship between the two sides, and at the same time, they were re-evaluating Wang Teng's network of connections. Not long after, more voices came, all from members of royal families of different surnames. The Zhang royal family has arrived. The Ji royal family has arrived. The Calandish family has arrived. Ellipsis. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting that in addition to the Perix family, there would be other members of royal families from other clans, and 3 of them at once. This is going to be interesting. With these 3 members of the royal family from other clans present, would the Perix family still dare to cause trouble for Wang Teng in person? The members of the Perix family were also very surprised, exchanging bewildered glances with somewhat gloomy expressions. If they could accept the arrival of a group of Grandmasters before, they truly couldn't understand the arrival of these 3 members of a different royal family. Wang Teng is just a bit more talented. Why are they all rushing to join in? Even 3 members of the royal family who aren't of the royal family have come. The Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm stared at Wang Teng, his face expressionless, and no one knew what he was thinking. However, when he saw the members of the 3 major families walk in, his pupils shrank slightly, as if he had seen someone who was unbelievable to him. With the arrival of the 3 royal families, the atmosphere of the banquet became extremely lively, and the time for the banquet finally arrived. The atmosphere at the banquet became lively. The arrival of the 3 non-royal royal families greatly reduced the pressure on everyone. After all, if there is only 1 non-royal royal family, everyone will definitely be wary, but with 3 non-royal royal families coming, the pressure naturally shifts to the 3 non-royal royal families. Of course, it wasn't much of a pressure for them, as the strength of the different royal families was already equal. However, the scene had a distinctly chaotic, almost chaotic feel to it. Everyone could sense the subtle atmosphere between the several members of the non-royal family. However, when everyone saw that Wang Teng, the protagonist, remained calm and composed, they felt a sense of admiration. This guy is really carefree. Situ Wanner and Situ Nan looked over, their eyes showing a hint of surprise. Why are these three members of the royal family here? Situ Wanner asked telepathically. I don't know. Duke Situ Nan shook his head and said in a telepathic message, I have never heard of any relationship between these three royal families and Baron Wang Teng. However, the three royal families seem to think highly of Baron Wang Teng. In any case, his record on the heavenly ladder does surpass that of the Emperor's son. Actually, many people are watching and waiting. Although Baron Wang Teng broke the record left by that Emperor's son by activating the number of runes on the heavenly ladder, not many people think that he can surpass the Emperor's son. Or even reach half of the Emperor's son's achievements, Situ Wanner said. Let's wait and see. The three royal families have come. They certainly won't be idle, Situ Nan said calmly. Meanwhile, others were also discussing the matter, with the topic naturally revolving around several members of the royal family. Look, it seems that a powerful figure at the World Lord level has appeared in the Ji royal family. That old man, he looks familiar. I wonder who he is? It must be one of the ancestors of the Ji royal family. The person from the Zhang royal family is also of high status. It's Zhang Hangfeng, the domain lord of the Zhang royal family. Lord Zhang Hangfeng is extremely powerful and is likely to inherit the title of king. Even he came to congratulate us. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Ellipsis. And that one, it seems to be Lord Borogu of the Calandish family, and his son, Diki. They are direct descendants of the Calandish family, especially Borogu, who is expected to inherit the Calandish family's title of king in this generation. Diki is a prodigy of the Calandish family. He's incredibly strong and talented, ranking among the top 30 in the Empire's prodigies. He seems quite familiar with Baron Wang Teng? Could the two of them have known each other for a long time? If that's the case, then it makes sense. Ellipsis. Have you forgotten the intelligence report that was submitted to the cabinet before? It seems that Baron Wang Teng returned from Defense Planet 4 with Diki. The intelligence report seemed to mention something like that, but I didn't notice it at the time. It's probably the Calandish families doing this on purpose, otherwise how could they let us ignore such an important message? Ellipsis. On the Perix family's side, the Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm frowned, muttering to himself, why is this old guy here too? Wasn't he supposed to be seriously injured? He doesn't look like that at all. His gaze fell on the ancestor of the Ji clan, who was at the Realm Lord level, clearly indicating that he recognized him. The elder, a Realm Lord of the Ji clan, seemed to sense something. He glanced back at him but didn't come over to greet him. He immediately turned his head away as if nothing had happened. Just then, Wang Teng also stood up and looked around. The crowd then fell silent. Thank you all for coming today, Wang Teng is very grateful. Wang Teng smiled slightly, raised his wine glass, and said, this glass is a toast to everyone. After saying that, he tilted his head back and drank it down. Haha, Baron Wang Teng, you're too kind. That's right. No need to be polite. From now on, we're all people of the great Qian dynasty, so let's look after each other. Baron Wang Teng has achieved so much at such a young age, it is truly remarkable. This glass of wine should be offered to you by us. Ellipsis. The surrounding guests responded enthusiastically, all being extremely polite and raising their glasses in return. The young people couldn't help but feel a little envious. Baron Wang Teng was clearly the same age as them, yet he was so glamorous that all the nobles present gave him face and treated him with utmost courtesy, as if he were an equal. In the eyes of these young people, Wang Teng is simply a role model for his peers. Anne was directing a group of maids to entertain guests when she saw this scene, and she immediately gained a very deep understanding of their mistress. They had only been bought by Wang Teng for a short time, so they had no idea what kind of person Wang Teng was or what his status and position were. The scene at that moment undoubtedly had a tremendous impact on them. So many nobles were present, just to congratulate their master. Among these nobles were counts, dukes, and even kings, people of such high status that they would never have been able to meet before, yet now they were all suddenly appearing before them. If it weren't for the overwhelming noise around them, they would have thought they were dreaming. With such terrifying influence, their owner must be truly extraordinary. Anne and all the maids had the same thought in mind. Meanwhile, Bertha, accompanied by a group of stellar level guards, was stationed inside the Baron's mansion. They had also witnessed the lively scene of the banquet and were still in a daze. Bertha was originally quite confident in her strength. After all, she was a cosmic-level mentalist and looked down on Wang Teng, a planetary-level martial artist. Even if she became a slave and her body was forced to submit, it could not win her heart. But after witnessing this scene, she finally realized that the so-called cosmic-level mentalist was probably nothing in front of her master. There are too many powerful figures present today, including not only domain lords but also world lords. She, a universe-level spiritual master, is not even in the running, so what right does she have to look down on Wang Teng? It's almost time, let's begin the feast. Wang Teng laughed heartily. We've prepared delicious food and fine wine today, please don't find them lacking. As soon as he finished speaking, the maids filed in, bringing out the delicious food, wine, rare fruits, and other delicacies that had been prepared beforehand. Wang Teng spent a lot of money on these things, and in terms of quality, they are considered to be at the highest level. The nobles were naturally surprised when they saw it, and then they couldn't help but start to taste the food in front of them. This flavor must have come from a master-level spirit chef. And this fine wine, it must be a rare vintage aged for hundreds of years, a truly exceptional find. These fruits are all rare and expensive, and some are even limited editions that you might not be able to buy even if you have the money. Take this fireheart fruit, for example. It comes from Fire Marsh Star and takes 3 years to flower and bear fruit. It's extremely rare and most people can't buy it. And then there's the pure spirit fruit, the white jade grape. Good stuff, good stuff. Baron Wang Teng is really generous. He managed to get so many good things. We're in for a treat today. Ellipsis ellipsis. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell. The nobles present were not people who had never seen the world, but they were still amazed, which showed that what Wang Teng had prepared was indeed extraordinary. Everyone enjoyed the meal immensely, as many of the dishes were delicacies they rarely had the chance to taste. Today was truly a feast for the senses. The presence of maids and guards around them also greatly surprised these nobles. Every maid was an exceptionally beautiful woman, with superior looks, there were no exceptions. And those guards, their auras were all above the stellar level, just standing there gave people a sense of intimidation. For the strong, this is naturally nothing. But don't forget, this is just a baron's mansion, and Wang Teng has only just taken over the baron's mansion. Where does he get this kind of profound knowledge and experience? That's incredibly extravagant. The Perix family and others were somewhat displeased. Wang Teng had put on a spectacular banquet, earning high praise from everyone and making a name for himself in front of the nobles. They didn't even have a chance to mock him. If they continue to nitpick in this situation, they will only embarrass themselves in the end. Wang Teng stood up to offer toasts, especially to the members of the royal family and the dukes. They had come in person, so he had to give them face, otherwise he would be considered impolite. He first approached the Calandish family and said with a smile, "Lord Borogu, Brother Diki, thank you for coming." "Don't mention it," Diki said casually, raising his glass to clink with Wang Teng's. "Why call me, sir? Since you call Diki elder brother, just call me uncle," Borogu said with a wave of his hand and a smile. "Then I shall respectfully accept your offer," Wang Teng exclaimed. "Uncle Bolagu, you're quite the surprise, kid. You actually managed to kick Cao Hongtu out." Diki finished his drink, looked Wang Teng up and down, and said with great astonishment, as if he were seeing him for the first time. "Just lucky," Wang Teng laughed. "I think it's more than just luck. I heard that you made Cao Hongtu and Sinclairman speechless in the Fire River realm. Even 2 domain lords couldn't do anything to you." Diki glanced at the Perix family in the distance and whispered, "I was lucky to find a peak domain lord level expert to help me." Wang Teng winked at him, attributing the credit to Enlan. "I know that too. What about the mechanical race lord who helped you?" Borogu asked. "He doesn't like crowds, so he didn't come out," Wang Teng said. "If you have time, please introduce me. I'm quite interested in that domain lord of the mechanical race," Borogu said with great interest. "Uncle, you are my elder, you can't steal my people." Wang Teng cried out. "Oh, so you're going to recruit him?" Borogu asked in surprise. "We need a strong person by our side to keep others in check. Otherwise we'll run into a lot of trouble," Wang Teng chuckled. "You're quite something, kid. You've even managed to recruit a domain lord level expert. It seems that the mechanical race domain lord is also interested in staying by your side," Borogu said, his eyes flashing. Luck, it's all luck," Wang Teng said with a hearty laugh. Diki, who was standing next to him, was quite shocked. It hadn't been that long since they last met, and Wang Teng had already managed to recruit even a domain lord level expert. When he first arrived on the Imperial Star, he had no foundation or background. He was like a small fish that plunged headfirst into the ocean from a stream, and he could be eaten alive by the big fish in the ocean at any time. But now Wang Teng has not only defeated Cao Hongtu and obtained the title, but has also gathered a considerable force around him, which is truly unexpected. After saying a few words, Wang Teng turned to the Ji royal family. He was surprised that a realm lord level expert had arrived from the Ji royal family. Although the old man's aura was very restrained, Wang Teng could tell at a glance that he was powerful and definitely not a domain lord. After hearing the discussions of the crowd, he was even more certain of the other party's identity. As soon as Wang Teng arrived, Ji Yuanqing smiled and said, "Lord Wang Teng, are you surprised?" "It's a bit of a surprise. I didn't expect you guys to come," Wang Teng said with a smile. "I hope you don't mind that I came uninvited," the old man said with a smile. "What are you saying? It's my honor to have you come to my humble baron's mansion," Wang Teng said. "Ha ha ha." The old man laughed and said, "I have to thank you for what happened last time, otherwise I would have lost my life. I owe you a favor." He spoke the rest of his words telepathically, clearly not wanting to say them aloud in this setting to avoid others finding out. "You're too kind, it was just a small favor," Wang Teng replied telepathically. He was very happy. When Ji Yuanqing bought the 9-aperture condensing spirit pill, he had said that the Ji royal family owed him a favor. Now that he had the guarantee of a realm lord level expert, the favor had been fulfilled. In truth, he didn't expect much help from the Ji royal family. Having the favor of a world lord level expert would already be quite good. He then went to the seats of the Zhang royal family, offered a toast with the same polite manner, and chatted with the Zhang royal family members for a while. "Baron Wang Teng, these two are my son and daughter, Zhang Weisheng and Zhang Chengxi. You young people can chat with them more often when you have time," Zhang Hangfeng said, pointing to the two young men behind him. Wang Teng's gaze then shifted to behind him, where two outstanding young men stood. The man was handsome and had an air of arrogance about him. He nodded to Wang Teng as a greeting. The woman was beautiful, with skin as smooth as jade, and a noble and elegant demeanor. A long dress hugged her shapely figure, making her exceptionally eye-catching. No matter where they are, this man and woman are definitely godlike figures, the focus of everyone's attention. Wang Teng was also secretly shocked. As expected of a member of the royal family, his demeanor was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Of course, there is still a considerable gap between him and Wang Teng. Wang Teng's temperament is too special, and his experience is far beyond what they can compare to. In addition to his extremely handsome face, his eyes are as deep as the starry sky, making people unable to extricate themselves. Zhang Weisheng was somewhat displeased, feeling that Wang Teng was even better at showing off than him. Although Zhang Chengxi didn't show it, she had already developed some interest in Wang Teng, since good looks always add points. "I look forward to your guidance in the future," Wang Teng replied with a smile. "I dare not presume to offer guidance. Baron Wang Teng has broken the record left by the Emperor's son, and I am deeply humbled by his achievement," Zhang Weisheng said calmly. Wang Teng clearly sensed something strange in Zhang Weisheng's tone, and his expression suddenly became somewhat odd. "Why does it smell sour? Could Zhang Weisheng be jealous of him? Brother Wei Sheng, you flatter me. I was just a little lucky. I was climbing that ladder when it broke the record on its own, and now everyone knows about it. It's really bothering me," Wang Teng said quietly. Zhang Weisheng's face stiffened. Listen to this, is this even human language? As he climbed, he broke the record on his own. Do you think this is climbing ordinary stone steps, where you can easily break records? This kid is definitely showing off. Zhang Hangfeng and Zhang Chengxi were both amused and exasperated, feeling that Wang Teng was truly shameless, saying such things without even blushing. "Baron Wang Teng's talent is indeed rare," Zhang Chengxi said. "Just kidding, don't take it seriously," Wang Teng laughed. Zhang Hangfeng and the others couldn't help but laugh. Wang Teng didn't stay at the Zhang family's place for too long, as there were still many guests to attend to. He then walked around the area, making sure to take care of everyone who needed it. It was only because martial artists have an amazing capacity for alcohol that he was able to walk around, otherwise, he would have collapsed by the time he finished. Besides these nobles, the grandmasters of the secondary professional alliance were also the focus of attention. They all came to congratulate him, this Prince Tang De Cheng. After toasting, Wang Teng returned to his seat, but some people are unhappy. The Perix family members and others turned pale. Wang Teng had gone too far, he simply didn't take them seriously. Everyone else offered a toast, except for the Perix family. This is outrageous. Several young men wanted to cause trouble, but they were stopped. The Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm glanced at Walter Gu, then stood up and said, Baron Wang Teng. Everyone was slightly taken aback, then their gazes immediately turned to them, and they thought to themselves. They're here. Although no one knew what Walter Gu was up to, everyone knew that the Perix family had come with ill intentions. If the previous verbal sparring with Wang Teng was just a light appetizer, then this is the real main course. The other three royal families also turned their attention to this, remaining silent and wanting to see what the Perix family was up to. I wonder what instructions Lord Walter has for me. Wang Teng asked calmly, his eyes slightly narrowed. I heard that Baron Wang Teng obtained a rare and extraordinary fire in the Fire River realm? Walter asked. A strange fire from heaven and earth? Everyone was taken aback and turned to look at Wang Teng. Does Baron Wang Teng actually possess a strange fire from heaven and earth? And it was obtained from the Fire River realm. They knew all too well about the Fire River realm. Wang Teng had obtained the title of Baron by passing the trials of the Noble Council in the Fire River realm. In other words, Wang Teng's achievements in the Fire River realm go beyond simply winning the title of Baron. A unique flame of heaven and earth. This was an incredible opportunity, and even the nobles present couldn't help but feel envious. Even the members of the three royal families looked at Wang Teng with surprise and astonishment in their eyes. The masters of the secondary professional league were equally stunned, unable to contain their shock. I remember that Grandmaster Wang Teng already possessed a strange flame, right? Grandmaster Hai Ruer swallowed hard and asked hesitantly via telepathy. Now there are two. Grandmaster Alfred rubbed his temples and said enviously. He actually obtained another strange fire. Grandmaster Huayuan's eyes were almost red with rage. He pounded his chest and stamped his feet, desperately wanting to snatch it away. Ahem, calm down. You must stay true to yourself and not let the strange fire cloud your judgment, Grandmaster Alfred quickly transmitted his voice. I know, but I'm just so envious. Grandmaster Huayuan said with a wry smile. The same applies to the other Grandmasters. For Grandmasters, the allure of a rare and extraordinary fire is no less than that of a priceless treasure. Don't even think about it. Those who can obtain the strange fire of heaven and earth are all people with great fortune. Don't you think about those who tried to forcibly subdue the strange fire in the past? Without that kind of luck, even if the strange fire was right in front of them, they would be devoured and eventually die without a complete corpse. Isn't that pitiful? Master Mord sneered. The masters were immediately jolted, still feeling a lingering fear. Rare and extraordinary flames are extremely rare, and subduing them is even more difficult. If you don't have the destiny, don't even think about it. Ellipsis ellipsis. At the same time, everyone finally learned the Perix family's purpose. No one cared more about the heavenly flame than the Perix family. If their physique is combined with the strange fire of heaven and earth, they will be able to unleash unparalleled strength. Suddenly, the way everyone looked at Wang Teng changed. They no longer felt envy, but rather some pity. With the Perix family eyeing it, this extraordinary fire of heaven and earth is probably doomed. On the other side, Sidu Wanner frowned and transmitted her voice, it's actually a rare fire from heaven and earth. It seems that Baron Wang Teng is in trouble. It is indeed very troublesome. Duke Situ Nan's eyes flashed, and he nodded in deep agreement. No one can stop the Perix family from pursuing the extraordinary fire of heaven and earth, they will absolutely go mad for it. The three royal families and the Grandmasters of the Secondary Professional Alliance all frowned, sensing the thorny nature of the matter. Hey Tilda. Just then, a soft laugh suddenly came from Wang Teng's mouth. Everyone was taken aback. Even in this situation, he can still laugh. Walter frowned, feeling that Wang Teng's laughter was full of mockery, which filled him with extreme anger. Why are you laughing? How do you know that I obtained the heavenly flame from the Fire River realm? Wang Teng asked instead of answering him. Of course I saw it. Cinq Li Mon stood up, a cold smile on his lips. He felt that Wang Teng was making a futile, death throes. That's all your side of the story. I seriously suspect that you dislike me and want to frame me. Actually, I didn't get it, and it was taken away later. Do you believe me? Wang Teng said innocently. Everyone fell silent. Everyone felt that Wang Teng was insulting their intelligence. Who would believe such a flimsy excuse? Duke Situ Nan and Situ Wanner exchanged a glance, both exasperated, seeing a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. Bullshit, you clearly subdued that strange fire of heaven and earth. Who could take it away? Do you think I'm stupid? Sinclair Mondal felt his intelligence had been insulted and roared angrily. There's really nothing I can do. I thought the people in your Perix family were all a bit dim-witted, Wang Teng said helplessly. Quote. The crowd. You. Sinclair's face turned as black as a pot, his eyes almost spitting fire. Baron Wang Teng, you not only possess one heavenly flame, but besides the one you obtained from the Fire River realm, you also have another one. Am I right? Walter Gu stopped Synchromon and spoke again. What, 2 flames of extraordinary power? Upon hearing this, everyone was deeply shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. Baron Wang Teng actually possessed 2 extraordinary flames of heaven and earth. Everyone felt a sense of wonder. The rare flames of heaven and earth are incredibly rare, to obtain even one is a tremendous stroke of luck, yet Wang Teng possesses 2 at the same time. What kind of fate is this? Could Baron Wang Teng be God's illegitimate son? This is bad. The Perix family is truly malicious. They actually revealed that Grandmaster Wang Teng possesses 2 rare and extraordinary flames. Grandmaster Hua Yuan's expression changed slightly as he transmitted his voice to the other. Grandmasters. What a vicious scheme. If there were only one heavenly flame, it wouldn't be a big deal, but for one person to possess 2 heavenly flames at the same time, the temptation is too great. They are trying to kill Grandmaster Wang Teng. Grandmaster Alfred roared. What a Perix family. What a royal family of a different surname. Grandmaster Mord was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Ellipsis. It's over. Baron Wang Teng is now completely targeted by the Perix family. Upon hearing this news, Situ Wanner couldn't help but sigh in her heart, feeling sorry for Wang Teng. Alas! Duke Situ Nan couldn't help but shake his head. A cold glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes and an uncontrollable killing intent surged in his heart. However, he ultimately restrained himself and did not show it on his face. He chuckled and said, "Oh dear, it's all luck. Speaking of which, your Perix family, a noble family of different surnames, doesn't even have a single strange fire of heaven and earth, does it? If so, that would be rather pathetic. Hey, you wouldn't be thinking of taking my strange fire, would you?" The members of the Perix family turned pale and were speechless after being cornered. Everyone was stunned and found it hard to believe. Wang Teng actually dared to antagonize the Perix family. He's truly courting death. However, if the Perix family were to admit to what Wang Teng said, they would be completely shameless. I wonder what they will decide. They are, after all, a royal family of a different surname. Surely they wouldn't be so shameless, right? Wang Teng continued. You. Walter Gu's face turned pale and then red, unable to speak. The Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm, having reached his limit of patience, opened his eyes, looked at Wang Teng, and said calmly, Baron Wang Teng. You should know the importance of the heavenly flame to our Perix family. You possess 2 heavenly flames, so why not give one to us? The true colors are revealed. The Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm spoke, finally revealing their purpose, like a lurking venomous snake extending its fangs towards its prey. As for saving face, they don't care. Only the weak care about saving face. The Perix family is more than capable of doing so. The atmosphere froze instantly. Those minor nobles didn't dare to breathe loudly, feeling sorry for Wang Teng. Even among the great nobles and members of royal families of different surnames, the grandmasters of the Secondary Profession Alliance all wore solemn expressions. And the atmosphere was extremely tense. Wang Teng met the gaze of the Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm, showing no weakness and remaining extremely calm. His appearance inspired admiration in many people. Even if Mount Tai collapses before you, you will remain calm and composed. Such a mindset is not something that ordinary people can possess. The next moment, Wang Teng laughed again, his laughter filled with disdain. Why should I give up a rare and exotic fire? Because of the influence of your Perix family? Our Perix family will pay a price that will satisfy you, the Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm said calmly, raising an eyebrow. A price that satisfies me? Wang Teng's eyes darted around, and he stroked his chin. It's not impossible. So, you agree? Walter Gu's face lit up with joy. The rest of the Perix family were overjoyed, but secretly sneered. Wang Teng is really stupid, he actually thinks they'll pay some price. Then bring out half of your Perix family's assets for the trade, Wang Teng said calmly. Quote. The faces of the Perix family members suddenly froze. The others were equally astonished. Baron Wang Teng is really audacious, asking for half of the Perix family's fortune right off the bat. Does he even know what half of the Perix family's fortune means? People didn't know whether to call him overconfident or naive. The Perix family clearly wouldn't agree to that. However, they quickly realized that Wang Teng had no intention of agreeing to the Perix family's request, which was why he made this impossible demand. Baron Wang Teng, you've gone too far, said the Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm, expressionless. Really? Didn't you say you could pay a price that satisfies me? You must know how precious the heavenly flame is. Asking for half of the Lax family's wealth isn't unreasonable, is it? Wang Teng chuckled. You're delusional, Walter said coldly. I think you're the ones who are delusional, Wang Teng said with a sneer. If you can't afford it, don't say so. You're begging me now, not the other way around, you fools. Who are you calling an idiot? Walter Gu exploded. Even the best self-control couldn't hold back at this moment. Wang Teng is really infuriating. He actually called him an idiot. He is the next heir of the Perix family, and he has never been insulted like this before. Whoever asks, that's who it is, Wang Teng said. Huff huff huff. Walter was panting heavily, like an angry lion, wanting to pounce on Wang Teng and bite him to death. Everyone was dumbfounded. That's so cool. Baron Wang Teng's direct confrontation with the Perix family is so audacious that even they wouldn't dare to do it. This is truly terrifying. Enough. The Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm shouted coldly, staring at Wang Teng and saying, you need to think this through. Even if you have this strange fire of heaven and earth, you can't keep it. Sooner or later, someone will take it away from you, and you might even lose your life one day without even knowing it. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. The Perix family is making a blatant threat. Many people felt they were going too far, but due to the power of the Perix family, no one dared to speak up. At this moment, a count stepped forward. Indeed, Baron Wang Teng, I think you should hand over the heavenly flame. It's better to trade with the Perix family than to have it stolen one day. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and they all looked at the count in surprise, not expecting him to openly support the Perix family. Baron Wang Teng, the treasure is indeed valuable, but possessing such a treasure is a crime, said the Duke of the Stayatu family. Even a duke stepped forward. But that wasn't all. Several other nobles then stepped forward, clearly siding with the Perix family. From beginning to end, not a single nobleman dared to speak up for Wang Teng, because they could not afford to offend the Perix family. Wang Teng seemed to have been isolated all of a sudden. Everyone couldn't help but feel sorry for Wang Teng, thinking he was in a terrible situation. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Wang Teng burst into laughter. Everyone was extremely surprised. Is she out of her mind? Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm frowned, wondering what Wang Teng was laughing at. Had he really thought he could turn the tables after all this? You think you've got me figured out? Wang Teng tilted his head and looked at him calmly. Quiet. As Wang Teng finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. It was sudden and unexpected. The Perix family has pushed Wang Teng to the brink of disaster, and with several other nobles speaking up, the pressure they are under is immense. Any minor nobleman present would probably not have been able to withstand it. What are these strange flames of heaven and earth compared to my own life? However, Wang Teng was still able to laugh, and even calmly refuted the Perix family. The question, you think you've got me cornered? Shut out all the pressure from the crowd. That's so brave. One has to admire his courage and boldness. But they were puzzled, wondering where Wang Teng got his confidence from. The Perix family and others looked at Wang Teng with mockery, as if he were a clown struggling desperately, who, no matter how much he jumped around, could not escape their grasp. The Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm remained calm, not believing that Wang Teng still had a chance to turn things around. He said, I'm doing this for your own good, young man. You need to know how to make choices. Bullshit. Wang Teng cursed casually. The Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm froze. As a powerful realm lord, and from the Perix family, his status and position were so high that no one had ever dared to insult him like this. But that little bastard did exactly that. He thought Wang Teng was very bold when Wang Teng insulted Walter Gu before, but now it seems that this is not just bold, it is outrageous. An uncontrollable rage rose from the depths of his heart. The Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm was covered in frost, his gaze icy cold. I gave you a chance, if you don't know what's good for you. So what if they don't know what's good for them? Wang Teng said. HMPH, you should know the consequences. The Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm sneered, staring at Wang Teng as if he were an ant or a blade of grass. I don't know the consequences, but your goal is destined to fail. Wang Teng's gaze was fearless, his voice unusually calm. He suddenly turned to look at the Grandmasters of the Secondary Professional Alliance and asked, word by word. I am seeking protection from the Secondary Profession Alliance as a Grandmaster of the Three Paths, is that possible? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience erupted in uproar. Three Paths Grandmaster? What do you mean? I recognize all these characters, but why don't I understand them when they're put together? Don't tell me you don't understand, I don't understand either. Baron Wang Teng is a third-level Grandmaster in the Secondary Professional League? Are you kidding me? I think I heard something incredible. This is unbelievable. Quick, pinch me and see if I'm dreaming. Get lost. If you want to pinch someone, go pinch them yourself. Ellipsis. The atmosphere at the table erupted into chaos, as if a depth charge had been dropped into a calm sea, stirring up a storm. No one could remain calm. What is the concept of a Grandmaster of the Three Paths? Even those who weren't in this field understood the meaning behind the Three Paths Grandmaster. But Wang Teng is so young, how could he possibly achieve that kind of success? So when people heard this news, their first reaction was disbelief. No way. Situ Wanner's beautiful eyes widened, her aloof temperament vanished, and she had a bad feeling about her. Even Duke Situ Nan looked astonished, as if he had seen a ghost. The members of the Zhang royal family looked at each other, unsure how to express their feelings at that moment, finding it all quite unbelievable. Especially the two young people, Zhang Chengxi and Zhang Weisheng, who had just been talking closely with Wang Teng, had no idea that he had achieved so much. This news is truly unexpected. The members of the Ji royal family, however, already knew Wang Teng's identity. They wore meaningful smiles and then shook their heads in a sigh. If the Perix family hadn't pushed Wang Teng to the brink, this identity would probably have remained hidden. But it's all good now, a prodigy must eventually shine. To stand firm in the universe, it is not a good thing to constantly conceal one's own brilliance. It's better to draw your sword than to hide its edge. The nobles who had previously spoken up for the Perix family now froze, as if the situation was about to spiral out of control. Faced with a behemoth like the Perix family, Wang Teng, a mere baron, actually had the ability to put up a fight. It's truly unimaginable. They spoke on behalf of the Perix family simply because they were acting on their orders, in order to gain favors from the Perix family. But if Wang Teng is a Grandmaster of the Three Paths, then they would be at a disadvantage. Because Wang Teng possesses this identity, he has the support of the Secondary Professional League, so the Perix family will definitely be unable to do anything to him. As a result, they not only failed to help the Perix family, but also offended Wang Teng, a Grandmaster of the Three Paths with unlimited potential. They tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice instead. That probably refers to their current situation. The most embarrassed were undoubtedly the Perix family and others. They were all stunned, their faces blank, their expressions filled with disbelief, and their hearts trembling violently. How is this possible? Waltergu and Synchromon both looked extremely grim, unwilling to believe this fact. The Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm also had an extremely gloomy expression. This was indeed a situation he had never expected. He originally thought that Wang Teng's confidence stemmed from his superficial relationship with the masters in the Secondary Professional Alliance. Or perhaps from the special regard he received from the three royal families. That little bit of confidence isn't enough to influence them. Unexpectedly, Wang Teng's confidence came from within himself. And they have quite a bit of confidence. The influence of a Grandmaster of the Three Paths is indeed not to be underestimated. Ellipsis. The Secondary Professional Alliance Masters had long been unable to stand it any longer. If Wang Teng hadn't been silent yet, they would have almost revealed his identity directly. The Perix family is simply outrageous. If these Grandmasters possessed extraordinary flames of heaven and earth, would they also resort to such forceful seizure? They felt a sense of shared anger. Because secondary professions are inherently vulnerable in certain situations and have suffered considerable coercion. The Secondary Profession Alliance was born to unite against external threats and prevent humiliation. The fact that the Perix family is now bullying Wang Teng, a Grandmaster of the Third Path, is the biggest provocation to the Secondary Professional League. Whoosh! Grandmaster Alfred suddenly stood up. Master Huayuan also stood up. Grandmaster Hai Ruer, Master Cotton, Grandmaster Mord. One by one, the Grandmasters stood up, as if they were standing behind Wang Teng, forming a powerful and terrifying aura. Can Then a resounding voice boomed from their mouths. Boom! It was just a single word, yet it seemed to explode in the air, deafeningly loud, and echoed around with an incomparably powerful aura. For a moment, silence fell over the surroundings. All sounds seemed to disappear, and everyone stared in shock and horror at the scene. They could sense the anger of these masters, and even more so, their protectiveness towards Wang Teng. Walter Gu, Sinclayon, and the others turned pale, their eyes trembling violently. They had to admit that even they were shocked. The young people behind them were even worse off, their faces pale, slumped in their seats, unable to speak. The Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm's chest heaved, almost driven mad with rage. He suddenly stood up, gritting his teeth as he said, "Fine. Fine, Baron Wang Teng. Fine, a Grand Master of the Three Paths." Anyone could hear the anger in his voice. Even with the composure of a Realm Lord level powerhouse, he was still so enraged, which shows just how furious he was. That anger was like a raging fire, threatening to devour Wang Teng. The atmosphere was extremely tense. On one side is the Perix family, and on the other is the secondary Pro-League. Neither side was easy to deal with. Everyone looked this way and that way, wondering which side would have the last laugh. "Do you still think you can take away my heavenly flame?" Wang Teng asked calmly. "Grand Master of the Three Paths, what if I insist on harming you?" The Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm said expressionlessly. "Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm, please watch your words." The expressions of the Grand Masters changed slightly, and they immediately said, "Does the Secondary Professional Alliance intend to be an enemy of my Pyrax family?" The Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm asked loudly, his eyes flashing with cold light. "Does your Pyrax family intend to trample on the rules of my Secondary Pro-League?" Grandmaster Mord was hot-tempered and not at all intimidated, so he immediately retorted angrily. One by one, the Grandmasters stepped forward, unwilling to be outdone, and coldly stared at the Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm. Tensions are high. The Secondary Professional League and the Perix family seem to be locked in a tug-of-war, with neither side willing to give in. Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm was wary of the Secondary Profession Alliance. Even though the Grandmasters only represented the Secondary Profession Alliance force of the Great Qian Emperor Star, they were not to be underestimated. Moreover, if they incite public outrage and cause the entire universe's Secondary Professional Alliance to rise up against them, the Perix family will also be in great trouble. The Secondary Pro-League is one of the biggest giants in the universe with an immense influence. But he was not willing to give up. As a World Lord level expert, if he couldn't obtain the heavenly flame from Wang Teng, a mere baron, even with his personal intervention, it would be an absolute joke if word got out. Moreover, Wang Teng's repeated defiance made him feel utterly humiliated and intolerable. If this matter ends here today, what face will Lord of the Wrathful Flame have left to stand in the universe? Secondary Profession Alliance. The Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm was furious, his aura surging forth like a mountain hovering above Wang Teng and the others. The Grandmasters of the Secondary Professional Alliance were not at the Realm Lord level, and they were unable to resist his pressure, their faces turning pale. They were furious. Did this Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm really dare to attack them? "Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm, my Baron's mansion does not welcome your Pyrax family. Please leave." Wang Teng naturally could not stand by and watch the Grandmasters be humiliated. He pointed to the gate and shouted coldly. Boom! Wang Teng probably never imagined that his words would be the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely igniting the fury in the heart of the Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm. He was used to acting domineeringly and simply couldn't tolerate such humiliation. So at this moment, he was completely disregarding everything else and determined to take down Wang Teng. Then the aura that had been hovering overhead suddenly pressed down on Wang Teng and the others. At the same time, he suddenly reached out and grabbed at Wang Teng. No one expected that even with Wang Teng bringing out the Secondary Professional League, the Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm would still dare to make a move, leaving everyone shocked. The masters of the Secondary Professional League all had drastic changes in expression. This is insane. The Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm has gone completely mad. How dare he take such a big risk? Isn't he afraid of being investigated by the Secondary Professional League? Wang Teng also did not expect the situation to develop to this point. When he saw the Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm make a move, his pupils shrank immediately. Before he could think any further, he was about to retreat. However, the space around him seemed to be imprisoned by a powerful force, making him unable to move at all. Even though the Lord of the Wrathful Flame realm was still dozens of meters away, a hand formed from flames seemed to pass through space and reached out in front of Wang Teng, grabbing at his neck. Wang Teng felt a chill run down his spine as a strong sense of life or death crisis washed over him. He unleashed his full power to the limit, and the power of space surged wildly, breaking through the surrounding blockade. Click, click, click. A crisp sound rang out in the air. Bang! A muffled thud followed, and Wang Teng finally broke free of his restraints, his body immediately retreating rapidly. The Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm's expression changed slightly, and his speed suddenly increased. His hand, formed from flames, grabbed at Wang Teng's neck with lightning speed. The strength of a realm lord is truly too great. There is an insurmountable gap between Wang Teng and his opponent. The Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm didn't even use much of his strength. He simply used a wisp of spatial power, which put Wang Teng in a desperate situation. Even if Wang Teng broke free from his spatial blockade, he could not escape the fiery palm of the Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm. In almost the time it takes to breathe, the hand formed from flames was about to grab Wang Teng's neck as easily as grabbing a chicken or duck. A hint of contempt and disdain even appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if mocking Wang Teng's futile struggle. Wang Teng remained expressionless, his eyes fixed on the distant Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm, his fingers pressed together. He pointed his fingers together as if they were a sword, and a faint, almost imperceptible aura of danger swirled around them. The newly acquired, Void Annihilation Divine Sword technique will soon come in handy. With the Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm completely unprepared, the Void Annihilation Divine Sword technique will surely leave him with a bitter taste in his mouth. Wang Teng was not without the power to resist, but he suddenly paused as if he had sensed something and did not unleash the sword energy in his hand. Boom! Just then, a fist imprint suddenly burst out from the space in front of Wang Teng, directly meeting the fiery palm condensed by the Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm. A tremendous roar resounded, but there was not much residual force. Everything was contained to the extreme. It seemed that all the force was compressed into that small space and did not spread out. The palm formed from flames was instantly shattered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The main body of the Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm involuntarily took 3 steps back before finally regaining its footing. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time everyone came to their senses, it was all over. Everyone stared in shock, their minds still reeling. What happened? Which Realm Lord level expert made a move? Everyone looked around in bewilderment, searching for the person who had made the move. Nu Yan, you're so old, how dare you lay a hand on a junior? Aren't you ashamed? A sneer suddenly came from the side. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and discovered that it was none other than the ancestor of the Ji royal family. Ji Sha, you dare to interfere in my affairs. The Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm's face alternated between pale and flushed as he stared intently at the elder of the Ji royal family. He was so close, so very close, to succeed. At that time, Wang Teng will be at his mercy. But the other party ruined their plans. So what if you interfere? Ji Sha said domineeringly, showing no regard for the Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm. He said indifferently, I just can't stand the way you Perix people act. You have no royal dignity whatsoever. You, the Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm's face turned ashen. Alright, since Baron Wang Teng doesn't welcome you, you'd better leave quickly. Are you going to shamelessly stay here? Ji Sha stood with his hands behind his back, taunting him. Impossible. I must obtain the heavenly flame today. If your Ji clan interferes, don't blame me for sending the Lax clan to launch a war of kings and nobles, the Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm said coldly. A battle between kings and nobles. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. Has the Lord of the Wrathful Flame gone mad? He's actually going so far as to launch a war between kings and nobles. What is a war between kings and nobles? As the name suggests, when conflicts arise among various nobles, large-scale interplanetary wars are initiated. This often leads to the rise or fall of a noble, with a very significant impact. Therefore, even royal families of different surnames dared not easily launch a war between kings and nobles. At this moment, even Walter G. Yu, Synchromon and others from the Perix family had drastically changed their expressions, their faces showing horror. Was our ancestor serious? They're actually going to start a war between kings and nobles. This is no joke. Ji Sha hadn't expected the Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm to be so ruthless, and his eyes narrowed slightly. A battle between kings and nobles. Wang Teng immediately sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere, as if the words "Battle of Kings and Nobles" had touched some kind of taboo. Round and round, what is this battle of kings and nobles? Wang Teng frowned and quickly asked in his mind. They've gone mad. The Perix family has gone completely insane. Roundy was equally shocked, shouting in Wang Teng's mind, that's a war between kings and nobles. A war that could shake the very foundations of two royal families. Back then, two royal families started a war between kings and nobles, which resulted in both of them being severely injured. They are the two royal families that are currently ranked at the bottom. After so many years of recuperation, they have only now slowly recovered. However, they are not present today, so you cannot see them. Hiss! Wang Teng couldn't help but gasp when he heard the description. Although Yuan Gungun didn't say much, he could clearly imagine the terrifying scene. The battle between the two royal families is so terrifying that it will probably affect countless star systems. This was truly a war that shook their very foundations. It's no exaggeration to describe it as a war. Are all members of the Perix family this reckless? Wang Teng sensed something was amiss. If the Perix family were to truly wage war against kings and nobles for his extraordinary fire, he was certain that no one would be willing to stand up for him. It is impossible for the members of the Ji royal family to start a war between kings and nobles just because of a personal favor. Even the secondary professional league would probably have to back down. This is a matter of interests. The impact of the war between kings and nobles was enormous. No, you don't understand what the heavenly flame means to them. I was wrong too, I underestimated their greed and thirst for the heavenly flame. Roundy's voice was solemn, filled with helplessness and regret. It was truly unexpected that the Perix family would go to such lengths for the heavenly flame. The silence of the Ji royal family plunged Wang Teng's heart into despair. Ji Yuanqing and the others were very nervous, their faces extremely solemn. However, the next moment, Realm Lord Ji Sha laughed, a hint of mockery in his eyes, and his voice rang out calmly. If you want war, then let's fight. 6 words. It's very simple. If you want war, then let's fight. An unparalleled domineering aura and an incomparably strong fighting spirit erupted from Ji Sha's aged body. Everyone paled at the sight, staring at him in utter horror. Ji Yuanqing and the others were also shocked and dumbfounded. Wang Teng suddenly turned his head, his eyes revealing deep surprise. Would the Ji royal family go to such lengths for a favor? The muscles on the face of the Lord of the Wrathful Flame twitched, and the pupils in his eyes suddenly contracted as he stared intently at Ji Sha. At that moment, it was as if a storm was about to break out all around, and the atmosphere was extremely terrifying. Who could have imagined that a banquet at a baron's manor would lead to a war between kings and nobles? Ji Sha, you. The Lord of the Wrathful Flame realm was filled with shock and anger, but he could not utter any other words. He didn't really intend to start a war between kings and nobles. His words were merely a means to coerce the Ji royal family into backing down. Who knew that Ji Sha, that old scoundrel, wouldn't buy it at all and actually went to war with him to the bitter end? Are you afraid? Lord Ji Sha asked leisurely. Bullshit, do you think I'm afraid of you? Lord of the Wrathful Flame realm roared in anger. Then come on. Quote. The Lord of the Wrathful Flame realm roared in utter fury, WTF. Well, just then, a soft sigh suddenly rang out in the courtyard. Wang Teng's expression changed, and he looked up at the sky. There, the space rippled, and an old figure slowly emerged. Wang Teng's pupils contracted, bald, with a flame mark between his eyebrows. The flame mark resembled a tiny firebird and was extremely mystical. These two distinctive markings undoubtedly indicate the identity of the visitor. It's the Perix family again. Moreover, judging from the primal force radiance within the other party, this person must be a world lord level powerhouse, or even a peak existence among world lords. Lord Firebird Realm Master. Lord Ji Sha recognized the other party, his gaze becoming slightly solemn. The Firebird Realm Lord, someone immediately exclaimed in surprise. It was him. The Firebird Realm Lord of the Perix family. My god, even this being has appeared. Rumor has it that the Firebird Realm Lord has been in seclusion for many years and has not been involved in worldly affairs. This time, he actually appeared for the sake of the heavenly flame. The Perix family is really determined to obtain the heavenly flame. Wang Teng's eyes flashed intensely. Hearing the voices of the crowd, he naturally knew that the other party was no ordinary person and was another old man from the Perix family. Even he felt somewhat powerless at this moment. Having come this far step by step, leveraging resources and influence, we are still mired in a quagmire. Both he and Yuan Gungun underestimated the Perix family's greed for the heavenly flame and their shamelessness. Who would have thought that two world-lord-level powerhouses would come out to deal with him? What Wang Teng didn't know was that it was precisely because of his extraordinary behavior that the Perix family went so far as to send two world-lord-level experts. The Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm will lead the charge. If this succeeds, it will be the best outcome, and there will be no need to send out another Realm Lord-level being. After all, it's rather shameful for two world lords to mobilize at the same time just to deal with a planetary-level warrior. Of course, if it comes to the point where there is no other way, it will be inevitable for a second Realm Lord to take action. Clearly, the situation has now reached a point where we have no choice but to deploy another Realm Lord-level being. Neither Wang Teng's status as a Grandmaster of the Three Paths nor the intervention of the Ji royal family were within the expectations of the Perix family. In fact, from the very beginning, both sides were playing their trump cards. The way Wang Teng revealed his trump cards one by one truly surprised and shocked the Perix family. After the Firebird Realm Lord appeared, his gaze swept around and finally landed on Realm Lord Ji Sha. Ji Sha, you can't stop us from doing this. The mighty Perix family actually mobilized two World Lord level beings to deal with a mere Baron. This truly broadens my horizons, World Lord Ji Sha said with a helpless sneer. No matter what you say, the outcome tonight cannot be changed, the Firebird Realm Lord said calmly. HMPH. Lord Ji Sha couldn't help but snort coldly. This is no longer a matter of whether he wants to help or not, it's two Realm Lords making a move, and even he can't stop them. Baron Wang Teng, you should hand over the heavenly flame to this old man. The Firebird Realm Lord finally turned his gaze to Wang Teng and said calmly. His tone was like that of a bandit breaking into someone's house and saying, "Give me all your money." Of course, calmness belies a strong presence. All around was quiet, and everyone couldn't help but cast pitying glances at Wang Teng, shaking their heads and sighing. Alas, what can we do now that things have come to this? Ellipsis. Wang Teng remained expressionless, but a trace of humiliation welled up in his heart. Fortune favors the bold. He has already obtained the title of Baron and has established himself in the Great Qian Empire. Even Cao Hongtu cannot compare to him. But will the result still be the same? They were still so powerless in the face of a behemoth like the Perix family. This isn't his problem, it's that his opponent is too powerful and too shameless. He also overestimated the influence of the Empire's laws. An entity like the Perix family was capable of bypassing the rules and obtaining anything they wanted within the scope of what was permissible, as long as they didn't openly kill Wang Teng. It wouldn't matter. That's why they dared to forcibly seize the title of Baron shortly after Wang Teng received it, without any scruples. Wang Teng, hand it over. You have no choice, the Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm sneered. Sorry, that's impossible, don't even dream about it. Wang Teng's expression suddenly relaxed. He casually sat down in the chair, looked at the members of the Perix family, and said calmly. He was prepared to fight to the death if necessary. Therefore, I have no fear in my heart. Moreover, with his current spatial abilities, there is still a possibility that he can escape. A gentleman takes his revenge, even after 10 years. We simply can't beat them now, so we'll have to wait 10 years. As long as he is alive, today's debt will be repaid. The Firebird Realm Lord sighed and said, I really don't want to lay a hand on a junior like you, but you are too ungrateful. Hey, old man, try and make a move. See if I may fish to be slaughtered by you, Wang Teng sneered. Being called an old man caused a flash of ashen color to cross the Firebird Realm Lord's face. He finally understood why the Wrathful Flame Realm Lord had been so angry before, even bringing up the War of Kings. That little bastard is really infuriating. Then I'll have to do it myself. There's no one here who can help you anymore. After saying that, the Firebird Realm Lord was about to take action. Wang Teng's gaze sharpened, and the spatial power within his body surged wildly. That's not necessarily true. What if I join you? Just then, a laugh suddenly rang out. The Firebird Realm Lord frowned and looked towards the Calandish royal family. The person speaking was none other than Borogu. Wang Teng also looked over, his eyes showing surprise and even a little bit of emotion. The Calandish family owed no favors to anyone, but Bolagu stood up for him, which was a great favor indeed. Little brat from the Calandish family. Fire Sparrow Realm Lord said calmly, you're only at the Domain Lord level, you can't stop me today. Hey Tilda, When someone called him little guy, Borogu chuckled softly, and then a powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body. Boom! The primal force fluctuations on Borogu's body rose steadily, breaking through the threshold of the Domain Lord level and entering the World Lord level. It continued to rise until it slowly stopped at around the 3rd or 4th level of the World Lord level. Phew, it's really uncomfortable to always have to seal away my strength. Borogu let out a long breath and stretched. Everyone stared in disbelief, their faces filled with confusion. Borogu actually hid his strength? He has reached the Realm Lord level. This was quite a shock, catching people off guard. Even Diki stared wide-eyed, his face full of disbelief, clearly unaware that Borogu had been hiding his strength. This kid, Lord Ji Sha laughed heartily. Before him, Borogu was also a junior. Seeing him unleash his power, which frustrated the Firebird Realm Lord and the others, they couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Now, do you think I can stop you? Borogu looked at the Firebird Realm Lord and the others and laughed. Borogu's voice echoed around, making the members of the Perix family extremely embarrassed. The muscles on the Firebird Realm Lord's face twitched involuntarily. He had a sure win after stepping in, but then Bolagu suddenly appeared, putting him in a passive position. The Perix family's plans were completely disrupted. This is infuriating. The Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm was also extremely frustrated, his mood fluctuating like a roller coaster, going up and down, but he just couldn't do anything about that little beast Wang Teng. There's always someone who stands up for him. He just couldn't understand how a mere planetary-level martial artist, new to the Great Qian dynasty and with no foundation whatsoever, could get several royal families to help him. This is so illogical. Not to mention Walter Gu, Sinclayon, and the others, they had been waiting to see Wang Teng captured by their family patriarch to vent their hatred. Who knew that even 2 Realm Lord level ancestors couldn't do anything to him? The others remained silent but were whispering amongst themselves, clearly shocked. Some people were secretly gloating, mocking the Perix family for biting into a stubborn rock and almost breaking their teeth. At this moment, the Firebird Realm Lord took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "This matter has nothing to do with your Calandish family. Do you really want to get involved? That's right, Borogu, are you sure you want to go against us for the sake of a mere baron? If you ruin our plans, the Perix family will never let it go. You should be prepared to bear the wrath of the Perix family." The Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm spoke with a tense expression. Boom, boom. As soon as they finished speaking, the two exchanged a glance, and their powerful auras as world lords erupted simultaneously. Using power to intimidate others. They wanted to discourage Borogu from taking the challenge. In this situation, it all comes down to who has the stronger momentum. If one side is weak, then everything else is weak. Borogu's expression changed slightly. Even with his strength, he found it difficult to withstand the powerful aura of 2 world lords at the same time. The combined aura of the 2 Realm Lord level experts was terrifying, especially since one of them was suspected to be a peak Realm Lord level expert, and the pressure he exerted was extraordinary. If an ordinary Realm Lord were faced with such a situation, without any backing to rely on, they would probably have already retreated. But Borogu was different. He had the Calandish family behind him, a family with a deep foundation that was in no way inferior to the Perix family. Why would he be afraid of them? Therefore, even though they were outmatched, they did not back down. Damn it, those 2 old bastards are shameless. Borogu cursed inwardly. Wang Teng was also at the center of the crushing pressure of these 2 auras, bearing unparalleled pressure. His strength, in this situation, was like a small boat adrift on a vast and turbulent sea, which could be capsized at any moment. Wang Teng's gaze sharpened, and the spiritual star within his sea of consciousness began to operate wildly, emitting a shimmering light, like a pillar of the sea that had fallen upon him, making him as steady as a rock and preventing him from being crushed by that aura. Surrounded by such an imposing aura, many of the nobles turned pale and were utterly powerless to resist. This is practically a battlefield. Duke Situ Nan was also a Realm Lord level expert. Since the aura was not directed at him, he was not greatly affected. However, Situ Waner and the younger members of the Situ family behind him were all pale-faced, with cold sweat dripping down their foreheads, looking as if they were about to collapse under the pressure. Duke Situ Nan's eyes flashed, and his aura instantly emanated from his body, like an inverted bowl, enveloping Situ Waner and the younger generation of the Situ family. Only then did Situ Waner and the others breathe a sigh of relief. The younger generation of other families were in the same situation, but their elders were too busy taking care of themselves to look after them. As a result, these young people could only tremble under the powerful aura of the Realm Lord and almost burst into tears. Situ Wanner, Zhang Chengxi, Zhang Weisheng and the others couldn't help but turn their gazes to Wang Teng, who was at the center of the aura. They were surprised to find that he had completely withstood the aura of 2 World Lord level experts on his own. That guy. A sense of frustration welled up in their hearts. Even they had to admit that Wang Teng was indeed extraordinary. Boom! Just then, Ji Sha, the Realm Lord beside him, showed no weakness and unleashed a powerful aura. You 2 old bastards, not only do you bully the few with your numbers, but you also try to intimidate others with your power, said Lord Ji Sha with disdain. Bolagu laughed heartily, and his aura surged dramatically. Wang Teng called me uncle, how could I stand by and do nothing while he was being bullied? Upon hearing this, Wang Teng's eyes revealed gratitude. The fact that Bolagu was willing to help him because he called him uncle is far more commendable than the Ji royal family helping him out of personal favor. Moreover, Bolagu must have had his reasons for hiding his strength, but now he has revealed it for his sake. It's important to understand that Wang Teng's relationship with the Calandish family stemmed solely from his brief encounter with Diki, yet they helped him so much. Something most people would never do. Ji Sha Realm Lord and Bolagu joined forces, their momentum no less than before, and clashed head-on with the Fire Sparrow Realm Lord and his companion. For a time, the 2 sides were deadlocked and unable to determine a winner. Very well, since you insist on interfering in this matter, it seems we have no choice but to fight. The Firebird Realm Lord said angrily, his face ashen. He was completely enraged, and in his turbulent emotions, his primal force surged like a tidal wave. Bang! 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 The vases and decorations around them shattered under the sweep of the force, and all kinds of flowers and plants were destroyed, turning into countless fragments that flew through the air. Come, let this junior experience the strength of the elders of the Perix family. Bolagu was not intimidated at all, and looked ready to fight with his sleeves rolled up. His bold style was completely different from his handsome appearance. The primal force within him also erupted, colliding with the primal force of the Firebird Realm Lord. Bang! The 2 collided in mid-air, unleashing a terrifying roar. Boom! Upon seeing this, the Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm said nothing, but immediately took a step forward, unleashing a surge of primal force that rushed out like a raging torrent. Ha ha ha, count me in. Lord Jixia stepped forward with a loud laugh, and an immense, ocean-like primal force rose from his aged body, which was simply unimaginable. Boom! 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 In an instant, the surroundings were filled with deafening roars. The collision of the primal forces of the 4 World Lord level powerhouses was terrifying, causing the surrounding space to collapse and revealing dark cracks. Retreat! The surrounding martial artists were horrified and retreated, moving away from the center of the collision between the 2 forces. If someone were to get caught up in such a scene, even a Domain Lord level martial artist would be seriously injured. Boom! The next moment, the 4 of them shot into the sky like meteors, and a great battle broke out in the dark night. Boom! 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 In the pitch-black night, a terrifying roar suddenly erupted. The entire imperial city was alarmed. Many powerful individuals rushed out of their residences to check the situation, and then they saw 4 extremely dense clusters of primal force light in the night sky. They were like 4 enormous celestial bodies constantly colliding, causing the surrounding space to tremble, with a faint emanation of primordial power. It's actually 4 World Lord level powerhouses fighting. Someone exclaimed, their tone filled with disbelief. What exactly happened? Why did they suddenly start fighting? This is the Imperial City, who would dare to cause trouble? My god, they actually used the power of origin. Have they gone mad? Ellipsis. Countless voices came from all directions, utterly astonished, with exclamations rising and falling. Everyone in the Baron's mansion was somewhat stunned. The 4 Realm Lord level powerhouses made their move without warning, and before anyone could even react, they had already soared into the sky. Is it really necessary to be so reckless? Can't we all sit down and have a proper talk? Especially since this was in the Imperial City, ordinary people wouldn't dare to act recklessly. No one expected that the Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm and the others would actually make a move. Wang Teng was also completely dumbfounded. He knew long ago that unless absolutely necessary, a Realm Lord level expert would generally not take action. At most, they would just engage in some back and forth. As a result, Bolagu and his group actually started fighting. Wang Teng looked solemnly at the sky. A battle between World Lord level powerhouses involves too many people and may lead to unpredictable consequences. Just then, a sudden sense of alarm arose in Wang Tang's mind. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, his scalp tingled, and his heart began to race. Danger! Boom! Without hesitation, Wang Tang immediately activated his spatial power and threw a punch forward. The confined space suddenly emitted a teeth-grinding creaking sound, then loosened, and Wang Tang's figure blurred and disappeared on the spot. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared from the space where he had been standing. The figure had a gloomy expression and was none other than Walter Gu. Wang Tang stepped out from a distance, filled with shock and anger. Unexpectedly, just after the four world lords left, Walter Gu and the others attacked him. However, he didn't have time to think much before the space around him was imprisoned again, and another figure appeared behind him, grabbing at him. You little beast, die! Sinclair's ferocious voice suddenly rang in his ears. Roll! As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Wang Tang suddenly turned to the side, leaving only a blur in his wake. Then, he formed a sword with his fingers and unleashed a peculiar sword beam from the void. Pshaw! Sinclair sneered and reached out to grab the sword light with his hand. Boom! However, the next moment, Sinclair's sinister smile froze, revealing an expression of disbelief. His hand grasped the sword light, but he was unable to crush it. Instead, an extremely strange aura erupted from the sword's edge, sending him flying. Sinclair retreated several meters away, his face grim. The hand that had grabbed the sword's edge earlier hung limply, seemingly trembling slightly. Suddenly, a drop of bright red blood dripped from his arm. Pshaw! A long, narrow sword wound appeared on Sinclair's thick arm, and blood spurted out. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. From Walter Gu and Sinclair suddenly attacking Wang Tang, to Wang Tang dodging Walter Gu's attack and then repelling Sinclair, it all happened in just a few breaths. It took everyone a moment to come to their senses. They were all shocked, staring in disbelief at Walter Gu and Sinclair Mond. Two domain lord-level powerhouses actually attacked a planetary-level martial artist, and even resorted to sneak attacks. This is utterly shameless. The problem is, they still failed. Even Sinclair was slightly injured. Everyone stared at Wang Tang in disbelief, unable to process what he was seeing. Is this really a planetary-level martial artist? Shameless. Despicable. The masters of the Secondary Professional Alliance changed their expressions drastically, and they all shouted angrily. Duke Situ Nan suddenly stood up, as did several other nobles. They were all shocked by the actions of the Perix family, and their faces were grim. They felt that the Perix family was disgracing the nobility. Walter Gu, you've gone too far. Duke Situ Nan roared. Walter Gu and Sinclair remained silent, their faces so dark they seemed to drip water. They exchanged a glance, and disregarding the public outrage, they lunged at Wang Tang again. How dare you ruin my business? A furious shout came from the sky. And Lan finally arrived, and the 1,000 machine box transformed into a cold, icy light as it rushed towards Synchromon, while he himself collided with Walter Gu. Boom! 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 Get out of my way! Walter roared, gathering terrifying fiery power on his fists and unleashing a series of terrifying fist imprints, attempting to repel Lan. Time was running out, and he had no desire to linger, he only wanted to capture Wang Tang immediately. But Lan naturally wouldn't let him have his way. She clung to him tightly, unleashing her peak Domain Lord level strength, and fought two Domain Lord level experts alone. Walter Gu was very strong, his body surrounded by flames, like a fiery warrior, and at the same time he formed a fiery domain around him, pulling Lan into it. The scene was extremely chaotic. Above, 4 Realm Lord level experts were fighting, while below, 3 Domain Lord level experts were locked in a fierce battle, causing the surrounding space to churn into chaos. Wang Tang remained expressionless, but the boundless rage he suppressed within him made his gaze extremely deep, with a cold glint in it. The Perix family. One day, I, Wang Tang, will make you pay an unbearable price for what happened today. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Enough! Suddenly, a calm voice rang out between heaven and earth. At the same time, Wang Tang noticed that the surrounding space seemed to slow down and then gradually solidify, as if an invisible force was sealing off this world. The battle between the 3 Domain Lord level powerhouses came to an abrupt halt. It wasn't that they didn't want to fight, but rather that the domain inexplicably annihilated, throwing them out with expressions of horror. Even the battle between the 4 World Lord level powerhouses could no longer continue. Their primal force attacks, which collided at one point, were as if grabbed by an invisible hand and then crushed, silently annihilating in the space without causing any damage. The four Realm Lord level powerhouses' expressions twitched, and finally, without prior agreement, they all cupped their hands in a gesture of respect towards the Imperial Palace. You've got some nerve, ganging up on each other and disregarding the laws of the Empire. The voice slowly echoed from the void. We dare not, Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm, and the others hurriedly replied. If you don't dare, go back to sleep. The Perix family will be fined 30% of its resources, and the Calandish family and the G family will each be fined 10%. Do any of you have any objections? No, the four replied hastily. Very well, since that's the case, then everyone can disperse. The voice paused for a moment, then said, by the way, from now on, the young people's affairs should be handled by the young people themselves. You old folks shouldn't shamelessly interfere, or you'll become a laughingstock if word gets out. Yes, the lips of the Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm and the Lord of the Firebird Realm twitched, feeling extremely aggrieved, but they could only nod in agreement helplessly. The world was completely silent. That voice never appeared again, as if it had never existed. Raging Flame, Fire Sparrow, how about it? You tried to steal a chicken but lost the rice instead. Ji Sha laughed heartily. Bolagu also cast a gloating glance at them. Snort. The expressions of the Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm and the Lord of the Firebird Realm were uncertain. Finally, they snorted angrily and disappeared from the spot. Walter Gu and Sinclair Mond below both looked like wilted eggplants, their faces ashen and extremely unsightly. Wang Teng, you're lucky today, Walter said in a cold voice. The two strange flames will remain with you for now. We will obtain them sooner or later, Sinclair said. Get out, Wang Teng shouted coldly. HMPH, let's go. Walter Gu and Syncramon were burning with rage and hatred, but when they thought of that voice from earlier, they couldn't say anything else. With dark faces, they led the Perix family and others away from the Baron's mansion. The crowd around them watched their departing figures with extremely complicated expressions. It was truly unexpected that the usually powerful and domineering Perix family had suffered such a huge loss at the hands of a Baron. They look like a pack of dogs. Wang Teng suddenly exclaimed. Quote. Everyone asked. Walter and the others hadn't gone far when they heard Wang Teng's words from behind and turned around abruptly. Wang Teng. Walter Gu stared at Wang Teng with icy eyes. The other members of the Perix family also glared at him angrily, their fierce eyes seeming as if they wanted to devour him alive. Wang Teng was never afraid of offending the Perix family, and now that the royal family had spoken up, he was even less intimidated. He roared, what are you looking at? You dogs, you want a bite when you see a bone, but would you eat shit if you saw it? What kind of non-royal family are you? You shameless dogs, what do you think you are? Come on, I'm standing right here. If you have the guts, then make a move. In that instant, all around was deathly silent. Everyone stared at Wang Teng with extremely complex expressions, their eyes filled with shock, bewilderment, and even a trace of admiration. Ox! This is truly amazing. Wang Teng is truly one of a kind, daring to call the Perix family dogs and hurl insults at them so viciously. Seeing bones makes me want to take a bite. Would you eat poop if you saw it? Look at the way he's cursing. When such vulgar language came out of Wang Teng's mouth, they didn't find it crude at all. On the contrary, they felt a little good. The Perix family, relying on their status as a non-royal royal family, acted arrogantly and never paid attention to minor nobles. Many nobles suffered greatly because of them. Today, Wang Teng's words truly expressed the most vehement curses they wanted to utter. Seeing the Perix family's expressions of wanting to kill Wang Teng but having no way to do so, was like chugging down a bottle of ice-cold soda on a scorching summer day, leaving one feeling refreshed and incredibly happy. The younger generation was stunned. They simply couldn't believe that Wang Teng dared to insult the Perix family. Even Situ Wanner, with her aloof nature, couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes, revealing a deep sense of astonishment. Ha ha ha! Borogu landed from the sky, unable to contain his laughter, completely disregarding the expressions of the Perix family members. Although the Lord of the Jixia realm did not mock him so openly, he could not hide the smile on his face. He even gave Wang Teng an approving look, as if to say, young man, you've got a good way of cursing. Many people were like this, although they didn't laugh out loud, they were all secretly laughing. You little beast, you're asking for death. Walter Gu, Sinclairman, and the others were filled with rage and roared. If the royal family hadn't spoken up, they would have wanted to kill Wang Teng at all costs. But they dared not. When royalty meets their end, who dares to rebel? Even members of royal families outside the imperial family would face confiscation of their property and extermination of their clan if they angered the royal family, bringing their careers to a complete end. This sense of helplessness and frustration was unprecedented for the Perix family since their rise to power. They couldn't understand why members of the royal family, who were high above and resided in the imperial palace, would speak up for Wang Teng. Amidst a multitude of questions, their faces were as black as if they had just been burned, and their eyes burned with fury. If looks could kill, they would have killed Wang Teng 1,000 times over. You're right, I'm courting death. From this day forward, it's either me or your Pyrax family that perishes. It's a fight to the death. Wang Teng's gaze was icy, and his words were chillingly cold. Everyone turned pale upon hearing this. Even World Lord level beings like Bolagu and Jixia couldn't help but change their expressions. Although the voice was not loud, it seemed to drift from the depths of the underworld, like the whisper of a vengeful ghost demanding a life. Everyone could hear the determination in Wang Teng's voice. This resoluteness was tinged with an indescribable madness. It's a fight to the death. He's issuing a death challenge to the Perix family. To challenge the entire Perix family single-handedly is an absolutely insane act. A mayfly trying to shake a tree. Everyone was deeply shocked and could hardly express their feelings in words. The Perix family and others couldn't help but change their expressions, their hearts filled with shock and disbelief. That little beast, how dare he? Even though they didn't think Wang Teng had any ability to shake their Perix family, they still felt a chill in their hearts when they heard Wang Teng's voice, which sounded like a vengeful ghost. Just as everyone fell silent, Wang Teng grinned and said, "So, use everything you have to kill me. If you can't kill me, your Perix family will be wiped out from the universe." A calm smile, yet it seemed like an extreme form of ferocity. Since there's no room for compromise, it's better to go all the way. Many of the younger generation of the Perix family took a step back, they were actually frightened. Adris stood among the members of the Perix family. He looked at Wang Teng's face, his eyes trembling involuntarily, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. It was the feeling of being watched by an extremely dangerous being. Although the gaze wasn't directed at him specifically, he still felt this absurdity. HMPH, even ants dare to turn the world upside down. A disdainful sneer echoed from the void from the Firebird Realm Lord. Wang Teng said no more. All his coldness disappeared, and his expression returned to calm. He said indifferently, "Get out of the Baron's mansion. From now on, neither dogs nor members of the Perix family will be allowed to enter my Baron's mansion. Annie, don't forget to hang a sign on the door later." The members of the Perix family all looked extremely ugly. They were so humiliated that they couldn't kill their opponent, and they were furious. Oh. Anne was no longer as composed as usual, she was completely dazed. The series of conflicts that had occurred earlier had left her speechless. She was huddled to the side with the maids when she heard Wang Teng's words. Before she could react, she nodded blankly. "Very well, remember what you said today. I, the Firebird clan, will make you regret this." The Firebird Realm Lord's voice rang out again, filled with boundless rage, echoing between heaven and earth. Wang Teng ignored them, standing there calmly, not even glancing at the Perix family and the others, as if afraid of offending their eyes. Walter and the others glared fiercely at Wang Teng, and this time they finally left without looking back. This place had given them an unprecedented sense of humiliation and frustration, and they didn't want to stay there for another second. As the Perix family and others left, the atmosphere finally relaxed, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Gentlemen, I am truly sorry. I apologize for what happened today." Wang Teng looked around and said with a slightly apologetic expression. "Baron Wang Teng, what are you saying? This is not what you wanted either." Not bad. Baron Wang Teng need not take it to heart. "Baron Wang Teng, your Baron's manor still needs some tidying up, so we won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. Yes, we'll take our leave now. Let's get together again another time." Ellipsis. Everyone spoke up, took their leave, and departed. Their feelings were complex. Some sympathized, some felt sorry, some admired, some kept their distance, and some even mocked and scorned them. "Baron Wang Teng, then we'll take our leave." Zhang Hangfeng and others from the Zhang royal family came over to bid farewell to Wang Teng, appearing somewhat distant. Zhang Chengxi and Zhang Weisheng, the two young men, watched Wang Teng from behind with complicated expressions but ultimately said nothing. Wang Teng could naturally see through their intentions. Clearly, the Zhang royal family did not want to get involved in his affairs with the Perix family. They only came to the banquet today because they valued Wang Teng's talent and wanted to win him over. Now that he has offended the Perix family and issued that challenge, he is simply overestimating himself and courting death. Given how lacking in self-control he is, they naturally have no intention of trying to win Wang Teng over. Wang Teng didn't think anything of it. He never intended for the Zhang royal family to help him deal with the Perix family. He had no demands and naturally had no complaints. Without saying much, he personally escorted the Zhang royal family members to the door. Baron Wang Teng, your audacity has truly broadened my horizons today, Duke Situ Nan said with a smile as he walked over with Situ Wanner. Duke Situ is too kind. I was only forced into this situation, Wang Teng said with a wry smile. Haha, whether you were forced to or not, you are the only one who could do this much, Duke Situ Nan laughed. Wang Teng shook his head. Alright, you probably have a lot of things to take care of here, so I won't bother you any longer. You young people can chat more when you have time in the future, said Duke Situ Nan. Situ Wanner's beautiful eyes fell on Wang Teng and she nodded to him. To be honest, what happened today really shook this proud woman to her core. Wang Teng left a deep impression on her. His strength and his status as a Grandmaster of the Three Paths were extraordinary. Therefore, she does not mind having more contact with Wang Teng. Wang Teng saw them off. He was somewhat surprised by Duke Situ's attitude. He hadn't expected that even after all this, they would still be willing to communicate with him. Grandmaster Wang Teng, Grandmaster Alfred and the others approached. Thank you all for your help today, Wang Teng said gratefully. You are a Grandmaster of the Third Path in our secondary professional league, so naturally we wouldn't stand by and watch you be bullied. However, we haven't been able to help you much, which is truly shameful, Grandmaster Alfred and the others said, sounding somewhat apologetic. Grandmasters, please don't say that. You have already done enough. It's just that the Perix family is truly depraved. You can't be blamed, Wang Teng said, shaking his head. I never expected that you would actually be that Grandmaster of the Three Paths. Borogu walked over with Diki and said with great surprise. Ha ha ha, the 9-aperture concentration pill refined by Grandmaster Wang Teng saved my life. Realm Lord Ji Sha walked over with a smile. Oh, what a coincidence that you two have such a connection. No wonder you were willing to lend a helping hand, Borogu said with sudden realization. In any case, I am deeply grateful for your help. Wang Teng clasped his hands in thanks to them. Alright, you're friends with Diki, and you call me uncle. If I just stand by and watch you get bullied, where would I put my face? Borogu waved his hand dismissively. You have done me a favor, but it was just a small favor, nothing more, said Lord Jixia, waving his hand and laughing. In short, if there's anything I can do to help you in the future, just let me know, and I'll do my best to assist you, Wang Teng said. Wang Teng chatted with the others for a few minutes. With a mysterious look on his face, Bolagu asked, Wang Teng, do you know who stopped us just now? It should be that King Chongshan, Wang Teng said. Huh, you actually recognized it? Borogu said in surprise. The other party's voice came from the void, and it was majestic, somewhat different from the voice of King Chongshan that day. I guessed, Wang Teng said simply, recalling the scene when he met King Chongshan that day. Speaking of which, we are quite surprised that he would step forward on your behalf, said Lord Ji Sha, stroking his beard. Isn't it because the commotion was too loud? Wang Teng seemed to understand the meaning behind their words and asked in surprise. No matter how much of a commotion we make, the royal family won't speak up over such a trivial matter, said Lord Jixia. It's nothing. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. Do you think that obtaining the title of Baron will grant you the protection of the Empire? Borogu laughed. That's what I used to think. Wang Teng shook his head and said, but now. As far as other small powers and low-level cosmic civilizations are concerned, you, as a baron, are considered a figure of some importance, and the Perix family is an even greater behemoth. But in the eyes of the royal family, none of this matters, so they simply don't pay much attention to you, Borogu said. It's like two children fighting, just a minor squabble, said Lord Jixia. Of course, within the Empire, killing nobles is not allowed. Otherwise, even the Perix family would pay a heavy price. So this is what an empire is like, Wang Teng murmured to himself. Wang Teng, you must understand that the universe is too vast and too cold. Only your own strength is eternal. Only when you are strong enough can you come and go freely and do as you please, said Ji Sha, the Realm Lord, meaningfully. Wang Teng nodded, his thoughts drifting away. He couldn't possibly be unaware of this principle, but having just arrived in the Great Qian dynasty, he faced too many helpless situations. Even if he had a cheat code, he couldn't achieve instant success and catch up with a behemoth like the Perix family right away. To be honest, if it weren't for Earth, he wouldn't have rushed to Dachin, and naturally wouldn't have offended the interest group represented by the Perix family. Cao Hongtu was merely a pawn in his game. But once you touch this piece, you're forced to confront the Perix family. This was something he hadn't expected when he came. That's why we were so surprised by King Chongshan's appearance, said Lord Jixia. I don't know why either, Wang Teng said, shaking his head. Ji Sha Realm Lord and Bolagu exchanged a glance. Seeing that he seemed genuinely unaware, they didn't press him further. Now that the royal family has spoken, those old guys from the Perix family will naturally not attack you easily within the empire's borders. So you don't need to worry too much, Bolagu patted Wang Teng on the shoulder, reassuring him. They probably have plenty of underhanded tactics. As long as they aren't discovered, even royalty can't say anything, said Lord Ji Sha. Finally, Bolagu, the Lord of Jixia Realm, and the Grand Masters of the Sub-Profession Alliance all took their leave. After the crowd dispersed, the Baron's mansion returned to its quiet state. However, the courtyard was in complete disarray, with everything destroyed by the force. Wang Teng's gaze was deep and thoughtful as he scanned his surroundings, his face revealing no emotion. Anne and her maids cautiously emerged and stood quietly behind him, not daring to disturb him. They felt that their master looked frightening at the moment. Beneath his calm appearance, there seemed to be a turbulent storm brewing. The mentalist Bertha, accompanied by her guards, stood at a distance, gazing at that figure from behind, unable to calm down for a long time. Today's events have greatly shocked them. The pressure from the Perix family, the intervention of a royal family of a different surname, the three Grand Masters of the Secondary Profession Alliance, the involvement of the royal family, and so on, all of these have left them feeling incredulous. They now realized that their master was no ordinary person. Let's tidy up the surroundings, Wang Teng said calmly. Yes, Anne replied with a bow. Wang Teng didn't say anything more and turned back to his room. He sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes. At this moment, Roundy appeared and said, Wang Teng, why don't we run away? Go ahead and run, I'm going to stick with them, Wang Teng said without even opening his eyes. But they are a royal family of a different surname. You've offended them terribly today, and even said something about fighting to the death. They must want to kill you. If we don't run, how can we defeat them? Roundy said anxiously. The worst that can happen is death, Wang Teng said. Sai, I shouldn't have persuaded you to come to Dachin in the first place. Roundy was filled with regret. Wang Teng ignored it and focused his mind on the attribute panel. During the battle between the Domain Lord and World Lord levels, many attribute bubbles dropped out, and Wang Teng quietly picked them up when he saw Bolagu and the others off. Those are attribute bubbles dropped by Domain Lords and World Lords, and Wang Teng was full of anticipation for them. Fire-type Star Force * 5000. Fire-type Star Force * 6000. Flame Origin * 200. Raging Beast Flame 100. Fire-type Star Force * 8000. Fire-type Star Force * 7000. Flame Origin * 300. Open Black Lens Bracket Starfire 150 Close Black Lens Bracket. Dragon Blood Battle Body * 200. Ellipsis. Gold Type Star Force * 13500. Open Black Lens Bracket Origin of Gold * 250 Close Black Lens Bracket. Wind Type Star Force * 11800. Open Black Lens Bracket Origin of Wind * 200 Close Black Lens Bracket. Fire Type Star Force * 3000. Fire Type Star Force * 2000. Open Black Lens Bracket Sea Whale Flame 300 Close Black Lens Bracket. Open Black Lens Bracket Sea Whale Flame 400 Close Black Lens Bracket. Flame Domain * 200. Flame Domain * 150. Gold Type Star Force * 4000. Open Black Lens Bracket Golden Realm * 250 Close Black Lens Bracket. 800 Stellar Level Spirit Points. Ellipsis. As Wang Teng absorbed and digested each attribute bubble, he was deeply shaken. Much of the previous gloom was dispelled, and he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Good heavens! This attribute bubble has a lot of good stuff. The total amount of Fire Star Force is 31,000 points, Metal Star Force is 17,500 points, and Wind Star Force is 11,800 points. As this massive amount of stellar energy surged into his body, his fire, metal, and wind energies all increased significantly. Suddenly, Wang Teng's body trembled. His metal elemental stellar force had already reached its peak, and now he was about to break through. A massive amount of metal elemental stellar energy surged wildly within him, flowing through his limbs and bones. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He immediately followed the steps he had taken last time to enhance the fire-type star power, and first upgraded the star level, Star Gold technique, to perfection. The blank attribute consumed 20,000 points at once. However, he didn't feel any heartache. He focused on controlling the metal elemental force to circulate rapidly within his body, and then surged towards the sea of nothingness. The void trembled, and a golden bridge formed from the primal force of the metal elemental stars slowly emerged. Boom! All the metal elemental forces traversed the distance of nothingness, reaching the sky above the sea of nothingness, and merging into the 9 metal elemental stars. Buzz buzz buzz! The 9 gold elemental primal force stars began to tremble violently. They then suddenly rushed out and crashed into the center. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, followed by a terrifying surge of primal force from its center. The collision of 9 stars formed a huge golden vortex, adorned with countless dazzling golden crystals, resembling the myriad stars in the universe, beautiful and magnificent. This scene is remarkably similar to the time when the Flame Star Force was upgraded. Wang Teng was familiar with the process, focusing his attention on the rapidly spinning vortex, which was constantly collapsing inward and slowly converging at a single point. Another transformation has begun. Time passed, and I don't know how much time has gone by. The golden vortex had disappeared, and it had transformed into a golden sphere, several times larger than the previous 9 stars, its entire body seemingly formed from condensed golden crystals. Stellar class. At this moment, Wang Teng's metal elemental force has clearly advanced to the stellar level. Immediately, a rich life force surged out from this primal forced star, and merged into Wang Teng's limbs and bones. Wang Teng's body underwent another transformative baptism. From a planetary-level physical body to a stellar-level physical body. Whether it's bones, blood, muscles, or even deeper cells, everything is undergoing a life transformation. However, he has already undergone a transformation once, and now it is simply a recreation, making his body even stronger. In this way, his physical body is twice as strong as that of an ordinary stellar-level martial artist, or even stronger. Because his primal force was obtained through the system, it was extremely pure, and his breakthrough was far beyond that of ordinary martial artists. The breakthrough process seemed slow, but it was actually incredibly fast, completed in just a few breaths. Wang Teng slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, opened his eyes, and a dazzling golden light flashed in his pupils. You've broken through. The round, chubby boy exclaimed in shock. Not bad. Wang Teng nodded. Could it be that he broke through because he was angered by the Perix family? The round-faced man said with a strange expression. Get lost, Wang Teng said irritably, then closed his eyes again and focused his mind on the attribute panel. Golden Star Force, 8,500 1,000ths, Level 1 Stellar. Fire-type Stellar Force, 39,500 7,000ths, Stellar Level 7. Wind-type Star Force, 38,400 7,000ths, Planetary Level 7. While there was no breakthrough in Fire-type and Wind-type star power, there was still a significant improvement. He then continued reading, feeling a great sense of wonder. 500 points of Flame Essence. Kinomoto Gen 250 points. Wind Origin 200 points. 3 fundamental powers. It's incredible that he obtained 3 kinds of primal power. The power of origin can only be mastered by world lords, but now Wang Teng has obtained it, and he has obtained 3 kinds at once. Wang Teng carefully comprehended the 3 primal forces, as if immersed in a world of fire, metal, and wind. There was nothing around except these 3 extremely pure primordial forces. They are not fire, not metal, and not wind, they are simply the most primordial forces, the original forms of the 3 forces. The 3 primal energies eventually settled down in Wang Teng's mind, swirling around before finally coming to a standstill. Wang Teng felt that he could use them, and if he used them in an attack, their power would be immense. Wang Teng took a deep breath and continued reading. Raging Beast Flame. Starfire. Sea whale flame. 3 strange flames. After obtaining these 3 flames, Wang Teng knew that they were just 3 kinds of beast fire, but they possessed strange power that was incomparable to ordinary flames. These 3 types of beast fire clearly all originated from the Perix family. The sea whale flame comes from Waltergu and Synchromon, which Wang Teng had already obtained before. Star Sparrow fire comes from the Fire Sparrow Realm Lord, while Wrathful Beast flame comes from the Wrathful Flame Realm Lord. Although these 3 flames were not as powerful as the extraordinary flames of heaven and earth, Wang Teng gladly accepted them. It's laughable that the Perix family wanted to steal his extraordinary flames, unaware that they had already obtained all of their flames. They even have a special physique, the Dragon Blood Battle Body. As the attribute bubbles representing the Dragon Blood Battle Body merged into his body, a scorching heat immediately spread within Wang Teng's body, causing a peculiar change in his physique. Wang Teng felt as if he had transformed into a gigantic fiery star beast, possessing the ability to control all kinds of flames. That's a fire dragon. This kind of control is different from his usual use of flames. Instead, it is a way of controlling the flames by integrating their power into his physical body, making his body even stronger. Moreover, the stronger the flames, the stronger the Dragon Blood Battle Body becomes. No wonder the Perix family risked their lives to seize his heavenly flame. If beast fire can unleash several times the power of the Dragon Blood Battle Body, then the heavenly flame can unleash dozens of times the power, making them incomparable. Furthermore, this Dragon Blood Battle Body can simultaneously control several types of flames. The more flames it controls, the stronger its power. This was an incredibly good thing for Wang Teng. He possesses quite a few flames, including 4 kinds of extraordinary flames of heaven and earth, plus the 3 beast flames he recently acquired, making a total of 7 flames. If used simultaneously, how powerful would the Dragon Blood Battle Body be? He became more and more excited as he thought about it, and couldn't wait to try it out. Pity. Dragon Blood Battle Body, 201,000th Tier 1. His Dragon Blood Battle Body was only recently obtained, and he had very few attribute points, making his battle body quite weak and unable to fully unleash its power. However, few members of the Perix family are able to control more than 2 types of flames. They have special methods to absorb flames, but only one method. The difficulty increases exponentially with the second method, making it almost impossible to succeed. A slight mistake can lead to being devoured by the flames and dying. Wang Teng couldn't help but sneer inwardly. If the Perix family knew that even their prized Dragon Blood Battle Body had been obtained by him, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood on the spot. In addition, Wang Teng also obtained the power of 2 other domains. Flame Domain. The Realm of Gold. Wang Teng already possessed the Wind Domain, and now he has acquired the Flame Domain and the Metal Domain. It's unbelievable that a stellar-level martial artist like him has mastered 3 domain powers. The Flame Domain is a domain power wielded by Waltergu and Synchromon, with the 2 of them combined reaching 350 points. The Golden Domain is in Land's domain power, totaling 250 points. Flame Domain, 351,000th Tier 135 meters. Golden Realm, 251,000th Tier 125 meters. Wang Teng nodded, then looked at the final stellar-level mental attribute. And Lan truly lived up to her reputation as a cosmic-level mental master, unleashing a stellar-level mental attribute of 800 points, which significantly boosted Wang Teng's mental attribute. After taking stock, Wang Teng realized that he had gained quite a lot this time, which could be considered good news amidst bad news. The feud between Wang Teng and the Perix family spread like wildfire even before the next day. Many people cannot understand this, and some are even terrified. Discussions continue to emanate from all directions. Has Baron Wang Teng gone mad? It's a joke that a baron dares to challenge the Perix family. From now on, we must make sure that the family members stay away from Baron Wang Teng and never get too close to him, lest we provoke the Perix family. Wang Teng is really courting death. How could he possibly stand up to the Perix family? He's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He probably won't live much longer. The Perix family will never allow someone who provokes them to exist. They're definitely going to die. However, Baron Wang Teng's courage is truly remarkable. If he can survive this ordeal, his future achievements will be immeasurable. Everyone has their own opinion, but generally speaking, most people don't think highly of Wang Teng and are secretly mocking him. Only a few people believed that Wang Teng was no ordinary martial artist. If he could rise to prominence in such a perilous situation, he would surely become a giant comparable to the Perix family in the future. Such praise is ridiculously high. But some people really do think that way. In the following days, when many people went to the Baron's mansion to check on the situation, they found that only some insignificant maids remained, while the true master had disappeared without a trace. Many people secretly speculated that Wang Teng might have been scared out of his wits and secretly ran away. Ellipsis. In the universe, a pitch-black spaceship is flying at high speed, surrounded by complete darkness, clearly having entered the dark universe. This spaceship is the Lord-class spaceship left behind by the Lord of the Fire River realm. The Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship has been handed over to Hadid, allowing him to fly to the Imperial Star ahead of schedule. Therefore, Wang Teng can only use the Lord-level spaceship left behind by the Fire River Lord. Moreover, the speed of the Lord-class spaceship is much faster than that of the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship. Wang Teng was in a hurry to return to Earth, so using this spaceship was the best option. As for whether he would be targeted by other powerful figures, he no longer cared about that. Having lots of lice doesn't make you itchy. Roundy, where are we? Inside the spaceship, Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes and asked a question. A round, plump figure appeared, and with a wave of its hand, the spaceship immediately activated a full-scale exterior simulation. We are already 30,000 light-years away from the Great Qian Emperor Star, said Roundy, glancing at the star map. How are Bertha and the others? Wang Teng nodded and asked again. He brought most of his guards with him on this trip, leaving only 20 at the Baron's mansion. The Baron's mansion is located on the Imperial Star, after all. With the royal family speaking up, the Perix family shouldn't cause any more trouble, so Wang Teng has nothing to worry about. They're training in the training room. Roundy chuckled, and the surrounding scene shifted back to the training room. Bertha was training the stellar-level warriors. Although it had only been a few days, they had already become quite disciplined and had become a well-coordinated team. It seems like Bertha is doing a pretty good job, Wang Teng said in surprise. She must have had a similar experience before. This elven mentalist is not an ordinary cosmic level 1, Roundy speculated, stroking his chin. Wang Teng nodded thoughtfully. I don't know what to say about your luck, said Roundy. And that mechanical race domain lord is actually willing to continue helping you, even though you've offended the Perix family. You think everyone's as cowardly as you? Wang Teng said disdainfully. I'm a coward. Roundy pointed to his nose, his eyes wide with anger. Where am I a coward? Explain yourself clearly. Wang Teng chuckled. I'm so angry. You have no idea how serious this is. Am I a coward? I was thinking about your lives. You don't appreciate my kindness at all. Roundy said angrily. All right, I won't argue with you anymore. It's pointless to say anything more now, Wang Teng said, waving his hand. Sigh. Roundy was stunned for a moment, then immediately gave up, hanging its head in dejection, and couldn't help but sigh. Instead of complaining here, we should think about how to deal with the possible retaliation from the Perix family, Wang Teng said. What can we do? We should just hide if we can. After we've dealt with things on Earth, you should quickly find a place to hide and work hard to cultivate so that you can contend with them as soon as possible. The universe is so vast, and the Perix family can't necessarily get involved everywhere, said Roundy. Wang Teng couldn't help but roll his eyes, but he had to admit that this was the best solution at the moment. What can you do if you can't win? You still have to play it safe. Wang Teng shook his head, closed his eyes again, and let Yuan Gun pilot the spaceship. The spaceship sped forward, heading relentlessly towards Earth. Orient Federation. Orient Star. As the main planet of the Orient Federation, Orient Star is the most prosperous life-bearing planet in the Orient Federation. Its economy, technology, and culture have reached an astonishing level, with a large population and a gathering of powerful individuals. The most powerful warriors and influential people in the entire Orient Federation have gathered on this planet. Judging solely from the level of development of this planet, it is clear that the Orient Federation can be considered a cosmic civilization. Although it was only a low-level civilization, it was still a cosmic civilization and an extremely powerful force in the universe. Earth, compared to it, is like a grain of sand in the ocean, so insignificant. At this moment, a meeting is underway in a major city of the Orient Federation. This city is called Holy Star City, and it is home to Holy Star Tower, the largest academy in the Orient Federation. It can be said that the entire city belongs to the Holy Star Tower, hence the name Holy Star. The Holy Star Tower holds an extraordinary position in the Orient Federation, and many powerful individuals have emerged from it, spreading throughout various fields of the Orient Federation. In the Orland Federation, no force can threaten the Holy Star Tower. Even the Federation's high-ranking officials are very wary of the Holy Star Tower. Inside a conference room, connected by a virtual network, powerful figures appeared on either side of the long table in the center of the room. These figures represent various races. Some have fine scales on their faces, some look like ordinary humans, and others are elves, orcs, and so on. The atmosphere at the meeting was somewhat heavy. No one spoke, as if they were wary of something. But before long, someone couldn't help but shout, "You guys should come up with a plan. How exactly is this going to be resolved? The fate of our Blood Moon clan's prodigy, Katu, is still unknown. Are we just supposed to wait here like this?" This was a middle-aged man with an incredibly muscular build, whose upper body was adorned with a blood-red beast totem, giving him a rugged and ferocious appearance. If Wang Teng were here, he would definitely recognize that this person was of the same race as one of the trial participants who came to Earth for the trial. Both were members of the Blood Moon clan, a powerful race in the Blood Moon star system of the Orient Federation. Monka, it's not just your Blood Moon clan's prodigies whose fates are uncertain. The same is true for the prodigies of all our clans. Another short man with fine scales on his face snorted and spoke. So let's not hesitate any longer. Let's all go to that planet together and get an explanation, Monka said. You make it sound so easy. Garrison Commander Claude already said that the warriors from that planet have gone to the Great Qian Empire and may even have received its protection. Who among you dares to ask the Great Qian Empire for them? Said a man with long blonde hair. Sigh. Monka was speechless, his face full of frustration and helplessness, and in the end he could only sigh. The dignified old man in the grey robe, Claude, was also present at the meeting. He opened his eyes, turned his gaze in one direction, and said, "Your Excellency Qinglin, only your Qingshan star system's prodigy, Bila, returned from the last trial. She even brought back a person from Earth. You should give us an explanation for this." Everyone's eyes fell on one particular seat. Two figures sat there, a beautiful woman in her 30s with green hair, and a young woman with long, curly green hair. Claude's gaze lingered on the young woman for a moment, appearing particularly meaningful. This young woman was none other than Bai Luo, who had left Earth back then. Qinglin frowned and said, "I have already explained this matter once. Bila was only allowed to leave because she had cooperated with that Earth star person once and did not become his enemy, which can be considered as forming a good relationship. Cooperating with the natives of the trial grounds is a reasonable thing. If you want to cause trouble, then my Qingshan star system is not easy to bully." Upon hearing this, everyone frowned. Their descendants have all fallen into the hands of that Earth native, and only Bila returned unharmed, which naturally makes them feel resentful. But Qinglin's words also make sense. This matter cannot be blamed on Bila. Besides, the Qingshan star system is of equal strength to them and is not so easy to mess with. If we keep harping on this issue, it won't benefit anyone. We can leave Bila aside, but the earthlings she brought back must be handed over. Claude hadn't intended to do anything to Bila, but now he changed his tone and said this as a compromise. Impossible. That child has a rare constitution that grants light, and I have already taken her in as my disciple. I cannot hand her over to you. Qinglin refused without even thinking. Your Excellency Qinglin, you need to think this through. We need an explanation, Claude said coldly, his face darkening. That's right, Qinglin, call them out. The man with fine scales on his face chimed in. The others chimed in, all agreeing with the decision. They had no goodwill toward the people of Earth and now had no way to deal with them, so they could only set their sights on the person that Bila had brought back. That is, Alice. Bila sat down next to Qinglin, her jade-like hands clenching under the table, her lips pressed tightly together. She brought Alice back with her, and if something happens to her, she will probably feel very guilty. Moreover, Alei and Wang Teng have a close relationship. If he comes back and finds Alei in trouble, what will he think? She wanted to say something, but she had no say in the conversation, and felt utterly helpless. HMPH, there's no room for negotiation on this matter. I won't hand the people over to you. If you have the guts, why don't you launch a military campaign against Earth? Qinglin said in a deep voice. Bila breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Qinglin didn't intend to hand over Alei, but when she heard what he said next, she was startled and her face turned slightly pale. Military action against Earth. This is no small matter. She never expected that her mother would make such a suggestion. If we were to actually wage war against Earth, things would spiral out of control. Earth will definitely not be a match for the Orient Federation. Earth will inevitably become a living hell, and the humans of Earth will have no chance of escaping. In the past, she certainly wouldn't have cared about a backward, indigenous planet. She would have used troops, but she wouldn't have bothered to pay any attention to it. However, Earth is Wang Teng's home planet. If they were to provoke Earth, they would inevitably become mortal enemies with Wang Teng. Knowing Wang Teng as she did, she knew he would never let the matter rest. Wang Teng, who inherited the title of Baron of the Great Qian Empire, possesses precisely this ability. Although he is only a baron, he is a baron from a high-level cosmic civilization, and he should not be underestimated. If he were to return in the future, perhaps he truly would possess the ability to overthrow the Orient Federation. Billah didn't want that to happen. Clot's face darkened slightly. He naturally wanted to wage war against Earth, but he was also wary and did not want to take that step. Qinglun's words undoubtedly put him in a corner, making him extremely embarrassed. An eerie silence fell over the meeting. No one could make a decision regarding the use of troops. Otherwise, with their strength, dealing with a planet without even planetary-level warriors would be a piece of cake. The problem lies with Wang Teng, who went to the Great Qian Empire. They dared not make any rash moves until they received definite news. Then let's use force. However, at this moment, an elderly man with white hair in the head seat slowly spoke. This person was none other than the Dean of the Holy Star Tower, one of the 3 domain lord-level powerhouses of the Orient Federation. Dean St. Luo. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and stared at the white-haired old man with astonished looks. Even Qinglun, the one who proposed it, was speechless, his mouth agape, his heart trembling. The dignity of the Holy Star Tower cannot be violated. This boy killed my Holy Star Tower instructor. If we do not eliminate him, who will be able to submit to my Holy Star Tower in the future? Dean St. Luo said calmly. But, no buts. This decision was made jointly by me and the other 2. The dignity of the Federation also needs to be upheld, Dean St. Rose said. The crowd finally fell silent. The dignity of the Federation must be upheld. No one could refute this reasoning, especially since the decision was made jointly by 3 domain lord-level beings, leaving them no room for objection. In the Orient Federation, the 3 domain lord-level beings are like guardian deities. Without them, there would be no Orient Federation, so no one can refute their decisions. If there are no further questions, then everyone should go back and prepare. We must take Earth. Dean St. Luo's voice was extremely calm, and after speaking, his figure slowly disappeared. After a moment of silence, each with their own thoughts, the group got up and left. Several days later, inside the training room of a world-class spaceship, the 2 figures flashed rapidly, colliding from time to time with tremendous noise, and the aftershocks of their primal force swept outwards. The powerful attack struck the ground and the surrounding walls, creating ripples of light that spread outwards without leaving a trace. The World Lord-class spaceship is said to be able to withstand attacks from World Lord-level powerhouses, so its defensive capabilities are self-evident. Special protective measures have been implemented in the training room. Their attacks couldn't even break the rain shield, let alone damage the spaceship's main body or leave any marks on it. Even if traces of force attacks appear on the spaceship itself, as long as it's not a devastating blow, the metal will quickly return to its original state based on its memory. Boom! After colliding, the 2 figures parted ways and stopped a dozen meters apart. Again, Wang Teng took a slight breath, let out a soft shout, and charged forward again. While he was still halfway there, the azure jade-glazed flame erupted from his body, completely enveloping him. Should we use a different kind of fire from heaven and earth? No. And Lan, who was fighting him, had a sudden thought and her eyes flickered. It was observed that Wang Teng did not use the blue flame as an attack method, but rather absorbed it into his body in a way that was unknown to others. But it wasn't withdrawn, rather, it seemed to merge into the body. As a result, flame-like patterns, resembling runes, appeared on the surface of his skin, making it look exceptionally strange and possessing a unique beauty. What is this? And Lan's eyes flickered, and she felt astonished. Watch out, Wang Teng whispered. Boom! The next moment, an extremely powerful wave suddenly erupted from his body. His aura surged, and he seemed to transform into a terrifying fire beast charging forward. Interesting. And Lan smiled slightly, a hint of interest on her face. Given his strength, Wang Tang naturally couldn't possibly defeat him, but Wang Tang's current appearance piqued his interest. Boom! Wang Tang instantly appeared in front of Lan, his fists condensing into fist imprints from flames as he unleashed a powerful strike. In an instant, the two clashed again, and this time it was even more intense than before. The two exchanged blows, flashing rapidly through the training room, almost leaving only afterimages. A terrifying heat erupted from their collision, causing the temperature inside the training room to rise several times over. Bertha and a group of stellar level guards watched in stunned silence. The level Wang Tang displayed was clearly only at the stellar level, a fact that Bertha had only just learned. She had always thought Wang Tang was a planetary level warrior. Given such a huge difference in strength, it was truly unbelievable that Wang Tang was still fighting so fiercely with that mechanical race domain master. Although the mechanical race domain lord clearly didn't use his full strength, Wang Tang's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary stellar level martial artist. Such methods were enough to threaten a cosmic level martial artist. Bertha's expression was grave. She felt that if she were to fight Wang Tang, she would definitely not be able to win easily. If one is not careful, one could even capsize in a ditch. A moment later, taking advantage of the moment the two separated, Wang Tang suddenly pointed forward, and a golden light flashed out, accompanied by a piercing tearing sound in the air. Lan's eyes flashed, and a black light flew out from his hand, transforming into a flying sword that collided with the golden light. Clang! A crisp metallic clang rang out, and the two beams of light, one black and one gold, separated again, colliding repeatedly in mid-air. A psychic. Bertha took a deep breath, her mouth slightly agape, her heart filled with shock. So my master is also a psychic. Suddenly, she felt that her chances of winning against Wang Tang were even lower. What kind of pervert is this? You really can't compare people. She was already very strong, possessing the ability to crush her opponents among martial artists of the same level. However, compared to Wang Tang, she instantly began to question her own existence. I'm not fighting anymore. Half an hour later, Wang Tang stopped, put away the moon gold wheel, and waved to Lan. Lan then stopped, put away the 1000 machine box, looked at Wang Tang with a strange gaze, and clicked her tongue in amazement, saying, I only realized how abnormal your strength is after actually fighting you, and it seems that you are even stronger than you were in the Fire River realm last time. I've made some progress. Wang Tang nodded, not denying it, but added regretfully, however, it's still too weak. Quote. Everyone fell silent. Bertha, in particular, felt insulted. If this level of strength isn't enough, then what is she anyway? I feel inexplicably sad. You must be feeling down. Lan chuckled and said, quote, Wang Tang. That really hurts, my friend. Life is tough, don't rub it in. Don't be discouraged. You should know that your enemy is the Perix family. To achieve what you have done is something that would be something to brag about for days on end in the universe, and Lan comforted her. Wang Tang waved his hand, completely losing interest in speaking. After absorbing several attribute bubbles at the Domain Lord and World Lord levels, he felt his strength had increased significantly, so he came to spar with Lan to test his strength. The results showed that, with his current abilities, after unleashing the Dragon Blood Battle Body, he should have no problem dealing with martial artists below the 3rd level of the universe level. If combined with mental power and domain techniques, it can completely deal with martial artists at the 4th to 6th level of the universe level. As for the power of origin and techniques like the Void Annihilation Divine Sword technique, they should be able to kill a late-stage cosmic level martial artist. Even if a domain lord is caught off guard, it is not impossible to injure the opponent. That's how Sinclair Monk injured his arm. Wang Tang, what you just used? The round, chubby boy suddenly asked suspiciously in his mind. What did I use? Wang Tang asked knowingly. The technique you just used is very similar to the physique of the Perix family, the round-faced boy asked directly, sounding annoyed. It's just similar. I created it myself, and I'll use it specifically to annoy them in the future, Wang Tang said, making it up on the spot. I don't believe your ghosts. Roundy said speechlessly. Where are we now? Wang Tang asked. I've already left the Great Qian Empire, the round-faced boy said. Wang Tang nodded, preparing to return to his cultivation, when he suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask, by the way, Lan, how many universe-level beings do you have over there? 13. Lan paused for a moment before replying. That should be enough. By the way, where are they? Wang Tang asked curiously. They're all asleep inside the spaceship, and Lan explained, then asked, are you worried about something happening to your home planet? Just in case. Wang Teng nodded. Don't worry, 13 universe-level beings, plus the 2 beside you, are more than enough to roam freely in lower-level universe civilizations, and Lan said. Wang Teng felt slightly relieved and then returned to his room to continue his cultivation. At the same time, in the Orland Federation, a fleet of spaceships departed from Orland Star and sped towards the Milky Way galaxy where Earth is located. These warships house a large number of powerful warriors, planetary, stellar, cosmic, a terrifying force capable of instantly destroying any planet within the Orient Federation. Now they are all heading towards a remote planet in the Milky Way. 10 days later, the fleet arrived at the outer edge of the Milky Way. A cosmic-class spaceship flew out of the Milky Way and landed on the massive, fortress-like warship in the middle of the fleet. Claude emerged from it and entered the enormous warship where he joined a group of cosmic-level warriors. Claude, we've been waiting for you. I didn't expect you to not want to come. If it weren't for orders from above, would you have wanted to back down at the last minute? The voice of Monka, a cosmic-level warrior from the Blood Moon Galaxy, boomed. I just happen to have important business to attend to. Since I have orders from above, I will comply, Claude said calmly, his expression unchanged. Hee, it's good that you're here. It's just a backward planet. I heard it doesn't even have any planetary-level martial artists. What's there to be afraid of? Said a middle-aged man with long blonde hair. Claude ignored him, sighing inwardly. He had a bad feeling about this, which was why he was unwilling to participate in the operation. But since he was directly ordered to join, he couldn't refuse and had no choice but to come despite his reluctance. Thinking of that Earth native kid who escaped last time, his eyes twitched involuntarily. Hatred surged in his heart, yet he was also somewhat wary. Ellipsis. In another direction of the Milky Way, the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship is traversing a wormhole, its destination also being Earth. When the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship was heading to the Great Qian Empire, it was pursued by Claude. Wang Teng had no choice but to accelerate the flight at excessive load, which caused serious damage to the spaceship. Fortunately, after arriving in the Great Qian Empire, Wang Teng never needed to use this spaceship, so he entrusted it to Yuan Gungun for repair. Later, he made a fortune through mining gambling and didn't care about money at all. After replacing all the parts, the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship was naturally restored to its original state. The spaceship is currently en route to Earth, piloted by the shadow assassin warrior, Hattie. Inside the spaceship's main control room, the exterior simulation was activated. Hardy stood in front of the control panel and asked in a hoarse voice, how much longer? Several stellar-level warriors were piloting the spaceship nearby. Wang Teng had taken this into account when he bought the slaves, so there were quite a few slaves who could pilot spaceships. One of the navigators checked the star map and said, Lord Hardy, we have entered the Milky Way. In another 5 days we should reach the star system where Earth is located. Yes, full speed ahead, make sure we reach our destination as soon as possible, and don't delay what Master instructed us to do, Hardy said in a completely flat voice. Yes, everyone was alarmed and dared not delay. They immediately followed Hardy's instructions and increased the speed of the spaceship to the maximum. From the outside, it could be seen that the spaceship suddenly accelerated in the pitch-black void and abruptly disappeared from its original spot. Like a blurry black line extending forward until it vanished into the end of the void. Earth, this beautiful blue planet floats quietly in the void of space. After billions of years of evolution and reproduction, it has become what it is today. Countless lives have been conceived on this planet. Even after several devastating calamities, life continues to grow like chives, one crop after another, tenaciously surviving and reproducing. Humans are now the dominant species on this planet. Earth, Sha Kingdom, East Sea. A very distinctive building stands here. This building, which was recently built, is several hundred meters tall and incorporates features from various countries. It is currently the tallest building on Earth. Global Union Building. This building is the office location of the global community proposed by the heads of state of all countries after the formation of the global community. Although each country inevitably harbors its own agenda and seeks its own interests, they have united in the face of the great era that is about to begin. This global union building serves as a link. As for why it was built in the East China Sea, it's naturally because of that human hero. Wang Teng. Today, Wang Teng enjoys an incredibly high level of popularity worldwide. Even though he has left Earth, people still remember this hero. Furthermore, since Donghai is not the capital of any country, building this joint building is undoubtedly the most suitable option. Today is the weekly routine community meeting. Outside the Global Union building, aircraft came from all directions and fell from the sky. Then, leaders of various countries, high-ranking officials, and other important figures disembarked from the aircraft, greeted each other, and walked towards the building. When they arrived at the building, they all stopped in front of a statue, paused briefly, or took off their hats before entering the building. The sculpture depicts a young man with an upright posture and outstanding temperament, his eyes looking towards the sky as if gazing at the vast universe. The conference hall on the top floor of the Global Union building. The heads of state took their seats, and since the meeting had not yet started, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves, discussing the current situation and expressing their views. Occasionally, an interesting anecdote would break out, eliciting a burst of low laughter. Time passed slowly, and at 9 o'clock in the morning, everyone finally arrived, and the meeting began. As is customary, everyone should speak freely, the martial arts leader of Sha Kingdom said with a smile. I have some good news to share. 5 people from our Bald Eagle Kingdom have already advanced to the planetary level, the black leader of the Bald Eagle Kingdom announced. 5. Everyone was shocked. I remember your country only had 3 last time, but now there are 5? The head of state of Australia asked incredulously. Ha ha ha, good luck, good luck. The head of state of the Bald Eagle country laughed happily. 5 is indeed very good, but our Great Bear Kingdom is not bad either. We already have 4, and we will soon reach 5, said the head of the Great Bear Kingdom. And our Nordic Union has also made another breakthrough, bringing the total to 3 planetary-level warriors, said the head of state of the Nordic Union. Ellipsis ellipsis. People began to share the number of people promoted in their own countries, a clear sense of competition among them. In the face of the grand cosmic era, there is no point in hiding anything. Since Wang Teng left behind a planetary-level cultivation technique, martial artists from various countries have successively broken through to the planetary level. It has to be said that the number of people who broke through exceeded Wang Teng's expectations. He initially thought that it would be good if each country could have 1 or 2 martial artists break through to the planetary level in a short period of time. It now seems he underestimated the martial artists from various countries. Many people remain at the peak of the warrior level for many years without breaking through, simply because they lack subsequent cultivation techniques. Countries around the world are now striving to break through their own limitations and increase the number of planetary-level personnel. Furthermore, they plan to assemble a planetary-level team so that when Wang Teng returns, he can lead planetary-level warriors from various countries to the universe. How many people in Sha Kingdom have advanced to the planetary level now? Someone suddenly asked. 7, the martial arts leader said with a smile. 7. Everyone was taken aback, and all eyes turned to the martial arts leader, feeling somewhat incredulous. Previously, the Bald Eagle Kingdom and the Sha Kingdom stood side by side, with their national strength and military power being roughly equal. However, Sha Kingdom now has 2 more planetary-level beings than Bald Eagle Kingdom. Don't be fooled by the fact that 2 may seem like a small number. They are planetary-level warriors, each of whom is an extremely powerful force. Having 2 more is like having 2 heavyweight weapons. Could it be that Lord Wang Teng left Sha Kingdom with resources for a breakthrough when he left? Many people secretly wondered, it's so sour, aren't you envious and jealous? But there's nothing we can do. Wang Teng is a citizen of the Sha Kingdom, so it's perfectly reasonable for him to take care of his own country. There's nothing wrong with that, and we can't be jealous. In reality, Wang Teng left nothing behind. The Sha Kingdom produced many outstanding people, which is surprising. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations to Sha Kingdom. Ellipsis ellipsis. Leaders from various countries spoke up, suppressing their bitterness, and offered their congratulations to the Sha Kingdom. By the way, has there been any news from His Excellency Wang Teng? The head of state of the Bald Eagle Kingdom asked. No news yet. A hint of worry flashed in the martial arts leader's eyes as he shook his head. He was one of the 7 martial artists in Sha Kingdom who had advanced to the planetary level, and he was still the strongest one. Even after fighting against planetary-level martial artists from other countries, no one could defeat him. Apart from Wang Teng, the martial arts leader has become the strongest person on Earth. Therefore, everyone respected and admired him. Is that so? I wonder when Lord Wang Teng will be able to return? The crowd asked with a mixture of regret and hope. We should enter the universe as soon as possible. Relying on Lord Wang Teng alone is really too weak, said the head of the Bald Eagle Kingdom. Yes, we on Earth should work together to meet the coming of a great era. What are your thoughts on the proposed planetary-level warrior exploration team? It's feasible. All we need now is a spaceship that can travel through the universe. It's a pity that the spaceships left behind by those alien trial participants are no longer usable. Some parts were disassembled, and our Earth's technology cannot restore them. There's also the energy problem. Without enough energy, we simply can't support space travel, and we probably won't even be able to leave the Milky Way. Ellipsis. The head of state of the Bald Eagle Nation seemed to have opened up a topic, and everyone chimed in, their voices unanimous in their desire to enter space as soon as possible. The martial arts leader and the three marshals exchanged glances, all seeing a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. They are aware of the thoughts of various countries, but they cannot make decisions on their own. The technology of spaceships is not a problem they can overcome at present. Moreover, the situation outside is unclear, and dangers lurk everywhere in the universe. If Earth rashly enters the universe, the slightest mistake could lead to annihilation. Therefore, the best course of action now is to wait for Wang Teng to return. Just as the martial arts leader was about to speak to reassure everyone, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the conference hall. What's going on? Everyone's expression changed drastically. The martial arts leader, with a solemn expression, immediately opened an image transmitted back from space. A spaceship was seen flying from the depths of outer space into the solar system, captured by a satellite, and the data was transmitted back to Earth. It's a spaceship! Exclamations rang out immediately. A spaceship? Could it be that aliens have landed on Earth again? Quickly, the entire world is on alert. Ellipsis. During the meeting, the heads of states' expressions changed drastically, becoming extremely tense. Wait a minute, why does this spaceship look so much like the one that Lord Wang Teng piloted away back then? Someone suddenly said. What? His Excellency Wang Teng's spaceship? The head of the Bald Eagle Kingdom exclaimed in surprise. So everyone quickly moved closer to take a closer look at the spaceship. It really does seem to be Wang Teng's spaceship, the martial arts leader said, not entirely certain. Quickly, have the satellites monitor in real time and send back the clearest images, the head of state of the Bald Eagle immediately ordered. Soon after, clearer images of the spaceship were transmitted back. This time, everyone could see it much more clearly and finally confirmed that the spaceship was indeed the one that Wang Teng had piloted away. Phew! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and then joy appeared on their faces. Lord Wang Teng has returned. That's great. We've been thinking about him for so long, and he's finally back. Haha, it's good that you're back. Our plans can now be put on the agenda. Everyone wore expressions of joy, believing that Wang Teng had returned. Everyone. The martial arts leader spoke, drawing everyone's attention. We must go on a global alert, the martial arts leader said. When Wang Teng left, he said that no matter who comes, we must be on guard. There are many ships of the same model in the universe, and there is another possibility. If something happens to Wang Teng, Earth will probably be exposed. The surroundings were quiet, and the atmosphere became somewhat heavy. Okay, order the entire world to go on high alert. Everyone agreed, and soon a series of orders were issued from this place. The state apparatus was put into operation, with the army, weapons, and warriors all mobilized and placed on the highest alert. Countless fighter jets took off, circling the sky in formation, guarding the skies above various major cities. Some fighter jets were also preparing to intercept the enemy and conduct direct contact in the sky. If Wang Teng returns, there will be no problem. But if it is other alien invaders, then we will have no choice but to fight to the death. 3 or 4 hours passed as everyone waited anxiously. The spaceship was traveling at extremely high speed, eventually approaching Earth and entering its atmosphere before descending towards the ground. But before it could land, it was intercepted by a group of fighter jets. Please stop. A universal language was transmitted from the fighter jets. The inhabitants of Earth are already learning the universal language, and many language geniuses have almost mastered it and are able to communicate normally. Since the visitor's identity is unknown, it's best for them to communicate using a universal language, just in case. Meanwhile, the footage from here was also transmitted back via fighter jets. The spaceship's door slowly opened, and a figure stepped out. His powerful aura was terrifying. He seemed to possess an innate presence, and just by standing there, one felt an urge to submit. This is the inevitable reaction of the weak when facing the strong. Alien. Inside the Global Union building, when the heads of state saw the gray-robed man emerge, they immediately knew he was not Wang Teng, and their expressions changed. This is actually an alien. Did something really happen to Wang Teng? Or is this actually just another spaceship of the same model? But either way, it's not a good thing for Earth. The heads of state looked very grim. They hadn't expected that the situation they least wanted to see would still occur. Wang Teng did not return. An alien visitor emerged from the spaceship. Although they didn't know the other party's identity, their powerful aura made them feel uneasy. The newcomer was incredibly powerful. Even through the screen, they could feel his terrifying aura. The figure seemed to notice their gaze and looked in the direction of the surveillance camera, as if meeting their eyes. A single glance was enough to send shivers down the spines of the world's heads of state, making them feel as if they were about to kneel down. Fortunately, they were determined and did not confront each other directly, so they were able to withstand the pressure and did not do anything shameful. This alien is very powerful. That's incredible. What is his purpose in coming to Earth? If he were to attack Earth, we would have absolutely no chance of resistance. Ellipsis. The heads of state were completely panicked, and a great uproar erupted, making it difficult to calm down. I have come by order of my lord, King Teng. Just then, a voice came from the gray-robed man, speaking the universal language. I have come by order of my lord, King Teng. The gray-robed man's voice slowly echoed in the sky. Everyone was stunned, their eyes slightly open, unable to react. What is that? Even Sha Guo's dragon general blurted out in his accent. I understand each word, but I don't quite get it when they're put together, the head of state and the marshal of the Bald Eagle Kingdom said, exchanging a bewildered glance. Could it be that we haven't learned our universal language properly? The head of the Kangaroo Kingdom remarked. Did he just mention Wang Teng? And say that Wang Teng is his master? Did I hear that right? The head of the Great Bear Kingdom wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said uncertainly. If you misheard, then we probably misheard too, said the head of the Nordic countries. The group of people were all incredulous, and the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat eerie. Just then, Hadid in the sky became visibly impatient. He, a powerful cosmic-level expert of the Shadow Assassin clan, had come to such a backward planet, only to be met with such a cold reception. If it weren't for Wang Teng's orders, he probably wouldn't have bothered with any more words and would have taken action long ago to show them how to respect a cosmic-level powerhouse. Didn't you hear what I said? Hardy's indifferent voice rang out again. Everyone was startled and immediately realized what was happening. Ahem, let's contact this powerful figure ourselves. The martial arts leader coughed, seemingly hesitant, but finally said. Yes, we should step in ourselves. The others nodded in agreement. For such an insurmountable powerhouse, it's natural to be friendly if possible. Besides, given their strength, there's no need to waste words with them, which suggests that his words are quite credible. The thought of that possibility shocked everyone, but they could only suppress their thoughts and quickly contact the other party. Sir, we are representatives of the Earthstar Union. Led by the martial arts leader of Sha Kingdom, his voice came through the fighter jet's loudspeaker, introducing himself before hesitatingly saying. Are you really sent by Wang Teng? Hardy immediately understood the other party's concerns. Clearly, his strength was too great for the natives of this planet to trust. He really couldn't understand how his master, who came from such a primitive planet where even planetary-level martial artists were scarce, managed to rise to the upper echelons of the Great Qian Emperor Star. They even bought him, a cosmic-level martial artist from the Shadow Killer clan, for a huge sum of money. How could a martial artist from a backward planet have so much money? In short, there was something strange about it. Although he was very impatient, he could not disobey Wang Teng's orders, so he could only patiently say, I was sent by my master Wang Teng. If you don't believe me, you can enter the virtual universe and talk to him yourself. The martial arts leaders and others were visibly shocked upon hearing Hardy's explanation. This incredibly powerful martial artist was actually sent by Wang Teng. Moreover, he addressed Wang Teng as master. They couldn't fathom what Wang Teng had experienced in the universe during those months he was away, that he had acquired such a powerful servant. However, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least this powerful figure wasn't an intruder, which was undoubtedly good news. As for that virtual universe, they weren't quite sure what it was either. They'd find out later by asking. Since you really were sent by Wang Teng, please land in the East China Sea with the fighter jet. We will be waiting for you here, the martial arts leader said politely. Although the other party claimed to be Wang Teng's servants, they dared not be negligent in the face of such a powerful figure and still had to show the respect they deserved. Hardy nodded, said nothing more, and did not return to the spaceship. The surrounding fighter jets received orders and flew towards the East China Sea of Sha Kingdom to lead the way. Meanwhile, the Hattie and the Qian Yuan E-63 spacecraft followed behind. Seeing how easily Hardy flew behind the fighter jet, the martial arts leaders and others immediately held him in even higher regard. Not long after, the Hardy and Qian Yuan E-63 spacecraft landed in the square in front of the East China Sea Union building. Many people in the East China Sea saw the spaceship, causing an uproar. How could a spaceship have come to Earth? No wonder the East China Sea just went on high alert. It looks like something big is about to happen. What, Donghai just entered a state of enlightenment? How come I didn't know? You know nothing. Not only has the East China Sea been placed on alert, but my aunt's neighbor's cousin's second nephew is in the United States. He said that the United States has also just been placed on alert. I'm afraid it's not just the East China Sea, but the whole world is on alert. No way, could it be an alien invasion? It shouldn't be. If it were an alien invasion, that spaceship wouldn't have been able to reach the East China Sea so easily. That's right, now we have the formation left by Wang Teng in the East China Sea, so ordinary foreign enemies can't easily invade. Hey, don't you guys think this spaceship looks familiar? Ellipsis. The martial arts leaders and others were already waiting in the square. Hardy landed in front of the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship, and then a group of stellar-level martial artists also stepped out of the spaceship. There were 50 people in total. The martial arts leaders and others widened their eyes again, their hearts filled with shock. Oh my god, what kind of lineup is this? Those warriors in their battle armor possessed incredibly powerful auras, each one could easily sweep away everyone present. It's likely that all the planetary-level warriors on Earth combined wouldn't be a match for them. That's terrifying. The heads of state were somewhat taken aback and remained speechless for a long time. Hardy frowned and asked, "Who among you is in charge?" The universal language, distinct from Earth's languages, finally awakened everyone, and the heads of state of various countries exchanged a wink with the martial arts leader. The meaning is clear. Wang Teng is from the Sha Kingdom, so you go first. The martial arts leader, feeling helpless, could only bite the bullet and step forward, performing a traditional earthly greeting, saying, "We are all representatives of various countries on Earth. May I ask why Wang Teng sent you here? My master has important business to attend to, but he is worried that someone might harm Earth, so he sent me ahead of time to Earth to protect you," Hardy said simply. The martial arts leaders and others immediately understood that the enemy he was referring to was the Orient Alliance. Wang Teng, hasn't he returned? The martial arts leader asked. He'll be there soon, probably a few days before me, Hardy said. Everyone was overjoyed upon hearing this. Wang Teng's servants are all such powerful martial artists. If they were to return in person, they would surely bring back good news. Presumably, Earth will soon enter the great era of the universe. If you have anything to say to him, you can enter the virtual universe and speak with the master in person, Hardy said. What is a virtual universe? The head of state of the bald eagle couldn't help but ask. Quote. Hardy was stunned for a moment, unsure of what to think. As expected of natives, they don't even know what a virtual universe is. Why are the inhabitants, who also came from this planet, so vastly different from them? After a helpless explanation, the heads of state finally understood what this virtual universe was all about. Magic, that's amazing. There exists a virtual universe that is completely independent of reality. Given Earth's technological level, they simply couldn't imagine it. No, this can't be simply described as technology. There are many elements involved that they cannot understand. Forget it. Since you don't know about the virtual universe, you definitely don't have a universe account and can't enter the virtual universe, Hardy said, shaking his head. If we can't get in, so be it. Wang Teng will be back soon. We can talk about it then, the martial arts leader said. Hardy nodded. Please follow me, everyone. I'll arrange accommodations for you. The martial arts leader gestured for them to follow. Hardy followed behind him and asked, It looks peaceful here, no intruders have come. Yes, there are no invaders for the time being. I wonder how Wang Teng is doing in the universe. The martial arts leader inquired. My master is now a baron of the Great Qian Empire, a high-level civilization in the universe. With a title, he is no ordinary martial artist. A complex look flashed in Hardy's eyes as he spoke. That's why he's extraordinary. Otherwise, why would a cosmic-level martial artist from the Shadow Assassin clan run errands for him? You can't argue with that. A baron from a high-level civilization in the universe, he really did it. The martial arts leaders and others were deeply shocked, their expressions equally complex. They all knew this was a very difficult path, with a success rate of less than 1 in 10,000, but they had no choice but to let Wang Teng take the risk. He carries the hopes of the entire planet on his shoulders. To everyone's surprise, Wang Teng actually succeeded. He had only been gone for a few months, yet he had become a baron in a highly advanced civilization in the universe, and so many powerful warriors were under his command. It's unbelievable just thinking about it. If it were them, I doubt anyone could do it. Shocked, everyone couldn't help but think of clinging to Wang Teng's powerful backer, especially the heads of state from various countries. Without the advantage of Sha Kingdom, if they didn't cling to him, they wouldn't even get a taste of the spoils. The martial arts leaders then arranged accommodations for Hardy and his group at the VIP reception center in Donghai, treating them with the highest level of hospitality and showing no disrespect despite them being Wang Teng's servants. At the same time, heads of state from various countries also subtly inquired about Wang Teng's situation. May I ask what realm this gentleman is at? The head of the Bald Eagle Kingdom turned his gaze and asked with a smile. I'm cosmic level, Hardy replied casually. Cosmic level? Hiss. Everyone was stunned for a moment, gasping in shock, thinking they had misheard. A cosmic level martial artist. They already had some understanding of the realms beyond the planetary level, knowing that after the planetary level came the stellar level, and after the stellar level came the cosmic level. And the person in front of me is actually a cosmic level powerhouse. A living, breathing cosmic level martial artist appeared before them, just like a legendary figure standing before their eyes. It's like being in a dream. This person was actually Wang Teng's servant. They were going crazy, they almost questioned the meaning of life. And what about them? The head of state of the Bald Eagle Kingdom swallowed hard and asked, looking at the warriors behind Hardy. They are stellar-level martial artists. Hardy frowned, finding the old man somewhat annoying, and said indifferently. The head of state of the Bald Eagle was stunned again, and he was in a bad mood. Other heads of state were no better off, their shock was indescribable. They were previously complacent about having a few more planetary-level martial artists in their country. But then Wang Teng casually sent back a servant who turned out to be a cosmic-level martial artist. This is simply incomparable. The gap is despair-inducing. Not only that, but apart from that cosmic-level powerhouse, the other 50 martial artists were all stellar-level martial artists. 50 stellar-level warriors. The heads of state of various countries felt what a gap as deep as an abyss truly meant. At the same time, they were secretly glad that they hadn't neglected Hardy and the others, otherwise, if this group had gotten angry, the entire planet would have been in trouble. This is nothing. The real main force will arrive with our master, Hardy said, seeing their pathetic state. It seems like it would be fun to give these natives a good beating. The real main force. The crowd's expressions changed slightly, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. These people were just the vanguard. Many more martial artists were coming later. The heads of state were all bewildered, realizing that they had underestimated Wang Teng. He was terrifyingly powerful. The Wang family members naturally learned of Wang Teng's impending return immediately. The Wang family now holds a very high position, especially in the East China Sea, where they can be considered the true masters of the East China Sea. Even martial arts leaders and others have tacitly accepted this identity. Because they knew that once Wang Teng returned, even Earth might become his private property, so what was the East China Sea to them? Hadid met with the royal family. The martial arts leader and the 3 marshals personally accompanied them and introduced the 2 sides to each other. These are Wang Teng's grandfather, father, mother, and this one is Wang Teng. When Hadid was introduced, the martial arts leader paused for a moment. He wanted to say that he was Wang Teng's servant, but considering the other party's great strength, he didn't know how to start the conversation. I am Baron Wang Teng's servant, Hardy said directly, without any attempt to hide it. He was very polite to the Wang family members, even though they were not strong, and in his opinion, they were very weak and he could crush them with one hand. He did not underestimate them in the slightest. After all, these people are Wang Teng's relatives, so their status is different. He came to Earth this time on Wang Teng's orders to protect the Wang family. This shows that Wang Teng values these family members very much and will not tolerate any accidents. If he leaves a bad impression on the other party, Wang Teng will definitely not let him off the hook. He was still hoping that Wang Tang could free him from his slave status. Old Master Wang and the others were unaware of the crucial point involved, and were extremely surprised when they heard that this powerful martial artist was Wang Tang's servant. And what's with the title of Baron? When did Wang Tang become a baron? The martial arts leaders and others couldn't help but smile bitterly to themselves when they saw how Hardy treated the royal family. That attitude is way too obvious. They treated them with an attitude of superiority, not even glancing at them, but when they came to the Wang family, they were extremely polite. Such a sudden change from arrogance to obsequiousness would have made them feel somewhat displeased if the other party hadn't been a cosmic-level martial artist. But the gap in strength left them utterly helpless. Afterwards, the Wang family members chatted with Hardy. The Wang family members were mainly asking about Wang Tang, while Hardy answered their questions. Although he still looked like a dead fish, at least he answered all the questions without showing any impatience. Grandpa Wang, Wang Shengguo, and others finally learned that Wang Tang had inherited a baronial title in a high-level civilization in the universe, which meant he had a formal identity. And not a low one at that. My grandson is truly remarkable. He has actually inherited a title. Old Master Wang stroked his white beard and laughed heartily. This kid, Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei laughed, a hint of pride showing on their faces. Needless to say, the other members of the Wang family were all beaming with joy. The Wang family's current status was entirely due to Wang Tang. The better he did, the better the Wang family would naturally be. Afterwards, the Wang family chatted with Hattie for a while. Since Hattie had only been bought by Wang Tang and then sent over, he didn't know much about Wang Tang's affairs, so the Wang family didn't know much. In the end, they could only regretfully get up and prepare to leave. Having received news of Wang Tang and knowing that he would be returning soon, the Wang family was filled with anticipation. These 30 stellar-level warriors will accompany you back to the Wang family. In case anything happens, they can protect you. When seeing off the Wang family, Hattie counted out 30 stellar-level martial artists and said to Old Master Wang and the others. The Wang family members were immediately startled and hesitated. They already knew how powerful these martial artists were. Each one was a stellar-level martial artist above the planetary level. Countless times stronger than the strongest planetary-level martial artist on Earth. Now, this powerful figure is asking them to spare 30 people to protect the Wang family, which makes them feel somewhat flattered. It's alright, we are servants of our master, and protecting the royal family is our duty, said Hadid, his voice hoarse, his entire body concealed in a grey robe. The Wang family members couldn't see his expression, but upon hearing these words, they all exchanged bewildered glances, their hearts filled with shock. The attitude of these martial artists towards Wang Tang was truly unexpected. Since this gentleman says so, you may take him back, the martial arts leader said from the side. Alright, then I'll gladly accept your offer. Old Master Wang finally nodded and agreed. When the Wang family returned to their base with a group of powerful individuals, many people received the news. Even just seeing those 30 stellar-level martial artists from afar was enough to send shivers down one's spine, demonstrating their formidable strength. As a result, many families familiar with the Wang family came to visit and inquire about the news. 3 days passed in this way. Nothing unusual happened on Earth. Was this mission so successful? The master should be arriving soon. It would be best if the first task assigned to me goes smoothly without any unexpected problems. Hardy's face remained expressionless beneath his grey robe as he muttered to himself. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. As a slave, his life and death were in Wang Tang's control. Even a prodigy of the Shadow Killer clan like him had to bow his head. At the same time, in the universe, a fleet of dozens of warships silently entered the solar system, yet no one on Earth noticed. In the center of the fleet, inside a giant warship that resembled a war fortress, Claude and the others stood side by side in front of the main control panel and started the outdoor simulation. In front of them was a blue planet. Let's land directly. This planet has very few planetary-level warriors. Our fleet can easily sweep it away after landing, said Monka, a cosmic-level warrior from the Blood Moon Galaxy with a crimson beast totem on his body, calmly. The others had no doubts. Although they were wary of Wang Tang, they were absolutely confident in dealing with this backward planet. Immediately, orders were issued from the massive warship. The entire fleet swept across the void like ghosts, leaving no trace, and descended towards Earth. They eventually landed in the depths of the ocean. A fishing boat passed by, and the crew looked up in horror, utterly terrified. Look, there's a spaceship. So many spaceships. Oh my god, has it been an alien invasion? What should we do? Quickly, hurry, we must get back and report to the global community. Ellipsis. The fishing boat was in chaos. All the crew members were panicked, pale-faced, and shouting loudly. Boom! Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from a warship, instantly striking the fishing boat and blasting it to pieces. How pitiful. On the massive warship, a blond man shook his head. They were just a bunch of ordinary people who weren't even planetary level. They're dead, so what? Claude said indifferently. What do we do now? Monka asked. Hack into this planet's network and get the information we need, Claude said. Intelligent system, initiate intrusion, scan. Yes. A mechanical voice echoed in the control room, and streams of data flashed before the eyes of Claude and the others, moving at a speed too fast for the eyes to follow. Scan complete. Soon, the mechanical voice sounded again. This planet is called Earth, and the target is located in the East China Sea of Sha Kingdom. One portrait after another appeared before Claude and the others. They were photos of the royal family members. Found it. Head directly to the East Sea of Sha Kingdom on this planet, Claude said. The entire fleet changed direction and flew directly towards the East China Sea at an extremely high speed, reaching the East China Sea in just 20 minutes. Outside the territorial waters of the Sha Kingdom. Beep beep beep. A piercing alarm suddenly blared over the East China Sea, instantly spreading throughout the entire city. What happened? Has another sea monster uprising occurred? Oh my god, what is that? Spaceships. So many spaceships. Ellipsis. Many people spotted the dark mass of the fleet in the sky above the territorial waters, and were horrified, with uproar reaching the heavens. The martial arts leaders and the three marshals immediately received the news and flew out of their residences to look towards the East China Sea. Their faces were extremely solemn, and a sense of foreboding arose in their hearts. Hardy also spotted the fleet and took to the sky. Behind him, the stellar-level warriors followed closely. It's a spaceship. Spaceships. The martial arts leaders and others' pupils shrank, and they gritted their teeth and said, how did these spaceships enter Earth without us noticing? Your Earth's technology is too backward. These warships have clearly activated their stealth systems, so it's normal that you can't detect them, Hardy said. Damn it, we're in such a passive position, Long Shuai said helplessly. Judging from the insignia on that warship, it's the same as the alien invaders' ship from before. It should be people from the Orient Federation, Hong Shuai said with a solemn expression. The Orient Federation is still determined to destroy our planet, Yang Shuai said through gritted teeth. Sir, what should we do now? The martial arts leader frowned and asked Hardy. He felt helpless. In this situation, he could only ask Hardy, because they had no chance of resisting such a fleet. Let's wait and see, Hardy said calmly, his brow furrowed beneath his grey robe. Even under such circumstances, he did not show the slightest sign of panic, as if nothing could shake him. His appearance calmed down the martial arts leaders and others considerably. At least they still have this cosmic-level martial artist and those 50 stellar-level martial artists, which is a formidable team. Just then, the fleet slowly arrived over the East China Sea. Dozens of warships cast terrifying shadows, enveloping the entire East China Sea as if the end of the world had come, filling people with fear. People of Earth, you have 10 minutes to hand over Wang Tang's family and friends, or we will destroy the entire planet. A cold, eerie voice suddenly boomed across the heavens and Earth. A cold, eerie voice echoed through the air. The entire East China Sea fell into a deathly silence. The sound was so loud that everyone in the city could hear it. So everyone, no matter what they were doing, stopped what they were doing, looked up, went out of their homes, or looked out of their windows, all staring at the sky in utter horror. The dozens of warships stretched across the sky like ferocious beasts, their steel bodies gleaming with a cold luster that sent chills down one's spine. Before long, a tremendous uproar erupted. Hand over Wang Tang's family and friends, or we'll destroy the entire planet. These people came for Wang Tang. In an instant, the crowd erupted in chaos. No one expected that the alien invasion was actually for Wang Tang. Moreover, if they do not hand over Wang Tang, the entire planet Earth will be destroyed. What should we do? Everyone panicked and didn't know what to do. The martial arts leaders and others' expressions changed drastically. These alien invaders were so vicious, they actually wanted to use this method to put Wang Tang's family on the opposite side of all humanity on Earth. Wang Tang's role on Earth is extremely important. But not everyone knows this, and many people may not be able to withstand the pressure of alien invaders. 10 minutes. They only have 10 minutes. Let alone ordinary people, even some bigwigs from various countries might not be able to resist having other thoughts. When faced with one's own life and death, everything else is insignificant. A cold glint flashed in Hardy's eyes. He didn't care about anything else, but he had to make sure that nothing went wrong with Wang Teng's family and friends. His mission is more important than anything else. As for this backward, indigenous planet, its destruction is simply a matter of letting it be destroyed. As far as he knew, a baron from an advanced cosmic civilization possessed at least the territory of a star system. So, in Wang Teng's hands, a life-bearing planet probably wouldn't amount to much. Hadid made a decision immediately and sent a message to the stellar-level warriors on the Wang family's side, instructing them to take the Wang family members to the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship immediately. If necessary, he would take the Wang family members and leave directly. At this moment, the Wang family members heard the noise coming from outside and were thrown into chaos. The entire Wang family was gripped by fear. Even Wang Teng's aunt and uncle, who were just ordinary people, were already pale with fright. The younger generation was also filled with fear. Although they had recently embarked on the path of martial arts and matured considerably, they still seemed too naive in the face of such a terrifying existence as alien invaders. Wang Shenghong, Wang Shengguo, Wang Shengjun, and others had experienced many ups and downs, so even in the face of this life or death crisis, they remained relatively calm and did not lose their composure. Lin Chuan's family is also here. They are also on the protection list. They weren't much better off facing the alien invaders. Not everyone can calmly face such a situation. It would be good enough if they weren't terrified. Calm down, everyone, Old Master Wang said softly, his voice deep. What's the use of panicking when things come to this? Xiao Teng will be back soon. We must trust him. Everyone immediately came to their senses. Yes, Wang Teng is coming back soon. If they can't trust others, surely they can trust Wang Teng too? In every previous crisis, it was he who turned the tide and saved everyone from disaster. This time will certainly be no exception. The group seemed to be encouraging themselves, silently saying this to each other. Yes, I believe him, Lin Chuan said suddenly, her gaze firm. Lin Chusha held her hand tightly. Seeing her like this, Li Shumei felt quite gratified. A smile appeared on her slightly pale face, and she couldn't help but grasp her other hand and pat it hard. Grandpa Wang and Wang Shengguo nodded with satisfaction, feeling even more approval of Lin Chuan. At this moment, a stellar-level warrior walked in. He was the leader of the team and said in the universal language, "Everyone, Lord Hardy has sent an order. Just in case, please follow me to the spaceship." Upon hearing this, the Wang family members were overjoyed. They also had the protection of that cosmic-level martial artist and this group of stellar-level martial artists, so at least their lives were not in danger for the time being. Okay, Old Master Wang nodded immediately without any hesitation. The best course of action now is to follow the instructions of that cosmic-level powerhouse and not hold him back. The Wang family immediately rushed to the Global Union building. Time passed slowly and the news spread around the world at lightning speed. The East China Sea is now considered a global center, and even other countries can quickly receive news from it. Around the world, including the United States, the Nordic countries, Australia, and other countries. And every city in the Xia Kingdom, the capital, Guanghai, Shangdao, Beijing, Nan'an. Every country and every corner is broadcasting the situation in the East China Sea. Some people are sitting in front of their computers, some are watching TV, some are scrolling through their phones. And some have stopped to look at the electronic screens in various shopping malls. What came into view were those terrifying warships hovering in the sky. A menacing appearance, a cold metallic shell. Even just seeing it on the screen, people couldn't help but feel terrified, and an overwhelming sense of despair welled up inside them. The broadcast's audio came from the screen, explaining the real-time situation. In an instant, a tremendous uproar erupted across the country and around the world. Oh my God, what on earth happened? God, what did we do wrong? Why are these aliens invading our planet? Is that an alien spaceship? That's terrifying. Can we stop such a powerful warship? They want our hero Wang Teng's family. These devils, they must be trying to threaten Wang Teng with his family. How despicable. We can't let them succeed. But if we don't hand over Wang Teng's family, they will destroy the earth. Don't joke around. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. We cannot place our hopes on the mercy of our enemies. Yes, Wang Teng is our hope. We cannot hand over his family. At this moment, the world is gripped by panic. Ordinary people were crying, shouting, or looking pale and distraught. Some people wanted to hand over Wang Teng's family members in exchange for a chance to live. Some shouted angrily, condemning the alien invaders and preparing to fight to the death. Ellipsis. Everyone has their own thoughts, and everyone wants to live. Surprisingly, the argument that they should fight the alien invaders head-on ultimately prevailed. Meanwhile, heads of state from various countries held an emergency video conference at the United World headquarters, including members of the royal family. As they were the main figures in this incident, the alien invaders will inevitably attack Earth next, and we must move all the people to a safe place. Let them go into the underground air raid shelter. No matter what, it's the safest place. I second that. They made decisions with incredible speed and relayed them immediately. The people below started working almost non-stop, and the army began to evacuate the masses, leading them into underground air raid shelters for refuge. Furthermore, could we have those powerful individuals assist us in resisting the alien invaders? The head of the Bald Eagle Nation asked. The heads of state all looked at the royal family, their eyes filled with expectation. If these powerful individuals could lend a hand, their chances of winning would be much greater. Your Excellency. Old Master Wang finally couldn't bear it and spoke to Hattie. No, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Hardy. My mission is to protect you. Earth is secondary, he said indifferently. The heads of state immediately showed slight changes in their expressions. That's very impolite. Only now did they realize that Earth was insignificant in the face of this powerful figure. The real important people were the Wang family. Your Excellency, I think if Wang Teng were here, he wouldn't have watched Earth be destroyed. Old Master Wang sighed inwardly and advised. In truth, he had always wanted Hattie to leave with the royal family, but if he did so, they would become sinners against Earth. Even if I manage to survive, I'm afraid I'll live a life of sin from which I can never escape. He also didn't want future generations of the Wang family to live with such regrets. Besides, it's hard to leave one's homeland. Earth is ultimately their root. If Earth were gone, what place would they have in the universe? They would be nothing more than rootless duckweed wherever they went. Living like that would be so pathetic. Hardy frowned. He thought old Master Wang was too saintly. He didn't even care about his own life, let alone the planet. When disaster strikes, everyone flees for their lives. Shouldn't we prioritize saving our own lives? He spent his life wandering the universe and could never understand the deep-rooted homesickness of old Master Wang and even the people of Shaw. Upon hearing old Master Wang speak, the heads of state from various countries relaxed their expressions considerably, but they remained extremely nervous, fearing that this powerful figure would refuse. In that case, Earth would truly be at the mercy of alien invaders. If Wang Teng comes back and sees his home planet destroyed, he will definitely be very angry, Lin Chuan said. It was as if she was speaking to Hardy, or perhaps to herself. Her voice was soft, almost like a murmur. However, when Hardy heard this, his expression under his grey robe changed slightly, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. This must be his master's partner. A partner is a very important person. What if I dislike him later and whisper something in his ear? Wouldn't he be forced to be a slave until he dies? No, absolutely not. Hardy wavered for a moment before saying, I can help Earth defend against external enemies, but if things get to the point where it's impossible, I will take the royal family and leave first. Great. The martial arts leader was overjoyed and immediately nodded. Other heads of state felt both bitter and delighted. This was the best news they could hear. With the help of these powerful individuals, they at least have a sliver of strength to resist, and Earth still has a glimmer of hope. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed, and the alien warships began to move. 10 minutes are up. A cold voice once again emanated from the warship in the sky, devoid of any emotion. Since you won't hand over Wang Teng's family, then destroy them. The sound was first heard by the people of the East China Sea, and then it was broadcast around the world via video, plunging the world into an atmosphere of despair. The warships in the sky dispersed and flew towards various continents around the world. Some warships even began to gather energy, and the dazzling energy light burst forth in full view of everyone, bombarding the East China Sea. Boom, boom, boom. The force attack launched by the warships slammed into the sky above the city with unparalleled power. A light barrier, resembling an inverted bowl, appeared and blocked the city and the warships, intercepting the terrifying attacks. This is the defensive formation left behind by Wang Teng. Even before the attack landed in the city, many people were so frightened by the terrifying attack that they fell to the ground. Women and children cried, their eyes wide with terror. Countless people were fleeing in panic. This attack not only struck the defensive shield but also shattered the psychological defenses of many ordinary people. The piercing sirens echoed over the city. An apocalyptic atmosphere was ignited, and despair permeated the world. Quick, quick, get into the underground control tunnel. Don't panic, line up, one at a time, don't push or shove, it could cause a stampede. Ellipsis. Military personnel were maintaining order around the area, but even so, the scene was still in complete chaos. Once the fear in people's hearts was amplified, it was impossible to control. Inside the warship, which resembled a fortress, Clot frowned. Someone has actually set up a powerful defensive formation, Monka said in surprise. Attack again? Do you think the formation of a mere backward planet can stop us? Clot said coldly. Yes. A 9th-level stellar-level martial artist immediately bowed in response. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, several more force attacks were unleashed from the warship, all landing on the defensive formation of the East China Sea. The light barrier formed by the array suddenly shook violently, spreading out like ripples, and then fine cracks appeared on it. It was only the second round of attacks, and the defensive formation was already on the verge of collapse. Not good, the formation is about to be breached. Inside the Global Union building, the martial arts leaders and others' pupils contracted, and their expressions turned extremely ugly. Hardy frowned, stood up and said, "Never mind, I'll go and meet them." He took a step forward, his figure flickered, and then he disappeared from the spot. Even the martial arts leaders and others around him didn't know how he disappeared. Such strength gave them a jolt of excitement. Hopefully we can stop them. All the heads of state were extremely nervous. Should we prepare to activate the spatial teleportation array left behind by Lord Wang Teng? The head of the Bald Eagle Kingdom suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression immediately changed. Activating the spatial teleportation array signifies their complete abandonment of the solar system, their journey to unknown star systems, and their uncertain cosmic wandering. They really didn't want to use this method unless absolutely necessary. But now, we really should make preparations, the martial arts leader sighed. But even so, we must lure the alien invaders off Earth. The other heads of state nodded in agreement. That's the right logic. Activating a spatial teleportation array is not a simple task. Just luring people out of Earth is a challenge in itself. Fortunately, they had anticipated and planned for this beforehand. After all, alien invaders can't just stay in space, they're bound to come to Earth. Once they enter Earth, will they be moved along with them? Wouldn't that be a complete waste? Let's proceed with Plan A first. If that doesn't work, then we'll proceed with Plan B at that point. We'll need the cooperation of everyone in the Wang family. The martial arts leader hesitated for a moment before finally revealing the so-called Plan B. My Wang family will certainly cooperate. Old Master Wang nodded without hesitation. However, Wang Shengguo and the others hesitated. This Plan B is undoubtedly using the royal family as bait to lure alien invaders into space. However, it wasn't all members of the Wang family, only a portion of them. Doing so would definitely be dangerous, so Old Master Wang chose to step in himself. He had lived long enough and didn't want to outlive his child. Dad, let me go, Wang Shengguo said. Li Shumei's face was slightly pale, but she didn't say anything, she just held his hand tightly. No, I'll go. Second brother, you're Wang Teng's father, you can't go, Wang Shenghong said quickly. Wang Teng's aunt's expression changed immediately, and she tried to stop Wang Shenghong, but Wang Shenghong glared at her, leaving her speechless. There's no need to discuss this further. I'll go, and that's it, Old Master Wang said calmly, displaying the authority of the family head. But, Wang Shengguo and the others wanted to say something more, but were interrupted. No buts. I'm already quite old, and I won't live much longer. Are you going to make me die with regrets? Old Master Wang shouted. Dad, Wang Shengguo and the others were pale-faced, their faces full of resentment. The martial arts leader felt extremely heavy-hearted upon seeing this scene. If he had no other choice, he would never have wanted to sacrifice the Wang family. If any member of the Wang family were to make a mistake, Wang Teng would certainly not forgive him. But he had no choice, he had come this far, and this was the best way to save humanity on the entire planet with the least sacrifice. Even if it means being hated by Wang Teng, this is the only thing he can do. Boom! Just then, the Global Union building suddenly shook violently, and fine dust fell from the ceiling. The defensive barrier has been breached. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they immediately looked at the screen in front of them, which displayed the scene outside. Just as Hardy left, the alien invaders launched another attack. A large hole had been torn open in the defensive shield, and spiderweb-like cracks were spreading outwards. At this moment, the alien invaders' warships began to gather energy again, intending to take advantage of the moment when the defensive shield was wide open to completely wipe out the East China Sea. They really want to destroy Earth. The martial arts leaders and others looked extremely grim. They couldn't sit still any longer and rushed outwards. The people in the East China Sea were horrified. Looking at the energy cannons aimed at them, it was as if a sharp butcher's knife was hanging over their heads, and that knife was about to fall and reap their lives. Despair. I am terrified. Dull. Just then, a figure appeared in the sky above the East China Sea. He was completely shrouded in a gray robe, making it impossible to see his face, yet he faced alone the enormous spaceship and the energy attack that was about to burst forth. Boom, boom, boom. The warship had fully charged its energy and unleashed a barrage of force attacks. Boom. At that moment, Hadid also made his move. He stretched out his hand, and an indescribable blade of light slashed out at a speed invisible to the naked eye. A violent explosion occurred in the sky. The light that erupted after the collision of the forces was blinding, like a small sun hanging in the air. The terrifying aftershocks of the force swept outwards. After a moment, the aftershocks of the force explosion slowly dissipated, and the force attacks from the enemy warships vanished completely. Thank goodness, we're saved. Everyone stared blankly at the scene, still a little confused. Hiss. Such formidable strength. The martial arts leaders and others had just appeared when they all gasped in shock, staring in utter horror at the gray-robed figure hovering in mid-air. The other party was just a servant of Wang Teng, yet he possessed such terrifying strength. Is this what a cosmic level is? Hong Shuai murmured in disbelief. He was one of the 7 martial artists in the Xia Kingdom who had advanced to the planetary level. Seeing such terrifying strength, he immediately felt his own weakness. Besides him, there were also Commander Yang, Commander Long, and others, all with the same expression. It wasn't that they lacked self-control, but rather that the scene was so overwhelming that they couldn't contain themselves. Martial arts leader, Marshal Tantai Zan, Yi Jixing, and others also rushed over. They have reached the peak of the 13-star warrior level, and have converted a portion of the stellar primal force into their bodies. They are not far from breaking through to the planetary level. Among the 7 planetary-level martial artists in Xia Kingdom, besides the martial arts leader and the 3 marshals, there is Elder Han from Wanghai Academy, as well as Yu Shuxian, the former principal of the First Academy and the former principal of Jinlin Academy. These people are now all in the East China Sea, rushing from the military headquarters to join the martial arts leaders and others. They had clearly witnessed the scene of Hardy's attack and were deeply shocked, almost unable to control themselves. Ellipsis. Inside the warship, which resembled a war fortress, Klot's expression changed slightly. There's actually a cosmic-level martial artist here. How could there be a cosmic-level martial artist on this planet? Monka, Qinglin, the blonde man Austin, and Claude of the Blackscale clan, all of whom were cosmic-level powerhouses, gathered together and frowned as they looked at the gray-robed figure displayed on the screen. Interesting, this planet actually has a cosmic-level existence, the blonde man, Austin, chuckled. I'm going out to meet him. Monka was already itching to go, and after saying that, he walked straight towards the cabin door. Alright, let's test this cosmic-level water. Also, let's see if there are any other cosmic-level entities on this planet. If there are, then things will get a bit complicated, Clot pondered. Whoosh! Monka flew out of the warship and appeared in front of Hattie, arms crossed, looking at him from afar. Compared to Monka's towering figure, Hattie undoubtedly appeared rather thin. You're probably not from this planet, are you? Monka sized up Hattie, unable to discern his race, and instead of making a move, he probed. If you're going to do something, then do it. There's no need for words, Hattie's hoarse voice rang out, speaking in the universal language. Monka's gaze sharpened, and he said, if you're not from this planet, I advise you to leave. Trying to get involved in this mess will cost even a cosmic-level martial artist dearly. The ones who should retreat are you. Hardy chuckled softly, seemingly full of disdain, and said slowly, if you want to touch this planet, you probably can't afford the price. Hardy's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of the Orient Federation members. Monka's expression changed slightly. The gazes of Claude and the others inside the warship also sharpened slightly, revealing a moment of hesitation. They were already wary, but it was only when a domain lord-level expert intervened that they had the confidence to take action against this planet. The disdainful tone of the words spoken by the cosmic-level martial artist opposite them clearly indicated that he had something to rely on, and their apprehension resurfaced. Could it be that the kid really inherited the title of Baron of the Great Qian Empire? Otherwise, how could a cosmic-level powerhouse appear on this backward planet? The blonde man, Austin, said with a rather unpleasant expression. Impossible. The Great Qian Empire is a high-level cosmic civilization. How could a native martial artist with no foundation possibly inherit a title? What qualifications does he have? Claude said with a gloomy expression and a glint in his eyes. Don't rush, let Monka test him again. Qinglin glanced at him, seemingly feeling that Claude's reaction was a bit too much, and said calmly. Outside, Monka and Hattie, whose face was obscured, stood facing each other. The atmosphere became tense because of Hardy's words. After a moment's hesitation, Monka sneered, what arrogance. Our Orient Federation is at least a low-level cosmic civilization, while you are just a cosmic-level martial artist. What right do you have to look down on us? The Orient Federation? Hey Tilda, Hardy's hoarse voice remained unchanged as he chuckled, if you don't believe me, you can try it. The contemptuous tone finally enraged Monka, who snorted coldly and roared. Fine, let me see what gives you the right to look down on the Orient Federation. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of blood-red light and rushed straight towards Hattie. His speed was so great that it created a loud bang in the air. The crimson totem on Monka's body emitted a scarlet light, and a rich blood energy boiled within his body, making his physical body extremely powerful. A huge and ferocious battle-axe appeared in his hand, and he slashed down fiercely towards Hattie. A special crimson primal force gathered on the axe blade, then erupted and struck Hardy. Boom! A deafening roar followed, and the force swept outwards in all directions. However, Monka's expression changed slightly, because he felt that the battle axe in his hand had struck empty air and had not hit anything solid at all. How is that possible? He was incredulous and immediately turned and fled. Watch out! A loud shout suddenly came from inside the warship. Boom! Just then, a strange blade of light suddenly burst out from behind Monka and slammed into his back. When Monka heard the voice behind him, he sensed something was wrong, but it was too late to dodge. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his back, as if his entire body was being torn apart, and then he was blasted away by a terrifying force. 100 meters away, Monka stopped in a disheveled state, his entire body almost stained with blood, and a huge gruesome wound lay on his back. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face pale and still shaken. If he hadn't unleashed his full power in time to block the attack, it would have probably cleaved him in two. How could the opponent be so strong? The martial arts leaders and others were overjoyed to see this. The cosmic-level expert that Wang Teng sent is incredibly powerful. It's truly unimaginable that a single blow could severely injure an alien invader. You have to understand that the opponent was also a cosmic-level powerhouse, not a weakling, yet he couldn't withstand a single blow from that powerhouse. Great, now the alien invaders should be more wary, Yang Shuai said with a slight sigh of relief. Don't let your guard down. The alien invaders are numerous, the martial arts leader said in a deep voice. Before the others could even rejoice, their expressions turned serious again. Ellipsis. Is that all the strength you have? As expected, you're just a cosmic level being cultivated by a low-level cosmic civilization. Hardy's figure, shrouded in a grey robe, appeared in the distance, looking extremely relaxed and casual. But his appearance made Monka feel even more insulted. His clan reigned supreme in the Orient Federation, with few rivals. As a result, I learned a lesson today. A cosmic-level martial artist, whose origins are unknown, rendered him utterly defenseless. With just one strike, he was severely injured and nearly perished. Who exactly are you? Monka asked, his eyes bloodshot as he stared intently at Hattie. I'm just someone who does things for others, Hardy said nonchalantly, naturally not mentioning that he was a slave. Monka's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, this cosmic-level being was not a native of Earth, but had come on someone else's orders. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, Claude, Austin, Qinglin, and others also flew out of the warship. Hadid's strength shocked these people, and they had no choice but to step in, otherwise Monka alone would probably not be enough to kill him. Monka, are you alright? Austin asked. Pa, Monka spat out a mouthful of blood and said, I'm not dead yet. Qinglin didn't speak, but with a wave of her jade hand, countless points of light fell on Monka's wound, which healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qinglin's healing methods are far superior to those of Bila and Alay. Although it cannot be completely cured, it has at least temporarily stopped Monka's injuries. Thanks, Monka said gratefully to Qinglin. We can talk about thanks later. Let's deal with this person first, Qinglin said calmly, waving his hand. A very good light healing method. Hardy looked at Qinglin with surprise. Does your excellency truly intend to become our enemy? Claude asked. I'm just following orders. Hardy's gaze swept over the 8 cosmic-level warriors in front of him, and his expression became slightly more serious. Acting on orders? By whose orders? Claude's heart skipped a beat as he asked. Judging from your expression, I suppose you've already guessed it. Why ask any more questions? Hardy said, giving the other person a playful look. Wang Teng. Claude, having lost all hope, spat out the name through gritted teeth. The worst-case scenario has still occurred. Monka, Qinglin, and the others all changed their expressions slightly and exchanged glances. I advise you all to leave, Hardy said calmly, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Claude and the others were clearly hesitant, but the next moment, their expressions changed and their eyes turned cold. Kill. All hesitation seemed to vanish, and the group attacked simultaneously, unleashing a chilling killing intent as they charged towards Hardy. Hardy's expression changed slightly, and he immediately disappeared from the spot. Be careful, his movements are strange, Monka couldn't help but warn. Everyone else knew this, and dared not relax for a moment. They had seen it clearly from inside the warship. The other party had vanished instantly and then reappeared behind Monka without warning. Even they, as bystanders, couldn't see him clearly, demonstrating how incredibly strange his movements were. Boom! A blade of light slashed out, the first target being Qinglin. Drink! Qinglin's gaze narrowed slightly, and he gripped a battle sword in his hand, unleashing a sharp white sword light. Instantly, the other cosmic-level martial artists also reacted and quickly surrounded and attacked the place where the blade light appeared. Unfortunately, Hardy is no longer there. Boom! 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 Blade light flashed everywhere, with streaks of blade light slashing out from the void, completely elusive to behold. The 8 cosmic-level warriors from the Orient Federation were so flustered that they couldn't find Hardy's true location at all. Several of them were seriously injured. If it weren't for their numbers, they would have been killed one by one long ago. Boom! The 3 cosmic-level martial artists were blasted back, their bodies bearing several knife wounds, making their faces extremely grim. This guy is too strong, Claude said, panting heavily, his expression grave. That seems to be a spatial ability, not some kind of movement technique at all, Austin said in horror. Spatial abilities. How could a cosmic-level martial artist possibly possess such powerful spatial abilities? Everyone else was shocked. Perhaps he is from some powerful race in the universe. This person has always been shrouded in a black robe and has never shown his face, probably to conceal his racial identity, Claude said. Damn it, how could such a powerful person be willing to be driven by others? Austin said with a grim expression. What do we do now? Damn it, this guy is too cunning. He won't confront us head-on at all, Monka yelled in frustration. He wanted to get revenge for the previous attack, but then he realized he was overthinking things and there was no hope at all. Come out if you dare, you bastard. What kind of skill is it to hide like this? Monka roared. Boom! However, the answer he received was not Hattie's words, but a cold, emotionless blade. Grass. A type of plant. Monka dodged awkwardly. Feeling so frustrated he felt like vomiting blood, and couldn't help but swear. Idiot, Claude snapped. You, Monka roared in fury. Alright, enough talk. Send one person to arrest Wang Teng's family first. We'll keep this cosmic-level martial artist occupied, Austin said. I'll go. Claude's eyes flashed and he withdrew from the battlefield. At the same time, figures rushed out from the warship above, including planetary-level and stellar-level martial artists, totaling more than 100 people. All of these people followed Claude down to the ground below, to search for and capture members of the royal family. How dare you? Hardy roared in fury, his blade flashing as he slashed at Claude and the others, trying to intercept them. Haha, you're finally out. Austin and the others laughed, but they stood between Hardy and Claude, and the 7 cosmic-level warriors forcefully stopped him. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Clot rushed down in an instant. Boom boom boom. They didn't know where the Wong family was hiding, so they launched an attack directly, destroying surrounding buildings like tofu wherever they went. These buildings are utterly vulnerable to planetary, stellar, and even cosmic-level martial artists. They soon noticed the Global Union building in the center of the East China Sea, and the Qianyuan E-63 spacecraft parked in the square. Clot was very familiar with this spaceship. Wang Teng had fled to the Great Qian Empire in this very spaceship. He pursued him relentlessly, intending to seize this cosmic-class spaceship and take it for himself, but naturally, he failed. He still feels some regret. He shouldn't have coveted that spaceship. Otherwise, Wang Teng would have been intercepted by him long ago and would have had no chance to escape to the Great Qian Empire. Naturally, none of this mess would have happened now. All the trouble will come to an end. Unfortunately, there's no going back in life. Now he can only hope to find the Wang family as soon as possible. In that case, even if Wang Teng returns, he will be at their mercy. Barons from advanced cosmic civilizations may indeed hold higher status than them, but even domain lord-level powerhouses have nothing to fear. Their Orient Federation has 3 domain lord-level beings. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, and a cold light flashed in Clot's eyes. He personally led his men to rush towards the Qianyuan E-63 spaceship. Not good, they're coming. The martial arts leaders and others were visibly shocked, their expressions changing drastically. Faced with these incredibly powerful alien invaders, they were far too weak to resist. Even so, they gritted their teeth and prepared to step forward to defend themselves. Fortunately, when the stellar-level warriors sent by Wang Teng saw this, 20 or 30 of them immediately rushed out of the Qianyuan E-63 spaceship to meet Clot and the others. A stellar-level martial artist. Clot's eyes narrowed, somewhat shocked. Although for a cosmic-level martial artist like him, a stellar-level martial artist is nothing. However, 20 or 30 stellar-level martial artists, all of whom were at the 9th level of the stellar level, constituted a considerable force that was not something an ordinary person could mobilize. But so what? Kill! Clot's eyes flashed, and he shouted coldly. In an instant, the two sides collided in front of each other, and a fierce battle immediately broke out. The 9th-tier stellar-level martial artists sent by Wang Teng were all from races with powerful talents, and their strength was incomparable to that of ordinary stellar-level martial artists. The warriors of the Orient Federation were immediately at a disadvantage. Planetary-level warriors were instantly killed, and even stellar-level warriors could not withstand the attack and were killed in just a few rounds. Screams echoed throughout the room. Clot's face was grim. He was surrounded by a battle formation of 15 9th-level stellar warriors and was unable to break free for the time being. Get out of my way, he roared in fury, unleashing a powerful attack without holding back. Boom boom boom. The two forces clashed. The combined efforts of 15 9th-tier stellar-level warriors barely managed to block Clot's attack. The battle formation of these 15 stellar-level warriors was extraordinary. They were a unique race in the universe called the Earth Elemental Clan, who could combine their own primal forces into one through a special method, thereby unleashing powerful strength. For example, if these 15 9th-level stellar-level martial artists joined forces, they could barely fight against a cosmic-level martial artist. Wang Teng bought slaves of this race because he valued this ability of theirs, and of course, their price was higher than that of ordinary slaves. At this moment, Clot was charging left and right through the battle formation composed of 15 stellar-level warriors, but he could not break through, and he was filled with rage. The battle over the East China Sea has reached a fever pitch and is extremely intense. Hadid was locked in a fierce battle with 7 cosmic-level martial artists. Even a powerful figure like him found it difficult to cope with 7 martial artists of the same level. However, the 7 cosmic-level warriors from the Orient Federation were also suffering greatly. The opponent was too difficult to deal with, and slippery, making it impossible for them to find their true location and launch an effective attack. Clot, are you even capable? If not, let me take your place. Monka shouted impatiently from the sky. On the other side, Clot was tightly entangled by 15 stellar-level warriors, his face so gloomy it looked like it could drip water. He, a dignified cosmic-level martial artist, was actually blocked by more than a dozen stellar-level martial artists, unable to move an inch. If word got out, he would probably be laughed to death. The sound of Monka's voice made him feel extremely embarrassed. He remained silent but unleashed his full power, and the sword in his hand condensed into an extremely terrifying blade of light that shot straight into the sky. Die! In a fit of rage, Claude unleashed his strongest move. The blade swept across, knocking back 15 stellar-level martial artists. 4 or 5 of them were directly cleaved in two with a single strike, their blood mist filling the sky as they perished. The battle formation composed of 15 ninth-tier stellar-level warriors was ultimately broken. There is an insurmountable gap between the stellar level and the cosmic level. In fact, if Claude had delayed any longer, even the 15 stellar-level warriors would not have been able to hold on. But time was of the essence, and after being taunted by Monka, he decided to go all in and used his strongest methods to break through the battle formation. At this moment, the remaining 10 ninth-level stellar warriors were also seriously injured, and they had exhausted their energy, making it impossible for them to sustain the battle. A cold glint flashed in Claude's eyes, and he was about to kill them all. Just then, the remaining 20 stellar-level warriors inside the Qianyuan E-63 spaceship rushed out again. These stellar-level warriors were from another race, and they were equally powerful. Together, they resisted Claude. The 10 heavily injured stellar-level warriors retreated to the rear, recovering their injuries and primal force while guarding the Wang family members inside the spaceship. When Wang Teng sent them back to Earth, he gave Claude a lot of money to buy various supplies, including a lot of healing pills and pills to replenish their primal energy, which came in handy now. The pills that Wang Teng personally refined were naturally extraordinary, and their effects were much better than ordinary pills. After these stellar-level warriors consumed the product, their injuries and primal force rapidly recovered, and their pale complexions gradually regained their rosy hue. Claude's face darkened. He had finally managed to deal with one stellar-level squad, but another one had appeared. Just how many stellar-level warriors were on this spaceship? He was almost driven mad, as he was once again held back by a stellar-level martial artist and unable to break free to capture the Wang family members. Damn it, where did these martial artists come from? They are all elites, each one is worth 10 people. In the sky, Monka and the others looked extremely ugly. They never expected that their hundreds of martial artists would be suppressed by a team of only a few dozen martial artists. Let them join in too, there aren't enough of us, Austin said, taking a deep breath. The 7 cosmic-level warriors, their expressions solemn, finally nodded and relayed the message to the warship. Boom, 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 ellipsis ellipsis. Powerful auras emanated from the warship, and 5 more cosmic-level martial artists flew out from within. Hadid's expression changed slightly as he revealed himself in the distance, his gaze coldly fixed on the 5 cosmic-level warriors who had just appeared in front of him. Austin, you guys are useless. 7 of you working together can't even beat a cosmic-level martial artist. Among the 5 cosmic-level martial artists, one of them, a middle-aged man with blonde hair, sneered. Oliver, you've all seen how strong they are. Hurry up and make your move, or you won't be able to take responsibility if things go wrong, Austin said impatiently, his face darkening. Snort. Oliver snorted and, without saying another word, charged straight at Hardy. With them, 12 cosmic-level warriors besieged Hadid. Despicable. Hardy was furious. Even he had no chance of winning against 12 opponents of the same level and might even be killed. Hey, so what if it's despicable, as long as it kills the enemy? Oliver's light laughter rang out, tinged with a hint of mockery, as if he really enjoyed seeing Hardy's expression. Hardy's eyes flashed with a cold light. He didn't bother to argue with the other party. He took a deep breath and used spatial techniques to disappear from the spot. He wasn't stupid to confront so many cosmic-level martial artists head-on. Surround him and don't let him get away, Oliver shouted, scanning the surroundings. The 12 cosmic-level warriors immediately dispersed, their primal force spreading outwards and sealing off the surrounding sky. The entire sky seemed to have become a cage formed by the force. Boom! Streaks of sword light shot out from the void, striking a corner of the cage. The cosmic-level warrior standing in that corner had a slight change in expression. He swung his battle sword and unleashed a force sword beam, which collided with the blade beam that was slashing towards him. Unfortunately, the power of the blade's aura far exceeded his expectations, and the sword's aura was directly shattered. PFF'd. The blade's momentum remained undiminished, striking the cosmic-level martial artist, causing his face to turn pale and spit out a mouthful of blood. Hardy wanted to use this corner as a breakthrough to break out of the encirclement, and a loud shout came from all around. You want to leave? Suddenly, 3 cosmic-level beings appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Boom, boom, boom. Their attack followed immediately, showing no mercy and aiming to kill Hardy. Hadid's face turned ugly as he staggered backward, the space behind him rippled, and his figure disappeared. He ran away again. Monka scanned his surroundings, searching for Hadid's figure, looking quite annoyed. Very cunning. Oliver frowned. Only after actually fighting Hardy did he realize how difficult the other man was. However, the method we just used has proven to be effective. They then followed the same method, surrounding the area with a force cage, giving Hardy no chance to escape. Hardy, unwilling to sit idly by and wait for his death, launched repeated attacks within the force cage, attempting to break through the encirclement. However, every time he manages to create an opening, several cosmic-level martial artists nearby will immediately arrive, making it impossible for him to escape. After repeating this several times, Hardy was exhausted and looked extremely disheveled, clearly in dire straits. Meanwhile, Clot below finally broke through the encirclement of the stellar-level warriors. Those 20 stellar-level warriors were also severely injured, with most of them dead or wounded, and were no longer able to hold off Clot, a cosmic-level warrior. Only 18 stellar-level warriors survived, and they all retreated into the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship. Seeing this, Hardy finally became anxious. Now he is tied down and unable to rescue the Wang family. If I had known this would happen, I should have taken them and left Earth directly instead of getting entangled with these invaders. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Saving life on Earth is nothing compared to escaping for your own life. If all else fails, I'll have to use that move. Hardy struggled internally, not wanting to use it because that would damage his very essence. Below, Claude's face was grim, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and a rumbling sound echoed. Hand over Wang Tang's family, and I'll leave you with a complete corpse. Don't even think about it. Our master will not let you off the hook for killing someone from the Wang family, a stellar-level martial artist said angrily, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Master? HMPH, putting up a stubborn resistance. Clot sneered and killed the stellar-level warrior with a single strike. He walked step by step toward the Qian Yuan E-63 spacecraft. Inside the spaceship, one after another, stellar-level warriors rushed out to defend, but they were all killed. Blood instantly stained the ground and the spaceship, and limbs and corpses were piled up everywhere. Before long, only 5 or 6 of the 18 stellar-level warriors remained, all of them severely injured. The martial arts leaders and others, witnessing this scene from afar, were filled with rage and fury, wanting to rush to the rescue. But they felt utterly powerless in the face of a cosmic-level martial artist. No matter how good the plan is, it is useless in the face of absolute power. Screams continued to ring out. In front of the spaceship, one after another, stellar-level warriors lay dead in pools of blood. 5, 4, 3, 2. In the end, only one person remained. Clot remained expressionless, his eyes devoid of pity, as he raised his butcher's knife, ready to strike. Enough! A hoarse, loud voice came from inside the spaceship. Old Master Wang walked out with the help of Wang Shengguo and others. You've finally decided to come out. Clot turned his head and immediately recognized the Wang family members, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Don't come out. The last stellar-level warrior's expression changed, and he shouted. That's enough, stop the killing. Old Master Wang shook his head and said wearily. Why didn't you come out earlier? Clot grinned maliciously, his battle sword still in his hand, as he slashed at the stellar-level warrior. Our master is coming soon, and you are destined to be buried with us. This stellar-level warrior seemed to have expected this, his eyes filled with a resolute determination. Boom! He actually exposed himself. A terrifying force explosion emanated from the stellar-level warrior, sweeping outwards and engulfing Clot. Fortunately, Grandpa Wang and the others were still inside the spaceship's protective shield and were not affected. Dead? Are they dead? Wang Shenghong and the others stared in horror at the explosion in front of them, still in a daze. They didn't expect that the cosmic-level warrior would not stop killing after they appeared, and still wanted to kill the last stellar-level warrior. They never expected that the stellar-level warrior would be so resolute as to choose to self-destruct. The light at the epicenter of the explosion slowly dissipated and the flying dust and debris gently settled. A figure stood amidst the dust, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Damn it! Clot's icy voice came from within. They're still not dead after all? The Wang family members' expressions changed drastically. Their glimmer of hope was completely shattered, and a sense of despair filled their hearts. Tap, tap, tap. Clot walked out step by step. His clothes were slightly torn, wounds were visible, and blood was flowing out. He looked very disheveled, and his face was extremely cold. He, a powerful being of the universe level, was forced to this point. An uncontrollable anger surged within him, almost erupting like a volcano. Clot stared coldly at the Wong family members, his eyes filled with resentment, ruthlessness, and a terrifying aura. All the members of the Wong family were pale-faced, and some even trembled uncontrollably. Among them, some were martial artists below the star apprentice level, and some were ordinary people. How could they withstand the aura of a cosmic-level martial artist? Get out here. Clot stood still, not moving any further, and said indifferently. The Wong family members felt a sudden tightness in their chests and hesitated. Well, just then, a sigh came from the sky. Why are you forcing me? Hattie stepped out of the void, looking around with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful and strange energy emanated from his body. The surrounding space began to tremble, and cracking sounds rang out continuously as pitch-black spatial rifts spread outwards. Quick, stop him! The expressions of the surrounding cosmic-level warriors changed drastically. They sensed a deadly danger emanating from Hardy. If we don't stop him and let him continue, something extremely terrible might happen. So they all rushed toward Hardy, unleashing force attacks as if they were free. Hardy ignored them completely, his gaze fixed on Clot below, and his voice rang out again, "You cannot touch members of the royal family." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible spatial fluctuation swept outwards from him, spreading across the void like ripples. Boom! 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 When those force attacks touched that ripple, they all exploded and were then annihilated in the void. The ripples did not disappear, they continued to spread outwards. The warriors charging from all sides narrowed their eyes, their scalps tingling, and they all unleashed their strongest attacks, blasting at the ripples in an attempt to block them. Boom! 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 However, it was all in vain. Beneath those ripples, all the attacks exploded, and more than a dozen cosmic-level martial artists were struck as if by lightning. Their faces turning pale as they were sent flying backward in mid-air, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Their expressions were utterly horrified, their faces filled with disbelief. The ripples swept over again, and this time they had no time to defend themselves. If they were hit by the ripples, even with the physical bodies of cosmic-level martial artists, they would be cut in half on the spot. All the cosmic-level martial artists turned pale, and a trace of despair appeared in their eyes. HMPH. A cold snort suddenly rang out. A figure suddenly appeared behind Hardy and placed a palm on his back. PFF'd. Hardy's expression changed, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, flying violently away, his body crashing to the ground like a tattered sack. Boom! With a loud crash, a large crater was instantly created in the ground. Without Hardy's support, the ripples vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Monka and other cosmic-level martial artists were pale-faced and still shaken. Just now, the ripples were less than a meter away from them. They couldn't even run away and would have been killed in the next moment. Thank you, Dean St. Luo. Those cosmic-level beings expressed their gratitude to the white-haired old man who had appeared. The person who just shot down Hadid was none other than the Dean of the Holy Star Tower, St. Luo. That is, one of the 3 domain lord-level powerhouses of the Orient Federation. Dean St. Luo, dressed in a white robe, stood with his hands behind his back in the sky, his expression calm, and slowly nodded. Cough cough. Amidst the smoke and dust, Hardy staggered to his feet, coughing up blood continuously. His gray robes finally tore apart, revealing his strange body underneath. His body was almost transparent, covered with strange black patterns. His face, though it had features, looked like it was formed from flowing water, making it difficult to see clearly and impossible to remember what he looked like. I never expected to see members of the Shadow Killer clan here. Dean St. Luo said calmly, a hint of surprise on his face. Shadow Assassin Clan. Austin, Monka, and the others were slightly taken aback, but then they realized what was happening. Shadow Assassins. That powerful race that ranks among the top 20 in the universe. No wonder this person is so powerful. Austin and the others finally understood, staring at Hardy in shock, their hearts unable to calm down for a long time. They never imagined that they would see the Shadow Assassins, a race so rare that it is almost unheard of in the entire universe on such a backward planet. A strong person like you shouldn't be someone else's servant. Would you be interested in coming to my holy star tower? Dean St. Luo said. Sacred Star Step? What is that? I've never even heard of it. Hardy shook his head and said dismissively. Quote. Dean St. Luo's face darkened slightly. He was actually looked down upon. An anger rose within him. I kindly invited you, yet you look down on me. I'm so annoyed. Monka, Austin, and the others were speechless, feeling that the Shadow Killer clan was really courting death by speaking to Dean St. Luo like that. Did they have no regard for their lives? Ungrateful, Dean St. Luo said coldly. Speaking of which, how dare you, a mere domain lord, ambush me? Hattie said disdainfully. Domain lord level. Upon hearing this, the martial arts leaders and others were utterly shocked. The old man who appeared was actually a domain lord level expert. Completion. Earth is completely finished. I'm just teaching you a lesson, Dean St. Luo said calmly. What a lesson, Hardy sneered. Due to his severe injuries and the fact that he had just used that move that damaged his very essence, he simply sat down on the ground and gasped for breath. It's a pity that I still couldn't complete the mission in the end. But I've done my best. My master can't blame me for not doing things well, can he? Is it worth it for a mere planetary-level martial artist? Dean St. Luo asked. There's no question of whether it's worth it or not. What I want, only he can give me, you can't, Hardy said calmly. Dean St. Luo frowned, said nothing more, looked down at the Wong family and others, and said, Wong Tang killed my Saint Star Tower's instructor and disrupted my Saint Star Tower's trials. He must give me an explanation for this. Since he has escaped, then you will be the ones to give me an explanation. Will you come out on your own, or should I invite you out? My patience has its limits. From this moment on, if you don't come out in a minute, I will destroy a city on Earth. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and a huge light screen appeared in the sky. The screen displayed an aerial view of a city, and above the city, a spaceship slowly came to a stop, its force energy gathering, and its cannons aimed at the city. The people below the city were terrified and plunged into despair, their cries and screams blended together. That's Shancheng, someone exclaimed, immediately recognizing the city as Shancheng of the Sha Kingdom. They're going to destroy the mountain city. Damn it, the alien invaders have gone too far. How dare they, how dare they? The martial arts leaders and others were deathly pale, their hearts aching with pain, utterly unable to believe that the alien invaders would do such a thing. No, Old Master Wong shouted. Boom. Unfortunately, it was too late. Dean St. Luo didn't give them a chance and was about to destroy the city. Within the light screen, the force beams fell from the sky and crashed into the city. Amidst the deafening roar, everything was swallowed up, cries and screams were drowned out, leaving only endless light. When the light faded, a huge crater replaced the location of the mountain city. The martial arts leaders and others stared blankly at everything. The Wong family members stared blankly at everything. Dean St. Luo, however, remained indifferent and calmly observed everything, as if he had merely wiped out an ant's nest, nothing of great importance. Why did you do this? Old Master Wong asked, his face pale. That was just a demonstration, Dean St. Luo said calmly. The timer starts now. You. Old Master Wong was completely speechless, pointing his finger at him, his whole body trembling with anger. You guys are still too naive. It's just a city, it's nothing to them, Hardy said, shaking his head as if to himself. The martial arts leaders and others were filled with grief and could barely speak, their eyes filled with nothing but hatred for the alien invaders. 1 minute is almost up, Dean St. Luo said calmly, seemingly unconcerned about the stares of the crowd. On the screen, the image shifted to another city. This city is a major city in the Bald Eagle country and a world-renowned modern metropolis. At that moment, in the sky above, another spaceship was hovering, gathering energy in preparation to wipe it off the surface. Despairing faces appeared on the screen. Dean St. Luo seemed to be deliberately showing these to the Wong family, tormenting them and making them sinners against humanity. The next moment, Old Master Wong led the Wong family out of the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship. Everyone watched them, silent, filled with sorrow. You've given up so quickly? I'm really disappointed in you. Dean St. Luo shook his head. Boom. In the light screen, the warship launched its force attack, which landed in the city of the White Eagle Nation, and a violent explosion rang out again. Destruction. The Wong family members stared wide-eyed, utterly horrified. They never expected their partner to break their promise. They had already come out, yet the city was still destroyed. You PFF'd. Old Master Wong clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. It's just a small price to pay, Dean St. Luo said quietly. A small price to pay. The destruction of a city is just a small price to pay. When people all over the world heard this, their anger reached its peak and their faces flushed red. The heads of state clenched their fists tightly, their faces filled with anger, almost grinding their teeth to powder. Especially the head of state and marshal of the Bald Eagle, seeing one of their country's cities razed to the ground by artillery fire, felt a pain that seemed to pierce their very bones. Their eyes turned bloodshot and they let out a mournful roar like wild beasts. The martial arts leaders and others felt the pain deeply as the mountain city of Sha Kingdom had just been destroyed. The life of a city vanished right before their eyes. For these alien invaders, this was just a small price to pay. How indifferent must they be to life to do something like this? The Wong family was in complete chaos. Despite his advanced age, Old Master Wong was so angry that he vomited blood, his face turning ashen, which terrified everyone in the Wong family. Dad, Dad, Wang Shenghong, Wang Shengguo and others hurriedly supported the old man's body, calling out in a panic and anxiety. Clot stood not far away, a sneer playing on his lips, things as insignificant as ants, how fragile their lives are. The Wong family members were immediately enraged and glared at him angrily. Boom! Clot's gaze turned cold, and his imposing aura emanated from his body, landing on the heads of the Wong family members. If you look at me like that again, I will gouge out all your eyes. Under this imposing aura, Wang Shenghong and the others turned pale and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. They felt a sense of frustration, but also a sense of fear, the natural dread that the weak feel when facing the strong. Women and younger generations, in particular, who were used to being pampered and had never been threatened like this before, were terrified. Cough. I'm fine. Old Master Wong coughed up a mouthful of blood, stood up slightly, and waved his hand. His voice drew everyone's attention back and prevented the Wong family from confronting Claude again. They are now in a weaker position, and there is no benefit in confronting the other party head-on. It will only bring them trouble. In the sky, the cosmic-level warriors of the Orient Federation looked down at the Wong family without any pity, their eyes revealing a hint of mockery. As if they were ridiculing their overestimation of their abilities, that they actually thought they could escape their capture. What's the use of hiding? Resistance is futile. Now I've obediently come out and fallen into their hands. Detain them and take them away. At that moment, Dean St. Luo's calm voice came from the sky. Yes. Clot's eyes flashed and he quickly bowed in agreement. With a wave of his hand, several planetary-level warriors from the Orient Federation stepped forward and handcuffed and shackled the Wong family members, making them look like prisoners. Behave yourself, a martial artist shouted coldly. The whole world witnessed this scene. They harbored no resentment towards the royal family. Their hearts were filled with sorrow and endless anger and hatred towards the alien invaders. These alien invaders wreaked havoc on their homeland, inhumanely destroying 2 cities. They also wanted to kidnap Wang Teng's family members to force him to submit. Wang Teng is Earth's last hope. These alien invaders undoubtedly intend to nip Earth's hopes in the bud. His actions are despicable, and his intentions are utterly despicable. The martial arts leaders, the 3 marshals, and Tantai Zan could only watch helplessly as the Wang family members were taken away. They were powerless to do anything, and the extreme helplessness gnawed at their hearts like ants. Their faces were filled with guilt, and they felt powerless because they were unable to protect the Wang family. The Wang family members were grabbed by planetary-level warriors and sent flying into the sky, heading towards the war fortress like spaceship. Everyone was watching them, as if they were never going back. Destroy this planet. Suddenly, Dean St. Luo's voice rang out again. The cosmic-level warriors of the Orient Federation were all stunned. They never expected that even after the Wang family had been captured, Dean St. Luo would still want to destroy the planet. This is an attempt to wipe them out completely. A planet with life is a considerable asset, and enslaving Earth is more valuable than destroying it outright. But the Holy Star Tower needs an explanation. They want to make an example of them and show outsiders that the Holy Star Tower is not someone that can be offended by just anyone, let alone such a backward indigenous planet. What? Upon hearing this, the martial arts leaders and others stared at St. Luo with wide eyes in disbelief. He actually wants to destroy Earth? This is absolutely outrageous. The heads of state were also greatly alarmed, feeling a chill rise from their spines to the top of their heads, making their scalps tingle. The world was in uproar. My God, alien invaders are going to destroy Earth. Beasts. They are beasts, they are not human. We're going to die anyway, so don't be afraid. Let's fight the alien invaders to the death. This is outrageous. Even if we die, we'll bite off a piece of the alien invaders and fight them to the death. We, the people of Earth, cannot die such a humiliating death. Everyone, take up your weapons and fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Ellipsis ellipsis. Everyone was in despair, but this also ignited their fighting spirit and indomitable will. One by one, the warriors roared and stepped forward, raising their weapons and charging towards the spaceships in the sky, determined to perish together with the alien invaders. The warriors of the Orient Federation were full of disdain, thinking that the people of Earth were completely overestimating themselves and trying to stop a chariot. How could you do this? Old Master Wang looked at Saint Luo in disbelief and said angrily. Even an old man like him, who had lived to a ripe old age, could not suppress his anger in the face of Saint Luo's shamelessness. I never said I wouldn't destroy Earth, Dean Saint Luo said calmly, his expression unchanged. You, Old Master Wang was completely speechless. If a person has no shame, you cannot judge him by human standards. Dean Saint Luo ignored Old Master Wang. Seeing that the cosmic-level warriors from the Orient Federation were still standing there in a daze, he frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Didn't you hear what I said?" Yes. One by one, the cosmic-level martial artists realized what was happening and quickly responded in unison. Since Dean Saint Luo, one of the 3 domain lords of the Orient Federation, had given the order, they naturally could not disobey it. Oliver, Claude, and the others grinned maliciously, glanced at the Earthlings below, and then flew towards the warship. Destroying a planet requires a considerable amount of energy. It would require cosmic-level warriors to activate the Force Planet Destroyer on the warship. The Star Destroyer cannon is a weapon capable of destroying a planet. Among the dozen or so cosmic-level martial artists, only Qing Lun showed a hint of reluctance in his eyes, but in the end he could only obey orders. If she were to disobey Dean Saint Luo's wishes at this moment, her clan would likely be blacklisted by the Holy Star Tower. And the younger generation would basically have no chance of entering the Holy Star Tower. In the Orient Federation, the Holy Star Tower is a giant in the world, and she could not afford to offend it. After a moment's hesitation, Qinglin followed Monka and the others towards the spaceship. Dean Saint Luo looked at Hardy on the ground and said, "I can give you one more chance. Come to my Holy Star Tower, or you will disappear along with this planet." Not interested, Hardy sneered, speaking without any politeness. The way he looked at Saint Luo was as if he were looking at a dead man. It's almost obvious that these people who threaten their master in this way will eventually pay a heavy price. Do you really think a baron from a highly advanced cosmic civilization is so easy to bully? Stubborn to the end, Dean Saint Luo saw the look in Hardy's eyes and felt a surge of anger rising in his heart. He snorted coldly. He had tried his best to invite the other party, but he was met with indifference. As a powerful domain lord, he had never been treated like this before. He ignored Hattie and disappeared from the spot. All the warships began to take off and rush into space. Stop them. Stop them now. The heads of state from various countries changed their expressions and gave orders one after another. The most powerful fighter jets on Earth soared into the sky and launched an attack on the Orient Federation's spaceships. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, force attacks slammed into the spaceship, unleashing bursts of blinding light. Unfortunately, it had no effect. Earth's technology was far inferior to that of the Orient Federation. These attacks couldn't even penetrate the defensive shields of the spaceships, let alone damage the spaceships themselves. Even if the defensive shield is breached, an attack of this magnitude, which is not even at the planetary level, would not be able to penetrate the warship's main body. Pshaw. At that moment, beams of light shot out from the spaceship. The Earth-based fighters frantically tried to dodge, but their speed couldn't keep up, and they were instantly struck by the beam of light. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, fighter jets exploded, turning into fireballs and falling to the ground. But countless fighter jets still took off to intercept those spaceships, risking their lives to do so. The alien invaders are about to leave Earth. Activate the spatial teleportation array, the head of the Bald Eagle Kingdom said solemnly. I second that. I second that. Ellipsis ellipsis. Almost without hesitation, the heads of state of each country chose to agree. They had no way out but to activate the spatial teleportation array and embark on a cosmic journey. If the people of the Orient Federation hadn't left Earth, they wouldn't have had the chance to use the spatial teleportation array, but now the opportunity has come. Alright, activate the spatial teleportation array. The martial arts leader nodded resolutely. At all costs, we must hold off the alien invaders and buy them time, said the head of the Bald Eagle Nation. Orders were issued one after another, and the world was mobilized. All the warriors fought for the last chance of survival on Earth, even at the cost of their own lives. Are fighter jets taking to the skies, intercepting Orient Federation's spaceships one after another, to buy time to activate the space teleportation array? Countless fighter jets exploded like fireworks, dazzling for a moment before fading into silence. These scenes were both beautiful and tragic. Rune Masters rushed to the area where the spatial teleportation array was located to expedite its activation. They had been preparing for this for a while, but since the formation covered the entire planet, activating it wasn't easy and required a long preparation time. Moreover, after the formation is activated, it takes a considerable amount of time to accumulate spatial energy before it can truly function. This will all take time. Time passed slowly, and Earth's fighters and warriors suffered countless losses, yet they still failed to stop the Orient Federation's warships. Before long, all the warships left Earth and hovered in space. Before them lay a slowly rotating, azure planet. Earth. Inside the warship, which resembled a war fortress, Claude and the others stood behind Dean St. Louis, gazing at the planet before them. It really is a beautiful planet, Oliver said with a smile. It's a pity that it will soon turn into cosmic dust, Claude of the Blackscale clan chuckled. These Earthlings actually dare to try and stop us? They're really overestimating themselves, Monka said disdainfully. It's just an indigenous planet. There are countless planets like it in the universe. Destroying it is no big deal. Dean Crow said calmly, let's begin. The dozen or so cosmic-level martial artists stopped talking and began to pour their primal force into the energy storage device in front of them. Buzz tilde. A blinding light began to shine on the warship, with beams of light resembling electronic circuits spreading across the entire massive spaceship. The terrifying energy fluctuations emanated from it, inspiring awe and fear. Come and see for yourselves, witness the destruction of your home planet. Otherwise, you'll never have another chance. St. Louis waved his hand, and the Wong family members from afar flew over and landed beside him. The Wong family members gazed at the azure planet before them, their eyes filled with sorrow. Among the Wong family members, Lin Chuan's face was pale, and a trace of helplessness still appeared on her strong and pretty face. The familiar face appeared in her mind, and she murmured to herself, why haven't you come back yet? Son. Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei's eyes trembled as they called out to their son in their hearts. Old Master Wang, and the younger generation of the Wang family, including Wang Yanan, Wang Yaling, and Wang Horan, are all like this. Because Wang Teng is their only hope now. How tragic it is to watch one's home planet be destroyed. They desperately hoped that Wang Teng would appear and save this planet from destruction. Earth, East Sea. Images of space were captured completely by satellites and transmitted around the world through various channels. It was a spectacular yet terrifying scene. The spaceships were located in the cold void, accumulating energy, and the terrifying energy light was chilling. How much longer? The heads of state were extremely anxious, inquiring about the progress of activating the spatial teleportation array. We need another 5 minutes, the martial arts leader said solemnly. 5 minutes is too long. Can you make it faster? The head of state of the Bald Eagle asked. The alien invaders won't give us that much time, the head of the Nordic Union said with a deep breath and a sigh of relief. There's nothing we can do, this is the fastest we can go. The martial arts leader said helplessly, let the rune masters do their best, and leave the rest to fate. The heads of state were speechless, they knew they had done their utmost. On Earth, every second counts, and even a slight difference in time can lead to a completely different outcome. On one side is escape, on the other is destruction. What will be the result? Nobody knows. At that moment, the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship on the open ground of the Global Union building flew into the sky, transforming into a streak of light and heading straight into the universe. The Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship is a cosmic-class spaceship, and only it can still damage the warships of the Orient Federation. Hardy activated the spaceship, buying Earth a final bit of time. In space, the Qian Yuan E-63 spacecraft launched its attack as soon as it broke through Earth's atmosphere. Boom! A terrifying force attack slammed directly into the Orient Federation's war fortress-like spaceship. The Orient Federation was completely unprepared and was immediately hit hard. The shield shook violently, followed by a crisp cracking sound. With a single strike, the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship actually broke through the warship's defensive shield. Inside the Orient Federation warship, the ship began to shake violently, and a piercing alarm immediately sounded. Beep, 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 30% of the defensive shield is destroyed. Beep, 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 30% of the defensive shield is destroyed. Beep, 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 30% of the defensive shield is destroyed. The expressions of the people from the Orient Federation changed slightly. That's a spaceship of the cosmic class. Claude exclaimed. A cosmic class spaceship? Why didn't you say so sooner? Dean St. Luo roared. Their warship was only at the cosmic level, and naturally it couldn't withstand a direct, unreserved attack from a cosmic level spaceship. Claude was speechless. Quickly, repair the defensive shield and shoot down that cosmic class spaceship immediately, Dean St. Luo ordered. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of force attacks immediately shot out from the warship. At the same time, surrounding warships also swarmed in, blocking the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship and launching a fierce attack on it. Hardy's face darkened. He had no choice but to deal with the pursuing warships first. A fierce chase unfolded in the void. The cosmic-class spaceship was far superior to ordinary spaceships, and the warships of the Orient Federation were continuously shot down. But in addition to dealing with these warships, Hardy also had to contend with the attacks launched from the massive, fortress-like warship from time to time. Boom! Suddenly, the Qian Yuan E-63 spacecraft was hit on its side. The Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship shook violently, and the surrounding warships seized the opportunity to launch a frenzied attack. With a barrage of force shells landing on the spaceship's defensive shield. Snap! Bang! The defensive shield shattered instantly, and the force attacks poured onto the main body of the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship. Fortunately, this is a spaceship of the cosmic class, and attacks from ordinary spaceships cannot harm it. Hardy quickly seized the opportunity to escape the encirclement. Ellipsis, ellipsis. Time passed again, and cold sweat beaded on the foreheads of the heads of state, as well as on their palms and backs. They kept an eye on the situation in the universe while staring intently at the countdown to the activation of the formation that had just appeared on the screen, their expressions extremely tense. The spatial teleportation array is ready. Now all that's needed is for the spatial energy to gather completely. 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute. With only 1 minute remaining, the Force Star Destroyer on the Orient Federation warship was fully charged. The energy beams on the warship converged at one point, and the massive warship, resembling a war fortress, split open from the center, revealing a cannon muzzle that was almost half the size of the warship. The cannon muzzle was covered with dense silver rays, aimed at the direction of Earth. An incredibly terrifying energy fluctuation spread outwards. Completion. When the heads of state witnessed this scene, their hearts sank to the bottom, filled with gloom and despair. So close. So close. Why is this happening? They were so close to escaping this certain death trap. Why doesn't God even give them such an opportunity? Is Earth really going to be destroyed? Countless people roared, venting their anger and fear. They were unwilling to die like this, unwilling to disappear into the universe. For thousands of years, humanity has been exploring the universe, hoping to leave Earth and venture onto a wider stage. When the age of martial artists arrived, they saw hope. Then Wang Teng emerged out of nowhere, becoming the strongest on Earth, and even went beyond Earth to become a pioneer venturing into the universe. Hope is just around the corner. But why, when this day is about to arrive, do they face destruction? Did Wang Teng ultimately fail to make it back? On Earth, countless people had the same thought. Wang Teng. In front of the Global Union building, Tan Taizan clenched her teeth, silently muttering Wang Teng's name to herself. The martial arts leaders and others, watching the images transmitted from outer space, all felt powerless and desperate. They also hoped that Wang Teng could save the planet from destruction, just like before. But it was too late. Wang Teng hasn't even shown up yet, so how can he possibly save Earth? It's all too late. Boom! On the spaceship, terrifying energy erupted from the muzzle of the cannons, the light so dazzling that it was impossible to open one's eyes. People on Earth could only see that the entire sky was illuminated in a silvery white light, as if it were the end of the world. Everything had lost its original color, as if it had been swallowed up by the silvery white light. Boom! However, at that moment, another loud bang was heard. A powerful beam of primal force suddenly erupted from the void beside them, heading straight for the Orient Federation's warship. The two sides were very close, so the attack seemed to transcend spatial distance, striking the Orient Federation warship directly despite being launched later. Bang! The defensive shield shattered and the attack landed squarely on the warship. In an instant, the Orient Federation's warship was rammed and moved sideways by the attack, and the position of its cannons also shifted. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The energy within the Star Destroyer cannon was finally released, and it flew past Earth almost touching the planet. Boom! In the distance, an asteroid was hit by a planet-destroying bombardment and exploded, turning into countless specks of dust in space. In just a moment, that asteroid was completely destroyed. Quiet. The people on Earth were plunged into a deathly silence. Beads of cold sweat dripped from the foreheads of many people, but they were oblivious, staring blankly at the sky. Before they could even react, a feeling of relief welled up from the bottom of their hearts. We survived? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, we survived, someone shouted in surprise. Immediately, people all over the world were overjoyed, and some even cheered. The heads of state also realized what had happened by then. Looking at the asteroid that had been hit in space, they couldn't help but feel a lingering sense of unease. What a terrifying attack. An asteroid was destroyed in an instant. If it had landed on Earth, Earth would probably have exploded in the same way. The heads of state shuddered at the thought of that outcome. What just happened? The head of state of the Bald Eagle suddenly asked. Everyone was taken aback, then remembered the question and quickly turned to look at the images transmitted back from space. Meanwhile, on the Orient Federation's warship, St. Luo and the others were completely unprepared for this situation. They were just a hair's breadth away from destroying the planet in front of them, but instead, it was destroyed. This feeling would make anyone uncomfortable. It's like when you're constipated and trying to poop, you hold it in for ages, and just when you're about to come out, someone scares you so much that you pull it back in. Aren't you angry? Dean St. Luo and the others looked grim as they gazed toward the source of the attack. The Wong family members, aboard the Orient Federation's warship, also looked in that direction. The space there rippled, spreading out like waves, and a crack slowly appeared, tearing open and growing larger and larger. It seemed that a corner of a spaceship was the first to emerge from that space, its sharp, blade-like metal edge gleaming with a cold luster. As the crack widened, the protruding hull became more and more complete. In just a moment, an enormous spaceship flew out of the void and slowly appeared in front of everyone. What kind of being was that? Ferocious, enormous, majestic, terrifying. Compared to this spaceship, the Orient Federation's War Fortress warship was like a slightly larger toy. A massive, menacing spaceship emerged from the void and appeared before all the warships of the Orient Federation, as well as before all the people of Earth. This is? On the Orient Federation side, Dean St. Luo's eyes narrowed, and a slight tremor ran through his heart. Meanwhile, Monka, Qinglin, Austin, and other cosmic-level martial artists all showed expressions of shock and horror. Such a massive spaceship, with its cold, metallic sheen and terrifying aura that's impossible to look at directly, this spaceship is probably no ordinary vessel. Could it be? The Wong family members clenched their fists, their expressions becoming somewhat excited. Is Wang Teng back? Such speculations were on their minds. But they still found it incredible. Such a huge spaceship must be worth far more than they could imagine. Could it belong to Wang Teng? Earth. The heads of state were also stunned, staring in shock at the suddenly appearing spaceship, an unbelievable thought popping into their minds. Could it be that Wang Teng has returned? The martial arts leaders of Sha Kingdom, including the three marshals, clenched their fists involuntarily, their expressions revealing a hint of excitement. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, inside the Global Union building where they were, the countdown timer suddenly sounded. 10, 9, 8, ellipsis ellipsis. It turned out that the spatial teleportation array had reached its final 10-second countdown. The martial arts leaders and others were all jolted back to their senses. The spatial teleportation array is about to be activated. They couldn't help but show a momentary struggle. It's still unknown whether that spaceship is Wang Teng's return. If it can't stop the Orient Federation, wouldn't that be a huge blunder? Once the spatial teleportation array is interrupted, there is an extremely long cooldown period, and it will take even longer to activate it again. However, after a moment's hesitation, the martial arts leader still ordered the spatial teleportation formation to be stopped. The countdown froze at the last 3 seconds. Everyone's hearts, which had been pounding with anxiety, finally relaxed. The heads of state of various countries do not actually oppose this decision. After all, no one wants to wander in space. That would undoubtedly expose them to even more unknown dangers. At this moment, they could only place their hopes on the massive spaceship that had just appeared. Just then, the network of the Global Union building was suddenly hacked, and the same happened to networks around the world, leaving everyone unable to control it. Computers, mobile phones, and screens in major shopping malls all became blurry, and then the scene changed to reveal the figure of a young man. Wang Teng. The person appearing on the screen was none other than Wang Teng. "Sorry everyone, I'm late." A heavy voice came from Wang Teng's mouth and reached the ears of everyone standing in front of the screen. Many people couldn't help but tear up, and some even cried tears of joy. "I'm back. Wang Teng is finally back. Earth is saved." They still believed in Wang Teng, believing that once he returned, he could save Earth just like before. That guy. On a high-rise building, Tan Tai Zan stood with Yi Jixing and others. When she heard Wang Teng's words, her nose still stung slightly. "You're back, it's good to be back." Yi Jixing couldn't help but exclaim, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Inside the Global Union building, when the heads of state saw Wang Teng's face and heard his words, they were all overjoyed. That spaceship really did belong to Wang Teng. "Ha ha ha, he's back." Hong Shuai couldn't help but burst into laughter. "This guy is finally back." The martial arts leader shook his head, feeling like his emotions had been on a roller coaster, going up and down, but now he could finally settle down. Earth is finally saved. Yang Shuai breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his face as he spoke. "Yes, we're saved." The martial arts leader nodded. Even he, despite the formidable enemy, had an inexplicable confidence in Wang Teng. "Who goes there?" A voice came from inside the Orient Federation warship. "Orient Federation, you deserve to die." A voice also came from inside the spaceship, filled with barely suppressed anger. If he had been just a little later, Earth would have been completely destroyed. His family and his friends are all on it, and they will perish with the destruction of the planet. The Orient Federation, damn it. Wang Teng. Dean St. Luo's cold voice rang out, clearly recognizing him. "Yes, it's me. You've been looking for me all this time. Now I'm back." Wang Teng's voice was icy, as if it came from the depths of hell. He then suddenly shouted, "Attack. Destroy all the Orient Federation's space warships. Leave no one alive." Boom, boom, boom. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a terrifying attack erupted from the spaceship, raining down on the Orient Federation space battleship ahead like a storm of light. The spaceship piloted by Wang Teng is a World Lord-level vessel. Not only is its defense astonishing, but the weapons it carries are also incredibly powerful. Whether in terms of power or speed, they are incomparable to ordinary weapons. At this moment, Wang Teng unleashed all his weapons in a fit of rage, bombarding the area with overwhelming force. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, spaceships turned into fireballs and exploded, becoming space debris. In a short time, the entire fleet of spaceships dispatched by the Orient Federation was wiped out, with only the fortress-like warship managing to escape, but it was left with no one to command it. Before St. Luo and the others could react, they witnessed this scene. Their eyes widened in horror, and their faces involuntarily showed expressions of shock. Wang Teng. Dean St. Luo roared like a wounded beast. Clot, Monka, and the others were filled with fear, their pupils shrinking to the size of pinholes. They were truly terrified. That massive, menacing spaceship was truly terrifying. In an instant, their entire spaceship was destroyed, and all the planetary and stellar-level warriors on board perished. If that attack had landed on their spaceship, they probably wouldn't have survived either. At this moment, the warriors of the Orient Federation fell into a deathly silence, finally feeling the same despair that the Earthlings had felt before. It was a kind of despair where one's life was completely at the mercy of others, and one was powerless to resist. On the ground, the martial arts leaders and others felt extremely relieved upon seeing this scene, and a surge of anger welled up in their chests. These alien invaders have finally met their end. They used to be so arrogant, so haughty, treating them like ants and weeds, killing them at will. Earth was almost destroyed. How hateful, how utterly detestable. Now, it's finally their turn. The Orient Federation's warships were utterly powerless against Wang Teng's terrifying spaceship, and fell like rain under its powerful attack. Inside the Orland battleship, there was a deathly silence. St. Luo's face was extremely gloomy. Wang Teng's domineering attitude was completely unexpected. Moreover, if he's not mistaken, that spaceship must be at least a domain lord level spaceship, and it's even highly likely to be a world lord level spaceship. But how could that be? Wang Teng was just a martial artist from this native planet. Even if he became a baron of the Great Qian Empire, there was absolutely no way he could afford a world lord level spaceship. Moreover, the intelligence he received never mentioned that he possessed a world lord level spaceship. At that moment, he felt like killing someone. One wrong step leads to another. The person who gave him the information said they were capable of dealing with this little beast, but what happened was this outcome. That single world lord level spaceship was enough to make him, a domain lord level martial artist, wary. Dean St. Luo, what do we do? Claude swallowed hard and asked. He knew that dealing with Wang Teng would not be so easy. Now, the opponent's single, incredibly powerful spaceship had already put them in a desperate situation. How can we fight like this? If these cosmic-level martial artists were to go out, they would probably be blasted into pieces. St. Luo took a deep breath, his gaze turning cold and sharp, and said, Wang Teng, do you think you've got me cornered? Still being stubborn even when you're about to die, Wang Teng said coldly. HMPH, look who they are. St. Luo appeared in the void with the Wang family members and sneered. Dad, Mom, Grandpa. Wang Teng's expression changed drastically, and a surge of murderous intent welled up in his heart. That idiot Hardy actually let his family fall into the hands of the Orient Federation. What is he good for? An anger rose from the bottom of his heart. Wang Teng and Lan rushed out of the spaceship and faced off against St. Luo from afar. A domain lord level expert. St. Luo's eyes narrowed when he saw Lan beside Wang Teng, feeling incredulous. This Wang Teng actually has a domain lord level helper. Xiao Teng, son. When Grandpa Wang, Wang Shengguo, Li Shumei, and the others saw Wang Teng, they were both surprised and delighted, and they couldn't help but shout out. Mom and Dad, Grandpa, don't worry, I will save you. Wang Teng's heart tightened and his eyes trembled when he saw the state of the Wang family. He quickly said, Save them? What will you use to save them? St. Luo scoffed. Who exactly are you? Wang Teng took a deep breath, his face icy cold, and asked. Dean of the Holy Star Tower, St. Luo. St. Luo said, You want revenge on me? Wang Teng's eyes narrowed as he asked. That's right, you killed my Holy Star Tower instructor and disrupted my Holy Star Tower's trials. If I don't kill you, what face will my Holy Star Tower have to exist? St. Luo said fiercely. You descended upon Earth, treating it as a testing ground, killing indiscriminately, without even asking us? Wang Teng demanded, suppressing his anger. It is your honor to be used as a testing ground, St. Luo said indifferently. What an honor. I see that your Holy Star Tower is used to being high and mighty. It's just that no one used to trample you underfoot. Now that someone has stepped on you, you bite like a mad dog, Wang Teng said. Insolence. St. Luo was furious. As the Dean of the Holy Star Tower, a figure at the very top of the Orient Federation, he was actually insulted like a mad dog, which was simply intolerable. I'm being presumptuous? You're the ones who are presumptuous. Wang Teng's expression was calm, his eyes filled with contempt as he stared directly at St. Luo. Right now, you could all be crushed under my foot. St. Luo's face was extremely ugly. He knew that what Wang Teng said was probably true. The spaceship behind him alone had already put them in a desperate situation, not to mention anything else. This kid can no longer be regarded as a native martial artist. But he was unwilling to accept it. He was a domain lord level expert and the Dean of the Holy Star Tower. In the Orient Federation, he was second only to the Emperor and above tens of thousands of people. How could he be compared to a native martial artist? Release my family, or I will raze your Holy Star Tower to the ground. Wang Teng said coldly, his expression indifferent. You dare. St. Luo was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He exploded with a powerful aura and stared intently at Wang Teng. In fact, he was afraid of Wang Teng and feared that he would cause trouble for them after returning from the Great Qian Empire, so he wanted to strike first, capture Wang Teng's family, and force him to submit. However, Wang Teng's strength exceeded his expectations. Do you think I dare? Wang Teng sneered. Your entire family is in my hands. St. Luo threatened. Xiao Teng, don't worry about us. We can't be a stumbling block for you, Old Master Wang shouted. That's right, it's just death. Don't even think about threatening us, Wang Shengguo said resolutely. Shut up. St. Luo's expression changed drastically, filled with shock and anger. Without the Wang family's help, he wouldn't be a threat to Wang Teng at all. Therefore, this is the situation he is most worried about. Suddenly, just as St. Luo's mind was affected, a figure appeared abruptly from behind him, thrusting out a sword straight for his heart. Void Annihilation Divine Sword Technique. St. Luo's expression changed slightly. He sensed a slight threat from the sword light. If he did not dodge, he would likely be seriously injured. Boom! At the same time, Lan also moved, and a black stream of light suddenly shot out from his palm, rushing towards St. Luo. This direction is the opposite of where the Wang family is located. Two attacks came at the same time, one from behind and one from the left, putting St. Roth in a dilemma. They either had to consider the Wang family's safety, or they would be struck by the black streak of light and the sword light behind them. He has to make a choice. St. Luo was also a ruthless character. He knew that if he lost the Wang family, he would have no one to rely on in front of Wang Teng, so he did not back down. A battle sword appeared in his hand, its light surging as it collided with the black streak of light. At the same time, he turned and threw a punch behind him. Boom! The aftershocks of the force rippled outwards. The Wang family members were too close. The aftershocks were enough to seriously injure them. However, at that moment, another figure appeared from the void, and with a wave of his hand, formed a force shield to protect the Wang family members. The figure was none other than Wang Teng. How is this possible? St. Luo's expression changed, then he seemed to understand and exclaimed, "A clone." That figure was indeed Wang Teng's clone, as was the one that attacked St. Luo from behind. After the main body attracted St. Luo's attention, Wang Teng's clone and Lan attacked simultaneously, leaving St. Luo no time to pay attention. Then, a second clone rescued the Wang family members. Wang Teng's clone chuckled softly, his lips moving slightly, clearly forming the word idiot. He then pulled the Wang family members backward. Trying to leave, St. Luo's face was grim as he slashed at the clone with his sword. Unfortunately, the space behind him rippled, and he disappeared from the spot, causing St. Luo's sword light to fall into empty space. Damn it! St. Luo's face turned as black as a pot. He never expected that he, a domain lord level expert, would be tricked. In the distance, Wang Teng's clone led the Wang family members out of the void and smiled at Wang Teng's main body, saying, "I have fulfilled my mission. Thank you for your hard work." Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to relax. From the moment they learned that the Wang family had been captured to the time it took to formulate this series of plans, less than 3 minutes had passed. He then dealt with St. Luo while simultaneously transmitting a series of instructions to Lan via telepathy. Even as he stepped out of the spaceship, he created 2 clones that disappeared into space, waiting for an opportunity to strike. I was just wasting time talking to St. Luo to get his attention and buy him more time. And only after influencing St. Luo's mind could he carry out his plan. All of this was extremely dangerous. A slight misstep could have angered St. Luo and put the royal family in a very perilous situation. However, it was precisely because of this unexpected turn of events that it became possible to rescue the royal family from St. Luo's clutches. Of course, the most important thing is Wang Teng's spatial ability. Without this spatial ability, he would not be able to carry out this plan smoothly at all. As Wang Teng had predicted, he succeeded in the end. Only then did the Wang family realize that they had been rescued, and a sense of joy at surviving a disaster welled up in their hearts. "Mom and Dad, Grandpa, please rest inside the spaceship for a while. I'll take care of things soon," Wang Teng said with a smile. "Then be careful." Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei had a lot to say to Wang Teng, but they knew it wasn't the right time to talk. So they just gave him a worried word and then followed his clone into the spaceship behind them. On the other side, St. Luo's face was so gloomy it looked like it was about to drip water. Without thinking, he immediately turned and retreated, actually trying to escape. On the Orient Federation's warship, Claude and the others' expressions changed drastically when they saw the royal family members being rescued. "Quick, let's go. Start the spaceship and leave as fast as possible, or it will be too late." Ellipsis ellipsis. Chaos reigned inside the spaceship. The once arrogant cosmic-level martial artists were now chilled to the bone, their hearts filled with terror. Boom! The Orient Federation's spaceships immediately accelerated, attempting to escape the area. "Kill them." Wang Teng pointed forward, his cold and indifferent voice slowly echoing through the void. It was like a death knell emanating from hell. Terrifying lights suddenly shone from the World Lord level spaceship behind him. Boom! 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 A barrage of attacks erupted, bombarding the Oran Federation's warships and Saint Ro. No, Clot and the other cosmic-level warriors only saw a white light before their eyes, letting out terrified and unwilling roars, and unleashing all their primal force to resist this terrifying attack. On the other side, Saint Luo's pupils also contracted as he mobilized his own force to the limit, enduring the spaceship's attack head-on. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed through the void, and the Oran Federation warship instantly exploded, turning into a giant fireball. Meanwhile, St. Luo's side was also overwhelmed by the attack, and the specific situation inside could not be seen. A moment later, the aftershocks of the force gradually dissipated, and several extremely disheveled figures flew out from within, including St. Luo, Clot, and others. They actually survived. The life force of powerhouses above the cosmic level is extremely vigorous, and they all managed to live by sheer luck. However, under such an attack, he was also seriously injured and on the verge of death, like a stray dog, completely losing his previous arrogant demeanor. On Earth, people all over the world, seeing this scene, felt a surge of relief and burst into cheers. People all over the world were in a state of jubilation. The alien invaders have been destroyed. The scene was almost like being utterly crushed. They originally thought that even if Wang Teng returned, it would be a tough battle, but the result was a one-sided fight. Those powerful alien invaders were utterly helpless in the face of Wang Teng. Wang Teng's methods were beyond everyone's expectations. The heads of state, in particular, were both surprised and delighted, their hearts churning with a storm of emotions. That's incredible. Before leaving Earth, Wang Teng did not possess such abilities. At that time, he was merely a planetary-level martial artist. Yet now, he has the power to destroy alien invaders. You should know that among those alien invaders, there are stellar-level, cosmic-level, and even domain lord-level beings. Such a stark contrast undoubtedly gave everyone a dreamlike feeling, making it seem extremely unreal. In their eyes, Wang Teng didn't seem like a human from Earth at all, he was simply an anomaly. Could it be that an alien was stranded on Earth as a child and was adopted by the Wang family? Yes, very likely. Otherwise, how could those Earthlings be so monstrous? This doesn't make sense. It doesn't conform to genetics at all. In the universe, the cosmic-level warrior from the Oran Federation, severely injured and bleeding, stared at Wang Teng with fear and disbelief in his eyes. Run separately. A loud shout came from Clot's mouth, and without any hesitation, he immediately turned and ran away. The others had already had this idea, and they scattered and fled one by one. When disaster strikes, everyone flees for their own lives. Wang Teng sneered and waved his hand. Immediately, one after another, cosmic-level martial artists rushed out from the warship behind Wang Teng, surrounding them and staring at them with icy eyes. The cosmic-level warriors of the Oran Federation turned pale and panicked. There were more than a dozen cosmic-level martial artists, even more than them. Given their current serious injuries, how could they possibly win? This feeling is extremely unpleasant. Because they are cosmic-level martial artists, they have always been high above the world in the Oran Federation, and have never fallen into the abyss. And now they are in the abyss. Anyone who dares to run again will have 3 legs broken, Wang Teng shouted coldly. Quote. The people of the Oran Federation were stunned. It has 3 legs, what the hell? The men's faces darkened, and they subconsciously squeezed their legs together, feeling a chill in their groin. As for the female warrior Qinglin, she inexplicably felt insulted, because she didn't have 3 legs. Bah, what 3 legs? This Wang Teng is so young, I never expected him to be such a hooligan. But no matter what, they dared not make another move. On the other side, an land suddenly moved. The 1000 machine box transformed into a black stream of light, streaking through the void and forcing out a figure. It was none other than Saint Luo. And Lan looked at him with a cold smile, like a cat playing with a mouse. Old man, still trying to run away? Wang Teng said mockingly, looking at Saint Luo. Wang Teng, what do you want? Saint Luo was directly bombarded by the World Lord-level spaceship and was now seriously injured. He originally wanted to take advantage of the fact that Wang Teng's attention was on Clot and the others to seize the opportunity to escape. But he was forced out by the Domain Lord-level powerhouse next to Wang Teng. I suddenly realized that killing you like this would be too easy on you. Wang Teng stroked his chin and said, let the people of Earth judge the evil deeds you committed on Earth. How about parading a Domain Lord-level expert, the Dean of the Holy Star Tower, through the streets? Isn't that great? St. Ross looked grim. paraded through the streets as a public spectacle. He, a powerful domain lord, was forced to be paraded through the streets in front of the natives of that planet. That's awesome, my ass. How vicious Wang Teng's heart is. The thought of that scene sent chills down his spine. Claude and the others were stunned, a chill ran down their spines and they felt completely unwell. Such a vicious method is something ordinary people would never think of. Wang Teng is a demon. You're delusional, St. Luo said angrily, his face dark and gloomy. Ha, grab him. Wang Teng narrowed his eyes and shouted. It's time to grab some freebies. A domain lord level wool is still very rare. He urgently needs to improve his strength and he can't let go of a domain lord level opportunity. He was blinded by anger before, which is why he wanted to kill the other party immediately. But now he feels that taking advantage of the situation first is the right way and the best way to make the most of the resources. Hee, let me see how strong this domain lord level warrior from the Orient Federation is. And Lan chuckled and the 1,000 machine box flew out, rushing towards St. Luo. Damn it, you, a domain lord level martial artist, have actually stooped so low as to be subordinate to a stellar level martial artist. St. Luo's expression changed slightly as he dodged while angrily shouting. I'm happy to do it, it's none of your business, and Lan said with a grin, completely unmoved. The next moment, he himself disappeared from the spot, turning into a streak of light and rushing over. And Lan's strength is truly extraordinary. Among the domain lord level powerhouses, he is considered a top-tier existence. Even when Sinclayon and Cao Hongtu joined forces, they were no match for him, let alone St. Luo, who comes from a low-level cosmic civilization. Kill. St. Luo was extremely frustrated and unwilling to be killed so easily. He immediately roared and unleashed his full strength, not daring to hold back in the slightest. Suddenly, a strange power emanated from his body. The surroundings had completely changed. They were no longer the pitch-black void of the universe, but rather a world of their own, filled with yellow light. Within this area shrouded in yellow light, giant rocks of varying sizes floated, resembling meteorites, giving off a sense of inexplicable danger. Domain. Wang Teng's expression changed. The domain lord level powerhouse had already comprehended the power of a domain, and this was clearly St. Luo's domain. A type of earth-based domain. Until now, no one has been able to force me to push my domain to its strongest level. Today, I'll let you try. St. Luo's voice echoed from all around, yet it was elusive and impossible to pinpoint its source. Wang Teng immediately became alert and scanned his surroundings. This was his first time entering someone else's domain, but he himself possessed a domain, so he knew very well that everything within this domain was under the control of the domain's owner. And any object could be a means of attack, making it extremely dangerous. Be careful. And Lan's expression turned serious. She immediately appeared beside Wang Teng and said, "This is a 7th order domain." 7th order domain. Wang Teng was immediately shocked. So strong. Will we accidentally capsize in the gutter? However, the thought of the World Lord level spaceship behind him put him at ease. At worst, he could just fire another shot at it. Yes, I never expected that a domain lord from a low-level cosmic civilization would have comprehended the domain to this extent, and Lan said in a deep voice. HMPH, I am not only the Dean of the Holy Star Tower, but also a 3-star mercenary of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance. Do you really think I can be slaughtered by you? St. Luo's figure appeared on a boulder, looking down at them with a cold killing intent in his eyes. A 3-star mercenary from the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance. And Lan's expression darkened. No wonder. The Cosmic Mercenary Alliance is a giant like the Cosmic First Bank and the Cosmic Secondary Professional Alliance, with immense power that extends to every corner of the universe. Like the Secondary Professional League, it is a relatively free and loose organization. However, becoming one of them is not easy. One must possess extremely strong abilities and pass their assessment. Generally speaking, even the lowest-ranking 1-star mercenary is a cosmic-level martial artist. Warriors in the universe are proud to be mercenaries of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance, especially high-star cosmic mercenaries, who are respected and admired by other warriors wherever they go. This is the prestige and benefits that come with being a space mercenary. Many exceptional talents choose to become cosmic mercenaries to enhance their reputation. In addition, becoming a space mercenary allows you to participate in various mercenary missions and earn generous rewards. These rewards can be cultivation techniques, combat skills, or various extremely rare natural treasures, which is why martial artists are even more eager to acquire them. The round description echoed in Wang Tang's mind, and he immediately understood the meaning of a 3-star mercenary. A 3-star cosmic mercenary. He immediately feigned shock, staring wide-eyed at St. Luo as if in utter disbelief. Then, he suddenly said with disdain, "At your age, you're just a 3-star cosmic mercenary? Have you wasted your life?" St. Luo was stunned, his face turning pale. When did Samsung's mercenaries fall to the point of being despised? And Lan twitched, feeling that Wang Tang was really asking for a beating. His tone was incredibly arrogant. If this were to get out, countless Samsung mercenaries would come looking for him to spar with. That scene. Just thinking about it sent chills down in Lan's spine, and she subconsciously moved a few steps away from Wang Tang, afraid of getting involved with him. It should be noted that most of the Samsung cosmic mercenaries are powerhouses at the domain lord level or above, and each of them is incredibly strong and has terrifying combat power. He didn't want them to have their eyes on him. Such arrogance. St. Luo took a deep breath to calm himself, staring coldly at Wang Tang. "Is all you can do is talk the talk? I'm not only good with words, but I'm also skilled with words. If you have a wife or daughter, I can let them try it for free," Wang Tang said, raising an eyebrow. Cough cough. And Lan almost spat out her saliva, her expression extremely strange. "Oh no, why did I understand it so quickly? Is there any hope for me? No, it's all Wang Tang's fault. Ever since I've spent so much time with him, I've been influenced by him. I must stay away from him from now on." As thoughts raced through in Lan's mind, he became increasingly determined to stay away from Wang Tang. St. Luo was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. "You're asking for it." His face turned red with anger, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Finally, he stopped wasting words with Wang Tang and pointed forward. Rumble. The boulders floating in midair all began to spin rapidly before crashing down on Wang Tang. "Oh my god, that's terrifying." Wang Tang jumped back and shouted, "And Lan, it's your turn, go." Upon hearing Wang Tang's words, and Lan's face darkened, sensing that something was amiss, yet he couldn't quite grasp it. As countless boulders crashed down with unparalleled force, his expression grew grave. "You idiot." And Lan roared, disregarding everything else, and immediately used her mental power to control the 1,000 machine box to create streams of light that swirled around her. In a short while, a black sphere quickly formed, as if it had created a separate, isolated area. Domain. This is Anlin's domain. Standing within this domain, Wang Tang discovered that the surroundings had suddenly transformed into a unique black gold domain, completely blocking St. Luo's earth elemental domain from entering. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, the black gold domain began to tremble violently, and a huge sound came from the outside. "And Lan, are you sure you can handle this?" Wang Tang hurriedly called out, "If you can't, just let me know, and I'll have the spaceship fire a shot at him." "Shut up." And Lan rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Within the domain, your intelligent signals simply cannot be sent out." Wang Tang, he's right, I can't contact anyone outside, Roundy said in a deep voice. "It's alright, I can contact my clone," Wang Tang said calmly. Quote. And Lan was suddenly speechless. He realized he didn't need to worry about Wang Tang at all. The guy always had all sorts of unexpected ways to save his life. Quote. The round little thing also shut its mouth. "Okay, it's just that it's ignorant. My domain is only at the 6th level. In terms of domain, I'm still far inferior to him," and Lan explained, taking a deep breath. "However, my domain is a hybrid domain combining mental power and metal-based domain, which is much stronger than ordinary domains. I'd like to see who's stronger, me or this 7th-tier domain." As he spoke, a hint of fighting spirit appeared on his face. He pushed his domain to its limit, and the domain began to expand outward. A hybrid domain. Wang Tang's heart skipped a beat. And Lan hadn't used this hybrid domain before when facing Sinclayon and Cao Hongtu, but unexpectedly she used it today to deal with St. Luo. "Great, keep it up. I believe in you, you can do it." Wang Tang cheered him on. Quote. And Lan's expression froze, and the normally serious atmosphere seemed to be inexplicably destroyed. He ignored Wang Tang and focused on dealing with St. Luo. For a time, and Lan and Sheng Luo were completely engrossed in a battle of domains. One was a yellow earth elemental domain, and the other was a black gold metal elemental domain. The two seemed like two spheres colliding in the void. The earth elemental domain is incredibly dense, possessing immense power and destructive force. And Lan's black gold domain was exceptionally sharp. the entire domain seemed to have grown invisible spikes, shattering all the boulders that came at her. St. Luo's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected that the 6th order domain of this mechanical race lord could withstand his 7th order domain. It is important to know that each level of the domain is very difficult to comprehend, so the power increases exponentially with each advancement in level. The higher the level, the greater the difference. Furthermore, the difference between the 6th and 7th tiers is not just a single tier, but rather the difference between the mid-stage and late stage. Those above the 7th rank belong to the later stage of the domain, which is much, much stronger than the middle stage. That's why St. Luo was so surprised. His gaze turned icy, and he frantically channeled his domain power, causing countless boulders to converge and form a massive sphere. The sphere continued to grow larger, like a small asteroid, hovering above his head. But he didn't stop, he continued to frantically unleash the power of his domain, drawing in more and more boulders. Wow, Earth explosion star! Wang Teng exclaimed. What is a planetary explosion? And Lan was initially shocked, but upon hearing Wang Teng's words, her thoughts immediately went astray. It's really not his fault, it's mainly because Wang Teng is too unconventional. It's nothing, you don't understand the world of anime, Wang Teng said dismissively. I% and at hash. And Lan, why am I being looked down upon for no reason, you bastard? However, seeing the power of Saint Rona's attack, and Lan did not dare to hesitate in the slightest. He immediately activated his domain power, and endless black gold light gathered above his head, quickly condensing into an incomparably terrifying black gold sword beam. Endless sword intent soared into the sky, radiating unparalleled sharpness. At this moment, St. Luo had condensed the boulder to its limit. His face was flushed, and veins were bulging on his forehead, making him look extremely terrifying. He was desperate to survive. Go! A loud shout came from St. Luo's mouth. The asteroid-sized boulder crashed down with a deafening roar. That terrifying power is probably enough to destroy a planet like Earth. Boom! A loud bang came from outside the area. Before the boulder had even fully crashed down, and Lan's domain was already trembling violently under the pressure it generated, as if it were about to crack open. And Lan's eyes widened in shock, and her gaze sharpened. Slay! A cold shout rang out, and the sword hanging above his head slashed out fiercely. Swords flashed everywhere. A sword beam, hundreds of meters long, slashed down. Boom! The sword light collided with the boulder with a deafening roar, and the immense primal force exploded in the void. Click! A cracking sound rang out, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the boulder, spreading outwards. And Lan was overjoyed. But at that moment, cracks instantly appeared on the black and gold sword light he unleashed, covering the entire sword light. The two sides were locked in a stalemate for a moment, when a huge explosion suddenly rang out. Rumble! The sword light shattered and the boulder exploded. Terrifying shockwaves of primal force swept outwards, obscuring everything in the dense light. Not good. And Lan narrowed her eyes, staring intently at the explosion site, and suddenly her expression changed. A huge black shadow burst out from the light and plummeted toward them. The sword light just now only destroyed most of the boulder, but did not completely shatter it into pieces. Die! St. Luo's icy voice suddenly came from above, carrying a ferocious intent. Retreat quickly! And Lan's gaze narrowed, and she shouted. Don't panic, let me try. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, but his face showed no sign of panic. And Lan. The next moment, a World Lord-level battlesword appeared in Wang Teng's hand, its sword intent surging forth, and the space around him immediately fluctuated. And Lan, standing beside her, immediately sensed something and a look of shock appeared in her heart. What kind of sword technique is this? It actually draws upon the power of space. Moreover, this spatial power has already affected his domain. Click, click. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound rang out, and cracks appeared in the surrounding space, even in Lan's black gold domain showed cracks. An invisible spatial force emanated from the crack, coiling and condensing around the longsword in Wang Teng's hand. In an instant, an invisible, strange sword light condensed. Unseen and intangible, yet one could feel the terrifying sword intent emanating from the sword, sending a chill down one's spine. What is this? And Lan's eyes widened in shock. Even he sensed a threat emanating from the sword's edge. At that moment, the boulder crashed down on their heads. Slay the god! Wang Teng shouted in his heart, and a sword intent seemed to burst forth in his eyes. The sword light that had been brewing to the extreme on the sword in his hand finally slashed out, directly tearing through the void and landing on the boulder. This is one of the moves from the Void Annihilation Divine Sword technique. It is also the first move. The Void Annihilation Divine Sword technique has a total of 9 forms, each of which is very difficult to execute. The difficulty increases exponentially with each subsequent form. At Wang Teng's current level of mastery of the Void Annihilation Divine Sword technique, he can only use the first form. This was the first time he had truly used the Void Annihilation Divine Sword technique, and its power was much greater than simply using the Void Annihilation Divine Sword technique. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as an invisible, incredibly sharp sword light cleaved the boulder in two before hurtling straight toward St. Luo. How is this possible? St. Luo's eyes narrowed sharply, his heart trembled, and he felt incredulous. He had no time to dodge. He could see it, but his body couldn't react fast enough. He could only mobilize all the remaining primal force in his body to form a defensive shield. Boom! In an instant, the sword light struck St. Luo, shattering the force shield around his body and sending him flying. Pshaw! A long, narrow sword wound appeared on St. Luo's chest and blood spurted out. PFF'd. Halfway there, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his whole body went limp. However, he was ultimately a domain lord level martial artist with vigorous vitality, and the sword light ultimately failed to kill him. St. Luo never expected that he would be seriously injured by Wang Teng's sword in the end, and he was extremely incredulous. Wang Teng is clearly a stellar level martial artist, so how could he achieve this level? Countless questions arose in his mind, and St. Luo was greatly shocked, his face turning deathly pale. However, his strong will to survive brought him back to his senses. Using the force of the push, with a look of unwillingness on his face, he turned around and tried to escape. Trying to run away? Are you counting mice? And Lan, stop him! Wang Teng shouted. Damn, they really think I'm a laborer. Upon hearing this, and Lan snapped out of her shock at Wang Teng's sword strike and glared at him resentfully. However, seeing that St. Luo was trying to escape, he still gave chase. St. Luo was seriously injured, so his speed was naturally not as fast as in Lan's. He was caught up in just a few breaths. Get out of my way! St. Luo, with disheveled hair, looked like a maddened, defeated dog. He roared and threw a punch at An Lan. Even a cornered beast will fight back. An Lan looked disdainful as she unleashed the longsword formed from the 1000 machine box, striking the opponent's fist imprint. St. Luo screamed in agony as his fist imprint shattered. The sword left a deep gash on his fist, so deep that bone was visible, and blood was dripping from it. Boom! An Lan charged in, unleashing a fierce sword light that enveloped St. Luo. In just a short while, he returned to Wang Teng's side carrying St. Luo, who looked like a dead dog. It's done. This old guy is pretty tough. An Lan laughed. Oh, how pitiful, Wang Teng said with a grin as he looked at St. Luo's current state. St. Luo originally wanted to pretend to faint, but upon hearing Wang Teng's words, he was immediately filled with anger. He suddenly raised his head, his face covered in blood, his eyes fixed on Wang Teng, filled with resentment and hatred. That's a good look. I admire that kind of look in you, really. As Wang Teng spoke, a brick suddenly appeared in his hand. Oh no, it was a large seal. Without saying a word, he smashed it down on St. Luo's head. Clang ding, crackling sounds. Quote question mark quote. St. Luo. In an instant, his head was buzzing, his hair stood on end, and he couldn't process what was happening. What happened? Where am I? Who I am? What a hard head. No wonder you're a domain lord. Wang Teng exclaimed, his thunder seal striking down repeatedly, leaving only afterimages in his wake. In terms of hand speed, he has never lost. Clang, 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 crackling sounds, crackling sounds. The lightning strikes landed repeatedly on the head of the Dean of the Holy Star Tower, flashing with electricity without stopping. Even a domain lord level expert couldn't withstand the power of the lightning tribulation. St. Luo's hair and beard stood on end, his face was charred black, and his eyes rolled back from the electric shock, his consciousness was blurred, and he looked utterly miserable. Wang Teng, Wang Teng. An Lan was stunned and quickly called out to him. What are you doing? Wang Teng stopped what he was doing and turned around to ask. Have some decency, An Lan said quietly. If this continues, he'll die. Alright, let's let him go for now. Wang Teng weighed the brick in his hand. No, it should be Fan Lei Yin, that damn slip of the tongue, I always get it wrong, and said with some regret. An Lan was speechless, silently mourning for St. Luo in her heart. Why did you have to do this to yourself, making yourself an enemy of Wang Teng? When Claude and other cosmic-level warriors saw this scene from afar, their facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, and they suddenly had an ominous premonition. That Wang Teng is a real bastard. Even Dean St. Luo was beaten so badly, how could they possibly escape unscathed? Your weapon? And Lan asked curiously, looking at the thunder-turning seal in Wang Teng's hand. I refined it myself, isn't it pretty good? Wang Teng said smugly. Ahem. And Lan couldn't help but cough. What's with that proud look on your face? He wouldn't have even glanced at this bizarre weapon if it weren't for the lightning power it contained. The lightning power within this weapon seems quite formidable, and Lan said. Oh, you mean this? It's just that it has a little bit of lightning tribulation power added, Wang Teng said casually. Thunder, the power of lightning tribulation. And Lan's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Yeah, if you want one, I'll get you one next time. Let me tell you, it's incredibly useful, Wang Teng promoted. Ahem, that's a good idea, and Lan said with a dry cough. Although he looked down on that bizarre weapon, it would be a different story if it were the power of lightning tribulation. Sure enough, following Wang Teng always brings unexpected benefits. It's a good deal. It's a good deal. And Lan silently gave herself a thumbs up for her cleverness. Then Wang Teng rubbed his hands together, glanced around, chuckled to himself, and immediately picked up the scattered attribute bubbles. Pick up attributes. Pick up attributes. One by one, attribute bubbles flew towards Wang Teng. Gold type star force asterisk 12000. Open black lens bracket black gold domain asterisk 2000 close black lens bracket. Stellar level spirit 1800. Stellar level comprehension asterisk 1500. Earth type star force asterisk 10800. Open black lens bracket celestial stone meteorite domain asterisk 2500 close black lens bracket. Stellar level spirit 1600. Stellar level comprehension asterisk 1300. Fire type star force asterisk 2500. Water type star force asterisk 1800. Wood type star force asterisk 2000. Wow, Wang Teng was overjoyed, a wide smile spreading across his face. This windfall was definitely worth it. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Teng felt extremely comfortable. Various primal attributes circulated within his body, flowing through his limbs and bones before converging into the stars of various primal forces. Boom! Wang Teng's body trembled, and his cultivation level actually broke through at this moment. With a crisp sound, Wang Teng's metal-type stellar primal force broke through from the first level of the stellar level to the second level. Golden star force, stellar level 2. Boom! Boom! The commotion within Wang Teng's body had not stopped, in fact, it had become even more intense. Above the sea of nothingness within his body, all 27 primal force stars flew out, spinning at high speed, creating a spectacular scene. Unfortunately, this is inside his body, and no one can see it. These 27 stars represent the three celestial forces, wood, earth, and water. Each type of force has 9 units, representing the 9th level of planetary level cultivation. After this period of accumulation, these 3 elemental forces have reached the pinnacle of the planetary level. In addition, Wang Teng had just bombarded the Orient Federation warships, resulting in the deaths of many martial artists and the dropping of many force attribute bubbles. This is simply the natural progression that has begun. Boom! 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 The 3 elemental forces collided violently, instantly forming 3 stellar vortexes in which crystals of different colors condensed. It has a vibrant green color and is full of life. It has an earthy yellow color, and is heavy and solid. It has a deep blue color, gentle and vast. Ellipsis ellipsis. A moment later, the star vortex condensed into 3 primal force stars, which roamed freely in the sea of nothingness, emitting a rich life force that flowed throughout Wang Teng's body. Rumble. At this moment, his body underwent 3 consecutive life leaps, moving towards a more perfect state, with his skin, muscles, bones, blood, all undergoing transformation. Wang Teng couldn't help but close his eyes, savoring the wonderful feeling that was almost sending him to heaven. In short, awesome. 3 complete transformations, a joy that others can never experience. In a short while, Wang Teng's water, wood, and earth elemental forces all advanced to the first level of the stellar level. Wood-based star force, stellar level 1. Water system star force, stellar level 1. Earth-based stellar force, stellar level 1. Among them, the Earth element star force increased the most, directly reaching the peak of the first level of the stellar level, and will soon be able to break through. This was naturally due to the contribution of Saint Luo, a domain lord level martial artist, who extracted more than 10,000 points of Earth-type star force at once. Awesome. In addition, the fire elemental stellar force has also increased, but it hasn't reached the point of breakthrough. After all, the fire elemental force is already at the 7th level of the stellar level, and breaking through requires a lot of force points, so it's not that easy. There is also a special force attribute, the force of light, stars and planets. Among the cosmic level warriors of the Orient Federation, the female warrior named Qinglin is a possessor of the force of light. Therefore, Wang Teng also obtained a lot of starry sky force from her, a total of 6,000 points. The problem is that Wang Teng has not yet obtained a cultivation technique for the light element, so his light force has been stuck at the 13-star warrior level. But now the opportunity has come. Would a cosmic level martial artist not have a cultivation technique for light? Goose, he. Wang Teng glanced subtly at the green-haired female warrior with a curvaceous figure and a cold, aloof demeanor, and a strange smile crept into his mind. Qinglin, oh. She shivered instantly, feeling a strange malice descend upon her, and a chill ran down her spine. Next are the stellar level spirit and stellar level comprehension attributes, with a total of 5,200 points of stellar level spirit and 4,500 points of stellar level comprehension. Which is quite a significant gain. Spiritual, stellar level. Comprehension, stellar level. Looking at his spirit and comprehension stats on the attribute panel, Wang Teng was very satisfied. These two attributes have increased a lot recently. He felt his mental strength had increased significantly, almost enough to rival a 9th-tier cosmic level martial artist. Sure enough, you can only get more attribute bubbles by fleecing the strong. Look at who he has been fleecing lately. They are either world lords or domain lords, and there are quite a few universe-level martial artists as well. How can his attribute values not increase? Although it was a bit exhausting, after all, I offended so many powerful people and couldn't even sleep well, it was really delicious. Wang Teng felt like he was running wildly down the path of courting death. Shaking his head and giving a wry smile, Wang Teng looked at the two biggest gains from this trip. The Black Gold Realm. Celestial Stone Meteorite Domain. One is from Anlin, and the other is from St. Luo. Most importantly, both of these are extremely powerful fields. The Black Gold Domain is a hybrid domain formed by combining mental power and the metal domain. In fact, it is an advanced version of the metal domain and is much more powerful than ordinary domains. If Anlan knew that Wang Teng had secretly learned his field, I wonder if she would still be glad to stay by his side. This is going to drain them of their entire savings. As for the Celestial Starfall domain, it is the domain that St. Luo used before. It is also an extremely powerful domain, and it can be said to be one of the top domains among all domain powers. Black Gold Domain, Tier 1. Celestial Stone Meteorite Domain, Tier 1. Upon careful calculation, Wang Teng discovered that he already possessed 5 domains. Wind Domain, Fire Domain, Metal Domain, Black Gold Domain, Celestial Stone Meteorite Domain. This is simply defying the heavens. A domain is a power that only domain lord level experts can comprehend. If an ordinary martial artist comprehends the power of a domain at the planetary or stellar level, then they can be considered a genius among geniuses. As a result, Wang Teng directly comprehended 5 of them. Even Wang Teng himself felt that he had grasped a bit too much, but there was nothing he could do. These domain lord level powerhouses were flocking to him, and he was helpless. But I still think Earth Explosion Star Domain sounds better, Wang Teng muttered to himself, stroking his chin. Quote. Unfortunately, the system did not respond to him, it remained unchanged whether it was a meteorite or a meteorite. You think you're so great? Still want to change your name? After collecting the attributes, Wang Teng felt much better, and then he and Anlan returned to the spaceship together. Lock them up, Wang Teng ordered, pointing at the warriors of the Orient Federation. Yes, Bertha nodded quickly in response. The warriors of the Orient Federation were ashen-faced and filled with humiliation. Their primal force and spirit were imprisoned. They were taken away and locked up, awaiting their return to Earth for further treatment. Wang Teng returned to the cabin and reunited with the Wang family. Mom and Dad, Grandpa, are you all right? Wang Teng asked worriedly. We're fine, it's just your grandfather. Wang Shengguo shook his head and recounted what had happened. Wang Teng was furious upon hearing this, but now that the people of the Orient Federation were in his hands, he wasn't afraid of them escaping. He would make them pay the price sooner or later. He then checked on old Master Wang's complexion, took out a healing pill and gave it to him, and then casually cast a healing spell. Grandpa Wang's complexion recovered at a visible speed, and his condition was much better than before he was injured. The Wang family members were stunned and their faces were filled with shock. Cousin Wang Teng, I was just scared, and now I feel tightness in my chest. Can you come and help me? His cousin Fang Qianwen said. Upon seeing her handsome and powerful cousin return, the little girl couldn't help but act coquettishly. Okay, here you go. Wang Teng smiled and cast a light healing spell over. Meanwhile, the elders were not left behind either. They were probably quite frightened by the situation. The light healing technique could not only treat various injuries, but also soothe people's moods and help them relax. Wang Teng naturally wouldn't be stingy with this little bit of light force. Me too, cousin Wang Teng, I was scared too, please comfort me, Wang Horan cried out. Get lost. What's a little fright to a grown man like you? Wang Teng said irritably. He deliberately didn't give it to the boys, but this kid still shamelessly tried to get close to them. Boys should be raised in a rough and unrefined manner, they shouldn't be spoiled. Otherwise, you'll definitely have to be soft when you encounter problems in the future. You brat. Wang Shengjun slapped Wang Horan on the forehead, his face turning a little dark. He felt that this kid was a disgrace to him. Quote. Wang Horan looked bewildered and aggrieved. This discrimination is too obvious. I'm shivering and freezing. When will the boys of the Wang family finally be able to stand up for themselves? Ha ha ha. When the Wang family saw him like this, they couldn't help but chuckle, and the atmosphere immediately relaxed a lot. Owner. At that moment, Bertha walked over with Hardy and called out softly. Wang Teng turned around, looked at Hattie, and his expression immediately turned cold. If he hadn't returned in time, the consequences for the Wang family would have been unimaginable. Please punish me, master. Before Wang Teng could speak, Hardy knelt on one knee and bowed his head. If it were when Wang Teng had just bought him back, he might not have been so respectful to Wang Teng, but now that he has witnessed Wang Teng's strength, he is not so relaxed. This is pressure from the powerful and those in positions of authority. HMPH, I told you to come back, and this is how you do things for me. Wang Teng sneered. Bertha looked reluctant and wanted to say something, but realized that she had no right to interrupt. She was suddenly glad that Wang Teng hadn't sent her, otherwise she might not have been able to do better than Hardy. Wang Teng frowned, angry as he was, but for a moment he couldn't think of a way to deal with Hattie. Even if he were to kill Hardy, he wouldn't be willing to. Slaves of the Shadow Assassin clan are extremely rare. If trained properly, they will definitely be a great help in the future. Wait a minute, old Master Wang suddenly said. Grandpa? Wang Teng turned his head, a look of surprise on his face, wondering what he was going to say. This can't be blamed on him. He did his best. It was I who couldn't bear to see the people of Earth die because of our Wang family, so I let everyone out of the spaceship. Giving the people of the Orient Federation an opportunity to take advantage of us, old Master Wang explained. Grandpa, how could you put yourselves in such danger? Wang Teng said helplessly. We cannot become sinners against Earth, old Master Wang said stubbornly, shaking his head. Wang Teng was speechless and could only sigh. He couldn't say anything about what old Master Wang had done. Not everyone could be so heartless. If they were asked to give up Earth for their own lives, they would probably live with guilt for the rest of their lives. Rather than that, I'd rather die. He'll still be a hero 18 years from now. Alright, this isn't your fault. Get up. Wang Teng wasn't an unreasonable person. Knowing the cause and effect, he stopped blaming Hattie and personally helped him up. Hardy was extremely surprised, not expecting that the Wang family would speak up for him, and that Wang Teng would let him off so easily. If it were someone else, they would probably be less willing to admit their mistakes. At worst, they would just accept the mistake and learn a lesson from it. Anyway, he's just a slave. Who would be so polite to a slave? At that moment, Hattie suddenly realized that at least having Wang Teng as his master wasn't so bad. Thank you, master. Hardy bowed and said, but all the stellar-level warriors I brought back are dead. They're all dead. Wang Teng was stunned, feeling a pang of heartache. 59th level stellar-level martial artists were no small number, and yet they were all dead. Those martial artists were all protecting us, old Master Wang said regretfully. Wang Tang's anger towards the Orient Federation rose again. He sighed and said in a deep voice, "Give them a proper burial." "Yes," Hardy replied. He then stepped aside and stood with Bertha. "Return to Earth," Wang Tang ordered. Roundball immediately commanded the World Lord-class spaceship to land at the location of the East Sea on Earth. East China Sea. The martial arts leaders and others stood in the plaza in front of the Global United building, gazing at the ever-growing spaceship in the sky. Although they had seen the spaceship in videos, everyone was still incredibly shocked when it actually appeared in front of them. Such a spaceship is truly too powerful and terrifying. I wonder where Wang Tang got it from. The spaceship did not land completely, but hovered in midair because the plaza below was simply not large enough to accommodate this massive Lord-level spaceship. The hatch opened, and Wang Tang led everyone down from it. "Hello everyone, it's been a long time." Wang Tang looked around and saw many familiar faces, martial arts leaders, the three marshals, Tantai Zan, Yi Jixing, and so on, all people he knew. Fortunately, they are all still alive. This time, the Orient Federation mainly targeted the royal family, and with Hattie and the 50 stellar-level warriors drawing fire in front, they were able to avoid being killed. However, he also appears to have suffered quite a few injuries, likely from the previous battle. "Wang Tang, we thank you on behalf of the people of Earth." The martial arts leader was quite excited and suddenly bowed deeply to Wang Tang. "No," Wang Tang exclaimed in surprise, quickly supporting him, and said in a deep voice, "I'm the one who owes everyone an apology." He had already learned from the Wang family that the people of the Orient Federation had destroyed 2 cities on Earth. Thinking of the lives lost in those 2 cities, Wang Tang felt a pang of guilt. Human hearts are made of flesh and blood. How could he bear to see the lives of those 2 cities die because of him? "You don't need to blame yourself. The Orient Federation invaded our planet under the guise of a trial. Without you, our situation would have been even worse. It was all inevitable. Rather than saying they were targeting you, it's more accurate to say they were doing it for our planet," the martial arts leader said with a sorrowful expression. "Lord Wang Tang, this is not your fault. All the blame lies with the Orient Federation. They are the ones who caused all of this. Yes, we all know what's going on. These are all atrocities committed by the Orient Federation." The heads of state of various countries were also indignant and echoed their sentiments. "Don't worry, everyone, I will definitely make the Orient Federation pay the price," Wang Tang said, taking a deep breath. "With our strength, would it be possible to fight against the Orient Federation?" the martial arts leader worried. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear: they couldn't defeat the Orient Federation. Even world leaders are a bit timid. They were simply terrified of the Orient Federation. Previously, the Orient Federation only sent a fleet, yet it utterly defeated them, leaving them unable to even put up a fight. Wouldn't it be even more dangerous if they went to the Orient Federation's headquarters to cause trouble? It wasn't that they didn't believe in Wang Tang's strength, but rather that it was, after all, a cosmic civilization, while Wang Tang was just one person. One person against an entire cosmic civilization. Anyone with eyes can see that there's no comparison at all. Upon hearing this, the Wang family members immediately looked at Wang Tang with concern. "A gentleman takes revenge even after 10 years. If we're not confident, we might as well wait," Old Master Wang advised. "It's alright, I've already checked. The Orient Federation only has 3 Domain Lord level beings. Now that we've captured one, there are only 2 left, so the threat isn't that great. We can handle it completely," Wang Tang said with a slight smile. "Really?" The martial arts leaders and heads of state from various countries were all overjoyed. They hate the Orient Federation to the core, and if they could retaliate, they would definitely do so. "I only said that because I was afraid I couldn't win." "Of course." Wang Tang nodded. He knew that the people of Earth needed to vent their anger, otherwise it would just fester in their hearts. Moreover, they were about to step into the universe, and if they weren't given some confidence, how would they be able to travel through the universe in the future? Without ambition, you won't go far. Wang Tang now intends to use this incident to build confidence among the people of Earth. "Everyone, get ready. In 2 days, I'll take you to seek justice," Wang Tang said. "Good." The martial arts leaders and leaders from various countries became excited, clenched their fists, and nodded emphatically. Ellipsis ellipsis. Next, Wang Tang and the Wang family returned to the Wang family's residence, leaving other matters to be handled by martial arts leaders and heads of state from various countries. Especially in those 2 destroyed cities, there are many things that need to be dealt with. Martial arts leaders and others had already sent people to the rescue, hoping to rescue some survivors from the ruins. Since many people had already entered the underground air raid shelter and were likely to survive. Several hours later, the rescue operation was more than halfway complete, and news came back. Most of the people in those two cities did survive. Only those who didn't have time to get into the air raid shelters perished in the shelling. This is truly a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. When Wang Teng and the rest of the Wang family heard the news, they breathed a sigh of relief. If fewer people die, their guilt will be greatly reduced. Although many people told them that none of this had much to do with them and that the fault lay with the Orient Federation, not with them, Old Master Wang and the others did not think so. They could not pretend that nothing had happened. Fortunately, things weren't as bad as they seemed. Thanks. The message was delivered personally by Tantai Zan. Wang Teng saw her to the door and said gratefully, "What are you thanking me for? We haven't seen each other for months, and you've already become distant?" Tantai Zan rolled her eyes and said casually, "I don't have the guts." Wang Teng laughed. "Am I that fierce?" Tantai Zan glared at him and said, "You're a stellar-level martial artist now, I can't beat you." Ha ha ha. Wang Teng couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw her depressed look. "Speaking of which, how did you cultivate so much? When you left, you were only at the planetary level, and now you've reached the stellar level." Tantai Zan looked Wang Teng up and down a few times and said incredulously, "Want to know?" Wang Teng asked mysteriously, "Could it be that you actually have some kind of cheat code that can speed up your cultivation?" Tantai Zan chuckled. Quote. Wang Teng, _ is it true that women's intuition is really accurate? Come on, tell me what kind of cheat it is. I'll go online and see if I can download one too. Tantai Zan thought Wang Teng was speechless because of her, so she smiled smugly, beckoned to him, and teased him. "Ahem, come closer, I'll tell you in a secret." Wang Teng coughed, looked around, and said mysteriously to her. Tantai Zan actually cooperated and leaned her ear closer. Looking at the crystal-clear earlobe so close to his face, Wang Teng could almost see the fine hairs and capillaries on it, and suddenly felt an urge to reach out and pinch it. If you pinch her hard, Tantai Zan will cry, right? I wonder what this cunning older sister would look like when she cries. Wang Teng was a little curious, but he held back in the end. He didn't know if he would cry or not, but he was sure he would be beaten to death, without a doubt. My cheat code is... Wang Teng's voice suddenly rose. "It's my unparalleled talent, ha ha ha." Tantai Zan was startled, her heart almost skipped a beat, and she shouted angrily, "You little rascal, how dare you play me, stop right there." As she spoke, she reached out to grab Wang Teng's ear, but Wang Teng was prepared and dodged away in an instant, making a face at her instead. After the two playfully teased each other for a while, Tantai Zan stopped, took a breath, and asked, "Are you really going to the Orient Federation in a couple of days?" "Yes." Wang Teng nodded. "Then I'll go with you guys, just to broaden my horizons," Tantai Zan said. "Great, you should be close to advancing to the planetary level by now." Wang Teng glanced at her and immediately realized that she was close to breaking through. "If you weren't so abnormal, I'd probably need another 2 or 3 months, Tantai Zan said, shaking her head. Wang Teng nodded, pondered for a moment, and said to her, "Come here for a second?" "What, trying to trick me again?" Tantai Zan looked wary and said irritably, "I'm giving you a chance to rephrase your words. If you don't come over now, I'm not giving you my precious thing," Wang Teng said. "What treasure?" Tantai Zan sensed something was off about those words and looked suspicious, but she still walked over. This time, Wang Teng didn't tease her anymore. He stretched out 2 fingers and pointed at Tantai Zan's forehead. Tantai Zan was slightly taken aback, stopped her steps from retreating, and let his fingers fall on her forehead. Boom! The next moment, she felt a jolt in her mind as 2 streams of information rushed in. "What is this?" Tantai Xuanmei's eyes widened in disbelief. "Shish!" Wang Teng held up a finger and said mysteriously, "Go back and figure it out for yourself." Wang Teng gave her 2 cultivation techniques, one wind-type planetary level technique, whirlwind technique, and the other metal-type stellar level technique, star gold technique. Tantai Zan has only transformed her metal-type primal force into stellar primal force, her wind-type primal force remains ordinary primal force. Precisely because she lacks the corresponding cultivation techniques. Since the cultivation speed of a stellar level technique is undoubtedly faster than that of a planetary level technique, Wang Teng also gave her a stellar level metal-based technique. With these two techniques, Tantai Zan's cultivation speed will be much faster. It's too valuable, Tantai Zan said with a complicated expression. It's nothing to me. You protected me before, so consider this a small favor I'm doing for you so you can grow up faster. Wang Teng turned around, waved his hand, and walked into the Wang family's residence. As Tantai Zan watched his retreating figure, she suddenly felt a pang of sadness in her heart. He endured so much all by himself. Before, Wang Teng was a boy who needed her protection, but now he stands in front of everyone, and the hopes of the entire planet rest on his shoulders. She knew without even thinking that such pressure was extremely terrifying. Although his figure was as upright as ever, she seemed to see a mountain weighing on his shoulders. What, are you touched? Wang Teng suddenly turned around and chuckled. Tantai Zan. Oh. Her pretty face immediately tightened, and she gradually suppressed all her emotions. I'm leaving. Tantai Zan turned and walked away. Women, Wang Teng shook his head. He didn't see that after turning around, Tantai Zan's gaze became firm, and a smile appeared on her lips that even she herself could hardly notice. Wang Teng, even if I can no longer protect you, I will try my best to keep up with you and stand by your side. After seeing Tantai Zan off, Wang Teng thought for a moment and then went to find Lin Chuan. This time, she also suffered a lot of fright along with the Wang family. Looking back carefully, it seems that after being with him, he didn't spend much time with her and made her suffer a lot. Lin Chuan was cultivating in the cultivation room. This incident had a tremendous impact on her. She felt utterly useless, unable to do anything when danger struck. She didn't want to experience that feeling of helplessness again. Therefore, whenever he had free time, he would practice diligently. Wang Teng entered the cultivation room quietly without disturbing her, but instead carefully observed her cultivation process from the side. With his current level of cultivation, he could easily see the problems with Lin Chuan's cultivation. Fortunately, Lin Chuan's cultivation was very solid and there were no problems. Judging from the level of her primal force, she has now advanced to the 11-star warrior level. This speed is already very fast. Among the geniuses of Earth, he can be considered one of the top. Of course, without the advanced cultivation techniques and various cultivation resources provided by Wang Teng, she wouldn't have been able to achieve this speed. It can only be said that her current situation is far better than Wang Teng's was back then. A moment later, Lin Chuan slowly opened her eyes, her gaze falling on Wang Teng, a smile appearing on her pretty face. Why are you here? I've come to check on your cultivation progress and perhaps offer some pointers, Wang Teng said with a grin as he stepped forward. You're just showing off. Lin Chuan rolled her eyes, both amused and exasperated. You're a stellar-level martial artist, yet you still don't know how to behave properly. What kind of serious profession do I need? I'm not going to be an old scholar, Wang Teng said, shaking his head repeatedly. Yes, you're absolutely right, Lin Chuan said, amused. Now that you've advanced to the warrior level, you can begin converting stellar force, Wang Teng said, changing the subject. Yes, I'm planning to transform it, in preparation for advancing to the planetary level later, Tantai Zan nodded. You can change your cultivation method. The current method is too slow, Wang Teng said, stroking his chin. This is slow? Lin Chuan said speechlessly. Of course it's slow. Look at you, you're only an 11-star warrior level now. You're still a long way from breaking through to the planetary level. You need to work harder, girl, Wang Teng said earnestly. Lin Chuan. She had worked so hard to cultivate to this level, yet Wang Teng still looked down on her. That's infuriating. He's clearly the one who's too perverted. This guy is really talking without any sense of the situation. Come on, get ready, Wang Teng said, then pointed a finger at Lin Chuan's forehead, transmitting the cultivation technique and several combat skills to her. Lin Chuan was taken aback. As she sensed the several cultivation techniques and combat skills that appeared in her mind, her expression was one of astonishment and shock. After a brief comprehension, she realized that these cultivation techniques and combat skills were extremely powerful and rare, probably not something an ordinary person could obtain. Wang Teng just gave it to her directly. A touch of emotion welled up in Lin Chuan's heart. If she knew that Wang Teng had just given Tantai Zan 2 martial arts techniques, I wonder if she would still be so moved. That jerk. Don't let me down, girl, Wang Teng said, patting her on the shoulder. Who's your sister? You're asking for it. Lin Chuan snapped out of her daze, scolded him, and slapped his arm. Ha, what else could it be but a girl, a wife? Wang Tang didn't dodge and laughed. You still dare to say that? Lin Chuan's pretty face flushed slightly. What's there to be shy about? Anyway, our parents have already started preparing for our engagement party. You'll be mine sooner or later, Wang Tang chuckled. HMPH, we're not engaged yet, be careful, I might back out, Lin Chuan said coquettishly. You have no choice in the matter. Once you're inside my door, you can't just run away, Wang Tang teased her. You're becoming more and more shameless, Lin Chuan said speechlessly. Thank you for the compliment, Wang Tang said with a smile, unashamed. Quote. Lin Chuan. Wang Tang suddenly moved closer to her, his nose almost touching hers, his hot breath spraying onto her pretty face. Lin Chuan was startled and her pretty face turned red instantly. However, when she met Wang Tang's gaze, she did not look away but silently closed her eyes. But after waiting a while, the expected thing did not happen. Lin Chuan couldn't help but open her eyes a crack and saw Wang Tang's slouching posture, which immediately made her extremely embarrassed and angry. Just then, Wang Tang suddenly leaned in and pressed his lips to hers. Lin Chuan's eyes widened suddenly. 300 words should be omitted here, don't overthink it. A moment later, their lips parted. Lin Chuan's face was flushed, and she was panting heavily. Her gaze towards Wang Tang was almost like a pool of gentle spring water. Sister, brother Wang Tang, what are you doing? A voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. A head popped out from the side of the gate, grinning at them. It was none other than Lin Chusha, that little girl. Lin Chuan immediately felt embarrassed, her pretty face turned even redder, and she didn't dare to look Lin Chusha in the eye. She immediately pretended that nothing had happened and smoothed her long hair that was floating in front of her forehead. Your sister and I are discussing serious matters, Wang Tang said, quite shamelessly. Lin Chuan, really? Lin Chusha, not. Ahem, you little girl, what do you know about adult matters? Wang Tang felt uncomfortable under her gaze and said irritably. I'm not young anymore, Lin Chusha puffed out her chest and muttered discontentedly. Distracted by this, Lin Chuan finally recovered, stepped forward, patted her head, and asked, why are you here instead of cultivating properly? I'm not here to see you, I'm here to see brother Wang Tang, Lin Chusha said bluntly. Quote. Lin Chuan, you heartless bastard. Ha ha ha. Wang Tang couldn't help but burst into laughter, and asked, then what do you want from me? I haven't seen you in so long, I came to visit you, Lin Chusha said with a smile. All you do is play around. Wang Tang doesn't have time for that, Lin Chuan said, glaring at her. It's just for a little while, what's the big deal? Lin Chusha retorted. Alright, it's been a long time since I've spent time with her. Let's make an exception for today. Wang Tang quickly stopped the two sisters from arguing. All you do is spoil her. You'll spoil her rotten in the future, Lin Chuan said irritably. Girls who are pampered a little are less likely to be fooled later on, Wang Tang said with a smile. That's right, Lin Chusha chimed in. You're nothing but a fart, all your arguments are fallacies, Lin Chuan said angrily. Brother Wang Tang, where are we going to play? Lin Chusha made a face at her and asked as she turned around. Today I'll take you to see the virtual universe, Wang Tang said after a moment's thought. A virtual universe? The two were immediately stunned. What is that? Lin Chuan asked. A virtual world, Wang Tang explained simply. The two women were immediately amazed, feeling it was incredible that such amazing technology existed in the universe. Wang Tang then led the two directly into the World Lord level spaceship. With his current title from the Orient Federation, resolving the issue of a few people's cosmic residency status is quite simple for him. After Yuan Gungun performed the operation, Lin Chuan and Lin Chusha obtained official citizenship in the Great Qian Empire. Virtual universe. Within the territory of the Great Qian Empire. Because all three logged in using their household registration from the Great Qian Empire, they would appear directly within the territory of the Great Qian Empire. The huge square was bustling with people, and the crowd stretched as far as the eye could see. A dazzling array of alien races roamed around, too many to take in at once. The two women were stunned by the spectacular scene. Wow, Lin Chusha exclaimed, this place is so big and lively. This virtual universe is exactly the same as the real world. Lin Chuan rubbed her arm, then looked around and carefully experienced it before exclaiming in astonishment. Everything in the virtual universe is exactly the same as in reality, almost no different, Wang Tang said with a smile. It's truly amazing. Lin Chuan took a deep breath to calm herself down. There are so many races here, and they all look very powerful. Lin Chusha's eyes darted around, her face full of surprise. The universe is vast and boundless, and there are countless races. Some races are born at the planetary level, or even the stellar or cosmic level, making them incredibly powerful, Wang Teng said. They were born at the stellar level, the cosmic level. The two women were shocked again. Then they don't need to cultivate. You're mistaken. There are far too many beings below the cosmic level in the universe. They're practically nothing, especially compared to the major powers. Only the domain lord level is considered a significant figure. So even these powerful races are only starting from a relatively high point. They have a long road ahead of them, Wang Teng said. But isn't a cosmic level figure in the Orient Federation the ruler of a star system? Doesn't that count as a powerful figure? Lin Chuan asked. After all, the Orient Federation is just a low-level cosmic civilization. In the universe, a low-level cosmic civilization is actually a very small power. Take the Great Qian Empire for example, it has hundreds of thousands of subordinate low-level cosmic civilizations, Wang Teng said with some emotion. It wasn't that he underestimated the Orient Federation, he was simply stating a fact. After entering the Great Qian Empire, he realized that low-level civilizations like the Orient Federation were truly pitifully small. Hundreds of thousands. The two women widened their beautiful eyes and opened their mouths slightly, looking very cute. Ha ha ha. Wang Teng couldn't help but laugh and said, of course, for the people of Earth, the Orient Federation is already an incomparably powerful existence. You almost scared me to death. Lin Chuan finally came to her senses and rolled her eyes at Wang Teng. Come on, I'll show you around so you can get familiar with the world and integrate into the universe sooner, Wang Teng said. So the two women, led by Wang Teng, headed towards the street outside the square. Shop. Strolling through the virtual universe is quite an interesting experience. While introducing the situation in the universe to the two women, Wang Teng accompanied them to various shopping malls. This is the treasure pavilion. It has many rare and precious items, weapons, elixirs, spiritual objects, and so on, all of which can be purchased. That is the number one bank in the universe, the largest bank in the universe, a giant-level entity, with branches in various forces throughout the universe. And that Secondary Profession Alliance, do you know what the Secondary Profession Alliance is? It's an organization jointly established by alchemists, blacksmiths, rune masters and other secondary professions. It's also a giant-level entity, and I'm a member of it now. As Wang Teng introduced the map, a magnificent map of the universe's power distribution seemed to appear before the two women's eyes, filling them with longing. It has to be admitted that shopping is truly a woman's nature. Even though Lin Chuan and Lin Chusha were completely unfamiliar with everything in the universe, once they entered the shopping mall, it was as if they had entered their own private arena. And they were incredibly skilled at it. Wang Teng even suspected that they might have been here before. However, since Earth has not yet been registered, interstellar logistics cannot be transported, thus failing to satisfy the two women's ultimate pleasure, shopping. In response, Wang Teng could only repeatedly assure them that once he took them to the Great Qian Empire, he would definitely fulfill their wish to go shopping. The two women then let him go. Happy times always pass quickly. The three of them almost forgot all their trivial matters and spent the whole day playing in the virtual universe, which made them feel much more relaxed. After returning from a day of playing around in the virtual universe, Wang Teng gave some cultivation resources to Lin Chuan and her sister. Some low-level resources were completely useless to him. They wouldn't fetch much money even if sold in the universe. It was better to make use of them and give them to the children for cultivation. Lin Chusha, in particular, possesses an extremely powerful poison-based physique, which is rare even in the universe. Wang Teng has high hopes for her future. However, the demon lotus poison body requires a lot of poison-type resources, making it a major consumer of resources. Lin Chusha probably couldn't support them on her own. We can only rely on his brother-in-law to support us. However, Wang Teng has not yet obtained the poison-type planetary-level cultivation technique, so he cannot give it to Lin Chusha. He can go and buy it. After all, money can buy anything. However, since his 5 elements force had already reached the stellar level, he wasn't in a hurry to improve his poison force. Secondly, he also wanted to see if he could get some extra poison force benefits from it. After all, nothing beats the satisfaction of getting something for free when you spend your own money. As for Lin Chusha, she is only a 9-star warrior level soldier now, and it's still a long way from breaking through to the planetary level, so she's not in a hurry at all. Keep cultivating diligently. After I've dealt with matters concerning the Orient Federation, I'll take you to my territory, Wang Teng said, patting Lin Chusha's head. Your territory? Lin Chuan asked. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I have a territory in a star system within the Great Qian Empire, Wang Teng said casually. Quote. Lin Chuan. Quote. Lin Chusha. That show of bravado almost broke their backs. The territory of a galaxy. What kind of concept is this? The two women simply couldn't bear to think about it. Unfortunately, before they could ask anything else, Wang Teng waved his hand and turned to leave. The essence of showing off is to make a quick getaway after you've done it. 2 days later, a large crowd gathered in front of the Global Union building. Martial arts leaders, heads of state from various countries, and so on were all present. Today, Wang Teng will set sail for the Orient Federation to seek justice. He wanted people to know that Earth was not to be trifled with, and that not just anyone could trample Earth underfoot. Be careful on your trip to the Orient Federation. I really wanted to go with you to take a look, but unfortunately Earth can't be left unattended, the three marshals said with a wry smile. It's alright, just prepare to watch a fireworks broadcast, I guarantee it will be just as spectacular, Wang Teng said with a smile. A fireworks broadcast? Everyone was slightly taken aback. You'll find out when the time comes, Wang Teng chuckled. Seeing his appearance, everyone couldn't help but feel sorry for the Orient Federation, as they had a feeling that this guy wouldn't do anything human. Let's go. Wang Teng said no more and led everyone onto the World Lord-class spaceship. The Lord-class spaceship departed from Earth and headed to Orient Star in the Orient Federation. The crowd below watched the spaceship depart until it disappeared from sight, then dispersed with complex expressions. There were many people accompanying them, including martial arts leaders, Tantai Zan, Yi Jixing, and heads of state from various countries, among whom the Xia Kingdom brought the most people. This made heads of state from various countries very envious. There was nothing they could do. Wang Teng was a citizen of the Xia Kingdom, and his blatant favoritism towards Xia left them speechless. The people accompanying Xia Guo this time included not only the martial arts leaders, but also the Wang family, the Lin Chuan sisters, and some of Wang Teng's friends, such as Xu Jia, Bai Wei, Baili Qingfeng, Lu Shu, Song Shuhong, Hu Pinliang, Han Zhu, Wan Qiubai, and so on. Even several deans, including Peng Yuanshan and Tong Hu, from Wanghai College, were among them. As the dean of his alma mater, Wang Teng certainly couldn't forget them. These deans have now reached the peak of the 13-star warrior level, their speed is extremely fast, and they have already converted a lot of stellar primal force. And are advancing towards the planetary level. There's also the former dean of Jinlin University, the dean of the First Academy, and Elder Han of the Yellow Sea Naval Academy. They are all planetary-level beings and will be among the first to venture into space. These pioneers were in a very peculiar state. Although they were not young, they were able to reach the peak in such a harsh situation in the early stages of Earth's rise, which shows that they were all exceptionally talented. Now that this opportunity has presented itself, it's completely unstoppable. Progress has been rapid, making it even more extraordinary than ordinary people. When Wang Teng saw these three old men, he was also very surprised, feeling that they might go even further in the future, and it was not impossible for them to reach the cosmic level. It is extremely incredible that a backward planet could produce several cosmic-level martial artists. But Wang Teng felt that this was very likely, and it was not an exaggeration. Inside the spaceship, everyone gathered together. The panoramic simulation was activated, and the scene in the void of space was presented to everyone. Everyone stared in amazement at what they had just witnessed. Silence. The only sound all around was the extremely slow breathing. Since the dawn of human thought, we have been gazing at the stars, and many have strived for countless years to explore this unknown realm. Now this wish has finally come true. Although various countries have conducted spacecraft experiments before, only a small number of astronauts have ever landed in space. And their activities were limited and subject to many restrictions. It was nothing like now, where you can move freely inside a spaceship, travel long distances, and go to unfamiliar star systems hundreds of thousands of light years away. All of this has a dreamlike quality to it. This is so unreal. After a long silence, old Han, with a complex expression, spoke. We have no regrets that we have been able to set foot in the void of the universe in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, Yu Shuxian, the dean of the First Academy and a leader in martial arts, all nodded in agreement. Even the heads of state of various countries were full of sighs of amazement, saying that the trip was worthwhile. Wang Teng understood their feelings. He had felt the same way when he first left Earth. He smiled and said, "This is just the beginning." Ha ha ha, yes, this is just the beginning. We can go much further. The Dean of Golden Scale Academy laughed heartily. Not bad, not bad. It's too early to say you have no regrets, Old Han said with a smile, stroking his beard. Yu Shuxian, the dean of the First Academy, remained silent, but the smile on his face and the deep light in his eyes revealed that he was not at peace either. After admiring the vast and empty cosmic landscape, the spaceship entered dark spaceflight mode. After a while, all that's left is boredom and tedium. No one looked any further, and they all went back to cultivate or rest. Meanwhile, in Sha Kingdom, everyone gathered together to chat, learning about things in the universe from Wang Teng. As they talked, the deans discussed the current global situation, and even the situation in Sha country. Among their concerns, the training of the next generation of martial artists was undoubtedly the most important. Wang Teng, you can't show favoritism and only give preferential treatment to your Yellow Navy Academy. Our first academy is almost starving, Dean Yu Shuxian suddenly said with a bitter expression. It's no wonder he said that. Nowadays, Wanghai Military Academy is the #1 military academy in Sha Kingdom, even more prestigious than the top university in Sha capital. It is also extremely famous in the world, attracting many talented martial artists from various countries. Everyone knows that this is the school that nurtured Wang Teng. Whether it's the school's own qualifications or the future resource allocation, it is definitely incomparable to other schools. Furthermore, there are reports that Wang Teng will also sponsor his alma mater, so there is no need to worry about resources at all. The Wanghai Naval Academy has also added many academies for international martial arts practitioners. Global unity is now the general trend, and it may not be a bad thing for martial artists from various countries to integrate into the Sha Kingdom. And then there's my Golden Scale University. We've gained quite a few martial artists recently, and our resources are simply not enough. Even the old dean of Golden Scale University started complaining about being poor. Huh? Wang Teng was slightly taken aback, wondering why the topic suddenly turned to him. Especially since these two elderly people were still complaining about being poor to him, it really made him both laugh and cry. Ha ha ha, you're just jealous. Wang Teng is a graduate of my Wanghai Naval Academy. What's wrong with him taking care of his alma mater? Old Han laughed smugly. You can't say that. Training martial artists is of paramount importance. Every school in our school is working hard for it. Aren't you just trying to be special? Yu Shuxian shook his head and said. We don't need much, just half of the resources will do. The old courtyard of Jinlin University chimed in. Hee, then you'd better go find the martial arts leader. Talking to me won't help. Old Han rolled his eyes and laughed. The martial arts leader was immediately at his wits' end. How did this fire suddenly turn on him? He couldn't really say anything about this. With martial arts flourishing now, the number of martial artists worldwide would definitely explode, and Earth's resources alone wouldn't be enough. So the root of all this actually lies with Wang Teng. Don't worry, everyone. I have a territory in a star system in the Great Qian Empire, and the resources are quite plentiful, Wang Teng said upon seeing this. He had told Lin Chuan and the other two girls this news, but he hadn't told the martial arts leaders and others yet. Now he had to tell them to put their minds at ease. These people were so worried about Earth, and for both public and private reasons, Wang Teng couldn't bear to let them continue to have wild thoughts. Quote. The crowd, the territory of a galaxy? They all wondered if they had misheard, staring at Wang Teng in astonishment. Are you talking about a galaxy? The martial arts leader swallowed hard and asked. Yes, after I inherited the title of Baron of the Great Qian Empire, I was allocated a territory in a star system, Wang Teng nodded. Hiss. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, everyone gasped in surprise. They were completely shaken. A thunderous boom seemed to reverberate in their minds, leaving them deeply shaken. Ahem, is everyone alright? Wang Teng coughed lightly and asked cautiously. It's true that older people shouldn't be subjected to stress. Look at them, their ability to cope is not as good as Lin Chuan and Lin Chusha. What he didn't know was that for the top leadership of a country, the concept of a galaxy was far too impactful. Unlike Lin Chuan and Lin Chusha, who simply thought it was big without considering anything else. Give us a break, Dean Yu Shuxian said, waving his hand. Yes, take a break, my heart can't take it, Old Han said, clutching his chest. Wang Teng was afraid that these old fogies would pass by on the spot, then he would become a sinner. After a moment, the martial arts leaders and others finally accepted the fact, their expressions complex. My plan is to use my territory as a transit point to allow Earth warriors to transition into the universe, Wang Teng continued, speaking simply. How should we transition? The martial arts leader pondered. Through the spatial array, Wang Teng said. That's one way to do it, Dean Yu Shuxian nodded. We can only use a spatial array, otherwise the distance is too far, and traveling back and forth would take a lot of time, Wang Teng said, shaking his head. Won't this reveal the location of Earth? The old dean of Jinlin University asked hesitantly. Yes, that would inevitably expose Earth's location, which is extremely dangerous. We are still too vulnerable in the face of the major powers in the universe, said old Han. So we also need to acquire ownership of the Milky Way, Wang Teng said, his eyes flashing. The Milky Way. Everyone was immediately startled. That's right, this is another reason why I must go to the Orient Federation. Wang Teng said, with the Milky Way. We can set the teleportation array on other inhabited planets instead of directly on Earth, which will greatly reduce the risk. I see, everyone said in realization. But the Orient Federation probably won't hand over this star system to us easily, the martial arts leader said with a wry smile. He felt that Wang Teng was being too arrogant, talking about the ownership of an entire galaxy without even trying. Is this the source of confidence for the nobles of advanced cosmic civilizations? Compared to them, they're just country bumpkins. That's so discouraging. That depends on how we handle it, Wang Teng said, his eyes gleaming. The martial arts leaders and others exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what he was really up to. Haha, everyone, don't worry, leave it all to me, Wang Teng laughed. Seeing this, no one dared to ask any more questions. They could only place their hopes on Wang Teng and then went back to cultivate. Virtual universe. In the center of the Great Qian continent, there is a huge, majestic city called the Great Qian Holy City. It is called the Holy City in order to distinguish it slightly from the Great Qian Imperial City in the real world. Almost every large family has purchased property here. Yes, even though it's virtual. Don't look down on virtual real estate. Virtual real estate is still real estate, and it's not cheap either. Most people can't afford it. Moreover, without certain qualifications, one cannot purchase them. Of course, given Wang Teng's aristocratic status, he could certainly purchase a property. As for why we need to buy property, this is simply a matter of who you are on. Imagine, a nobleman has to start from the beginning every time he enters the virtual universe, and he doesn't even have a place to hold a meeting. Wouldn't that be incredibly awkward? Within the Great Qian Holy City, there is a large area of castle-like buildings. This is the residence of the Perix family. In a large hall of this castle-like building, several people familiar to Wang Teng appeared. Two aged figures sat high at the head of the hall. They were none other than the Fire Sparrow Realm Lord and the Wrathful Flame Realm Lord. Below them stood Adris, Sinclairman, Waltergu, and others, who stood respectfully to the side, hesitant to speak. Not long after, a tall figure suddenly appeared in the hall. Cao Hongtu. The person who appeared was none other than Cao Hongtu. Greetings, Lords of the Realm. As soon as Cao Hongtu appeared, he immediately bowed respectfully to Lord Firebird Realm Lord and Lord Wrathful Flame Realm Lord above. Yes, the Firebird Realm Lord and the other person nodded. How is it? Asked the Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm. I have already cooperated with the Orient Federation. They have sent a Domain Lord level expert to capture Wang Teng's family. He should be back soon. At that time, I and two other Domain Lord level experts will set up a tight net in the Orient Federation. Wang Teng will definitely not be able to escape. A sinister look flashed in Cao Hongtu's eyes as he spoke. 4 Domain Lord level experts. That kid has left the Imperial Star and no longer has the help of Calandish and the G clan. That should be enough, said the Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm slowly. Upon hearing this, Waltergu and Sinclayon immediately showed joy. That kid thinks he can really be an enemy of my Pyrex family just because he holds the title of a 3rd-level Grandmaster in the Secondary Professional Alliance. How naive, Sinclair sneered. His blood must wash away the shame suffered by my Perix family, Walter said with a slightly cold expression. If this matter is accomplished, my Lax family will not treat you unfairly. It's not impossible that we will even help you reclaim that title, the Firebird Realm Lord said slowly. Yes. A look of wild joy flashed in Cao Hongtu's eyes, and he quickly bowed and replied. He hesitated for a moment after he finished speaking. Is there anything else? Asked the Firebird Realm Lord. The 3 domain lords from the Orient Federation made some requests, Cao Hongtu said. What are your requirements? Asked the Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm. It's mainly some cultivation resources, Cao Hongtu quickly explained the other party's requirements. I thought it was something important, just some resources. Give them to them. Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Wrathful Flame Realm shook his head, closed his eyes, and didn't bother to pay any more attention. A low-level cosmic civilization is just a low-level cosmic civilization. So petty, do you think they're afraid of being deceived by the Perix family? Synchromon said disdainfully. Tell them that if things are done well, they will be rewarded handsomely, Walter said. Go then. The Firebird Realm Lord closed his eyes and gave the order to leave. Then I'll take my leave. Cao Hongtu nodded and immediately took his leave. This Cao Hongtu is probably desperate, Sinclair said with a faint smile, watching Cao Hongtu's departing figure. He'd do anything for a title, he even abandoned his daughter while she was still in Wang Teng's hands. Walter Gu sneered, in the end, he's nothing more than a dog kept by my Pyrrhix family. As for Wang Teng, he's been causing trouble for far too long. Sinclair's expression turned extremely ugly as soon as he mentioned the name. HMPH, if it weren't for King Chongshan imprinting the law of cause and effect on that kid, preventing even the older generation of experts from my lax family from taking action. All of this wouldn't have been so troublesome, Walter Gu said helplessly. At this point, the hall fell silent, as if out of some apprehension, and then no more sounds came out. Orient Star. Inside a grand hall, Cao Hongtu opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. In front of the main hall, 2 powerful domain lord level experts sat on their thrones, their eyes flashing with a sharp light as they opened and closed. One of them was burly, standing over 3 meters tall, with exceptionally thick thighs and arms. He had 2 sharp, blade-like horns on his head, making him look extremely ferocious. The other person was only slightly taller than a normal earthling, with pale green skin, slightly pointed ears, and a face full of wrinkles, but it did not seem to be a sign of old age. But rather that he was born that way. Brother Cao, a booming voice came from the domain lord level figure with sharp horns on his head. I apologize for keeping you both waiting. Cao Hongtu smiled and said directly, I have already contacted those 2 realm lords, and they have agreed that once this matter is accomplished, you 2 will definitely not be shortchanged. A barely perceptible hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the 2 domain lord level experts. They exchanged a glance and then silently looked away. Haha, Brother Cao, you're too kind. Another domain lord level being with light green skin laughed, that warrior from the native planet dared to provoke our Orient Federation. So naturally we must make him pay the price. Such an arrogant brat really deserves to be taught a lesson. Cao Hongtu smiled, but inwardly he was cursing. The domain lord of the Orient Federation is the type to act only after seeing a clear benefit. In order to cooperate with the other party, he promised quite a few advantages. Once St. Luo returns, we can simply wait and see, the light green-skinned domain lord level figure said casually. Once he arrives in the Orient Federation, he will have no chance of escape and will never return, the domain lord level figure with sharp horns on his head said coldly. Then I'll have to trouble you too. The main concern is the mechanical race lord beside him. He's very powerful, so we need to be careful, Cao Hongtu said. A mechanical race domain lord? I have encountered one before, and his strength is indeed not to be underestimated. But don't worry, the 3 of us roamed the universe in our early years and once obtained the qualification of a 3-star universe mercenary. Dealing with a mechanical race domain lord should be more than enough for us. The domain lord with light green skin said with considerable pride. Samsung Cosmic Mercenaries. Cao Hongtu was secretly shocked, he really didn't expect the other party to have such strength, and he nodded, all his doubts disappearing. Come, let's wish each other a pleasant cooperation. The domain lord level figure with sharp horns on his head raised his wineglass and said loudly. Alright, let's drink together. Cao Hongtu smiled when he saw how confident the other party was. Haha, let's drink together. A burst of hearty laughter erupted from inside the hall, as if victory was already assured. World Lord class spaceship, fire a river. In the dark universe, the spaceship travels at high speed. The spatial coordinates of the Orient Federation are not a secret, so spatial travel can be performed directly, and the speed will be much faster. At the speed of a World Lord class spaceship, it would only take a dozen days to arrive. Space travel is incredibly boring, but fortunately, Wang Teng can still enter the virtual universe to hunt star beasts and collect attributes for cultivation. So for the past 10 days or so, apart from taking some time to guide Lin Chuan and the others, occasionally meeting up with Baili Qingfeng and others, and teaching everyone how to use the virtual universe, he spent most of his time in the virtual universe. Now everyone on Earth has a household registration in the Great Qian Empire and is proficient in using the virtual universe. They are slowly merging into the universe. Wang Teng doesn't need to worry about anything anymore. That day, Wang Teng was cultivating in the cultivation room. Oh no, I mean collecting attributes. In the dark universe, bubbles with spatial and temporal attributes can appear everywhere. These two types of bubbles are extremely precious, so every time Wang Teng enters the dark universe, he releases his mental energy and void mayflies to explore the surroundings. Pick up any attribute bubbles that appear immediately. As for the virtual universe, just let the clone enter. Moreover, 2 clones entered simultaneously, one unregistered and the other with a legitimate household registration. That's how double the cultivation speed came about. We can do both at the same time and achieve the same goal. Space *10. Space *12. ellipsis. Wang Teng used his mental energy as a fishing line, like catching a fish, to sweep through the dark universe. Soon, 2 more attribute bubbles flew over, both of them spatial attribute, earning 22 points. Time attributes are much rarer than space attributes, they are rarely encountered and depend entirely on luck. Occasionally, you might pick up 6 or 7 attribute bubbles, and maybe even encounter a time attribute bubble once. Those are all gifts from God in a moment of joy. Huh! Wang Teng suddenly exclaimed in surprise. In the void of the dark universe, a huge spacetime vortex appeared on the left, and more than a dozen attribute bubbles emerged from it. I just flattered God, and this reward came right away. Looks like I need to take more photos in the future. Wang Teng thought to himself. Pick it up. With lightning speed, he immediately used his mental energy to retrieve them all. Space *50. Space 30. Time *35. Time *40. Space 25. Ellipsis. What luck! Wang Teng's eyes lit up as he felt the attribute values of these attribute bubbles, and he couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune. At once, more than a dozen attribute bubbles appeared, each with an attribute value of several dozen points, including a time attribute. With this success, his stakeout today was worthwhile. No, it should be said that it's enough for him to cover his expenses for several days. Spatial body, 16,303 thousandths, 3rd tier. Time, 531 thousandths. After looking at the attribute panel, Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction. Although the progress is not fast, every little bit counts, especially the time attribute, which used to be only a few dozen points, but now it has reached 530 points. Wang Teng felt that his understanding of time was becoming more and more profound, and that mysterious touch of the power of time made him feel as if he could faintly sense the passage of time. He couldn't help but close his eyes and savor the moment. Although it was very faint, he could definitely feel it. If I could use the power of time to unleash combat techniques, that would be awesome. Wang Teng opened his eyes, his dark pupils flashing with a sharp light, and muttered to himself while stroking his chin. Just as Wang Teng was pondering this, a round, loud voice suddenly rang out. Wang Teng, we've arrived at Orient Star. The Orient Federation has arrived. A glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes and he suddenly stood up. Let's go, let's send a big gift to the Orient Federation. As soon as he finished speaking, he strode out of the cultivation room. The martial arts leaders and others also received the news and gathered in the spaceship's main control room. Under the panoramic simulation, a huge planet appeared in front of everyone, with an area at least 2 or 3 times that of Earth. Is this Orient Star? The martial arts leaders and others stared in awe at the blue-green planet. That's right, this is the main star of the Orient Federation, Orient Star. Wang Teng strode in and announced loudly. Wang Teng, you're here. Everyone snapped out of their daze and turned around to look. Hee, we're already at someone else's doorstep, of course we have to come out, Wang Teng laughed. Warning, large space fleet detected ahead. Just then, an alarm sounded all around. They've come to welcome us, Wang Teng said with a smile. Unlike him, the others didn't seem relaxed, their expressions tightened involuntarily. Wang Teng, is everything alright? Lin Chuan couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Don't worry. Wang Teng patted her hand, then stood in front of the main control panel, Looking at the approaching space fleet, his eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of danger flashing within them. Looking at this fleet, Wang Teng seemed to see countless attribute bubbles. The Orient Federation's space fleet slowly came to a stop ahead, intercepting the Fire River, a world-class spaceship. At a glance, this fleet consisted of tens of thousands of spaceships, densely distributed around the outer edge of Orient Star, forming a spectacular defensive belt. The power of this fleet alone is enough to send a Domain Lord-level expert to his knees in defeat. Halt! All spaceships are prohibited from entering Orient Star. Please proceed to the satellite docking port. To reiterate, all spaceships are prohibited from entering Orient Star. Please proceed to the satellite docking port to dock. Anyone who disobeys will be treated as an intruder and shot down immediately. A voice boomed from the Orient Federation's space fleet, echoing through the void with a strong warning. Round and round, sink them, Wang Teng chuckled to himself. Watch me, they're just planetary and stellar level spaceships. The numbers are certainly enough to deal with Domain Lord level ships, but to think they can shake a World Lord level ship is just wishful thinking. The round, chubby guy laughed heartily, appearing extremely excited. Under its control, all the weapons on the Fire River warship lit up and fired instantly. Before the Orient Federation's space fleet could react, countless force cannons had already rained down on it. Boom, boom, boom. Under the barrage of fire, spaceships plummeted into the air like fireballs, and countless metal fragments scattered across the void. As for the people inside the warship, they didn't even have time to scream before they disappeared in the explosion. Planetary-level martial artists, stellar-level martial artists, it's like harvesting leeks. The martial arts leaders and others were horrified. Back on Earth, although they had witnessed Wang Teng destroy the Orient Federation's fleet once, the Orient Federation didn't have that many warships then, and they watched it via broadcast. So it wasn't as shocking. At this moment, they watched as the Orient Federation's spaceships turned into fireballs in the void, becoming cosmic debris. Those images constantly resonate with them. Lin Chuan gripped Wang Teng's hand tightly, her brows furrowed, appearing somewhat nervous. Meanwhile, within the Orient Federation's warship fleet, all the warriors were in complete chaos. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quickly, counterattack! Counterattack! Full fleet, activate the force cannons and sink that spaceship. Ellipsis ellipsis. Although they were caught off guard by Wang Teng's attack, they were, after all, a regular fleet and reacted immediately. One after another, spaceships began to gather energy and launch an attack on the Fire River spaceship. Boom boom boom. The force cannons all landed on the Fire River spaceship's defensive shield, but they couldn't break through it at all, or even shake it. How is that possible? On a Cosmic-class flagship in the Orient Federation fleet, a Cosmic-class warrior exclaimed in disbelief, his face filled with horror. General Dick, their spaceship is too powerful. It is very likely a Domain Lord-level spaceship, or even a World Lord-level spaceship. We can't break through its defenses. A 9th-level stellar-level martial artist turned around and shouted, his face pale. Damn it, why would such a powerful enemy invade? General Dick's face was grim, and he almost roared, activate the Star Destroyer immediately. Only the Star Destroyer can deal with it. The rest of the spaceships, hold it back at all costs and buy it time. We must not let it get near Orient Star. Yes, the warriors below responded loudly. Boom! A loud bang was heard. A spaceship had just charged up its power and was about to use its planet-destroying cannon when it was hit and crashed to the ground. General Dick's face stiffened, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Damn it, one spaceship isn't even enough to withstand a single blow from them, so what's the point of fighting? Retreat, retreat, avoid the enemy's attack range, and get those spaceships ahead to hold them off. We must buy time for the main ship. A series of hoarse roars came from General Dick's mouth, perhaps as a way to mask the fear in his heart. The surrounding spaceships immediately rushed forward one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Standing in front of the spaceship's main control panel, Wang Teng looked at the scene and said, how beautiful. Record it all so that the people of Earth can enjoy it. The martial arts leaders and others were covered in sweat. Are you sure this is beautiful? They felt extremely terrified. The scene was so shocking that it almost took their hearts out. Oh, right, bring out those warriors from the Orient Federation so they can enjoy the show too, Wang Teng said, turning back to Bertha. Yes. Bertha was stunned for a moment and then gained a new understanding of her master's cunning. She immediately accepted the order and left. The martial arts leaders exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if the warriors from the Orient Federation would be devastated when they saw this scene. Wang Teng is a really ruthless guy. Before long, Saint Luo, Claude, and the others were brought up. These warriors from the Orient Federation were paraded through the streets on Earth. They were covered in eggs, rotten cabbage leaves, and other such things, and they smelled sour and foul. When have they ever been so humiliated? It's practically a social death for them. Unfortunately, those who have come this far are all people who value their lives. None of them are willing to die. So they endured it. Endure the humiliation. When Wang Teng saw their appearance, he covered his nose and said in surprise, "You guys haven't showered yet?" Bertha, really, they are at least universe-level experts. Even if they are prisoners, they should be treated better. We don't need a little water, do we? Try to correct this in the future. Yes, Bertha said speechlessly. Quote. The martial arts leaders and others were completely speechless. That's too ruthless. They're already in such a terrible situation, and you still won't let them go. It's like rubbing salt into their wounds. But no one sympathized with them because they brought it on themselves. People always have to pay the price for their actions. Saint Luo, Claude, and the others were utterly humiliated and furious, their eyes fixed on Wang Teng, wishing they could tear him to pieces and devour him alive. Don't look at me like that. I'm still a human being. Look, you're all prisoners, and I even brought you out to watch a fireworks show. Wang Teng pointed ahead and said with a grin. Saint Luo and the others couldn't help but look in the direction he was pointing, and their pupils immediately contracted. Boom, boom, boom. Flames, resembling flowers, bloomed in the dark void ahead, and behind those flames lay the very familiar planet, Orient. Isn't it beautiful? Wang Teng's voice rang in their ears. Saint Luo could hardly believe it. Wang Teng had actually managed to reach Orient Star. How dare he? This kid is incredibly audacious. Such a beautiful scene is perfect for a family reunion, Wang Teng said suddenly, stroking his chin. Everyone was confused and had no idea what he meant. With a wave of his hand, Wang Teng summoned several figures who appeared before the crowd and collapsed to the ground. The men were pale and listless. They slowly opened their eyes, seemingly unaware of what had happened. Wang Teng, one of the blonde-haired youths, his face contorted with rage, stared at Wang Teng and shouted through gritted teeth. He was Augustus, the prodigy of the Kanglang star system of the Orient Federation, yet he had been imprisoned for so long by a martial artist from a native planet. It was an utter disgrace. Katu, Puklin, Lawkins, and the others also came to their senses, staring at Wang Teng with resentment. These were undoubtedly the prodigies of the Orient Federation who came to Earth for trials. They desperately wanted to rush up and fight Wang Teng to the death, but they had been struggling in the mental maze for so long that they were already exhausted. The reason they hadn't fallen into a deep sleep was because Wang Teng had deliberately let them go, not wanting them to never wake up. Wang Teng wanted to show these prodigies how insignificant and vulnerable their proud Orient Federation was in front of him. Moreover, they had no primal force left in their bodies, so how could they possibly contend with Wang Teng? It's simply impossible, so all he can do is rage in a state of impotence. When the martial arts leaders and others saw that Wang Teng had actually released all the prodigies of the Orient Federation, their expressions immediately turned strange. This is really terrible. Hello everyone, it's been a long time. Wang Teng waved to them and said with a grin. Quote. The crowd. Wang Teng is a devil. They already knew his purpose, and releasing these prodigies of the Orient Federation at this time was utterly heartless. Unfortunately, Augustus and the others were unaware of this. These poor children. Wang Teng, if you dare to imprison us, the Orient Federation will not let you off, nor will the Holy Star Tower. Your planet will be destroyed because of this, Lawkins said venomously. Saint Luo. Quote. Claude and the others. If the natives do not have the awareness of natives, they are not far from death. How dare you, a native of a backward planet, provoke the Orient Alliance? Bastard, you'd better watch yourself and release us now. Ellipsis. Augustus and Lawkins were the most arrogant. Perhaps because they had been imprisoned for so long, they started shouting and yelling as soon as they were released, venting their anger. Although Katu and Puklin looked grim and were equally furious, they didn't shout or curse. Instead, they looked around, trying to find a way to escape. They found the atmosphere to be rather strange. Moreover, they spotted several familiar figures in the crowd. Dean Saint Luo, Garrison Commander Claude, Monka, Qinglin, Austin, Oliver, Claude. These are all bigwigs in the Orient Federation, some of whom are even elders of their own clan. Katu and Puklin stared wide-eyed, their mouths slightly agape. They couldn't help but wonder if this was a mental illusion cast on them by Wang Teng, allowing them to see the person they most wanted to see. But why do these big shots or elders look a bit disheveled? No, it should be described as very embarrassing. It looked like it had just been pulled out of a cesspool. I feel bad for saying this to all the big shots and elders, but they really couldn't think of a more accurate description. Moreover, their faces were extremely ugly, ashen, angry, and even somewhat ashamed. All their emotions were vividly displayed on their faces. It looks so realistic. Even his expressions are so convincing. Wang Teng's mental illusion techniques are truly terrifying. Katu and Puklin exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with apprehension. So they looked at Wang Teng and said with a wry smile, "Wang Teng, stop playing around. We know this is fake. Quickly stop your mental illusion. We'll admit defeat, okay?" "What? Mental illusion?" Augustus and the other man were dumbfounded. Quote. St. Luo and others. It wasn't that they didn't want to speak, but the scene was just too awkward and shameful. They, as elders, were all captured. If this younger generation finds out, where will they put their faces? They all wished they could find a hole to crawl into. I had been silently repeating to myself, "You can't see me. You can't see me. You can't see me." However, it was all for naught. What was meant to be seen still happened. But they were mistaken for mental illusions, and they didn't know whether to be happy or sad. "Cattle, how can you be sure this is a mental illusion?" Lockins was completely flustered, turning to stare at Cattle, his eyes bloodshot. He was almost driven crazy by this. "Look who's there," Katu said, pointing to a few people nearby. Quote. St. Luo and others. They're really getting shot even when they're not doing anything. They were all trying their best to keep a low profile, but this kid still dragged them out. At that moment, they wished they could kill Katu. Dean St. Luo, Guardian Clot. Lockins read out everyone's names one by one, his face full of disbelief. When he saw Claude, he exclaimed, "Father! Father! Uncle!" Augustus exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Austin and Oliver. Saint Laurent, Lockins, and the others knew they couldn't hide it any longer and were about to speak. Augustus and his companion suddenly exchanged a glance and nodded, saying, "It really is fake." St. Luo and the others were stunned and almost vomited blood. This is not what they expected. Even at this point, these juniors still don't recognize them? Are you blind? Wang Teng, I didn't expect your mental illusion techniques to have reached this level, actually able to extract memories from our mental world, Augustus said with a grim expression. They knew that Wang Teng had definitely never met St. Luo and the others, but he was able to cast related illusions, which must have affected their memories. "Wang Teng, how long are you going to humiliate us?" Lockkin's eyes were bloodshot, almost covering his entire eyeballs, as he roared at Wang Teng. St. Luo and the others couldn't help but look at him, their brows furrowing. This kid is on the verge of a mental breakdown. PFF'd. Lin Chusha couldn't hold back her laughter after seeing their expressions for so long. Bai Li Qingfeng, Han Zhu, and the others also had strange expressions on their faces. These silly roe deer are almost ruined. They couldn't help but glance at Wang Teng, thinking he was incredibly cunning. A promising young talent had been turned into this. "What are you laughing at?" Lockins yelled at Lin Chusha as if he had been insulted. "I'm so scared." Lin Chusha shrank behind Wang Teng, patted her chest, and pretended to be frightened, but her eyes were full of laughter, as if she were watching a clown. Snap! Wang Teng slapped him across the head. Boom! With a muffled thud, Lockins was slammed to the floor before he could even react. Wang Teng! Lockins' head was buzzing, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He struggled to get up from the floor, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Wang Teng. "As a prisoner, you should have the awareness of a prisoner. What are you yelling about? Do you want to die a quick death?" Wang Teng looked at him calmly. As Lockins was stared at by his calm and indifferent gaze, he couldn't help but shiver and instinctively shut his mouth. But then he became somewhat embarrassed and angry, his face turning bright red. "Speaking of which, haven't you misunderstood something?" Wang Teng ignored him and said with a smile. "What do you mean?" Augustus, Katu, and the others frowned, feeling that his smile was very strange. The people around them looked at them as if they were idiots. "Who said this is an illusion?" Wang Teng said. "It's not a hallucination. How could Dean St. Luo and the others be here?" Augustus said coldly. "You still want to lie to us? Do you think we're fools?" Ha ha ha. Wang Tang sat in the chair behind him and burst into laughter. These people are hilarious. Even at this point, they still think it's an illusion. It's unlikely to have been really ruined. It's impossible to tell what's real and what's fake. What are you laughing at? Augustus said, barely containing his anger. St. Luo, Claude, tell them, is this true? Wang Tang asked St. Luo and the others with a smile. HMPH. St. Luo's face turned pale and then red, and he snorted coldly. Claude and the others also looked extremely unpleasant, and none of them spoke. They simply couldn't bring themselves to talk about such a thing. As Augustus and Catu saw their appearance, their faces gradually turned pale, and a sense of foreboding arose in their hearts. No, this is all fake, you're lying to us, Lockkin said in disbelief. That's right, don't even think about humiliating us this way, Augustus said coldly. Enough. St. Luo could no longer tolerate it and coldly interrupted Augustus and his companion to prevent them from continuing to embarrass themselves. You mere illusion, yet you dare to yell at me? Augustus retorted without backing down. Quote. St. Luo's face darkened. I really want to slap this little bastard to death. Claude and the others were speechless, unsure how to describe their feelings at that moment. They were actually treated as hallucinations. What kind of mess is this? Ha ha ha. Lin Chusha burst into laughter, tears almost streaming down her face. She helped Wang Tang up and said, I'm sorry, I just couldn't hold back. You guys continue, don't worry about me. When Augustus and the others saw her like this, even if they didn't believe it, they couldn't help but waver. St. Luo and the others were extremely ashamed and angry, but there was nothing they could do. They felt so frustrated that they wanted to vomit blood. Lin Chuan was both amused and exasperated. She patted Lin Chusha's head, telling her to tone it down. The martial arts leaders and others were all watching the spectacle. They couldn't deny that they were quite pleased to see the arrogant Orient Federation people make such a fool of themselves. What exactly do you want? St. Luo stared coldly at Wang Tang. Oh right, let's get down to business. Come on, everyone, let's watch the fireworks. Wang Tang pointed to the scene outside, as if he had just realized something, and said with a smile. Augustus and the others followed his finger and were immediately stunned, their minds unable to process what he was saying. Why does that planet look so familiar? Orient Star. What exactly happened? How did Orient Star end up in front of them? And what's going on with this explosion? It's no wonder they acted this way. Anyone who has been imprisoned for so long and endured all sorts of mental torture would probably feel disoriented and unreal, especially when witnessing something so unlikely. Isn't it beautiful? Wang Tang asked. Is this also your illusion? Augustus asked, his face pale and incredulous. He was extremely unwilling to believe this fact, but everything before him told him that it might be true. Otherwise, Dean St. Luo and the others wouldn't be so frustrated and angry, and the natives of Earth wouldn't be looking at them like they were clowns. Lockins, Catu, Pucklin, and the others looked at St. Luo and the others' faces, then at Wang Tang, their faces filled with disbelief, showing the enormous shock they had suffered. My mental support is about to collapse. If you think so, then so be it, Wang Tang said with a strange expression. Augustus, Lockins, and the others grew increasingly pale, staggering backward as they nearly lost their footing. They stared intently at the scene before them, as if trying to find some flaw to determine that it was all fake. However, they were ultimately disappointed. A sense of despair slowly rose in their hearts, and they could not suppress it. Why is this happening? Their proud Orient Federation crumbled before the eyes of these Earth natives. How incredible! In the void, warship after warship crashed, the scene of which was beyond description. In the blink of an eye, the entire massive fleet was reduced to only a small portion of its spaceships, scattered and isolated in the surrounding area, fleeing in panic. Having completely lost the courage to confront the fire river. Several of the main ships were sunk before they could even fire their star-destroying cannons, and now even their wreckage has been lost. All of this happened in just a few minutes, and the higher-ups in the Orient Federation didn't even have time to react. Wang Tang ignored the people from the Orient Federation and unleashed his mental power to frantically collect attribute bubbles. Water-type Star Force *1500. Wood-type Star Force *2000. Stellar Level Spirit 200. Gold-type Star Force *1800. Stellar Level Spirit 600. Stellar Level Comprehension *1200. King Level Gold-type Talent *500. Fire-type Star Force *1600. King Level Fire Talent *700. King Level Swordsmanship Talent *1000. Wood type Star Force * 2200. Stellar level Spirit 280. King level Wood type Talent * 600. Earth type Star Force * 2500. Wind type Star Force * 3200. One attribute bubble after another merged into Wang Teng's body, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. There really are too many. Wang Teng made a killing from this move. Thousands of spaceships were sunk, and the number of warriors on board was countless. Almost all of them were at least planetary level, and their attribute bubbles were definitely plentiful. Wang Teng was overjoyed, quickly digesting the attributes emanating from the bubble. Countless forces flowed within his body, converging into the force star. Boom, 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 ellipsis, ellipsis. The next moment, a series of loud explosions resounded inside his body. Wang Teng has made a breakthrough. It's not just one or two systems, but all 5 elements of primal power breaking through simultaneously. Golden Star Force, 8000 5000, stellar level 5. Wood type Star Force, 704,000, stellar level 4. Water-based Stellar Force, 1804,000, stellar level 4. Fire-type Star Force, 1208,000, stellar level 8. Earth-type Stellar Force, 23,000 stellar level 3. Previously, the wood, water, and earth elemental forces had all recently undergone breakthroughs, and now they are undergoing another breakthrough. Both the wood and water elemental forces have reached the 4th level, and the earth elemental force has reached the 3rd level, and it seems that it will soon break through to the 4th level. As for the metal and fire elemental forces, they have also improved significantly. The metal elemental force has increased from the original level 2 to level 5, while the fire elemental force has improved the fastest, now reaching level 8. However, since the fire elemental force is already in its later stages, its speed will be much slower. Even if it enters the 8th level now, it is only barely crossing the threshold. In addition to the increase in force, the attributes of spirit and comprehension also underwent tremendous changes. Boom! As he ascended, Wang Teng suddenly felt a jolt in his head, and an unprecedented sense of clarity washed over him. His comprehension attribute has actually broken through. It actually leapt a level, breaking directly from the stellar level to the cosmic level. Wang Teng was truly both surprised and delighted. Spirit, 32,505,000, stellar level. Comprehension, 3,001,000, cosmic level. The extent of the improvement in his comprehension attribute was something Wang Teng never expected. Suddenly, his comprehension surged, and countless flashes of inspiration and insights burst forth in his mind, like a cosmic explosion. Many previously vague ideas became clear at this moment, flashing through Wang Teng's mind like shooting stars, and he reached out and grasped these inspirations. His eyes flashed rapidly, with countless sparks of inspiration within them. 5 elements fist, technique fusion, force fusion, domain integration, ellipsis, ellipsis. One idea after another was firmly grasped by Wang Teng, held tightly in his hand, and he was unwilling to let go no matter what. These ideas will become Wang Teng's greatest asset. He may not be able to realize these ideas now, but he can start accumulating and understanding them from this moment on, and eventually turn them into reality. What he didn't know was that many powerful individuals, upon reaching the Realm Lord level or the Immortal level, would choose to integrate all their life's learning to create the secret techniques most suitable for themselves. Wang Teng is now undoubtedly on this path. Keep in mind that he's only at the stellar level. This is truly unbelievable. When a martial artist advances in rank, their body undergoes a transformation, and their comprehension and spirit are also enriched and transformed to a certain extent. Therefore, theoretically speaking, the higher the level of a martial artist, the higher their comprehension and mental attributes should be. This is why only World Lord level and Immortal level martial artists can create their own secret techniques. Otherwise, without sufficient understanding, everything is just empty talk and nonsense. Now that Wang Teng's comprehension has reached the cosmic level, he is slowly approaching the Realm Master level. Even if he cannot create a complete and profound secret technique, creating some semi-finished products is not a problem. Just like the 5 elements fist before, the level of understanding is only enough to fight against martial artists below the planetary level. If he were to optimize and improve it now, he could completely reach the level of cosmic level combat skills. Wang Teng's thoughts raced, and then he looked at the mental attribute. The improvement in mental attributes is not as terrifying as that in comprehension. It has only reached a little over 30,000 points so far, and that is at the stellar level. Then Wang Teng continued reading. Talent type attributes. In particular, his 5 elements talent has truly achieved a comprehensive upgrade. Royal level gold type talent, 2,525 thousandths. Royal level wood type talent, 3,025 thousandths. Royal level water type talent, 1,425 thousandths. Royal level fire talent, 1,825 thousandths. Royal level earth type talent, 2,625 thousandths. With all his 5 elements origin force talents breaking through from the king level to the emperor level, Wang Teng immediately felt that his perception of the 5 elements origin force had become much more acute. At this point, almost all of Wang Teng's talents were above the emperor level, except for his lightning type talent. In addition, there are combat skills related talents, which also provide a significant boost. Royal level swordsmanship talent, 1,225 thousandths. Royal level swordsmanship talent, 2,025 thousandths. Royal level battle axe talent, 1,025 thousandths. Royal level archery talent, 1,525 thousandths. Royal level gun skill talent, 2,225 thousandths. Wang Teng took a look and found that all of his original king level talents had been upgraded to emperor level talents, and he even gained an additional emperor level spear technique talent. These combat skills are all very common talents, you can basically get one of them by killing a martial artist. That's why he has so many innate attributes, which immediately propelled Wang Teng's talent to the emperor level. Moreover, he had already acquired a considerable amount of talent attributes when he killed the Orient Federation fleet on Earth, but at that time it was not enough to break through. Now that he has reached the emperor level talent, Wang Teng feels that he can use any weapon with ease, and there is no obstacle to comprehending the corresponding combat skills. He can learn almost any combat skill below the universe level at a glance. Even if combat techniques at the cosmic level or above are not this fast, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Looking at this row of royal level talents, Wang Teng felt completely refreshed, experiencing an exhilarating sensation from the inside out. It's not obsessive-compulsive disorder, it's just that it looks comfortable. In a short while, Wang Teng had collected all the attribute bubbles and his whole person had undergone a tremendous change. But outsiders have no idea about any of this. The martial arts leaders and others looked at the ravaged Orient Federation fleet outside, their hearts filled with complex emotions, and they sighed deeply. Even such a powerful cosmic civilization has come to this. That's really unexpected. However, they were also extremely pleased and felt that the trip was worthwhile. After all, given what the Orient Federation had done to Earth before, it would be impossible to eliminate their hatred without doing so. Saint Luo and the others looked extremely pale, with a hint of ashen color showing on their faces. They were already starting to regret provoking Wang Teng. If we hadn't provoked him, things wouldn't have turned out this way, right? Augustus and the other young prodigies stared wide-eyed, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, completely unable to accept this fact. Their proud Orient Federation, now. For a moment, they stared at Wang Teng's face as if they had seen a ghost. Wang Teng ignored them and instead looked at the beautiful planet in front of him, a hint of cruelty in his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, 3 powerful auras erupted from the planet Orient. Finally out, a slight smile appeared on Wang Teng's lips. 3 streaks of light burst forth from the planet at speeds imperceptible to the naked eye, their imposing presence resembling 3 terrifying behemoths. Who is it? Who dares to invade my Orient Federation? Before the person even arrived, a thunderous roar came from ahead, filled with boundless fury. Saint Luo and the others were delighted upon hearing the voice. Wang Teng sneered and waved his hand, unleashing 3 powerful attacks of primal force. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 streaks of light had just shot off the planet when they were struck. In their haste to defend themselves, they were still knocked back several thousand meters. 3 figures appeared in the void, looking somewhat disheveled, their eyes fixed on the huge spaceship in front of them. A World Lord-class spaceship. A surprised voice came from one of the figures. The other 2 were also extremely shocked, their faces turning ashen. They never imagined that a World Lord-level spaceship would come to attack their Orient Federation. Who is it? Who on earth is it? You dare to invade my Orient Federation? Show yourself. What kind of skill is it to cower like this? A furious roar came from the mouth of a warrior with sharp horns on his head. You wanted to find me, didn't you? Now I'm here. Just then, a voice came from inside the spaceship. Wang Teng, the figure exclaimed in shock. What, Wang Teng? The other two figures looked on incredulously. Isn't Wang Teng a native of Earth? Where did he get a world-class spaceship? You must be kidding. Senior brother Cao, I didn't expect to see you here. Wang Teng saw Cao Hongtu's figure from inside the spaceship, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said indifferently. It really is you. Cao Hongtu took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice. He sensed that things were getting serious. Wang Teng possesses a World Lord level spaceship, which in itself puts him in an invincible position. If he wants to leave, the three domain lords simply cannot stop him. Are you surprised? Wang Teng asked. Yes, I'm surprised, but do you think you can kill us with this Lord level spaceship? Cao Hongtu's eyes darted around, trying to lure Wang Teng out of the spaceship. Even if I can't kill you, I can at least destroy Orient Star, Wang Teng chuckled. You bastard, you actually want to destroy Orient Star. The two domain lords immediately flew into a rage, wishing they could rush into the World Lord level spaceship and kill Wang Teng. That's ridiculous. You want to kill me, you want to destroy Earth, so why can't I destroy your Orient Star? Wang Teng said calmly. The two domain lords looked extremely embarrassed and were in a difficult position. They hadn't expected that the warriors from this native planet would have a domain lord level spaceship, and they were immediately put in a very passive situation. Brother Cao, let's join forces to break through the spaceship's defensive shield and find an opportunity to storm inside. That kid is just a stellar level martial artist. Once we get inside, this World Lord level spaceship will be ours. A hint of greed appeared in the eyes of the domain lord level warrior with sharp horns on his head as he spoke. Alright, charge in. Cao Hongtu's eyes flashed. There was no other way now, so he could only grit his teeth and nod. Cao Hongtu made no attempt to conceal his conversation with the two domain lords from the Orient Federation, speaking directly about it. Even though Wang Teng was piloting a World Lord level spaceship, they still looked down on him. To use a somewhat inappropriate analogy, it's like a child with a gun. He can easily defeat a group of children by spraying bullets, but when facing adults, although he still poses a certain threat, there's always a way to deal with him. Besides, this adult was wearing a bulletproof vest. At this moment, the three domain lords finished their discussion and immediately dispersed, their figures flashing as they landed in 3 different locations on the Fire River. This prevents the Fire River from concentrating its firepower on an attack. They could also take advantage of the other two harassing the spaceship to break through its defensive shields. Wang Teng, they're going to attack the spaceship, Roundy said gravely upon seeing this. HMPH, what are your chances of winning against 3 domain lords? St. Luo sneered. Those two are 3-star cosmic mercenaries like me. Back when we were venturing into the stars, you weren't even a single cell in the universe. It's the Samsung cosmic mercenaries again. And Lan frowned. He had already had a headache dealing with St. Luo before, and now 2 3-star cosmic mercenaries had appeared, along with Cao Hongtu, who was equally powerful. This was quite troublesome. It must be said that St. Luo and those 2 domain lords are not to be underestimated for being able to establish a cosmic civilization, even if it is only a low-level one. Even Cao Hongtu was only a 2-star cosmic mercenary, and there was still a considerable gap between him and the other party. Cao Hongtu's strength is already quite considerable. After all, he comes from the Great Qian Empire and his background is much richer than that of ordinary martial artists. However, even those domain lords who rose from the bottom like St. Luo and the other two have their own remarkable qualities. This is the difference between geniuses from commoner backgrounds and geniuses from aristocratic families. St. Luo and his 2 companions are like geniuses who rose from the ranks of commoners. You think you're so great? You've lived to this age and still got captured by me, and you still have the nerve to talk nonsense. Wang Teng slapped St. Luo on the forehead. You. St. Luo staggered, staring at Wang Teng with a face full of anger. He was a domain lord level powerhouse, older than Wang Teng's great-great-great-grandfather, yet he was slapped on the forehead. This is absolutely intolerable. It's infuriating. Everyone else was stunned, especially Claude and the others. They had originally wanted to say something, but now they obediently shut their mouths. Otherwise, it would be really embarrassing to be slapped on the forehead by Wang Teng like that. Although they've fallen to this point, they've practically lost all face. Needless to say, Augustus and the others are still questioning their existence, their worldview and values completely collapsed. However, after seeing Dean St. Law being slapped on the forehead, Lotkins felt inexplicably much more at ease. People are afraid of comparison. Even Dean St. Luo fell victim to Wang Teng's wickedness, Compared to that, the beating he suffered before seemed insignificant. Wang Teng, that giant horned tribesman, is a born metal-type martial artist with great talent. He is extremely sensitive to metal-type primal force and can reach the stellar level after adulthood, Roundy suddenly said. The giant horned clan. Wang Teng was slightly taken aback. In the universe, no race with a name or surname is weak. The fact that Yuan Gungun brought it up so solemnly shows that the other party has something special about them. The other one is no simple character either, he seems to be a loot. Roundy frowned as he looked at the other green-skinned domain lord level being, seemingly unsure. The Rut people? Wang Teng raised an eyebrow again, a hint of doubt in his mind. Is there anything special about the Rut people? He estimated that the Rut people were not some simple cosmic race. The Loot people possess an extremely powerful talent for transformation and disguise. They are very cunning and difficult to deal with. Just imagine, they can transform into the appearance of someone you know and touch you without your knowledge. How dangerous would that be? Roundy explained quickly. A talent for disguise. Wang Teng's eyes lit up immediately. Having special talents is great. That's how you get the best deals, right? As for threats, he wasn't afraid. He had used this method of swindling people many times himself and was very experienced. Moreover, given the current situation, they are already on guard, and it's impossible for the other party to transform and get close to them. Roundy felt like he was talking to a brick wall. Wang Teng looked really strange. What was with that excited expression on his face? But I'm not entirely sure. This domain lord level is somewhat different from the real Loot people. They look a bit alike, but there are differences. Could they be a hybrid? Roundy said hesitantly. Unsure? Wang Teng was immediately disappointed, as he had been excited for nothing. Round and plump. It was a warning to Wang Teng because his opponent might be very difficult to deal with, and he should be careful. When he heard that the other party might not be a Loot person, he actually looked disappointed. Did he think the opponent wasn't strong enough? It felt like it couldn't keep up with Wang Teng's thought process at all. Boom, boom, boom. The spaceship shuddered as 3 domain lord level warriors launched an attack on the Fire River. Streams of primal force bombarded the Fire River spaceship, causing it to explode and creating a violent impact on the ship's defensive shields. Warning: the spaceship's defensive shield is 0.1% damaged. Warning: the spaceship's defensive shield is 0.11% damaged. Warning: the spaceship's defensive shield is 0.12% damaged. An alarm sounded, echoing in the spacecraft's main control room. However, instead of panicking, the crowd showed a strange expression on their faces. St. Luo and the others' faces darkened slightly. What the hell is this spaceship? 3 domain lords bombarded the outside, yet they only managed to inflict 0.1% damage on the defensive shield. That's fine, but what's with the 0.11 and 0.12 at the end? I feel offended. Such minor damage can't even keep up with the self-repair speed of the spaceship's shield, can it? St. Luo and the others were filled with despair once again. This is really messing with their mentality. Brother Wang Teng, are they warming up? Lin Chusha asked, looking confused. No, they're just tickling our spaceship, Wang Teng said. The crowd. What the hell is this tickling? Is it really that hurtful? If the 3 domain lords outside knew that their desperate attacks were being treated like tickling, I wonder if they would have a mental breakdown on the spot. I'll go out and meet them, and Lan said eagerly. Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. There are 3 domain lords outside, and you're all alone. It won't be easy to fight them. Roundy couldn't help but say. Sure, I'll use the spaceship to attack and cover you. Wang Teng stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment, then nodded. He wouldn't stop in Lan if he didn't take action against her. Let me test the strength of these 2 3-star cosmic mercenaries. I didn't get enough of one last time, and Lan laughed. St. Luo, damn it, what did I ever do to you? They were captured, yet they still took their corpses out and whipped them. Wang Teng immediately ordered the hatch to be opened. The outside world. After fighting for a long time, Cao Hongtu and his 2 companions suddenly realized that they had been too naive. They simply couldn't break through the defensive barrier. Just as he was feeling down, he suddenly saw the spaceship hatch open and was overjoyed. Immediately, a figure burst out from within, like a streak of light, and landed in front of the giant horned clan's domain lord. Mechanical race. The giant horned race domain lord's eyes flashed as he stared at Lan in front of him. Cao Hongtu and the green-skinned domain lord were about to attack when the Fire River launched its attack. Boom, boom, boom. The force cannon blasted directly at the two men, sending them flying. You all attack the spaceship, I'll handle this mechanical race. The giant horned clan lord roared. Cao Hongtu and the green-skinned domain lord were furious. With a roar, they charged towards the spaceship. Boom boom boom. A frenzied attack rained down on the spaceship. On the other side, Lan and the giant horned clan domain lord stared at each other, their auras rising steadily, neither of them saying a word. Boom. The next moment, the two figures vanished, instantly transforming into streaks of light that crashed into each other. Looking at the golden light that the two had transformed into, Wang Teng finally understood why Lan wanted to fight them. Because both of them are metal-type martial artists. The warriors of the giant horned clan were born with a strong talent in the metal element, and Lan could only break through her limits more quickly by fighting against such opponents. The giant horned clan's domain lord wielded two enormous battle blades. When they slashed, wisps of strange golden energy would emanate from them, adhering to the surface of the blades and then forming an extremely powerful and unyielding golden blade aura that crisscrossed in the void, possessing unparalleled power. So strong. The martial arts leader of Earth, Tantai Zan, the heads of state of various countries, and the younger generation such as Baili Qingfeng and Han Zhu all widened their eyes and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This is the power of a domain lord. A single strike could destroy a planet, this is no joke. Soon, Lan and the giant horned clan domain lord both unleashed their respective domains, clashing in the void, making it impossible for anyone to see what was happening. Saint Luo and the others couldn't help but feel a little nervous. If the giant horned clan's domain lord is defeated, they will have virtually no hope. Fortunately, Wang Teng possesses two special abilities, Eye of Origin and Spiritual Vision, which allows him to see their battle situation. Huh, Wang Teng suddenly exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? The round-faced boy asked. Hee, it seems that the giant horned clan domain lord is about to be defeated, Wang Teng said with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. They can't see what's going on inside, so how could Wang Teng know the outcome? How did you know? The round-faced boy asked suspiciously. Wang Teng smiled but didn't say anything, which drove Yuan Gungun and the others a little crazy. Actually, Wang Teng saw that Lan's domain had broken through to the 7th level, reaching the same level as Saint Luo. But his black gold domain is undoubtedly more powerful. Saint Luo also realized something at this moment. His gaze sharpened, his expression turned ugly, and he was somewhat surprised. He is a strong person at this level, so it is not difficult for him to see Lan's breakthrough. But Wang Teng is just a mere stellar-level martial artist, so how did he see it? Boom! A moment later, a loud bang was heard, and the domain of the giant horned clan's domain shattered. A figure was sent flying out of it, spitting out blood. Tujin actually lost. Saint Luo's pupils contracted as he stared at the figure flying backward, his expression turning extremely ugly. The people of the Orient Federation were all in an uproar, their faces filled with disbelief. Among the three domain lords, Tujin, Bartlett, and Dean Saint Luo, Tujin is undoubtedly the strongest, followed by Dean Saint Luo, with Bartlett ranking last. But now, Dean Saint Luo has been captured, and Lord Tujin has been defeated. All hope seemed to be being wiped out bit by these earthlings. How could this happen? Augustus and the others stared blankly, their faces deathly pale, as if they could not accept this fact. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the Orient Federation members, Wang Teng sneered. His gaze then swept across the battlefield outside, picking up the attribute bubbles that appeared one by one. Gold-type Star Force * 9000. Gold-type Star Force * 1000. Stellar Level Spirit 1200. Stellar Level Spirit * 2400. Open Black Lens Bracket Golden Realm * 4000 Close Black Lens Bracket. Open Black Lens Bracket Black Gold Domain * 6000 Close Black Lens Bracket. Open Black Lens Bracket The Secrets of Metal * 6000 Close Black Lens Bracket. Gold Breaking Blade Technique * 3000. Ellipsis. Truly worthy of being a domain lord level attribute bubble. Wang Teng was overjoyed and happily absorbed and digested it. His metal type force attribute has a full 19,000 points, but that's not enough for him to break through, it's just a significant improvement over his original level. Stellar level spirit points, 3,600. This is quite an achievement, his spirit level has reached 36,100 points. Spirit, 36,105 thousandths, stellar level. Such a powerful spirit caused his mental strength to surge, reaching a level roughly equivalent to the 7th level of a star. With his mastery of mental power, which has reached a minor level, he can use a variety of mental weapons. The single, moon golden wheel, is no longer sufficient to unleash his full potential. Next up is the gold domain at 4,000 points, and then the black gold domain at 6,000 points. Both of these domains possess extremely powerful domain power, especially the black gold domain, which is significantly stronger than the pure gold domain. The reason why the domain lord of that giant horned race was defeated so decisively was because his domain power was inferior to Enland's. Golden Realm, 1,253,000ths Tier 3. Black Gold Domain, 2,004,000ths Tier 4. A multitude of domain insights flooded Wang Teng's mind. In fact, the gold domain and the black gold domain had many things in common, since the black gold domain was formed by the fusion of the gold domain and mental power. He closed his eyes, absorbing and digesting this realization. In a short while, his gold domain rose from the 1st rank to the 3rd rank, while his black gold domain rose from the 2nd rank to the 4th rank. Wang Teng opened his eyes and a golden light flashed in them. Saint Luo, who had been watching him closely, immediately noticed this change, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Domain. Wang Teng has actually comprehended the realm. That's incredible. What's even more unbelievable is that he comprehended a domain just by watching 2 battles between domain lords. Comprehending a domain is an extremely difficult task. Even a domain lord level expert needs to spend a great deal of time to comprehend it. Wang Teng grasped the essence of the battle simply by watching it. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. Is he really the kind of legendary genius who only exists in legends? Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, how could a highly advanced cosmic civilization like the Great Qian Empire allow a native martial artist to inherit a title? At that moment, Saint Luo felt he had achieved enlightenment. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Suddenly, an overwhelming bitterness welled up in his heart. If such a genius were absorbed by their holy star tower, they could reap unimaginable benefits many years later. In the end, he destroyed all of this with his own hands. The golden light in Wang Teng's eyes quickly faded, and he breathed a sigh of relief, feeling extremely pleased. The 2 domain powers that were just acquired have both increased significantly. More importantly, he's only at the stellar level, yet he has not only mastered the power of a domain but has also reached the 3rd or 4th tier. Even geniuses from some advanced cosmic civilizations wouldn't possess such powerful domain strength. In addition, there were 2 other gains that surprised Wang Teng. One is the profound meaning of metal, and the other is a combat technique called gold-breaking blade technique. Wang Teng originally did not possess the profound meaning of metal, but now he has comprehended it. Many related profound insights flashed through his mind, which he quickly absorbed and digested. The secret of metal, 1,205,000ths 50%. The 6,000 attribute points instantly brought Wang Teng's metal profound meaning to 50%, which is quite terrifying. Finally, there's the gold-breaking blade technique. A humanoid figure of light and shadow immediately appeared in Wang Teng's mind, practicing an incomparably powerful sword technique. This is actually a domain lord level combat skill. A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. He originally thought that a cosmic level combat skill would be quite good, but he didn't expect it to be a domain lord level skill. This is the first domain lord level combat skill he has acquired. Although the Fire River Realm Lord's inheritance includes many powerful combat techniques, some even at the Realm Lord level, Wang Teng is only at the stellar level now and cannot use them. Domain Lord level combat techniques are already the limit. Moreover, this is obtained by picking up attributes, so it's easier to learn and doesn't require much time. That's great. Gold-breaking knife technique, 2,003,000ths proficient. After reviewing the attribute bubbles, Wang Teng looked outside the spaceship. Upon seeing the defeat of the giant horned clan domain lord, Cao Hongtu and another domain lord level being immediately abandoned their attack on the Fire River and approached the giant horned clan domain lord. "How are you?" Cao Hongtu asked, his expression not looking too good. They were so hyped up before, but they got completely crushed. That's fucking awful. When Tu Jin heard that his tone was off, his expression turned even worse. He spat out the blood in his mouth and said, "Damn it, this mechanical race domain lord is very strong. What do we do now? We can't break through with the spaceship, and we can't defeat that mechanical race domain lord either. We have absolutely no chance," Domain Lord Bartlett said, frowning. Just as the three were caught in a dilemma, Wang Tang's voice came from inside the fire river. Gentlemen, I can give you a chance. These words made the three domain lords somewhat uncomfortable. These three domain lord level powerhouses actually needed a star level martial artist to give them a chance. However, circumstances were beyond their control. After exchanging glances, Domain Lord Bartlett spoke up. What do you want? Hand over Cao Hongtu to me, and I'll let your Orient Federation off the hook, how about it? Wang Tang said quietly. Cao Hongtu's heart skipped a beat and he almost lost his composure. That kid is a complete bastard, actually coming up with such a vicious method. His heart pounded even harder when he saw the looks in Toucan's and Bartlett's eyes. Don't listen to him, he's trying to divide us, Cao Hongtu said coldly. You need to think this through. If we don't do this, I'll just waste a little more time. Do you think you can beat us? Wang Tang continued. Toucan and Bartlett's expressions changed, and they immediately hesitated. They had to admit that what Wang Tang said was true. With Tujin defeated, they basically have no chance of winning. Unless Wang Tang comes out of that spaceship, the three of them working together will have no chance of winning. You are already mortal enemies. He came here intending to destroy your Orient star. How could he give up so easily? Cao Hongtu shouted hurriedly. Survival instincts are off the charts. Tujin and Bartlett immediately realized what was happening, their faces turning ashen. Damn it, they almost got scammed. Oh dear, you guys didn't fall for it. Wang Tang said dejectedly when he saw that things were hopeless. Tujin. Bartlett. WQNMLGB. That bastard is so wicked. Inside the spaceship, the martial arts leaders and others were speechless. What they said sounded so real that they almost believed it. Then there's no other way. Wang Tang's voice suddenly turned cold, his previous nonchalant tone replaced by indifference. I have no choice but to kill you all. Arrogant. Tujin and the other man were furious. They were almost scammed, but this kid actually looked down on them. Did he really think he could kill them? Just then, Wang Tang flew out of the spaceship and appeared in the void. Cao Hongtu and the others were overjoyed. Kid, if you stay put inside the spaceship, I might not be able to do anything to you. But since you dared to come out, then you're going to die. Kill him. Tujin and Bartlett grinned as they charged toward Wang Tang. Boom, boom, boom. However, the fire river behind Wang Tang immediately launched countless force cannons, bombarding forward like a tidal wave. Tu and Jin were immediately alarmed and each used their combat skills to defend themselves. And Lan, hold them back, Wang Tang ordered softly. And Lan's face darkened. This guy actually thought too highly of him, expecting him to hold off three people all by himself. However, he knew that Wang Tang must have some tricks up his sleeve, so he didn't waste any more words and asked directly, how long will it take? 5 minutes. Wang Tang said. Yes, I can hold on for another 5 minutes, and Lan nodded. Without lingering after saying that, he rushed straight toward Cao Hongtu and the other two. At this moment, the three of them had rushed out of the artillery fire and met in Lan right in front of them. They had heard what was said earlier. Cao Hongtu sneered, you actually expect a stellar-level martial artist to deal with us? What a joke. And Lan remained silent, and with a wave of her hand, the 1,000 machine box transformed into more than a dozen streams of light, with golden light flowing across them. The power of the domain adhered to the 1,000 machine box, forming black and gold threads that surrounded Cao Hongtu and the others. HMPH, although psychic masters are powerful, it's foolish of you to disperse this psychic weapon just to hold us back. Tu Jin had fought in Lan before and knew the power of the 1,000 machine box, but it was a combined 1,000 machine box. If it were separated, its power would be greatly reduced. Boom, boom, boom. The four domain lords immediately engaged in a fierce battle in the void, their struggle intense. If Tu Jin hadn't already been severely injured and his strength reduced to less than 3/10, and Lan would have faced an even greater challenge. Seeing this from afar, Wang Tang wasted no more time. He activated his spatial body, and wisps of spatial power spread out in the surrounding void. This was the first time he had used this move since his spatial body broke through to the 3rd level. Let the Orient Federation test its power. In the void, Wang Tang stood in midair, his thick black hair seemingly dancing wildly under the influence of some invisible force. A dense spatial force swirled around him, penetrating into the void. However, this fluctuation was limited to within half a meter of him, and no one else could detect it. Inside the spaceship, the martial arts leaders and others all looked at him with puzzled expressions. What is Wang Tang going to do? The old dean of Jinlin University couldn't help but ask. I don't know, it's too dangerous for him to go out like this. The martial arts leader frowned and said helplessly. He must have some plan in mind, having that mechanical race domain lord restrain the other party. Tantai Zan looked at Wang Teng with her beautiful eyes and pondered. But our opponents are 3 domain lords, while Wang Teng is only a stellar level being, the martial arts leader said with a wry smile. That guy would never put himself in danger, so don't worry unnecessarily, Roundy said, rolling his eyes. It didn't follow Wang Teng, but stayed here to control the spaceship. While powerful, World Master level spaceships are difficult to operate, requiring many professionals or intelligent life forms with powerful algorithms like Yuan Gun. That's true, this guy is very shrewd, how could he possibly risk his life? The martial arts leader gave a wry smile. Saint Luo and the others frowned slightly as they listened to their discussion. Wang Teng is an anomaly. He would never run away for no reason. Tujin and Bartlett had better deal with that mechanical race domain lord quickly, otherwise things might go wrong. I think he's just courting death. With his strength, how dare he go out and get involved in Lord Tukin's battle? Lockkin sneered as he heard the Earthling's conversation. He just got lucky and got a powerful spaceship. He's fine if he stays inside, but going out is suicide. Does he really think he's that powerful? Augustus said disdainfully. Upon hearing this, the people of Earth were furious, their gazes fixed coldly on Augustus and his companion. Just then, a figure suddenly stepped out and came to Augustus and the other man. What are you doing? Lockins looked at the person in front of him and shouted coldly. Smack, smack, a crisp sound suddenly echoed inside the spaceship. One person slapped him. Augustus and Lockins were completely stunned and couldn't react at all. Everyone was stunned, staring blankly at the small figure. Even when slapping someone, he has to stand on tiptoe, making him seem easy to bully, but he is so decisive and ruthless when he actually does it. Early summer, Lin Chuan exclaimed in surprise, looking at her younger sister with disbelief. Although those two were indeed annoying, she never expected Lin Chusha to directly attack them. This was completely unexpected. The feel isn't very good either? Lin Chusha shook her head in disappointment as she looked at the two people's swollen faces. Quote. The crowd. Is this girl a devil? They slapped someone's face until it was swollen and they still complained. That's just too much. PFF'd. Tantai Zan chuckled, looking at her with interest and saying, this little girl has truly inherited Wang Teng's skills. The martial arts leaders were both amused and exasperated, but they had to admit that Tantai Zan was right, they had learned a lot from this little girl. Augustus and Lockkin snapped out of their daze, covering their handsome faces, their eyes bloodshot, and shouted angrily, you dare hit us. Lin Chusha smiled shyly at the two of them, pulled out 2 force pistols, pressed them against their foreheads, and said with an innocent look, I not only dare to hit you, I also dare to kill you. Augustus. Quote. Lockkin's. Beads of cold sweat slid down their foreheads, their eyes trembled, and they dared not speak out against their anger. This little girl looks cute and charming, but her heart is just as black as that bastard Wang Teng's. Not to mention Augustus and his companion, even Lin Chuan and others who were very familiar with Lin Chusha felt that her heart was blackened to a strange degree. She's not usually like this. That's right, prisoners should act like prisoners. If you dare say another bad word about brother Wang Teng, I'll shoot you both. Seeing that the two were too scared to speak, Lin Chusha put away her force pistol and revealed a sweet smile. Sweet, my ass. Augustus and his companion were practically screaming inside. Lin Chuan looked at Lin Chusha, who had returned to her side, with a complicated expression. Suddenly, she wavered. Should she learn from her younger sister? This method seems to be very effective against bad people. I can learn from that. Wang Teng probably had no idea that Lin Chuan had been led astray like this. In the void outside, the spatial fluctuations around Wang Teng became increasingly intense, as if forming visible ripples that spread outwards. The spatial fluctuations started from half a meter around him, then increased to 1 meter, then to 2 meters, then 3 meters. The clicking sounds kept coming out, as if an invisible giant hand was grasping the void, making the surrounding space unbearable and causing people to feel inexplicably uneasy. What happened? In the distance, Tujin and the others who were fighting finally noticed the anomaly and looked over. How could there be such strong spatial fluctuations? Bartlett asked with a grave expression. What other tricks does this kid have up his sleeve? Cao Hongtu's expression changed, and an ominous premonition rose from the bottom of his heart. Spatial power, huh? This fluctuation seems even stronger than the one that defeated St. Luo last time. And Lan's eyes widened in surprise, and she even felt a sense of anticipation. Ellipsis. Under everyone's watchful eyes, at one point, terrifying cracks suddenly appeared around Wang Teng. Even in the pitch-black void, the crack was extremely conspicuous and could be seen at a glance. Suddenly, a wisp of wind seemed to blow out from the crack, and under the pull of some force, it swirled around Wang Teng. The speed of the ethereal wind was extremely slow at first, but it increased at a speed visible to the naked eye, instantly turning into a fierce gale. Stop him! Tu Jin's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he shouted loudly. Bartlett and Cao Hongtu also felt the chill run down their spines and wanted to get rid of An Lan and go to stop her. Trying to leave, An Lan snorted coldly, using her 1000 machine box to hold off Tu Jin and the other two. Get out of my way! Bartlett roared, wielding a battle sword that unleashed a sharp sword light as he slashed at An Lan. Boom! 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 The battle intensified, and An Lan, facing 3 opponents alone, found herself in a fierce struggle. Ellipsis. At the same time, the void wind surrounding Wang Teng spun rapidly, causing the surrounding space to completely collapse and form a terrifying void. The power of space converged, emitting an extremely terrifying fluctuation. A storm is coming. The power of space completely formed a storm, and Wang Teng's figure disappeared entirely into the eye of the storm. Rumble! A series of sharp whistling sounds echoed from the void, and a fierce suction force emanated from the storm, sweeping outwards in all directions. Meteorites from afar were swept in, along with fragments of warships that had been blasted apart, all merging into the storm. What terrifying spatial fluctuations! Inside the spaceship, everyone's expression changed slightly, their faces filled with disbelief. So that's the trick. The martial arts leaders, including Tantai Zan, recognized him because they had seen him before. It was with this move that Wang Teng severely injured the storm giant ape and saved the East Sea. Even now, they still feel lingering fear when they think about it. St. Luo, Claude, and the others' pupils contracted repeatedly, as if they had seen a ghost, their faces filled with horror. How could he have such a terrifying move? St. Luo could hardly believe what he was seeing, and his hands were trembling. Augustus and the others turned deathly pale, a sense of fear creeping into their hearts. Back then, Wang Teng was clearly a planetary-level martial artist just like them, or even weaker. Now, in such a short time, he has become so powerful, which is a huge blow to them. Damn it, Wang Teng has gone too far. Retreat! Retreat! Roundy suddenly realized what was happening and hurriedly maneuvered the spaceship backward. With such terrifying spatial capabilities and their spaceships being so close, they were bound to be affected. While the defensive shields of a World Lord-class spaceship are indeed powerful, they also cost a fortune. Every minute is a money pit. If the shield is hit by a powerful attack, even more money will be burned. Yuan Gungun felt sorry for Wang Teng just for the money spent on starting up the Fire River. Under the control of the round, rolling object, the Fire River spacecraft retreated tens of thousands of meters before coming to a stop. Meanwhile, the spatial storm was spreading outwards, its range increasing. 800 meters, 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 6,000 meters. As the diameter continued to expand, countless meteorites flowed into it, were crushed, and turned into countless dust particles. In the high-speed rotation, they were like bombs with terrifying power. Even a single particle was enough to shatter the body of a martial artist. Tu Jin, Bartlett, and Cao Hongtu stared in horror as the storm swelled to a point that sent shivers down their spines. Horrible. Fear. Even terrifying. They were truly terrified. How could Wang Teng possess such terrifying methods? They couldn't believe it no matter what, their hearts were filled with terror, and they felt an icy chill running through their bodies. How could this happen? Cao Hongtu's mouth was dry as he stared at the storm, his heart filled with nothing but terror. He never imagined that he would be frightened by Wang Teng. Run! Retreat! Tu Jin and Bartlett roared, abandoning An Lan and turning to flee without hesitation. Cao Hongtu gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up, but he had no choice but to retreat rapidly, fleeing into the distance. Faced with that terrifying and unusual spatial storm, they completely lost the courage to resist. Don't go. Keep fighting. An Lan flashed and blocked the way for the three of them. Get out of my way. Tu Jin and his two companions roared repeatedly, launching a frenzied attack on An Lan. Damn, these three guys must be scared out of their wits. And Lan was startled and didn't dare to confront them head-on, so she quickly dodged to the side. Just then, a huge roar rang out. It turned out that the fire river had launched an attack, covering the three of them with firepower. The three of them, two Jin, were extremely anxious. At this moment, every second could cost them their lives and plunge them into an abyss of no return. The three quickly broke free from the fire river's attack, their faces grim. They dared not linger for a moment and fled frantically into the distance. "You can't leave." A cold voice suddenly came from behind them, exploding in their ears and causing the three of them to change their expressions drastically. They couldn't help but turn around to look, their pupils immediately contracted, and their faces turned deathly pale. A terrifying storm was sweeping towards them, crushing everything in its path. A colossal storm raged through the void, shattering space wherever it passed, a terrifying spectacle akin to a cosmic catastrophe. "Feel the pain." The indifferent, cold voice came again from within the storm. The shadow of the spatial storm was reflected in the eyes of two Jin, Sao Hongtu, and the other two, and their pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. "No!" Terrified, they had no time to dodge, letting out angry roars of defiance as their primal forces erupted. Rumble! The spatial storm instantly engulfed and swallowed them, like a colossal beast opening its maw and swallowing them whole. Boom! A terrifying roar suddenly rang out, seemingly enough to shake the void and resound throughout the entire world. Then, the world fell into a deathly silence. Wang Teng's figure reappeared in the void, his face somewhat pale, but his posture upright, his back to the spaceship, his black hair flying. The terrifying explosion made his silhouette stand out even more brilliantly. Inside the spaceship, the martial arts leaders and others stared in disbelief at the scene. Even though they were prepared, they were still speechless with shock at the terrifying sight. Lin Chuan gazed at that retreating figure, her beautiful eyes sparkling as if she wanted to imprint that peerless figure in her heart. Lin Chusha was also watching, her eyes fixed on the screen, her expression excited, her little face flushed, and she was filled with a hint of admiration. If circumstances allowed, she would have cheered. As Tantai Zan gazed at that retreating figure, a strange light flashed in her eyes, but then, as if thinking of something, she sighed softly. Saint Luo and the other warriors of the Orient Federation were all speechless with horror, their faces as pale as paper. A sense of despair welled up in their hearts. We lost. They ultimately lost. A complete and utter defeat, an extremely ugly loss. Having lost to a stellar-level martial artist, what face and hope do they have left? Saint Luo still couldn't believe that they would be defeated by a stellar-level martial artist. Enraged, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Augustus, Lockins, and other young martial artists were completely distraught, their eyes glazed over, as if they had suffered a heavy blow and their mentality had completely collapsed. As they gazed at Wang Teng's retreating figure, it was as if they were witnessing a prodigy about to rise in the starry sky. Although he is still very weak, he has already shown an unparalleled style and radiated a dazzling light. And their Orient Federation just happened to become the first stepping stone for this prodigy's rise. Why do they look down on such outstanding talents? What right do they have to compete with such geniuses? Thinking back on their previous disdain for Wang Teng, they wished they could disappear into a hole in the ground. It was like fireflies showing off their faint light in front of the bright moon, utterly ridiculous and foolish. In an instant, a deep bitterness filled the hearts of everyone in the Orient Federation. Ellipsis. Looking at the explosion in front of him, Wang Teng activated his spiritual vision and saw the three clusters of life force gradually weakening. He breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. This move can indeed threaten beings at the Domain Lord level. Fortunately, Lan and the Huohe spaceship provided some restraint. Otherwise, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. In a real battle, a Domain Lord level expert wouldn't wait for him to unleash his ultimate move. At this moment, Lan flew over from a distance, her gaze extremely complicated, and said, "You are really unexpected, even I can't stop such a method." "Only one move," Wang Teng said with a wry smile. "Haha, a mere one-move expert." Lan joked, then added with admiration, "That's already quite remarkable, considering you're only at the stellar level." Wang Teng shook his head, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, and said nothing more. The Orient Federation wanted to bully the weak, but unfortunately they chose the wrong target and ran into a monster like you, Lan said with great interest and schadenfreude. After a short while, the explosions in front of us finally subsided and calm returned. Only a few spatial rifts remained scattered around, indicating what had just happened. 3 tattered figures emerged, drifting in the void. They were 2 Jin, Sao Hongtu, and the other 2. However, they looked extremely miserable at this moment, missing limbs and covered in blood, like rag dolls that had been violently torn apart. Tisk, that's terrible, and Lan couldn't help but say. Huh, he's still alive. Wang Teng said in surprise. Not dead? And Lan was stunned, looking at the 3 mangled bodies with some surprise, and asked in astonishment, they're still alive after all this? He's barely clinging to life, Wang Teng sneered. But the vitality of a domain lord is truly remarkable. Let's go take a look. The 2 flew over and examined the 3 mangled bodies. The 2 domain lords of the Orient Federation were seriously injured and unconscious, while only Sao Hongtu remained somewhat conscious. When he saw Wang Teng approaching, a look of fear flashed in his eyes, and his voice became hoarse, as if a piece of metal was scraping against something. Don't kill me. Senior brother Sao, at least die with some dignity. Don't be such a coward, Wang Teng said indifferently. Sao Hongtu wanted to curse, but he was too weak and had no extra strength. You're a devil, and Lan said speechlessly. Really? Wang Teng asked. Don't you have any self-awareness? And Lan stroked her chin, looking at the 3 of them. But they really are only on their last breath. It seems they must have joined forces to resist earlier, gathering all their primal force into one place, which is how they managed to escape with their lives. A domain lord level expert is truly terrifying, Wang Teng exclaimed. It feels weird coming out of my mouth, and Lan choked for a moment. I'm very serious. Can't you see how exhausted I am? Wang Teng said. What do you plan to do with them? Kill them now? And Lan rolled her eyes and asked. Take them back first. Letting them die like this is too easy on them. Let's take something from them first, and then execute them in front of all the people of the Orient Federation, Wang Teng said thoughtfully. I find that falling into your hands is more painful than death itself, and Lan clicked her tongue. You're insulting me. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. No, I'm praising you. Quote ellipsis quote. Wang Teng and Lan then dragged Sao Hongtu and the other 2 back into the spaceship. When the martial arts leaders saw the 3 men lying there like dead dogs, they were all sweating profusely. They had just witnessed the power of these 3 domain lords, but now they were in such a state, which was truly lamentable. Saint Luo and the other members of the Orient Federation couldn't help but twitch their facial muscles, all feeling terrified. 3 domain lord level powerhouses. He was beaten into a dead dog like that, it's really. That's terrifying. The way they looked at Wang Teng changed completely, and they didn't even dare to look him in the eye when his gaze swept over them. We won? The martial arts leaders and others asked, still somewhat incredulously. If they don't have any other domain lord level experts, then I think it is true. Wang Teng said with a smile, knowing that they might find it hard to believe. Phew, that's good, that's good. The martial arts leaders and others breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Teng casually tossed Sao Hongtu and the other 2 in front of Sheng Luo and the others, making a loud bang. Saint Luo and the others' eyelids twitched. That's outrageous. The person is injured so badly, couldn't you have been a little gentler? He's a domain lord level expert, so what's wrong with showing him a little respect? However, they were in dire straits themselves and dared not speak, all pretending not to see anything. A mocking smile appeared on Wang Teng's lips as he said, Roundball, let's go to the Holy Star Tower. Hee, okay. Roundy eyes lit up, sensing that Wang Teng was about to cause trouble again, and he chuckled excitedly. Under the control of the round, rolling ship, it flew toward the huge planet in front of it, Orient. Without the 3 domain lord level powerhouses, the Orient Federation is now leaderless. Moreover, most of their universe-level martial artists had already been wiped out by Wang Teng, so they couldn't cause any significant trouble. Therefore, Orient Star is now completely at Wang Teng's mercy. The spaceship was moving at top speed and entered the atmosphere of Orient in the blink of an eye. The High Command of the Orient Federation had already witnessed the great battle in space through satellite monitoring. And the defeat of Tujin and his 2 companions naturally came to their attention. The entire planet Orient was plunged into despair. Countless warriors remained silent, and no one dared to stop the arrival of the Fire River. Round and round, we've invaded the network of Orient Star. Let's get to know the people of Orient Star, Wang Teng said. No problem, leave it to me. Roundy nodded confidently. After saying that, he started operating the system. Countless data appeared in front of everyone, flashing rapidly and dazzling them. Before long, it had infiltrated the Orient Federation's network. At this very moment, the people on Orient Star also discovered that they could no longer log onto the network. All the videos in front of them had been invaded and taken over by a force. Regardless of what they were doing before, the scene was switched and a human youth appeared. "Greetings, residents of the Orient Federation." The young man on the screen smiled and said in the universal language, "When you see me, it means that your Orient Federation has been conquered by me." Wow! As soon as he finished speaking, a tremendous uproar swept across the entire planet Orient. The higher-ups of the Orient Federation were already aware of the situation, but many ordinary martial artists had no idea what had happened. Only when they heard Wang Tang's words did they realize that something truly extraordinary had indeed happened in the Orient Federation. But how is that possible? How could such a powerful Orient Federation be invaded and occupied? Everyone found it hard to believe, and a sense of absurdity arose in their hearts. Many even wondered if it was a prank. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Saint Laurent, Toucan, and Bartlett suddenly appeared on the screen. More importantly, the three of them looked extremely miserable. Saint Luo was in a slightly better condition, only looking a bit disheveled, but Toucan and Bartlett were practically unrecognizable. The people of the Orient Federation almost didn't recognize him. "I probably don't need to introduce these three people," Wang Tang's voice rang out again. "I regret to inform you that they have been captured by me." Quiet, a deathly silence. Moments later, the entire Orient Federation was in an uproar. "My God, those are Dean St. Luo of the Holy Star Tower, Lord Toucan, and Lord Bartlett. How did they end up like this? Are you kidding me? How could the three of you be so powerful, seriously injured and captured?" "No, I saw Lord Toucan and Lord Toucan rush into space from here in the Federal City. It seems they were fighting with someone. All of this might be true. It's over, it's over. All three domain lord-level powerhouses of our Orient Federation have been captured. What exactly is going on? Why would someone invade our Orient Federation? Those damned invaders. I'm sure many people are wondering why I would want to go against the Orient Federation." Wang Tang seemed to know what everyone was thinking. He smiled, revealing what he considered a kind and approachable smile, and began to explain. "It's a long story, but in short, I come from a backward planet, and you want to invade my home planet. When the invasion failed, they became enraged and decided to destroy it directly. This is probably the usual way of thinking and mentality of every major power. After all, the strong are respected in the universe, so there's nothing wrong with it." The attention of everyone in the Orient Federation was gradually drawn to this. There was a lot of noise before, but as Wang Tang spoke, all the sounds disappeared. They had actually already guessed the whole story. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. I turned the tables. Hearing this, the people of the Orient Federation felt heavy-hearted, yet remained speechless for a moment. What the hell? They pulled off a stunning comeback. This is such a serious matter, can you please stop making such a fuss? So I'm very sorry, but now your Orient Federation has become the target of invasion, Wang Tang finally said. Everyone in the Orient Federation wore complex expressions and fell silent once again. Some people hate it, some are terrified, and some empathize with it. "Oh, right," Wang Tang said as if suddenly remembering something. "I've been bullied so badly by your Orient Federation. If I do something excessive next, everyone will understand, right?" The people from the Orient Federation were completely dumbfounded, speechless. Why does this person talk strangely? How thick-skinned do you have to be to say something like, "I was bullied terribly," without any pressure? Besides, they didn't even see how badly he was suffering. It was clearly Lord Toucan and the others who were in a terrible state. They were beaten to a pulp. Despite their complaints, a sense of foreboding gradually crept into their hearts. Put yourself in their shoes. If they were in their shoes, they probably wouldn't let their enemies off the hook either. But understand what? They come to attack their planet and expect them to understand that there are such shameless people in the world? The people inside the Fire River spaceship were speechless upon hearing Wang Tang's words. It would be better if they gave you a heads up before retaliating. Is this how you show politeness? And you still expect people to understand? Why don't you just let them come right up to you and let you hit them? Don't go too far. However, they also thought it was great. Evil people should be dealt with by evil people. Wang Tang did a fantastic job. It was very satisfying. "Wang Tang, we've arrived at the Holy Star Tower," the round, chubby boy said. Oh, Wang Tang's eyes flashed. He stood up, walked to the main control panel, and looked out. A huge city appeared before them, and in the center of the city stood a uniquely styled tower, hundreds of meters high, which stood out prominently. This city is Holy Star City, the city to which the Holy Star Tower belongs, and the entire city is an academy. Geniuses from all over the Orient Federation gathered in this city, making it a lively and bustling place because it was the holy land of the Orient Federation. But today, the massive Fire River spaceship slowly descended from the sky and eventually hovered above Holy Star City. The people in Holy Star City had already heard Wang Tang's previous words, but they did not expect that his first stop would be the Holy Star Tower. At this moment, countless people from the Holy Star Tower raised their heads and looked at the enormous Fire River spaceship in the sky, a feeling of utter despair rising in their hearts. They're here. Are they going to attack our Holy Star Tower? We used that planet as a testing ground back then, and now they've come for revenge? What can we do? Even Dean St. Luo has been arrested. We have no way to resist him. Ellipsis. One by one, the instructors and students of the Holy Star Tower emerged from the building, their faces pale and filled with panic. Inside the Fire River spaceship, Wang Tang turned to St. Luo beside him and said, Dean St. Luo, let's go, show me around and see just how amazing your St. Star Tower really is. St. Luo remained silent, feeling so frustrated he felt like vomiting blood, but his entire body's primal force was sealed, making it impossible for him to resist. Wang Tang then led St. Luo out of the Fire River spaceship with Lan, Bai Sha, and the others following closely behind. In front of the Holy Star Tower, a group of people gathered together, watching Wang Tang and the others land. You're all too kind, coming out to welcome us, Wang Tang said, looking at the other party. Quote. The people of the Holy Star Tower were very frustrated. What the hell is this welcome? Who wants to welcome you? Don't flatter yourself, okay? Get lost. I am Wallace, the Vice Dean of the Holy Star Tower. May I ask your name? An old man stepped forward, surrounded by a crowd, bowed to Wang Tang, and said, Don't you know my name? Wang Tang looked at him and asked calmly. Hee. Wallace felt uncomfortable under his gaze, gave a dry laugh, and said, You must be Wang Tang, the prodigy from Earth. I wouldn't call myself a prodigy. I'm just a local, Wang Tang said. Lord Wang Tang, you are too modest. With your achievements, you can be called a peerless genius. You will surely have a place in the universe in the future, Wallace complimented. Alright, enough with the nonsense. You should know exactly what I'm after, Wang Tang interrupted him, saying, Are you going to hand over what I want yourselves, or shall I do it myself? Wallace's face stiffened, and he said, Lord Wang Tang, our Orient Federation is affiliated with the Great Qian Empire, so we are in the same camp as you. Why make things escalate to this point? When you wanted to destroy my home planet, did you ever consider that I was on your side? Wang Tang said calmly, but Wallace wanted to say something more. Bertha, Hardy, you two take your men and find all the valuable items in this place. Anyone who obstructs you will be killed without mercy. Wang Tang had no interest in listening to his nonsense anymore and immediately said coldly. Yes. Bertha and Hardy immediately accepted the order. Wait, Wallace's expression changed drastically. Without much thought, he immediately stepped forward and stopped the two. Wang Tang's face immediately showed impatience. Seeing this, Hardy felt his chance to shine had come. He vanished from his spot in an instant and reappeared in front of Wallace. Boom! With a single slash, without uttering any further words, the blade's light descended directly. Wallace's pupils contracted. He never expected his opponent to attack so suddenly. In a panic, he could only retreat hastily, trying to avoid the attack. Unfortunately, Hadid was a cosmic-level martial artist of the Shadow Assassin clan, and the strangeness of his killing methods was beyond the comprehension of ordinary martial artists. The blade of light he unleashed vanished into space without warning, only to reappear above Wallace's head and slash down again. Boom! With a loud bang, Wallace was sent flying backward, a long, narrow gash appearing on his body, and he coughed up blood. Vice Dean! Ellipsis. When the instructors and students of the Holy Star Tower saw Wallace severely injured, their expressions changed drastically, and they all cried out. Hardy appeared, glanced at Wang Tang, and seeing that he didn't speak, he flashed again and appeared next to Wallace. Misunderstanding. Wallace clutched his chest, a hint of fear in his eyes, and was about to beg for mercy. Boom! However, Hardy had already struck him down with his sword, silencing his words. The Vice Dean of the Holy Star Tower was a cosmic-level martial artist, but he was no match for Hardy. He was instantly killed and his blood splattered several meters away. Everyone in the Holy Star Tower was stunned, staring blankly at Wallace's corpse, feeling a chill run through their bodies. The Vice Dean of the Holy Star Tower, a cosmic-level martial artist, was so easily killed? They looked at Hattie, then at Wang Teng, who had a blank expression and cold eyes. Only then did they realize how ruthless the other side was. St. Luo's lips twitched slightly, and he closed his eyes a little. Wallace was someone he had personally promoted, and he never expected him to end up like this. Wang Teng wasn't just expressionless, he was still somewhat dazed. Hardy's got a pretty ruthless side. He originally only intended to seriously injure Wallace, but he didn't expect Hardy to kill him directly. This is outrageous. They killed Vice Dean Wallace and we fought them to the death. Let's fight them. Ellipsis ellipsis. Many of the students at the Holy Star Tower were hot-blooded young men, and at this moment, filled with righteous indignation, their eyes were bloodshot, and they charged forward shouting. Bertha and Hardy couldn't help but look at Wang Teng. Kill him, Wang Teng said coldly. These people from the Holy Star Tower are completely out of touch with reality. Even at a time like this, they still dare to shout. Do they really think they're here to do good deeds? Without further hesitation, the two charged forward. The students of the Holy Star Tower were at most at the stellar level and were no match for them. One by one, they fell into pools of blood, becoming tools for producing attribute bubbles. St. Luo's eyes twitched as he watched. As a dean, he was indifferent to outsiders, but he could not turn a blind eye to the deaths of his students. Water-type Star Force * 1000. 80 stellar level spirit points. Stellar level comprehension * 110. Earth-type Star Force * 1200. Wood-type Star Force * 1400. Stellar level spirit 150. Ellipsis ellipsis. Wang Teng walked forward and picked up all the scattered attribute bubbles, but after all, he was a stellar level martial artist, so his attribute values were not high. He didn't specifically take stock of it, he just absorbed it first. He had also collected the attribute bubbles that Cao Hongtu and the other two had dropped, and would take stock of them after this matter was over. You all have truly commendable courage. I admire you greatly, Wang Teng exclaimed. Quote. The crowd. This guy is just adding fuel to the fire. That's inhuman. The words he uttered could drive a person to their death with anger. And Lan and the others couldn't help but mourn for the academies of the Holy Star Tower. The students of the Holy Star Tower became even more enraged, completely losing their reason, and roared as they charged forward. Result: more and more Saint Star Tower students were killed, turning the plaza in front of the tower into a river of blood, with corpses everywhere, a truly horrifying sight. Those who dared not make a move were even more wary of Wang Teng's ruthlessness. This person is absolutely ruthless. They killed them without hesitation, like harvesting leeks, without taking them seriously at all. Even if they rushed forward together, it would only prolong their time, the outcome would be the same. This is a completely pointless sacrifice. The spirits of everyone in the Holy Star Tower were completely shattered, and they simply did not have the courage to oppose Wang Teng. But Wang Teng had no intention of letting them go. It would be such a waste not to take advantage of so many useful people. Wang Teng took out a brick. No, it was a thunder-turning seal, and controlled it with his mental power, smashing it into the crowd of people at the Holy Star Tower in front of him. They didn't make a move, and Wang Teng was too lazy to kill them, but he couldn't let them go unpunished. The students of these Holy Star Towers are all below the stellar level, but those who can be absorbed by the Holy Star Tower must be the most talented geniuses in the Orient Federation. Therefore, their attribute bubbles are still quite valuable. Thump thump thump. Immediately, a series of muffled sounds echoed. The students of the Holy Star Tower were caught off guard and were hit on the head. The Thunder Seal unleashed its lightning power, giving them a thrilling experience of sparks and lightning. Immediately afterwards, screams of agony rang out one after another, mournful and pitiful. Don't dodge. Anyone who dodges will be hit, Wang Teng shouted. Those students who wanted to resist froze in their tracks, their faces filled with utter frustration, and they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. But when faced with the choice between survival and dignity, they wholeheartedly chose to survive. Isn't it good to be alive? Why seek death like those who were killed before? Thump thump thump. Crackling sounds. Ah! 3 different sounds rang out rhythmically, echoing across the plaza of the Holy Star Tower, rising and falling like a beautiful melody. However, no one wanted to immerse themselves in such music. This isn't a beautiful melody, it's clearly a demon's song. The martial arts leaders and others twitched at the corners of their mouths, some unable to bear to look. Wang Teng has these weird and strange habits, it's really embarrassing. They couldn't help but keep their distance from him, afraid that they might also pick up his strange habits and ways. And so, one after another, the students of the Holy Star Tower fell, their heads swollen to twice their original size, their faces charred black, their hair standing on end. A truly heartbreaking sight. The remaining members of the Holy Star Tower stared at Wang Teng in fear, trembling with terror. Devil! He's a devil! Don't come any closer. Enough! St. Luo couldn't stand it any longer and suddenly shouted coldly. Is Dean St. Luo heartbroken? Wang Teng asked him in surprise. You want the treasures of my Holy Star Tower, don't you? I'll take them to you, St. Luo said expressionlessly. That would be great. Wang Teng laughed and didn't make things difficult for the St. Star Tower students anymore. Anyway, he had already taken what he could, so the remaining little didn't matter. Led by St. Luo, the group entered the tower. They went straight to the 99th floor, where rooms that looked like secret chambers appeared before them, each with an enormous interior space. Each room is filled with different items, weapons, elixirs, pills, ores, armor, source stones, and so on. It has everything imaginable and is a dazzling array of goods. The people from Earth were dazzled and subconsciously swallowed. So many treasures, Lin Chusha said with sparkling eyes. Is this the foundation of the Holy Star Tower? These treasures are probably worth more than the entire Earth, the martial arts leader exclaimed in amazement. Of course, these things could buy dozens of life-bearing planets like Earth. Roundy chuckled and said, Wang Teng. All these things combined are estimated to be worth at least 700 or 800 billion cosmic coins. Dozens of them. The Earthlings were immediately speechless. Oh my God, what does this mean? They simply couldn't believe it. The heads of state, in particular, felt that they had broadened their horizons by traveling with Wang Teng. It seems that continuing to insist on the concept of nation is completely unnecessary. In such a context, how insignificant are the individual nations on their planet? Not bad, I didn't expect a single sacred star tower to have so many good things. Wang Teng glanced around and was also somewhat surprised. Although these items wouldn't cause him to lose his composure given his wealth, they were indeed quite valuable. Even ordinary domain lord level martial artists didn't possess such a fortune. St. Luo's face was dark and he remained silent. These are the fruits of the Holy Star Tower's years of accumulation and the hard work of every student, yet now they are all going to benefit Wang Teng, this native. Thinking of this, St. Luo felt his heart bleed. But he had no choice. If he didn't do this, they would never be able to send Wang Teng away. He now only hopes that Wang Teng, having taken the items and in a good mood, will let the Holy Star Tower off the hook. Put it away, Wang Teng instructed. Yes, Bertha and Hardy, who were dazzled by the sights, quickly replied. In no time, everything was taken away, leaving nothing for the Holy Star Tower. St. Luo's facial muscles twitched involuntarily as he watched. Is that enough? All the treasures of my Holy Star Tower are here. Consider this compensation to you, and we'll call it even, how about it? St. Luo said, his eyes flashing. Aren't you overthinking this? Wang Teng looked at him in surprise. These are clearly my spoils of war. What does it have to do with you? Quote. St. Luo, you've already taken the stuff, what more do you want? St. Luo was extremely aggrieved. He took a deep breath and asked with barely suppressed anger. A life for a life. Wang Teng said coldly. You, St. Luo's expression changed. You dare to kill me? Why wouldn't I dare? Wang Teng said. Killing me will do you no good. Do you think my Holy Star Tower, which has stood for so many years, has no foundation at all? I have several disciples who are quite talented. They are now serving in various major forces in the universe, including giants like the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance and the Cosmic First Bank. Their power is something you should think twice about, even if you are a baron of the Great Qian Empire. Now, are you sure you still want to kill me? St. Luo said coldly. Do you think I'm afraid? Wang Teng said expressionlessly. St. Luo stared at Wang Teng, trying to see a hint of retreat in Wang Teng's eyes, but unfortunately there seemed to be none, which made his expression even more unpleasant. Is this kid just a hothead? This was his last remaining strength. If Wang Teng insisted on killing him, there was nothing he could do. But he didn't want to die. This is really frustrating. Wang Teng sneered and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something and activated Eye of Origin to look around. We can't just believe whatever St. Luo says. What if we get scammed? Upon closer inspection, he discovered that there were no partitions in the surrounding walls. Just as he was about to give up, he glanced up at the ceiling and his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw more than a dozen extremely dense beams of light enter his eyes from the space above the ceiling. Damn, I almost got fooled by this old guy. Wang Teng cursed inwardly, then looked at St. Luo, his face darkening, and said, Dean St. Luo, are you feeling pretty smug? I don't know what you mean. St. Luo's heart skipped a beat when he saw his gaze. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. What's mine will be mine, and none of them will escape. Wang Teng smiled contemptuously, then walked around in the midst of the crowd's puzzled gazes before stopping in an open space. What are you trying to do? And Lan couldn't help but ask curiously. That old guy's not being honest. He faked it. The good stuff is all up there, Wang Teng said casually, then threw a punch upwards. Boom! The ceiling, made of some unknown material, shook slightly but remained completely intact without even a crack appearing. This is something. Wang Teng couldn't help but exclaim softly. St. Luo breathed a slight sigh of relief upon seeing this. Let me give it a try. And Lan walked over, waved her hand, and the 1,000 machine box combined into a cone-shaped weapon, which spun rapidly under the control of her mental power and drilled fiercely upwards. Rumble! Suddenly, the ceiling lit up, and a circular magic circle appeared, blocking the attack from the 1,000 machine box. Now I believe there must be something good up here, and Lan said, turning around. Of course, Wang Teng rolled his eyes and asked, are you even capable? Spin it, and Lan's competitive spirit was aroused. She didn't answer him, but instead increased the output of her mental power, making the cone-shaped weapon spin even more violently. Rumble! The array on the ceiling trembled violently, bursting forth with blinding light. The formation trembled violently for several minutes, yet there was still no sign of damage. Damn it, and Lan couldn't help but curse, her face darkening slightly. What kind of lousy formation is this? It's practically a tortoise shell. St. Luo remained calm, but a subtle hint of disdain appeared in his eyes. This formation is a top-tier defensive formation. Even a domain lord-level expert could never break it. What kind of look is that? And Lan felt offended and glared back unhappily. Hey, St. Luo sneered. Actually, you don't need to work so hard. Wang Teng's expression was strange. He walked around the room again, occasionally casting a burst of primal force towards the ceiling, but his steps never stopped. When he returned to the original spot, the defensive formation suddenly lit up with an extremely dazzling light, but then quickly dimmed as if it had been completely shut down. With a loud bang, a door was opened. St. Luo was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at the opened formation. Such a powerful defensive formation was opened by Wang Teng, and so easily at that. Is it true or false? Hollow circle? D, hollow circle. Why didn't you say so sooner? And Lan was so frustrated she felt like she was going to vomit blood. Oh, I saw you were having so much fun, I really didn't have the heart to interrupt you, Wang Teng said. Me, #%, and Lan was about to explode. He felt like he had just been incredibly stupid. That bastard, he clearly had a solution, but he didn't say it earlier. He only stepped forward after the other party returned empty-handed. That's absolutely outrageous. So annoying. How could you open this formation? St. Luo asked incredulously, his face darkening. Heh, you're such an idiot. He's a rune master. Your formation won't stop him. Roundy chuckled coldly. A rune master. St. Luo's disbelief deepened, staring at Wang Teng in astonishment, unable to reconcile the young man with the word master. How old is he? According to the information they had previously collected, this young man should be no more than 20 years old. Which grandmaster is not hundreds of years old? You're telling me a young man who's only about 20 is a grandmaster? Are you kidding me? Promise me you won't use your shallow imagination to guess my level of understanding, okay? Wang Teng said sincerely. Quote ellipsis. Quote, what a shallow imagination. St. Luo felt he had been insulted like never before. I almost spat out a mouthful of blood. It was as disgusting as eating a mouthful of stale, aged feces. And Lan, Yuan Gun, and the others all had strange expressions. They actually knew that Wang Teng was probably trying to annoy Sheng Luo, not just showing off. But I still feel so ashamed. Wang Teng disgusted St. Luo, then ignored him and leapt into the entrance that appeared above. And Lan and the others followed closely behind, equally curious to see what treasures were up there and how they were hidden. As soon as they entered the space above, they discovered that it was no smaller than the space below, and it contained all kinds of treasures but of a higher grade than those below. You've hidden quite a lot, Wang Tang said, looking at St. Luo. St. Luo's face was as black as it could be. Hearing Wang Tang's words, he wished he could rush up and fight him to the death. Unfortunately, all I can do is rage helplessly. Wang Tang chuckled and didn't provoke him any further. He strolled around inside, examining the treasures all around him. When he examined the area through the eye of origin, he discovered that the primal force light in several places was exceptionally dense, much denser than that of other treasures. These treasures naturally deserve our special attention. He first came to a crimson spiritual herb held in a jade container. Because it was isolated by the jade, and even had runes engraved on it, the spiritual herb's fluctuations were well hidden. But Wang Tang could tell at a glance that it wasn't human. Oops, he could tell at a glance that it wasn't just a simple blade of grass. There were 3 of these spiritual herbs, neatly arranged in the jade box, crystal clear, as if carved from crimson crystal. This is Crimson Star Spirit Blood Grass, Roundy said in surprise as it sat on Wang Tang's shoulder. Crimson Star Spirit Blood Grass. Wang Tang was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, a name with 5 characters, it's definitely not simple. Quote. Round and plump. This guy's thought process is absolutely divine. How could it not know that the value of a spiritual plant is actually determined by the length of its name? Ahem, please continue, Wang Tang said with a dry cough. For a master alchemist to not recognize the Crimson Star Spirit Blood Grass shows how rare this herb truly is. Fortunately, the Roundy database is amazing and can serve as a great narrator. This is a rare spiritual herb that can purify bloodlines and enhance the talents of star beasts. Roundy rolled its eyes and said simply, purifies bloodline and enhances star beast talent. Wang Tang was somewhat surprised. He really didn't expect the effects of this spiritual herb to be so powerful. This is something that ordinary spirits cannot do. Generally speaking, talent and bloodline are innate and difficult to improve. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many star beasts trapped in low realms and unable to break through. Bloodline and talent are the biggest factors limiting their growth. Just like Xiaobai and Ironclad Flame Scorpion, if Wang Tang hadn't provided them with resources at any cost, allowing them to grow, they would have been in a similar situation. It would be extremely difficult for them to break through to the king level. Of course, several of the strange flames of heaven and earth also played a very important role. Fortunately, they were fire-type star beasts, which allowed them to undergo certain mutations and improve their talents under the catalysis of the strange fire of heaven and earth. It can only be said that as his spirit pets, Little White and Ironclad Flame Scorpion have really hit the jackpot. And now, the Crimson Star Spirit Blood Grass belongs to them too. Wang Tang's eyes darted around, and he immediately summoned Little White and Ironclad Flame Scorpion. During their journey to the Fire River realm, the 2 spirit pets also improved their strength considerably, especially after Wang Tang obtained the Myriad Beast True Spirit Flame. They are now bathed in the true spirit flame of 10,000 beasts every day, and their cultivation speed is increasing rapidly. Now, Xiaobai has advanced to the 7th level of the king rank, and Ironclad Flame Scorpion has reached the 6th level of the king rank, looking like they are about to catch up. Ironclad Flame Scorpion harbored deep resentment over Xiaobai surpassing it, so it had been cultivating frantically recently, making quite impressive progress. As their strength increased, the 2 spirit pets grew larger and larger, crowding the surrounding area as soon as they appeared. Fortunately, they do not possess the bloodline of the starry sky beasts. Otherwise, even if they were only at the king level, they would probably have grown to the size of a planet. Master, what do you want with us? The Ironclad Flame Scorpion asked obsequiously as soon as it saw Wang Tang. Gaga, Little White chirped. I'll show you something good. Wang Tang pointed to the Crimson Star Spirit Blood Grass in front of him and laughed. The 2 spirit pets' eyes lit up, and they curiously approached, wanting to see what good thing it was. Wang Tang never disappointed them when he said that. So this time will definitely be no exception. However, due to the obstruction of the jade runes, they did not notice the special features of the Crimson Star Blood Grass. What is this? The Ironclad Flame Scorpion asked curiously. This is Crimson Star Spirit Blood Grass, which can enhance your bloodline and talent, Wang Tang explained to the 2 spirit pets, putting his newfound knowledge to use. Enhance your bloodline and talent. Caw. Iron Frame Flame Scorpion and Little White immediately became excited. Bloodline and talent are such mysterious and elusive things that they are extremely troubled by them. Now that their strength has increased to the king level, they feel more and more the limitations of their bloodline and talent. If this continues, their cultivation speed will likely slow down significantly after they reach the Emperor level, and they will never be able to improve further. Even with the boost from the myriad beast's true spirit flame, it would only allow him to maintain his current cultivation speed at best. Don't rush, Roundy said quickly. What's wrong? Wang Teng was about to take out the 2 crimson star spirit blood grasses for them to eat when he heard this and asked in surprise. Are you stupid? This crimson star spirit bloodgrass can only be made into pills to exert its maximum effect. Isn't it a waste to feed it directly to them? Only star beasts would do something so foolish, Roundy said angrily. Ironclad flame scorpion. Noob. The 2 spirit pets felt like they had been critically hit. Ahem. Wang Teng was also a little embarrassed and said, that's true, but if I don't know the corresponding formula, it's all for nothing. You don't know? Why don't you go ask the Secondary Profession Alliance? There must be alchemists there who know. Roundy said irritably. That makes sense. Wang Teng stroked his chin, then turned to the 2 spirit pets and said, in that case, you can go back to where you came from. Let's go. Xiao Bai. Oh. Ironclad flame scorpion. Oh. What's it like to have an unreliable owner? They understand this deeply. Seeing the tempting crimson star spirit bloodgrass, yet unable to eat it, they felt as if countless ants were crawling all over them, their hearts itching with unbearable desire. It's better not to know. Feeling somewhat guilty, Wang Teng carefully put away the 2 resentful spirit pets, then cautiously put away the crimson star spirit bloodgrass as well, and continued wandering around. The second treasure with the most intense light is a piece of star bone. This is a hind leg bone, as thick as a mace, covered with mysterious silver patterns, shimmering with light and exceptionally mystical. Wang Teng walked closer and took a look, only to realize that this starbone was quite unusual. I feel something about this starbone. Roundy couldn't quite put its finger on it. It had sensed something, but couldn't be sure. Spatial power. Wang Teng was shocked and said in a deep voice, it's actually spatial power. Even you say so it seems I'm right, the round-faced boy nodded. I never expected you would have a starbone containing spatial power here. Wang Teng said to St. Luo in surprise. HMPH. St. Luo gave Wang Teng a cold snort, indicating that he didn't want to talk. He was heartbroken. Watching Wang Teng take away the treasures one by one, it felt like his heart was being stabbed again and again, bleeding profusely, and he was in so much pain that he felt like he was dying. He obtained this starbone containing spatial power by chance. He originally wanted to wait until he advanced to the Realm Master level before using it, but now it has all become a pipe dream. Ha. Wang Teng couldn't help but burst into laughter. The more frustrated and depressed his once superior enemy became, the happier he became. I'm inexplicably in a wonderful mood. This starbone is perfect for you, and Lan said enviously as she walked over. Starbones possessing spatial power are absolutely treasures among treasures, they are extremely rare and precious. If this gets out, many powerful beings at the Realm Lord level will likely come to seize it. Because World Lord level powerhouses can already make basic use of spatial power. They are not spatial geniuses, but they are able to touch the threshold of space with their powerful strength. It can be used to forge weapons, and it's best for forging psychic weapons, said Roundy. Just what I wanted. Wang Teng nodded, his gaze falling on another box next to the starbone. The third ray of light was within it. When Wang Teng saw it placed together with the starbone, he already had a guess in his mind, and immediately opened it. Sure enough, a star core appeared in front of him. It is entirely silver-white, covered with mysterious patterns, and as they flow, a strange power seems to surge within them. A star core containing the power of space. Roundy took a deep breath and said, it seems to come from the same star beast as this starbone. With this star core, weapon forging will be even more perfect, Wang Teng said with a smile, putting it away. Lucky fellow. Roundy shook his head and urged, hurry up and see if there are any other good things. I originally thought it was just a low-level cosmic civilization, but I didn't expect it to have so many good things. It has aroused my curiosity. Wang Teng nodded and came to the fourth treasure with its intense light. However, this time it didn't surprise them too much, because it was just a huge piece of ore. Although it was precious, it wasn't anything particularly rare and could be bought with money. Black iron mother ore, many weapons contain this ore, but the mother ore is quite precious, said Roundy. Wang Teng knew all this, nodded, and immediately put it away. The fifth item, the sixth item, the seventh item. Wang Teng looked through them one by one. There were many good things in the treasure rooms, but Wang Teng could always accurately find the most valuable part. This left St. Luo in utter despair. Hoping that Wang Teng will misjudge the situation is impossible. That kid has a sharp eye, no treasure can escape his notice. Soon, Wang Teng arrived at the last treasure. This is a container made of some kind of bluish-green wood, about half a person's height, too big for one person to hug, and it seems to contain something inside. Open it and take a look, the round-faced boy urged curiously. It's strange to hold something like this, I wonder what's inside. Wang Teng opened the lid of the wooden bucket and immediately saw a pool of dark blue water floating quietly inside. Wang Teng and Yuan Gungun looked at each other in bewilderment. And Lan, the martial arts leader, and others behind her all looked completely bewildered, unable to figure out what it was. This is just a bucket of water? And Lan asked suspiciously. It's definitely not ordinary water, right? Wang Teng said uncertainly. Nonsense. Roundy rolled his eyes. Wang Teng didn't pay any attention, took a few steps closer, activated the Eye of Origin, and looked into the water. There's not even a reflection in this water, and you can't see what's underneath. Roundy stroked his chin, looking extremely surprised, as if he was thinking hard. Why don't you ask him? Tantai Zan asked, glancing at St. Luo beside her. Dean St. Luo, could you give me some background information? Wang Teng said. I don't know. St. Luo naturally wouldn't give him a friendly look and said coldly. I knew you wouldn't cooperate. Wang Teng shook his head in disappointment, then walked towards St. Luo. What do you want to do? St. Luo's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice. Wang Teng chuckled, his gaze meeting Wang Teng's directly, a faint crimson glint flashing in his pupils. Bewitching the mind. You. St. Luo's expression changed, his spirit surging wildly as he tried to resist Wang Teng's mental invasion. But Wang Teng was prepared. When he activated the bewitching mind skill, mental pierce was also activated, stabbing fiercely towards his brow. Boom! Caught off guard, St. Luo suffered a severe mental blow, his face turned deathly pale, and he couldn't help but let out a scream. The bewitching mind skill then seized the opportunity to exploit the vulnerability. St. Luo's eyes instantly became confused, and he struggled, but soon he completely lost control. This mental battle took place almost imperceptibly, no one else knew what had happened. They only heard St. Luo scream before losing consciousness. And Lan, the martial arts leaders, and others were all astonished, staring at Wang Teng in disbelief. What did he do? Ignoring the others, Wang Teng stared into St. Luo's eyes and asked directly, what exactly is this? The yellow springs and the weak water. St. Luo replied without any fluctuation in his voice. The yellow springs weak water. Before Wang Teng could react, Yuan Gungun suddenly let out a scream. Do you know what it is? Wang Teng asked, turning around. I never expected it to be something like this. Wang Teng, your luck is truly heaven-defying. Roundy took a deep breath and exclaimed in amazement. What exactly is it? Tell me already, Wang Teng said impatiently. The yellow spring weak water, your heavenly flame, and the netherworld ice are all of the same level, Roundball said in a deep voice. On the same level as a heavenly flame. Wang Teng was slightly taken aback, then extremely shocked, staring incredulously at the bucket of water in front of him. This thing is on the same level as a heavenly flame? Yes. Roundy smiled and nodded when he saw him like this. The yellow spring weak water is said to be a kind of water from heaven and earth flowing out of the yellow spring in hell. Of course, these are all rumors. Whether the yellow spring in hell exists or not, even beings above the immortal level probably don't know. But it is true that the yellow spring weak water is extremely powerful and strange. It is said to be able to transform all things. Almost nothing is immune to its damage and erosion. Just a single drop is enough to make a domain lord level expert disappear completely. Roundy said in a solemn voice. It can transform into anything. Wang Teng's expression changed, and he asked incredulously, are you kidding? Is it really that terrifying? If you don't believe me, try taking the netherworld ice and see if it melts instantly, Roundy urged. Wang Teng glanced at it, then conjured a piece of netherworld ice and tossed it into the azure yellow spring weak water. Pshaw! A series of hissing sounds rang out, and to everyone's horrified gaze, the netherworld ice instantly melted away. The martial arts leaders and others were shocked and retreated, not daring to get any closer. Even Lan showed a hint of fear on her face. She knew the peculiarity of Wang Teng's ice, but it melted instantly in front of the yellow spring weak water, which was truly terrifying. No wonder it is said that if a domain lord level expert were to come into contact with even a single drop, he would be annihilated, body and soul. This is no joke. Wang Teng stared wide-eyed at the water, but the netherworld ice he had thrown in was nowhere to be found. This yellow spring weak water is truly mysterious and unpredictable. The process by which the netherworld ice disappeared was not a melting process like being scorched by the high temperature of flames, but rather a process of erosion. It's as if it's been broken down from the outside in. Although the netherworld ice was greatly weakened after losing Wang Teng's support, the fact that it could be melted instantly demonstrates the power of the yellow spring weak water. Wang Teng refused to believe in superstition and separated another wisp of azure jade glazed flame, throwing it into the yellow spring's weak water. Hiss hiss hiss. This time, the azure jade glazed flame lasted a little longer, but it was quickly eroded and dissolved by the yellow spring weak water, and finally went out completely. How terrifying is the yellow spring weak water? And Lan couldn't help but exclaim. How can we subdue this yellow spring weak water? Wang Teng looked at the round thing, his eyes shining. It's better that it's terrifying. Such a powerful yellow spring weak water should naturally be used by him. For an ordinary person, subduing the yellow spring weak water would be very troublesome, but you are different, the round-faced man laughed. You mean the heavenly flame? Wang Teng's eyes lit up, and he immediately realized what was going on. That's right, although the yellow spring weak water is said to be able to transform anything, it actually depends on who controls it. Right now, it's ownerless, and you can use your control of the heavenly flame to temporarily restrain it. Then, seize the opportunity to leave your spiritual imprint, and the yellow spring weak water will be at your disposal. Roundy nodded approvingly. This method is similar to subduing the strange flames of heaven and earth. I have experience with it, Wang Teng said with a relaxed smile. That's true, said Roundy. Having obtained the yellow spring weak water, Wang Teng was in an extremely good mood, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. The yellow spring's weak water can not only erode everything, but it also lacks buoyancy. Anyone or anything that falls in will be submerged, Roundball added. There's this property too. Wang Teng was even more surprised, and a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his eyes. If we apply it to a domain, wouldn't it have unexpected effects? Looks like you've already figured it out, the round-faced man laughed. Wang Teng couldn't help but marvel at the changes that had occurred to him after his comprehension had reached the cosmic level. Flashes of inspiration like the one he had just experienced could appear almost any time, and he could immediately grasp them with just a hint from someone. Wang Teng then asked Saint Luo a few more questions, revealing all the secrets of the Saint Star Tower. And Lan and the others were speechless, feeling a chill run down their spines. I don't know how Wang Teng did it. This method is terrifying. At this moment, Saint Luo awoke from the bewitching mind skill and stared at Wang Teng with a horrified expression. Oh, you're awake, Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise, as the other person had woken up much faster than he had expected. What did you do to me? Saint Luo asked, his face grim. It's nothing, I just asked a few questions, Wang Teng said casually, then put the yellow spring weak water into his spatial ring. Saint Luo's eye twitched. Clearly, Wang Teng knew everything. With that ability, none of his secrets could be kept. The thought of the feeling of being controlled just now filled him with a sense of fear. Let's go, this place is no longer worthwhile, let's go look at other places, Wang Teng said with a smile. Quote. Saint Luo's face was extremely dark. That bastard, he'll turn the Holy Star Tower upside down before he's satisfied. The Orient Federation is, after all, a civilization in the universe. The history of every civilization in the universe spans at least tens of millions of years, and its profound heritage is beyond the imagination of Wang Teng and others. The Holy Star Tower was established at the beginning of the Orient Federation, and its history is not much shorter than that of the Orient Federation. Therefore, the Holy Star Tower has a very profound history. The previous treasure was just one of them. Afterwards, Wang Teng led everyone to a huge palace. Upon seeing this palace, Saint Luo almost wanted to fight Wang Teng to the death. This is the Hall of Martial Arts, where the Holy Star Tower stores its martial arts techniques and combat skills. All of the Holy Star Tower's martial arts techniques and combat skills are contained here. Wang Teng led the group to stand outside the main hall, while two cosmic-level martial artists flew out from inside. These are two elderly people, a man and a woman. The man was a warrior of the Black Scale clan, with fine black scales on his face and a short stature. The woman was a Fox clan warrior, but she had white hair and had lost the Fox clan's charm, looking like just an ordinary old woman. They are the guardians of this hall of repository, living a secluded life and rarely showing their faces. But now that the Holy Star Tower is in great trouble, they have no choice but to step in. Dean. Upon seeing St. Luo's appearance, the two immediately realized that he was imprisoned, and their expressions changed slightly. You, move aside, St. Luo said, shaking his head. The two hesitated. If the speaker hadn't been the Dean of the Holy Star Tower, they would have already rebuked him. You must understand that the Hall of Hidden Merit is the most important place in the Holy Star Tower. It is the foundation accumulated over countless years. If anything goes wrong, the Holy Star Tower will probably be finished. I'll count to 3. If you don't move aside, you can go down and keep Wallace company, Wang Teng said calmly. Vice Dean Wallace, what did you do to him? The two old men exclaimed in surprise. He's dead, Wang Teng said indifferently. Dead? The two old men looked at St. Luo in disbelief. Dean, is this true? You are no match for him, so get out of the way. St. Luo did not answer, but shook his head and sighed. Even so, the two old men already knew the answer. Clearly, Vice Dean Wallace died right in front of the Dean, yet he was powerless to do anything about it, indicating that this matter was truly beyond their control. Well, two cosmic-level warriors who had guarded the Holy Star Tower for countless years sighed and retreated dejectedly to the side. Wang Teng smiled coldly, ignoring them, and gave the order to Bertha, Hardy and the others, empty it out. St. Luo, both old men's expressions changed. Although I had expected to suffer a disaster here, I did not expect Wang Teng to be so ruthless as to empty the Zagon Hall, clearly not wanting to leave them anything. Wang Teng strode into the Hall of Martial Arts, where he saw a vast number of martial arts techniques and combat skills below the stellar level, numbering probably tens of thousands. Despite the vast size of the Orland Federation, the tens of thousands of cultivation techniques and combat skills may seem few compared to its size, but in reality, it is quite a lot. The cultivation techniques and combat skills here are all carefully selected and can be described as high quality. They are definitely the top-tier cultivation techniques and combat skills in the Orient Federation. An ordinary martial artist would probably be very excited if he obtained just one of them. As for cosmic-level cultivation techniques and combat skills, they are extremely rare, and there are only a handful of Domain Lord-level techniques, which are placed in the deepest part of the main hall. Wang Teng, I've found the catalogue of this hall of martial arts. A round voice rang in Wang Teng's mind. Oh, let me see. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He was too lazy to look through each one individually, so having a catalogue would be much more convenient, allowing him to directly find useful cultivation techniques and combat skills. I'll transfer it to your smartwatch, you can check it yourself, said Roundy. Wang Teng turned on his smartwatch, and a light screen appeared, about the size of a tablet, with rows of menus displayed before his eyes. After watching for a while, he shook his head in disappointment. There were no cultivation techniques or combat skills that satisfied him. However, I haven't finished watching 1/3 of it yet. At this moment, Bertha and the others came over, bowed, and said, Master, the collection is complete. Next stop. Wang Teng nodded, put away his smartwatch, and walked out of the Zagon Hall. The martial arts leaders and heads of state from various countries hesitated to speak, their eyes reddening as they looked at these techniques and combat skills. If Earth can obtain these cultivation techniques and combat skills, the problem of martial artists' foundation can be largely solved, and they will surely usher in a period of rapid development. Unfortunately, these were Wang Teng's spoils of war, and they had no right to possess them. A moment later, we arrived at another building, which was the virtual universe access point of the Holy Star Tower, containing many valuable virtual universe connection devices. Move out. Without saying a word, Wang Teng waved his hand and ordered his men to take action. The virtual universe helmets and such cost tens of thousands of universe coins each, which are not cheap, so we can't waste them. This money that should be saved should be saved. Move out. Move out. Move everything out. Next, wherever he went, Wang Teng took everything of value, almost everything that could be moved from the Holy Star Tower, leaving not a single tile behind. As Wang Teng led the group to leave the Holy Star Tower, St. Luo's face turned ashen, and he was trembling with anger. Boom! The Fire River spaceship left the Holy Star Tower and flew towards the main city of Orient Star. The people in the Holy Star Tower below looked up at the tail of the Fire River spaceship, their teeth clenched in hatred, their eyes filled with resentment. Damn it, these Earth natives will definitely pay the price in the future. The few remaining cosmic-level warriors of the Holy Star Tower roared in anger. Ellipsis. Wang Teng was unaware of the impotent rage of the people from the Holy Star Tower behind the scenes, and even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. What was there to worry about when someone was about to die? Orient Star's main city is located in the central region of the Orient continent. It is the political, economic, and cultural center of the Orient Federation, and is more prosperous, bustling, and wealthy than the Holy Star Tower. But today, there is panic here. With 3 domain lords of the Orient Federation captured and foreign enemies invading, the Holy Star Tower has already suffered, and the main city is unlikely to escape unscathed. When Wang Teng and his group left the Holy Star Tower, the high-ranking officials of the Orient Federation, located in the main city, had already received the news and were now quickly discussing countermeasures. Inside a grand hall, a group of warriors of various races were loudly expressing their opinions, creating a chaotic scene. Everyone, please be quiet. Faced with such a chaotic scene, an old man from the Three-Eyed Clan frowned and shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at him. This person was none other than the Marshal of the Orient Federation's space fleet, currently the highest-ranking person in the Orient Federation. Marshal Nemea, I think we should take advantage of the fact that the enemy hasn't arrived yet and leave Orient Star as soon as possible to avoid the storm. Yes, the enemy is far stronger than us, and it would be unwise to resist blindly. Let's leave as soon as possible and preserve our strength. After they leave, we can rebuild the Orient Federation. Ellipsis. These high-ranking officials of the Orient Federation were actually thinking of escaping, yet they spoke in such a grand and righteous manner. As if they were thinking of the future of the Orient Federation. Marshal Nemea glared angrily, his 3 eyes wide open to the extreme. He couldn't believe that these bastards were so hypocritical and shameless. Enough! A loud shout suddenly came from his mouth. The surrounding sounds finally disappeared, and everyone fell silent, staring blankly at Nehemiah. The Orient Federation is in dire straits, yet you're thinking of deserting. Where is your shame? Rebuild? I think you all have a good plan. Right now, the 3 domain lords are still in the enemy's hands. If you don't have domain lords to oversee things, how will you rebuild the Orient Federation? I think you're all just trying to run away, a bunch of cowards. A series of angry roars came from Marshal Nemire's mouth, echoing in everyone's ears, making many people's faces turn ugly. When his sharp gaze swept over them, everyone's eyes flickered guiltily, and they dared not meet his gaze. HMPH. Nehemiah snorted coldly and continued, do you really think you can leave the Orient Federation? These are images that have just been transmitted back from space. Take a look and see for yourselves what they are. As soon as he finished speaking, a satellite image from space appeared on the screen in front of everyone. The scene depicted a massive warship, resembling a pyramid, floating silently in the void, its surface radiating a cold metallic sheen. Mechanical race spaceship. A cry of surprise suddenly rang out. A mechanical race spaceship? How come there's a mechanical race spaceship here? Ellipsis. The people of the Orient Federation were instantly in an uproar, staring incredulously at the enormous pyramid-shaped spaceship. The mechanical race's spaceships are quite distinctive, mostly existing in a pyramid shape, and they also bear the mechanical symbols unique to the mechanical race, making them easily recognizable. The mechanical race's spaceships have always been known for their power. Among spaceships of the same level, mechanical race spaceships are even more terrifying. They could escape right under the nose of this mechanical race ship, but they would definitely be detected. When that World Lord level ship arrived, they would have no chance of escaping. Do you think you can still escape now? Marshal Nemea said coldly. Everyone looked grim and slumped back into their chairs. Look, someone wants to leave Orient Star, someone suddenly exclaimed. Clearly, there are quite a few people who share the same thoughts. These people are either members of large families or high-ranking officials in major cities of the Orient Federation. Now that the Orient Federation is in crisis, he did not hesitate to choose to flee and seek refuge. This is only human nature. When disaster strikes, everyone naturally flees for their own lives. However, they had no idea what kind of existence awaited them in the universe. Boom, boom, boom. Like fireworks, the spaceships that flew out of Orient exploded instantly, turning into dust in space. Quiet. The entire hall fell into complete silence. You could hear a pin drop. Those high-ranking officials who wanted to escape were now chilled to the bone, secretly relieved that they hadn't left, otherwise they would probably have suffered the same fate. Marshal Nemea, what do you think we should do now? A high-ranking official swallowed hard, even using a respectful title. But as soon as he asked the question, everyone's smartwatch received a message. Everyone's expression immediately changed. The enemy is here. Marshal Nemea's face was grim as he switched the light screen in front of him, displaying the scene above the main city. Above the main city of the Orient Federation, an enormous spaceship was slowly descending and then hovering above their heads. At this moment, everyone fell silent, staring at the spaceship as if a sharp sword was hanging over their heads. Gentlemen, it seems we only have one choice left, Marshal Nemea said with a sigh of relief. Please speak. Everyone looked at him. Surrender. Marshal Nemea paused for a moment before finally uttering those 3 words. These 3 words seemed to have exhausted all his strength. After saying them, he slumped down and looked incredibly old. Everyone was horrified. One reason is that Marshal Nemea, who is usually so tough, has never been seen to show such a demeanor. On the other hand, it was those 3 words he uttered. Surrender. It is a disgrace to make them surrender to warriors from a native planet. They could choose to escape in self-deception, but they could not tolerate bowing their proud heads and surrendering to a native warrior. If you don't surrender, you will die, Marshal Nemea said in a deep voice. Is there really no other way? Someone asked unwillingly. Everyone fell silent, they already knew the answer. Wow, it's quite lively here. Just then, a voice came from outside. Bang! The door was kicked open with a loud bang, and a young figure walked in first. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and their pupils contracted slightly. While they were still struggling, the other party had already approached them, giving them no chance to react. And they didn't realize it from beginning to end. Such methods? The only word to describe them is horrible. Hello everyone. Wang Teng walked into the main hall, smiled and looked around, greeting everyone warmly. Quote. Everyone present was completely dumbfounded. They suddenly had the illusion that the person in front of them was not their enemy, but an old friend who had traveled 1,000 miles to see them. Yeah, right. Their gazes passed over the young man and landed on the 2 domain lords, Tujin and Bartlett, who were being carried in by several martial artists. Although they already knew that the 2 domain lords were seriously injured, everyone was still shocked when they saw them in person. The injury was too severe. He was barely clinging to life. It's unbelievable that the most powerful entity in the Orient Federation has been beaten to such a state. A hint of fear flickered in the eyes of the crowd as they looked at Wang Teng. Don't be nervous, I don't eat people. Wang Teng walked into the main hall with an air of familiarity, found a seat and smiled. Quote. Everyone was speechless. I'd be a fool to believe you. May I ask your name, sir? Marshal Nemea stood up and asked. Wang Teng replied casually. Lord Wang Teng, how can you release the 3 domain lords? Nehemiah glanced at Tujin, St. Luo, and the other 2, and sighed softly. I finally caught him with great difficulty, there's no way I'm going to let him go, Wang Teng said, shaking his head. Nehemiah and the others felt a chill in their hearts. We can talk things over. As long as it's about money, we can sit down and discuss it, Nemea quickly replied. You want to destroy my planet, so this isn't just about money, Wang Teng said. Before Nehemiah could say anything more, Wang Teng interrupted him, saying calmly, Alright, I didn't come here to waste my breath on you. Now I'm giving you 2 choices, life or death. It's up to you to choose. The atmosphere froze instantly. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on Wang Teng. How can one give birth? After a moment, someone couldn't help but break the silence and ask. It's simple, just pay to save your life. Wang Teng said. Quote. Everyone was at a loss for words, neither laughing nor crying. It's very simple and straightforward. However, many people breathed a sigh of relief. If money can solve a problem, then it's not a problem. The people from the Orient Federation present couldn't help but reveal confident smiles. Daylight broke, the rain stopped, and they felt they could do it again. I'm easy to talk to. Each of your families can just casually contribute 500 billion cosmic coins. Wang Teng said lazily. PFF'd. How many? Many people were about to take a sip of water to calm down when they heard Wang Teng's words, and they immediately spat it out. Don't even mention 500 billion. They can't even come up with 300 billion, okay? This is cosmic currency, not Orient Federation currency. Even if they emptied their entire family coffers, they could only barely scrape together 100 billion or 2. This is absolutely going to kill them. No, there are definitely not that many. We don't have that much money, not even if you kill us. This isn't about money, it's about lives. Ellipsis ellipsis. The people from the Orient Federation shook their heads, their faces extremely grim, feeling that Wang Teng was simply asking for an exorbitant amount. Everyone, don't rush, let's see the performance I've prepared for you first. Wang Teng said, waving his hand. As soon as the words were spoken, the light screen in front of everyone suddenly changed, transforming into a view of the sky above the Holy Star Tower. Everyone looked at Wang Teng suspiciously, wondering why he suddenly brought up the scene of the Holy Star Tower. Mr. Wang Teng, we know what you did to the Holy Star Tower, but we really can't come up with 500 billion. These people thought disdainfully, believing that Wang Teng was trying to threaten them with this. Boom! Just then, a loud bang suddenly rang out, and flames suddenly shot into the sky from the light screen, turning the Holy Star Tower into a sea of fire and ruins. The people of the Orient Federation stared wide-eyed, their pupils contracting to their limit, dumbfounded as they stared at the scene on the light screen. The Holy Star Tower is gone. Wang Teng. St. Luo was the first to react. Like a wounded beast, his eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Wang Teng and let out a roar. He actually destroyed the Holy Star Tower. How could he? How dare he? The destruction of the Holy Star Tower was too sudden, which was completely unexpected by St. Luo, making him even more shocked and on the verge of a mental breakdown. The fact that even a domain lord level being's spirit developed cracks shows just how much they were provoked. The Holy Star Tower was built with countless hours and effort by him. It was like his child, and now it has been destroyed. It was just destroyed so easily. How hateful. Wang Teng deserves to die. St. Luo's heart was twisted, his eyes were filled with venom, and his killing intent towards Wang Teng was extremely intense. Don't look at me like that, or I might kill you right now, Wang Teng said indifferently. You! St. Luo gasped for breath, his eyes glaring fiercely at Wang Teng. He had never hated anyone so much. But in the end, he withdrew his gaze, stood aside with his head down, like a lifeless piece of rotten wood. HMPH. Wang Teng sneered. He knew St. Luo's intentions all too well. St. Luo simply wanted to seize the last chance of survival so he could seek revenge later. In terms of temperament, St. Luo is indeed ruthless. But Wang Teng wasn't worried at all, because St. Luo would eventually die. He'll spare no one but St. Luo. The reason we're not killing him now is because Wang Teng wants to destroy the things he cares about one by one before killing him. This can be considered an explanation to the people of Earth. How was it? Was it exciting? Wang Teng ignored St. Luo and asked the crowd with a smile. Quote ellipsis ellipsis quote. Dead silence. A deathly silence fell once again. The entire Orient Federation held their breath, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads, their eyes filled with fear as they stared at Wang Teng. That devil. He's an absolute devil. What do you think of my suggestion? Wang Teng asked. Good, good, this is a great suggestion, we have no objections. The people from the Orient Federation came to their senses and said in unison. I knew everyone would agree readily, Wang Teng nodded with satisfaction. Upon hearing this, the martial arts leaders, including An Lan, all twitched at the corners of their mouths. The people of the Orient Federation were also full of complaints, but unfortunately they dared not say them out loud. I'll give you 2 hours. After 2 hours, pay here and then you can all leave, Wang Teng said, glancing at his watch before finally making the decision. With their own thoughts, the people of the Orient Federation reluctantly dispersed and went back to raise funds. After the people from the Orient Federation left, An Lan looked at Wang Teng and asked, isn't it a bit too much to ask them to prepare so much money? The martial arts leaders and others couldn't help but look over. Clearly, they shared the same opinion as An Lan, all feeling that Wang Teng was being a bit ruthless, actually asking for 500 billion universe coins. Oh my god, what does this mean? With that much money, you could buy the entire planet Earth. They weren't sympathizing with the people of the Orient Federation, they just felt that making such a big demand might provoke the other side into desperate measures. If we don't push them, these people will just try to fool us. They're very shrewd, Wang Teng said dismissively. As long as you know what you're doing, An Lan shrugged, then asked, what do you plan to do with these domain lords? Wang Teng didn't answer, but stroked his chin and looked at Sheng Luo, Cao Hongtu, and the others. St. Ross's heart skipped a beat. Wang Teng has never intended to let him go. Has this moment finally come? Dean St. Luo, are you afraid? Wang Teng said with a half smile. St. Ross's face was gloomy, and he closed his eyes, pretending not to see anything. Wang Teng stopped teasing him, smiled, took out 2 inferior healing pills, and flicked them with his finger. 2 pills immediately flew into the mouths of Tujin and Bartlett. These 2 domain lords were seriously injured and unconscious. Wang Teng hadn't paid any attention to them before, but now that he had some free time, he planned to settle the score with them properly. A moment after taking the pills, the 2 domain lords slowly awoke. Cough cough. Tujin coughed up blood, opened his eyes, his mind was still a mess, and his memory was still stuck at the moment of the final explosion. I'm not dead yet. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but burst into laughter, appearing somewhat excited, a kind of ecstatic joy at surviving a catastrophe. At that moment, he almost thought he was going to die. To die at the hands of a native martial artist who is not even at the cosmic level is an utter disgrace. But he didn't die, he was still alive, even though he was seriously injured. Right, who saved me? A thought popped into his head, and he struggled to lift his head and look around. He soon realized that the place was very familiar, because they often held meetings there, so he recognized it at a glance. Seeing that he was on his own turf, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Could it be that Nehemiah and his men saved him? Tujin thought to himself. What's making you so happy? Tell us and let's share. Wang Teng chuckled as he came closer. Upon hearing this voice, Tujin's face stiffened. He slowly raised his head and saw a face he would never forget, even in death. You. He looked at Wang Teng with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. The martial arts leaders and others all looked at him with sympathy. This guy is celebrating far too soon. And they were laughing so loudly, as if they wanted everyone to know. Isn't it a surprise? A pleasant one. Wang Teng chuckled. Quote. Tujin, this is a fucking surprise. It was more like a shock. What are you doing here? He asked, his face grim. Look at what you're saying. I've captured 3 domain lords from your Orient Federation. Where in the entire Orient Federation can't I go? Wang Teng said disdainfully. PFF'd. Cough cough. At this moment, Bartlett, the domain lord, also woke up and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Bartlett, Tukin called out. Tujin. Bartlett quickly realized the situation, his face crestfallen. It seems we've lost utterly. You're right, you've both lost. Wang Teng looked down at the 2 men and said calmly. What do you want? Tujin asked through gritted teeth. If you pay a price that moves me, I might consider letting you go, Wang Teng said slowly. Sure, I can give you whatever amount of money you want, Tujin said, nodding as he rolled his eyes. I don't lack money, Wang Teng said. So what do you want? Bartlett asked. I need territory, Wang Teng said. The Milky Way. Tukin and Bartlett immediately realized. Looks like you guys aren't stupid after all, Wang Teng said. Owning a galaxy is not easy, it requires a series of procedures and cannot be simply seized by Wang Teng. That's why he kept Tu and Jin on the sidelines for the time being. This matter requires the approval of both of them, and may even require notarization via a virtual network to be completed. Don't fall for it, he has no intention of letting us go. St. Luo said coldly at this moment. Tujin and Bartlett's expressions changed immediately, and their gazes towards Wang Teng became suspicious. You're really vicious. You're about to die, but you're dragging 2 companions down with you. And you call yourselves friends? Wang Teng clicked his tongue. What do you mean? Tujin asked. I'm definitely going to kill Dean St. Luo, after all, he's the mastermind. Wang Teng paused, then added, but you too. He didn't say anything more, but Tukin and Bartlett already understood. Wang Teng had a compelling reason to kill St. Luo, but not for the 2 of them. So they actually had a chance to survive. Their eyes immediately lit up. St. Luo's expression turned extremely ugly. Looking at the expressions of Tu Jin and the other 2, his heart sank further. Wang Teng is incredibly cunning. With just one sentence, he completely divided them, putting Tukin and Bartlett on his opposite side. He knew that anything he said would be useless, because Tujin and the other man had already wavered. You guys think it over carefully. Anyway, for me, the result won't make much difference, Wang Teng said casually. 2 hours passed quickly. The high-ranking officials of the Orient Federation who had left earlier returned to the hall. When they saw Tukin and Bartlett awaken, they were all somewhat embarrassed. You guys? Tujin asked, his face full of confusion, not knowing what they were up to. Lord Tukin, Lord Bartlett, it's not that we don't want to save you, but we are also in dire straits ourselves and have no way to help you. Yes, each of us must contribute 500 billion cosmic coins to save ourselves, otherwise we will be destroyed. We really have no other choice. Please forgive me, sirs. Ellipsis. The people of the Orient Federation all spoke up. Tujin and Bartlett were so angry they felt like vomiting blood. These people were clearly afraid of death and wanted to abandon them. These ingrates. Alright, if you want to catch up, pay up first, Wang Tang said impatiently, waving his hand. Yes, yes, yes. No one dared to disobey and responded repeatedly. They transferred the money to Wang Tang's account one by one, and no one dared to cheat or embezzle. Suddenly, Wang Tang's account had more than 8 trillion yuan, which can be described as a huge income. The cost of using a Lord-level spaceship was more than compensated for, and we even made a profit. Alright, get out of here. Wang Tang waved his hand, dismissing the people from the Orient Federation. He did not intend to kill these people. Because they didn't have any direct hatred, the ones who truly had a grudge against Wang Tang were Saint Luo and his group. As for being extorted by him, given their cowardly nature, they probably wouldn't dare to cause him any trouble and would just have to suffer in silence. If they really want to cause him trouble, we can just use a World Lord-level spaceship to bomb them. Seeing that Wang Tang had taken the money and sent those people away, Tujin and Bartlett began to believe him somewhat. We can give you ownership of the Milky Way, but you must let us go first, Tukin said after a moment's hesitation. Saint Ross's expression changed instantly. In the end, Tu and Jin chose to live on their own, abandoning him. Impossible. Wang Tang shook his head directly and said coldly, you must hand over ownership of the Milky Way to me first, otherwise I would rather kill you all. You. Tu Jin and the other man's expressions changed slightly, not expecting Wang Tang to be so forceful. I'll give you 10 more minutes. After that, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Wang Tang said calmly, then closed his eyes and waited quietly. Time passed. 10 minutes is but a fleeting moment. In the end, both Tukin and Bartlett chose to back down. Fine, we can hand over ownership of the Milky Way to you first, Tujin said through gritted teeth. A very wise choice, Wang Tang said with a smile. Tukin and Bartlett were incredibly frustrated, but they could only accept their fate. The group then entered the virtual universe and arrived at the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company. As the creator and owner of the virtual universe, the status of the Virtual Universe Company is self-evident. Its status is too transcendent. Even in a high-level cosmic civilization like the Great Qian Empire, it is an insurmountable existence. Virtual Universe, Great Qian Continent. The virtual base of the Virtual Universe Company is actually an island, a floating island with an area of 30,000 square kilometers. Entering the Virtual Universe branch offers one privilege. That means you can come directly to this island from anywhere without needing to go through teleportation. At this moment, Wang Tang was slightly dazed, and then found himself on an extremely empty island. There were very few people around, but everyone who passed by had a very powerful aura. They are either at the Domain Lord level or above the World Lord level. The virtual universe can perfectly simulate the strength of martial artists, so these people are also top-tier experts in reality. This island is actually called Moriboshi Island. What a boastful name. Wang Tang looked around and then said in surprise. Shush, keep your voice down. Roundy appeared on Wang Tang's shoulder and quickly covered his mouth. This guy really has no restraint. He even dares to make up stories about Virtual Universe Company. Look how scared you are, Wang Tang said, swatting its hand away. You're incredibly audacious. Virtual Universe Company is a dominant force in the universe. How dare you say such things on their turf? Aren't you afraid of getting yourself into trouble? Roundball said. So what? I didn't say anything bad about them. Wang Tang rolled his eyes. Alright, I won't say anything. Seeing that he didn't say anything more, Yuan Gungun was relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. He explained, the branch company in the virtual universe is called Moriboshi Island, which means all the stars in the sky. But the island where their main company in the entire universe is located is the real atmosphere. Do you know what it's called? What's your name? Wang Tang asked. Boundary Island. The round, chubby boy said in a deep voice. Boundary Island. A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Tang's eyes. The name alone revealed the domineering nature of Virtual Universe Company. They dared to call an island where their main company is located, Boundary Island. To name it after the world, what a grand ambition. Who else but me? Even Wang Tang had to admit that Virtual Universe Company truly lived up to its reputation as a cosmic overlord. A sense of awe arose in his heart. Wang Tang and Tu Jin then flew towards the center of the island, where the Virtual Universe Company's offices were located. A cluster of buildings sits in the center of Moriboshi Island. As soon as Wang Tang and his group landed, a female staff member immediately came to greet them. What kind of service do you need? We're here to process the transfer of ownership of the galaxy, Tukin and Bartlett said, exchanging a glance. When the time came, they couldn't back out anymore. Ownership of the galaxy has changed. The staff member looked slightly surprised and quickly gestured, "Please follow me." A moment later, staff led them into the virtual company's administration building and then directed them to a luxurious reception room. "Greetings, guests. I am the manager of the Dachin branch of the Virtual Universe Company." A middle-aged man in a red robe with silver-white scales stood up to greet him. A domain lord-level expert. Wang Teng's eyes flashed. Even a random supervisor turned out to be a domain lord-level powerhouse. "Are you here to transfer ownership of the star system?" the middle-aged man in red robes asked. "Yes," Wang Teng nodded. "Please, all three of you, have a seat." The middle-aged man in the red robe gestured for them to sit down. After Wang Teng and the others were seated, he continued, "So, which star system do you three wish to transfer ownership of?" "The Orient Federation, a subordinate low-level cosmic civilization nation of the Great Qian Empire, in the Milky Way galaxy," Tujin said. "Okay." The man in the red robe nodded. He then operated the machine in front of him and immediately locked onto the location of the Milky Way. A star map appeared, which was none other than the Milky Way. "Please confirm." "Confirmed." Tujin hesitated for a moment, sighed inwardly, and finally nodded. "Then, under whose name should the Milky Way be transferred?" the man in red robes asked again, ignoring his hesitation. "Transfer it to my name," Wang Teng said. "Please enter your virtual account," the middle-aged man in the red robe said to Wang Teng. Wang Teng followed the instructions. "Lord Wang Teng, you are a baron of the Great Qian Empire, and you already own a star system," the red-robed man said in surprise. He could tell that Wang Teng was just a stellar-level martial artist, but he never expected that he was a baron of the Great Qian Empire and possessed a rich star system. Therefore, his attitude towards Wang Teng was no longer so casual, and he showed sufficient respect. "Not bad." Wang Teng nodded. "Very well," the man in red robes said. "If the three of you have no objections, then under the witness of the Virtual Universe Company, and based on the principle of voluntary transfer, the Milky Way will be transferred to Baron Wang Teng's name." "No doubt about it. No doubt about it. The notarization is valid, the words spoken by the three have been recorded, and the Milky Way has been transferred to Baron Wang Teng's name." This time, it wasn't the man in the red robe who spoke, but a mechanical voice that rang out. Wang Teng immediately discovered that the ownership of the Milky Way had changed hands very quickly, directly transferring to his name. At this moment, he truly became the ruler of the galaxy. The real world. Orient Star, main city. Martial arts leaders and heads of state from various countries were overjoyed to learn that Wang Teng had successfully become the Lord of the Milky Way. That's good now. As an Earthling, Wang Teng became the Lord of the Milky Way, and the entire Milky Way came under his control. Earth, as one of the planets, will undoubtedly be safer. This is like having a layer of protection. The Milky Way is the outer shell. In the future, any other alien races that want to invade Earth will have to get through the defensive layer formed by the entire Milky Way galaxy first. Seeing the martial arts leaders and others so happy, Tujin and the other domain lords of the Orient Federation had bitter expressions and were extremely complicated. The Orient Federation has 9 star systems, and now one is missing for no reason. Their hearts are bleeding. They felt a pang of regret, realizing they shouldn't have provoked Wang Teng for the benefits promised by Cao Hongtu. Now they had truly shot themselves in the foot. "It was a really big rock, and it hurt terribly when it hit me. Wang Teng, we've given you the Milky Way. Now you can release us, right?" Tu Jin said, his eyes flashing. "No problem. Wang Teng, keep my word." Wang Teng nodded. Tukin and Bartlett exchanged a glance, a hint of joy flashing in their eyes. It seems Wang Teng doesn't intend to go back on his word. They were actually quite anxious, fearing that Wang Teng might change his mind. Because the agreement between the two parties has no binding force, it is only a verbal promise. But they had no choice, their lives were in Wang Teng's hands. It was clear that they only had 2 options. Agree or die, so, for the sake of their lives, they had no choice but to take a gamble. Fortunately, it seems like we made the right bet. You can leave now. Wang Teng ordered his men to release the force bindings and mental restraints on Tu Jin and the other man, allowing them to depart. Overjoyed, Tu and Jin mobilized the last of their primal forces and, dragging their battered bodies, immediately flew towards the door. They didn't want to stay here a moment longer. They just wanted to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible and return after Wang Teng left. St. Luo's face was extremely ugly. As he watched them leave, he suddenly felt abandoned and his heart sank. When Tujin and Bartlett rushed out of the palace and could no longer see Wang Teng and the others, their faces contorted with rage, their eyes filled with hatred. HMPH, we'll get our revenge sooner or later, Tujin said, turning back to glare at them fiercely. Indeed, I will not be at peace until I avenge this. Bartlett's eyes were filled with resentment, and he felt extremely humiliated. Let's go, let's leave Orient Star first and heal our injuries. Tujin said no more and flew into the sky. Bartlett followed closely behind. Just then, the two suddenly felt a strange palpitation, their hair stood on end, and their scalps tingled. They turned around in horror. Boom, boom. Two beams of light formed by the force attack were launched from the World Lord-class spaceship and blasted straight at the two people. No, why? Their pupils contracted, their faces turned pale, and they let out a furious roar of resentment. They had only one thought in their minds. What happened to letting them go? Damn it, this young man has no sportsmanship. They were careless. No flash. The next moment, the two were completely engulfed by the light, their bodies and souls annihilated. Ellipsis ellipsis. Inside the main hall, everyone was stunned by the enormous roar. What happened? The martial arts leaders and others were slightly startled and asked in confusion. Let's go out and take a look. Wang Teng led the way and went outside. Two huge craters appeared in front of them, still emitting wisps of smoke, with fragments of armor scattered around. Isn't this one of those two Domain Lord level battle armors? Tantai Zan recognized the style of the battle armor and looked at Wang Teng with a strange expression. Really? Wang Teng looked surprised and glanced around. Did something happen to them? Cough cough. The martial arts leaders and others weren't stupid. They immediately realized what was going on and couldn't help but cough. Pack, keep pretending. St. Luo gazed at the two deep pits, his expression shifting between sorrow and a cold, mocking smile, a complex mix of emotions. Master, it seems the Fire River accidentally launched an attack and accidentally killed two Domain Lords. Bertha's eyes flickered, her expression strange, as she came over to report. Look at what you've done. How could you be so careless? I let them go, and they died. This puts me in a very difficult position, Wang Teng said, sounding exasperated. Quote. The crowd. St. Luo, how can a person be so shameless? It was my fault for not disciplining my children properly. Please punish me, Master, Bertha said, bowing her head in apology. Forget it, the person is dead, what's the use of punishing you? Wang Teng waved his hand, shook his head and sighed. Everyone was speechless, their minds filled with complaints. What a drama queen. He dominated the entire performance, and they couldn't even get a word in edgewise. However, the group couldn't help but marvel at Wang Teng's ruthlessness. Of course, he was somewhat relieved. After all, those were two Domain Lord level experts, and it was unsettling to let them leave just like that. Only the dead are the least threatening. Wang Teng, you're ruthless. You've manipulated two Domain Lords to their core, you've gotten your hands on the Milky Way, and you've even killed people. There's no more perfect solution than this, Roundy said in Wang Teng's mind. What did you say? I don't understand. Wang Teng looked completely bewildered. TCH. Roundy rolled its eyes dismissively and ignored him. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Wang Teng's lips as he looked ahead, where several attribute bubbles floated. Gold-type Star Force *6000. Open black lens bracket Golden Realm *3000 close black lens bracket. Stellar level Spirit 1500. Cosmic level Comprehension *1100. Water type Star Force *5600. Water domain *2400. Stellar level Spirit 1200. Cosmic level Comprehension *1000. Advanced shapeshifting and camouflage talent *500. After absorbing these attribute bubbles, a hint of surprise appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. The metal type and water type star primal forces need no further explanation. Although they increased by several thousand points, it was still not enough to break through. Next is the domain attribute. Gold Realm, 3000 points. To Wang Teng's delight, these 3000 attribute points directly allowed his golden domain to break through from the 3rd to the 4th tier. Golden Realm, 1254,000th tier 4. A 4th order domain is far more powerful than a 3rd order domain. In addition, there is a new realm, the realm of water. Wang Teng had just obtained the Yellow Spring Week Water, and was trying to comprehend the water domain when, unexpectedly, the water domain was delivered to his doorstep. As the attribute bubbles of the water domain were absorbed, Wang Teng immediately felt a surge of insights in his mind. Water has substance but no form. The highest good is like water, which transforms all things according to its own will. Water can be extremely yin and soft, or extremely strong and hard. Ellipsis. These insights and reflections became part of Wang Teng's memory and his own personal understanding. Wang Teng instantly comprehended the water domain, and even directly advanced to the second level. Water domain, 1400-2000, Tier 2. Wang Teng opened his eyes, and a blue light seemed to appear in his eyes, flashing and disappearing in an instant, which was very strange. Next, his spirit and comprehension attributes also improved significantly, further amplifying his spirit and comprehension, making him even more powerful. What he cared about and was happiest about was the last attribute bubble. Advanced Shapeshifting and Camouflage Talent. This is clearly a special talent type attribute bubble. Wang Teng hadn't received a talent type attribute bubble in a long time, but now he finally got one again, and it was a very useful talent type attribute bubble. He suddenly remembered what Yuan Gungun had said before, this green-skinned domain lord might be a loot. The Rut people possess the talent for shapeshifting and disguise. Clearly, this speculation has now been confirmed. As the attribute bubble merged into his body, Wang Teng discovered that his body had undergone a strange change, and he felt that he could change his body at will. This transformation is far more advanced than his existing transformation talent. After all, his transformation talent was originally deduced from the strange creatures of the other world, the slime, and thus had great limitations. If one is a powerful martial artist, it is easy to see through his transformation. However, this advanced shapeshifting and camouflage talent is different. It can not only change the shape of the human body, but also has certain camouflage characteristics. In other words, once Wang Teng uses this talent, he can completely disguise his true nature, making it impossible for outsiders to discover it. That's an amazing talent. We should have taken down those two domain lords, otherwise there wouldn't be so many attribute bubbles. Wang Teng silently gave himself a thumbs up for his brilliant decision. There's another one, let's just take care of it too. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Saint Luo, a dangerous glint in his eyes, and said expressionlessly, Saint Luo, it's time for you to go. Boom! Saint Luo seemed to have anticipated this outcome. His aura suddenly became chaotic, his face flushed red, and his veins bulged. PFF'd. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had clearly used some kind of secret technique to forcibly break through the confinement set up by Wang Teng. A powerful aura erupted, the primal force roared, and Saint Luo stomped on the ground, transforming into a streak of light as he shot towards the sky. This is his only chance. He could escape as long as he could get out of the range of the World Lord-class spaceship. A desperate struggle. A cold glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes, and with a cold snort, he too soared into the sky. And Lan's expression also changed slightly, and she followed closely behind, transforming into a rainbow light as she chased after Saint Luo. Only then did the others realize what was happening, and they were all shocked. Quickly, activate the Lord-class spaceship and give chase. Bertha and Hardy immediately rushed towards the Lord-class spaceship. Roundy had already started the Fire River spaceship and was chasing after it into the sky. Boom! 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 The force attack swept out, bombarding Saint Luo. With a wave of her hand, Lan sent the 1000 machine box into a streak of black light, seemingly piercing through space, appearing 100 meters behind Saint Luo. The sword light surged and she slashed out. At the same time, Wang Teng's speed was not slow at all, and a World Lord level battle sword appeared in his hand. Void Annihilation Divine Sword Technique. Slay the God. A sword beam imbued with the essence of space truly cleaved through the void, bursting forth from in front of Saint Luo. A pincer attack from both sides. This put him in a completely desperate situation. Roar! Saint Luo let out a wild roar like a beast, unleashing his force to desperately resist, but it was all in vain. Soon, a figure fell from the sky and crashed into the ground with a loud thud. The battle was over in just a few minutes. Saint Luo refused to die and made a final stand, but unfortunately he still lost. If you lose, you'll lose your life. Wang Teng and Lan fell from the sky and stood on the edge of a giant crater. Inside the giant crater, Saint Luo lay in a tie shape, his armor shattered, 2 terrifying sword wounds crossing his chest, deep enough to expose bone, and blood gushing out like a fountain. with spiderweb-like cracks all around him. He struggled to lift his head and looked at Wang Tang, his gaze filled with extreme resentment. Wang Tang stared back at him indifferently. The atmosphere was very quiet. Ha ha ha. A moment later, Saint Luo laughed so hard he coughed up blood, but he didn't care and continued to laugh wildly, like a vengeful ghost. I'll be waiting for you in hell. The laughter gradually subsided, and he spoke in a very calm tone. Wang Tang raised his sword and killed the dean of the Holy Star sect. Hell? What kind of place is that? Wang Tang muttered. He didn't take it to heart, calmly sheathed his sword, and then happily picked up the few attribute bubbles that had popped up around him. Earth-type Star Force *8000. Open black lens bracket Celestial Stone Meteorite Domain *3400 Close black lens bracket. Stellar level Spirit 1600. Cosmic level Comprehension *1500. Ellipsis. What a great guy. He even pulled off a comeback at the end. Wang Tang's eyes lit up, and he was quite pleased. This attribute bubble actually produced more than the ones that appeared after Tujin and Bartlett died, which is truly something to celebrate. He knew this must be because Saint Luo had a final outburst, otherwise there definitely wouldn't have been so many. Wang Tang suddenly remembered the catfish effect on Earth. Fishermen will put a few fierce catfish into the fish tanks full of sardines so that the sardines will keep swimming and keep them active and fresh. It tastes better when it's active. Is this understanding correct? If Saint Luo knew that Wang Tang was treating him like a sardine, I wonder if he would be so angry that he would jump up and fight him to the death? As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Tang's attributes improved once again. The most important attribute is the Heavenly Stone Meteor Domain, with 3,400 points directly advancing Wang Tang's Heavenly Stone Meteor Domain from the 2nd to the 3rd tier. Celestial Meteorite Domain, 1,903,000, Tier 3. Very good, my Earth Explosion Star is ready. Wang Tang stroked his chin, thinking happily to himself. Martial arts leaders and others gathered around, all sighing with emotion. So far, all 3 Domain Lord level powerhouses of the Orient Federation have been killed by Wang Tang. He died a very unjust death. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. That was a Domain Lord level expert, not some nobody. It's unbelievable that he died like that. Everything here is settled, let's get ready to go back, Wang Tang said. Yes, hurry back and tell everyone this good news. The martial arts leaders and others said excitedly. With the deaths of 3 Domain Lords, the great revenge was achieved, and the Orient Federation was no longer a threat. This was incredibly good news for Earth. Without lingering, the group boarded the Fire River spaceship and flew into space. They're finally gone. The people of the Orient Federation looked up as the massive spaceship departed, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge weight had been lifted from their hearts. Nehemiah arrived at the main hall, gazing at everything with a complex expression, feeling a deep sadness. With all 3 Domain Lords dead, the Orient Federation is now a mere shell of its former self. The other side was too ruthless, they left them no way out. A surge of hatred welled up in Nehemiah's chest, causing him to clench his fists, feeling utterly humiliated. Look what that is! A sudden scream rang out. Nehemiah suddenly looked up and saw a beam of light rapidly descending straight down from the sky. For a moment, nothing remained in his eyes except that extreme light. Boom! Ellipsis. In the vast emptiness of space, the martial arts leaders and others looked down through a panoramic simulation of the spaceship. They were fooled again by Wang Tang's feint. In the end, he still fired a shot at the Orient Federation, and it was when all the high-ranking officials were gathered in front of the main hall. In this way, the Orient Federation may really be on the verge of disintegration. Perfect. Wang Tang ignored everyone's reactions. After finishing everything, he returned to the spaceship's training room to take stock of his gains. As soon as he returned to the cultivation room and sat down cross-legged, a warm current suddenly appeared in his body, either flowing through his limbs and bones or entering his mind. These are the attribute bubbles he collected by leaving his clone on Orient Star. The Holy Star Tower and the cannon shot just now both created a lot of attribute bubbles, which Wang Tang naturally wouldn't let go. However, he didn't pick them up himself, but instead made his clone do the hard labor. Wang Tang closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes and improvements within himself. He sat there for 3 days straight. Wang Tang's skills have improved significantly. Golden Star Force, 21,000 6,000, Stellar Level 6. Wood Type Star Force, 18,000 5,000, Stellar Level 5. Water-based stellar force, 16,805 thousandths, stellar level 5. Fire-type star force, 34,508 thousandths, stellar level 8. Earth-type stellar force, 7,805 thousandths, stellar level 5. Besides the fire elemental force, the other 4 elemental forces all improved by a level, doubling Wang Teng's overall strength. In addition, the power of wind and lightning stars has also been enhanced. Lightning star force, 8,508 thousandths, planetary level 8. Wind-type star force, 14,509 thousandths, planetary level 9. Both of their forces are still at the planetary level, but they have reached the late planetary level, which means they are not far from breaking through to the stellar level. In addition, his mental state and comprehension improved a little, but since he was still far from breaking through, Wang Teng didn't pay much attention to it. In addition to these income streams, Wang Teng's assets have also increased significantly. He practically emptied the Orient Federation of all sorts of treasures, cultivation techniques, combat skills, and, most directly, cosmic currency. The reason why those high-ranking officials were able to come up with 500 billion cosmic coins was because they mobilized all the funds of their families located on various planets in the Orient Federation. Otherwise, how could they possibly have so much money? With Wang Teng having siphoned off this sum, the Orient Federation was left in a state of near emptiness, and it would probably take hundreds of years to recover. Both economically and militarily, it suffered a heavy blow. Overall, Wang Teng got his revenge and gained benefits from this trip to the Orient Federation, so he didn't lose out. Wang Teng stretched and was in a great mood. He wandered around the cultivation room for a while and found that everyone was cultivating and no one was talking, so he immediately returned to the cultivation room. He thought for a moment, his eyes flashed, and he took out the yellow spring weak water. You want to refine the yellow spring weak water? A round voice suddenly rang in his mind. Yes. Wang Teng nodded. Such a good thing, are we just going to leave it to get moldy? I'm not as stupid as Saint Luo. They're not stupid, they just can't be subdued, said Roundy. Then you can't blame me, Wang Teng said. That guy is really unlucky. He saved up so many good things, and you ended up getting all of them for free, said Roundy, shaking his head. Wang Teng couldn't help but smile. This was the advantage of having many methods, you never knew when you might need to use them. Without saying anything more, he opened the wooden bucket containing the Yellow Springs weak water. Wang Teng's gaze sharpened as he suddenly noticed that the inner wall of the wooden barrel had already shown signs of erosion. This wooden bucket is about to collapse, said Roundy. The Yellow Spring weak water is truly powerful. Saint Luo must be changing the container regularly to preserve it for a long time. That's a huge expense. Ordinary items can't hold the Yellow Spring weak water. I should have subdued it sooner. Wang Teng shook his head, said no more, and placed his hands above the Yellow Spring weak water. A ball of bluish-green flame erupted instantly. Bang! The wooden barrel shattered, and the Yellow Spring weak water inside floated up, enveloped by the azure jade glazed flame. The raging flames burned fiercely, and the intense heat penetrated into the Yellow Spring weak water. As the master of the azure jade glazed flame, Wang Teng instantly sensed a chill within the Yellow Spring weak water through the flames. It was a very strange chill. It wasn't the bone-chilling cold of netherworld ice, but rather a wispy, continuous chill. Wang Teng hesitated, because this chill was actually more terrifying than the chill of the netherworld ice. It seeped into the body and even the soul in wisps, numbing people and eroding them without their knowledge. However, under the high temperature of the azure jade glazed flame, the Yellow Spring weak water seemed to be suppressed. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's give it our all. Wang Teng gritted his teeth, and his spirit extended from between his eyebrows, plunging headfirst into the Yellow Spring weak water. Hiss! Even with the azure jade glazed flame protecting him, chills still seeped into Wang Teng's mind through the fine threads of his spirit, seemingly trying to slowly erode his spirit. Boom! Without hesitation, Wang Teng immediately released the holy flame of light and the true spirit flame of myriad beasts at the same time. And the three strange flames suppressed the Yellow Spring weak water. In an instant, the temperature in the training room rose sharply. If it weren't for the protective shield, the metal walls of this training room would probably have melted completely in no time. 3 different flames of heaven and earth emerged simultaneously, and even the most unruly, Yellow Spring weak water had to bow its head. Wang Teng's spirit continuously flowed into the Yellow Spring's weak water, wanting to leave its mark within it. Meanwhile, the Yellow Spring's weak water constantly erodes and erases his mark. The two sides were thus caught in a tug of war. Time flies and a day and a night have passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Teng's face was slightly pale, as if he had exhausted himself, but at that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and a sharp glint flashed in them. The three strange flames of heaven and earth were put away. Meanwhile, the Yellow Spring's weak water made a gurgling sound as it continuously contracted inward, instantly transforming into a tiny droplet. Its color changed from a deep blue to a darker shade, almost turning completely black. Whoosh! The Yellow Spring weak water, condensed into a droplet, flew straight at Wang Teng and struck between his eyebrows. Finally, we succeeded. A smile finally appeared on Wang Teng's face. With 3 different flames of heaven and earth, he was almost guaranteed to win. The process of subduing them was just a matter of patience. However, the dangers involved should not be ignored. A slight misstep could result in severe injury. Now that he has succeeded, Wang Teng can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Wang Teng, quick, look at the notice. At this moment, a round, urgent voice rang in his mind, as if he had been waiting for a long time. What is it? Wang Teng's brow twitched. Hey, stop talking nonsense and look. Yuan Gungun was extremely impatient and directly brought up the smartwatch's screen, where a notification appeared in front of Wang Teng. The Great Qian Empire's Battle of Geniuses. The Great Qian Empire's Battle of Geniuses. Wang Teng was slightly taken aback. He looked at the contents of the notice, his eyes growing brighter and brighter, and his heart filled with increasing shock. Genius martial artists covering the entire territory of the Great Qian Empire. Anyone at the stellar level is welcome to participate. My god, this is going to be something big. Ellipsis ellipsis. Of course it's a big deal. The round, chubby boy appeared before Wang Teng, looking somewhat excited. The Genius Tournament encompasses the entire territory of the Great Qian Empire. Do you know what that means? The entire Great Qian Empire has countless star systems. Even if each star system only produces 1 or 2 geniuses, there are still hundreds of millions of geniuses. All the geniuses are competing on the same stage. What a magnificent event. What a great opportunity. You can't miss it. Phew. Wang Teng couldn't help but exhale, feeling genuinely excited. His eyes burned with fervor as he muttered to himself, interesting. With so many geniuses, there must be plenty of opportunities to take advantage of them. He was just worried that his strength wasn't improving fast enough when the Genius Tournament came along. With so many geniuses gathered here, there are bound to be all kinds of martial artists. In this way, all his elemental forces can keep up. Well-rounded development is the key. Wang Teng didn't want to advance to the cosmic level casually, he wanted to take a special path. When his comprehension reached the cosmic level last time, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he already had a clear understanding of the underlying principles. Now, things are gradually becoming clearer, and he is just waiting to put them into action. Hey, I think there's something strange about your eyes, the round-faced boy said, looking at him. Really? Wang Teng coughed and changed the subject. Don't pay attention to these irrelevant things, just tell me the details of this battle for supremacy. Roundy's attention quickly returned to the Genius Showdown, and he said, the Great Qian Empire's Genius Tournament is held once every 3,000 years, and countless star-level martial artists will appear. These geniuses mostly wander and cultivate in various parts of the universe, and it is rare to see one of them. You know, there are many races in the universe with powerful bloodlines and talents. They are born strong and have special teachers to guide them. Some are apprenticed to world lords, and some are even taken as disciples by immortal-level powerhouses and personally taught by them. In general, whether it's talent, comprehension, or hard work, they are among the best. How do I compare to them? Wang Teng asked. Your strength is indeed very strong, but compared to a true cosmic genius, you are probably still somewhat lacking, Roundball said after a moment of contemplation. My stellar level can contend with the cosmic level, and I can severely injure a domain lord level with a single move. Can they do the same? Wang Teng asked curiously. He wasn't boasting, but stating a fact and using it to judge the strength of those cosmic geniuses. Yes, a true cosmic genius can do it, Roundball nodded solemnly. Do you know what levels of genius there are in the universe? Which levels? Wang Teng asked. There are planet-level geniuses, galaxy-level geniuses, star domain-level geniuses, cosmic-level geniuses, and so on, Roundball said. Wang Teng seemed to be deep in thought. The level of genius can be discerned from their names, it's entirely based on geographical location. A planet-level genius is the top genius on a planet, a galaxy-level genius is the top genius in a galaxy, and a cosmic-level genius is obviously the top genius in a high-level cosmic nation. This is a terrifying concept. Because the population of a high-level cosmic nation is simply too enormous, standing out from the crowd is extremely difficult. Incredibly difficult, extremely difficult. Wang Teng had no doubt about this. Planet-level geniuses can fight across 1 or 2 minor levels, galaxy-level geniuses can fight across 4 or 5 minor levels, star domain-level geniuses can fight across ranks. And cosmic-level geniuses, do you think they wouldn't have the means to severely injure a strong opponent? Roundball asked. Just like you don't actually have the strength to fight against the strong, you just have these special moves. Those special moves have great restrictions and cannot be used casually. Even if they are used with great difficulty, they will put a huge burden on the user and cannot be used lightly. Those geniuses who are taken as disciples by world lords or immortals will also be given life-saving techniques. Those techniques are secret methods created by world lords or immortals themselves. How weak do you think they are? That's fantastic. Wang Teng's eyes lit up upon hearing this. What the hell? Roundy was instantly dumbfounded. Its original intention was to dampen Wang Teng's arrogance and make him dare not underestimate the geniuses in the universe. In its view, Wang Teng was actually just a country bumpkin who had just left Earth and had no idea what a genius in the universe was like. Those he encountered before were just ordinary martial artists. But looking at him now, why does he seem excited? What on earth is this guy thinking? Shouldn't you be happy to compete with so many geniuses? Wang Teng said. Yes, we should be happy, the round-faced boy nodded blankly. Then he cautiously asked, hearing about so many geniuses who are no less talented than you, don't you have any other thoughts? What are your thoughts? Wang Teng asked, looking at it curiously. Aren't you afraid of losing badly? The round-faced boy asked, staring at his face. What's there to be afraid of about losing? Haven't you heard the saying, failure is the mother of success? Failing a few times helps you succeed, Wang Teng said calmly. Quote ellipsis quote, failure is the mother of success, my ass. Why don't you just say that failure is the father of success? I'm speechless at how round and chubby it is. It felt it had been outmaneuvered by Wang Teng and wanted to teach him a lesson, but ended up being the one who got the short end of the stick. Speaking of which, the rules of this battle stipulate that anyone at the stellar level can participate. So doesn't that mean many ancient artifacts can also participate? Wang Teng asked in surprise. In the universe, a star level being a few hundred years old is not considered very old. Moreover, some geniuses have their own considerations. Some want to solidify their foundation, while others want to take a different path. In short, each has their own purpose, which is why they are reluctant to advance to the cosmic level. As for those who have lived to a ripe old age and still haven't been promoted, it's a waste of their time to go. Their talent and comprehension are too poor, and they have no chance of winning, Roundy explained. I see. Wang Teng nodded. Actually, you're still too young. If you cultivate for a few more decades, I'm sure you can squeeze into the top 10 of all the geniuses in the Great Qian Empire, Yuan Gungan said with a hint of regret. After a few more decades of cultivation, still in the top 10? Wang Teng shook his head, feeling somewhat amused and exasperated. If that's really the case, then his cheat code was used in vain. The system would slap him to death and then find a new host. Don't take this lightly. Once you actually fight them, you'll know I wasn't lying to you, said Roundy. Okay, I'll try my best. Wang Teng didn't argue anymore and nodded seriously. Some things are hard to explain, and there's no need to argue about such trivial matters, it's pointless. Wow, there are rewards for this competition. Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the end of the notice. What's so strange about that? Of course there should be rewards for the competition, otherwise who would want to go? Said Roundy. Those ranked within the top 1,000 will receive a prize ranging from 300 billion to 10 trillion cosmic coins, as well as weapons, armor, pills, and more. That's quite a generous offer. Not only that, the top 10 will also receive a spot to enter the secret realm. Wang Teng was amazed. As he looked around, he suddenly encountered a blind spot and asked, what is this secret realm? A world ruled by a realm master? It's not a world of the realm master, but it's very similar. Roundy shook his head and explained, a secret realm is a kind of subspace that is naturally formed in the universe. It is very peculiar and may contain countless treasures or many unexpected opportunities. Someone once obtained the origin of the universe in a secret realm and used it to advance to the universe level. His strength was more than 10 times that of an ordinary martial artist. Later, he continued to rise to the immortal level. The origin of the universe. Wang Teng was slightly taken aback, then frowned and said, "Isn't the origin the power that a world lord level cultivator comprehends?" "You've misunderstood." Roundy shook his head and said, "What a world lord comprehends is the power of the fundamental laws, a kind of enlightenment. While the origin of the universe is a materialized wonder, they're different." "Is that so?" Wang Teng said thoughtfully. "So these secret realm spots are the most precious things. If only we could get one, what a pity. What a pity. It's too difficult to get into the top 10. Roundy shook his head repeatedly. "How will you know it won't work if you don't try?" Wang Teng laughed. "A man can't say he can't. If you're so good, then you do it. I'll be watching," the round-faced boy chuckled. Wang Teng chuckled, already thinking about how to take advantage of the genius battle. "The battle for geniuses will begin in 6 months. You'd better prepare yourself." After saying this, Roundball disappeared. 6 months? It seems I need to improve myself properly during these 6 months. It wouldn't look good if I lost too badly. Wang Teng felt a sense of urgency as he thought of the geniuses that Yuan Gungun had mentioned. You need real skills to get freebies. How can you profit if you don't have the ability? You'll get kicked by the sheep. Ellipsis. When Wang Teng received the news, all the stellar-level martial artists within the Great Qian Empire also learned of it. The entire empire was in an uproar. The once-in-3,000 years battle for genius supremacy is here again. This is absolutely a grand event of the Great Qian Empire, where countless young powerhouses will gather, making it an unprecedented spectacle. Moreover, the rewards are incredibly attractive, from huge cash prizes to various weapons and armor, all of which are highly sought after, not to mention the final spot in the secret realm. So countless people look toward a certain planet where the Great Qian Empire was located. That will be the venue for the Genius Showdown, War Star. A colossal, terrifying planet fraught with peril. Those figures were either training on some primitive planet, fighting against the dark races on the battlefield, residing in some small world of a realm master, or walking in the desolate universe. Measuring the cosmos with their own feet. After learning about the genius battle, Wang Teng began to think of ways to improve his strength in all aspects. First, let's talk about the force. His poison, ice, and light primal forces have not yet advanced to the planetary level, so we can start from that aspect. After thinking for a moment, he asked Bertha to bring over Qinglin, the light elemental warrior from the Orient Federation. Although he had killed the 3 domain lords, including Saint Luo, he spared the cosmic-level warriors such as Clot, Monka, and Qinglin, as well as the planetary-level warriors such as Augustus and Lawkins. He has already implanted control chips into these martial artists, so there's no need to worry about them causing any problems. The only reason Wang Teng kept them was because he needed some manual labor. A large number of the slaves he bought died, and they were replaced by warriors from the Orient Federation. Soon, Bertha brought Qinglin to the training room and bowed to Wang Teng, saying, "Master, the person has been brought." "Okay, leave her here. You can go out now." Wang Teng nodded. Bertha didn't say anything and simply left. However, before leaving, her eyes lingered on Qinglin, a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s, for a moment. Does the owner have some kind of unusual fetish? Qinglin was also very uneasy, wondering why Wang Teng wanted to see her. Could it be? A sense of foreboding crept into her heart. If that weren't the case, why did Wang Teng choose her over anyone else? And she was allowed to come alone. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt, and a sense of panic began to creep in. No way, I'm already so old. She simply couldn't bear to think about it anymore. Wang Teng, unaware of what Qinglun was thinking, got up and walked over. "Do you know why I called you here?" he asked. "No, I don't know." Qinglin involuntarily took a step back, a hint of nervousness appearing on his face. As a cosmic-level martial artist and holding a high position in the Orient Federation, she hadn't experienced this kind of emotion for many years. Quote? Wang Teng. He felt that this woman was inexplicably strange, especially her eyes, which looked at him like he was looking at a pervert. "Don't be impulsive. I've already had a child. We're not right for each other. I'm not good enough for you," Qinglin said, mustering her courage, thinking he was upset. Quote? Wang Teng. We're not a good match. He finally understood what this woman was thinking, and countless, fuck you, thoughts raced through his mind. How does this woman's brain work? How could she even think of something like this? Wang Teng felt wronged. He was doing something important, but he was misunderstood like this. Is that really how others perceive him? Really, I'm over 1,000 years old, Qinglin quickly said, afraid that Wang Teng wouldn't believe him. Wang Teng's face grew increasingly dark, and finally he simply gave up and chuckled. It's okay, I like young cows eating old grass. As he spoke, he stepped forward and lifted Qinglin's chin. He looked at her with a wicked expression. To be honest, although they are over 1,000 years old, martial artists' appearances don't change much, and this woman is even more charming and doesn't show any signs of aging. If it were someone who doesn't discriminate between meat and vegetables, they probably would have already made their move. Qinglin was stunned, his face turned pale, but he was powerless to resist. He closed his eyes in despair. Alright, hand over the light elemental cultivation technique you practice. Just then, Wang Teng released his grip and said calmly. Huh? Qinglin opened his eyes and stared at him blankly. Didn't you hear me? Wang Teng said. Yes, I heard it. Qinglin looked into his eyes, which were devoid of any desire, and immediately realized that she had been overthinking things. She was so ashamed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, and quickly replied. She knew she couldn't resist. Although this light elemental cultivation technique was the foundation of her clan, now that she was in Wang Teng's hands, she was at his mercy and had no choice but to give it to him. She then used her spiritual magic to pass on the cultivation methods of the light element to Wang Teng. Wang Teng glanced at the new cultivation techniques in his mind, his eyes flashed slightly, and then he waved his hand dismissively. Alright, you can go now. Don't overthink things. I'm not so desperate as to be indiscriminate in my thinking. Qinglin. Oh. Her whole face scrunched up in a smirk. Then he became somewhat angry. What's with that disgusted look on his face? Although she didn't want to have a May to December romance with Wang Teng, being disliked like this still made her feel uncomfortable. No matter what, she's a great beauty, okay? I'm so annoyed. Wait a minute, sit down first, Wang Teng suddenly said. What are you doing? Qinglin took another step back, startled. Was he lying all along and actually still thinking about her? Cultivation. Wang Teng took a deep breath, feeling exhausted from talking to this woman. As expected, women only hinder cultivation speed. Cultivation? Qinglin was taken aback. She hadn't expected Wang Teng to let her cultivate here. Wait, this shows they don't trust her. Never mind, as long as I don't have any improper thoughts about her. She simply stopped talking, sat cross-legged, and began circulating the light-based cultivation technique within her body, the light technique. Wang Teng observed silently from the side without making a sound. Seeing that he didn't tell him to stop, Qinglin continued to circulate his cultivation technique, treating it as ordinary practice. And so it went on, until, bang, a muffled thud suddenly rang out in the quiet training room. Qinglin had a terrible headache, and before he lost consciousness, he vaguely heard these words. I've wanted to hit you for a long time. Wang Teng let out a long breath, feeling much better, and casually put away the thunder-turning seal in his hand. Pick it up. Open black lens bracket light technique * 500 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket light technique * 300 close black lens bracket. 800 stellar level spirit points. 800 attribute points, barely enough, Wang Teng muttered, glancing at the attribute panel. Light technique, 301,000ths proficient. Actually, Wang Teng didn't really want to hit her, he was mainly after the attribute bubble. Although there aren't many of these attribute bubbles, they allow him to reach proficiency directly, saving him a lot of time. After all, hitting a woman is not a good thing. He's not that kind of person, he still knows how to cherish and protect women. After an unknown amount of time, Qinglin slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying on a bed. Where am I? What's wrong with me? Why did I faint? She was still a bit confused, with 3 questions in her mind. Woke up, a calm voice came from the side. Qinglin immediately turned her head to look, her eyes narrowing slightly. She remembered that it was this bastard in front of her who had knocked her unconscious. She just misunderstood him, yet he attacked a weak woman like her. How petty. For a moment, Qinglin was filled with resentment. You can leave once you're awake, Wang Teng said calmly, his eyes still closed. Qinglin took a deep breath. That's the tone, it's infuriating. This kind of person is destined to be single forever. What, you're reluctant to leave? Then I don't mind talking to you about life and ideals. Wang Teng raised an eyebrow, opened his eyes, looked at her, and said, "Farewell." Qinglin fled in panic. TCH, what a pushover. Wang Teng curled his lip in disdain. You have really heavy tastes, flirting with women of such an advanced age, the round-faced man said quietly. Wang Teng's face darkened, and he said irritably, "Get lost." Ga ga ga. With the door to the cultivation room closed, preventing anyone from disturbing him, Wang Teng sat cross-legged, the brightness technique he had just obtained appearing in his mind, and continued his cultivation. At the same time, he also studied poison and ice magic. He found these two stellar-level cultivation techniques among the cultivation techniques in the Holy Star Tower. It must be admitted that as an academy, the Holy Star Tower has a relatively comprehensive range of cultivation techniques, including almost every type of primal force, as well as poison and ice techniques. While cultivating, Wang Teng also entered the virtual universe to hunt for attributes, and time slowly passed by. More than 10 days later, the Fire River finally returned to the solar system and flew towards Earth. Wang Teng has also ended his seclusion. In the past 10 days or so, he has made great progress, advancing all three of his elemental abilities, light, poison, and ice, to the planetary level. Radiant Star Force, 8,000 2000ths, 2nd floor. Poisonous Star Force, 3,500 3000ths, 3 layers. Ice-type Star Force, 5,800 3000ths, 3 layers. Among them, the power of light and starlight reached the 2nd level of the planetary level, while the poison and ice types both reached the 3rd level of the planetary level. The main reason is that star beasts of the light element are hard to find, so there's no way to exploit them, otherwise they wouldn't have fallen behind by a level. At this point, all of Wang Teng's primal force had broken through to the planetary level or above. This is almost unimaginable. It's already difficult for others to break through to one element, but he has broken through to the planetary level or above in all 11 elements of primal force. It's truly terrifying. In addition to his achievements in the force, Wang Teng also spent time researching other fields. Following his previous inspiration and after a series of attempts, he finally integrated the strange fire of heaven and earth and the weak water of the Yellow Springs into the corresponding domain. With the amplification of the Yellow Spring weak water, the power of the water elemental force has increased at least tenfold. Once activated, it will definitely annoy the enemy to no end. With the addition of the strange fire of heaven and earth, the fire elemental force became even hotter and underwent many changes, greatly increasing the power of the fire elemental domain. It should be understood that whether it is the strange fire of heaven and earth or the weak water of the Yellow Springs, once it comes into contact with you, it is very difficult to get rid of and it will endanger your life. For the enemy, this was a nightmare. Wang Teng originally wanted to try integrating different fields, but he found it difficult. With his current comprehension and understanding of the fields, he was not yet capable of doing so, so he had to give up for the time being. However, he was already standing in front of the door, and all he had to do now was push it open. If that door were to be opened, for Wang Teng, it wouldn't just be a fusion of 2 fields, but a fusion of several fields simultaneously. Just imagining that scene made Wang Teng a little excited. "Wang Teng, we are about to land." A round voice suddenly rang in Wang Teng's mind. "Okay, I'll be right out," Wang Teng replied, striding out of the training room. Earth. With the return of Wang Teng and others, news of the fate of the Orient Federation spread across Earth. Pictures and evidence included. This is truly gratifying. Those who experienced the destruction of their city, in particular, wept with joy, laughing and crying at the same time, feeling as if they had finally gotten rid of all the pent-up anger. Then, another piece of news spread. What? Wang Teng has become the Lord of the Milky Way? How is that possible? That's the entire Milky Way galaxy, with a vast territory and many life-bearing planets like Earth. Even a cosmic-level powerhouse can't obtain a single star system. How could Wang Teng have obtained one? This is incredible to the people of Earth, it's simply unimaginable. With the return of heads of state, people around the world have received the news, including those from the United States, the Nordic Union, and so on. In an instant, the entire population of Earth was in an uproar. At the same time, countries have also made decisions that, no matter what, they must keep up with Wang Teng's pace and absolutely cannot fall behind. The heads of state of various countries followed Wang Teng to the Orient Federation, which broadened their horizons and made them realize that they were too insignificant in the face of those powerful cosmic forces. Only by following in Wang Teng's footsteps could they possibly gain a foothold in the universe. The only regret of all the countries is that Wang Teng is not one of their own, otherwise there wouldn't be so much trouble. You can reap countless benefits just by lying down. At this moment, their envy of the Sha kingdom was beyond words. Ha ha ha, Wang Teng has actually become the lord of the entire Milky Way. This is a great honor for our Earth and for the Sha kingdom. That's great. Wang Teng is a citizen of our Sha kingdom. His becoming the lord of the galaxy is a tremendous blessing for our Sha kingdom. Quickly, prepare the gifts, I'm going to visit the Wang family. Yes, we must go to the Wang family and cultivate a good relationship with them. This is a golden opportunity for us to rise to power. The people of Sha were even more ecstatic, and countless people felt proud of it. Some families who were already acquainted with the Wang family were extremely excited and prepared generous gifts to visit them. For them, missing such an opportunity would be a terrible sin. In any case, the entire planet Earth is no longer at peace. For most ordinary people, the only feeling they get is that their sense of security has increased. That's right, it's a sense of security. When the Orient Federation invaded Earth, everyone realized how weak Earth was. Even after they finally drove away the invasion of the Orient Federation, they still felt insecure, always feeling that they could be invaded by other forces in the universe at any time. Because compared to the universe, Earth is far too weak. The people of Earth are like fish on a chopping block, completely at the mercy of others. But now that they heard Wang Teng had become the Lord of the Milky Way, they were finally relieved. With the entire Milky Way galaxy as a barrier, Earth will be infinitely safer, and it won't be so easy for those cosmic forces to invade Earth again. Ellipsis. Phew, another one's gone. Wang Shengguo walked in from outside and let out a long sigh. In the past few days, he has lost count of how many clan leaders he has received. They were all there to visit the Wang family, whether they were acquaintances or strangers, all hoping to establish a connection. The Wang family refused all the families they could, only receiving those they absolutely had no choice but to accept. Even so, it was still quite a strain on the Wang family. Old Master Wang, Wang Shengguo, and others took turns receiving him, and there was never a moment of peace. Dad, you've worked hard. Wang Teng walked out of the backyard and said with a smile. You little rascal, you just hide away and act like a hands-off boss, leaving all the trouble to us, Wang Shengguo said irritably. Sometimes, having a son who is too outstanding isn't all a good thing, it's the father who suffers. I need to cultivate, Wang Teng said with a grin, making up an excuse. Wang Shengguo pointed at him with his finger. You're so smug, aren't you? I saw you looking pretty smug and happy just now, Li Shumei said, coming out with a glass of water and giving him a disapproving look. Wang Teng's ability to gain global favor is something his father, Wang Teng, is naturally proud and happy about. His complaints are just for show. Ahem. Wang Shengguo coughed dryly and said awkwardly, can't you give me any face in front of the child? Ha ha ha. Wang Teng couldn't help but burst into laughter. It's true that every creature has its nemesis. Wang Shengguo will always be inferior to Li Shumei. Ellipsis. Regardless of the outside world's disturbances, Wang Teng cherished the time he had and spent a few days quietly at home with his family, enjoying the happiness of family life. In particular, the engagement between Wang Teng and Lin Chuan has been put on the agenda. Wang Teng's parents and Lin Chuan's parents have mentioned it many times, and now they are finally going to put it into action. Neither Wang Teng nor Lin Chuan refused. Their relationship has progressed to this point naturally, and it wouldn't be good to drag it out any longer. After discussing with the Lin family, the Wang family decided to set the date for 3 days later. Grandpa Wang and others specifically consulted someone who determined it was an auspicious day, suitable for an engagement. Invitations were sent out one by one, mainly to several families that were on good terms with the Wang family, as well as some people with special status. In fact, given Wang Teng's current status and position, people on Earth are already far inferior to him. However, martial arts leaders and others were originally his elders, and they had a very good relationship with him, so he definitely had to invite them. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the evening, the Wang family's house was decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, with red everywhere, creating a very festive atmosphere. Luxury cars pulled up outside, and then figures stepped out, carrying gifts, and headed into the Wang family compound. The hall was extremely spacious and brightly lit. Waiters moved about among the tables, which were laden with gourmet food and fine wines, all extravagant delicacies brought back from outer space by Wang Teng, luxurious yet tasteful. The guests present were all shocked. That's truly magnificent. The Zhou family also came tonight, and old Master Zhou couldn't help but exclaim in amazement as he looked at all of this. Zhou Beiyun followed beside him, her expression somewhat unwilling. She ultimately failed and couldn't win against Lin Chuan. In fact, Wang Teng never even saw her. Zhou Beiyun suddenly felt extremely regretful. If she had recognized Wang Teng's extraordinary talent when they first met and acted sooner, she wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. She believed that her charm was enough to make Wang Teng fall head over heels for her. After all, when Wang Teng had not yet risen to power, the Zhou family's influence was much stronger than the Wang family's. If she lowered herself, she would surely win Wang Teng's favor. Unfortunately, it was all too late. One wrong step led to another, and she had no chance at all. Xiao Jun, you must control your emotions. No matter what, you will be the one in charge of the Zhou family in the future, said old Master Zhou. Yes. Zhou Beiyun's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly concealed the resentment in her eyes, following old Master Zhou into the hall. The Wang family. Inside the hall, more and more guests arrived, and the hall became increasingly lively. Wang Teng's playmates, Xu Jia, Bai Wei, and others, followed their father into the hall. You young people can go play by yourselves over there, Xu's father said to Xu Jia with a smile. Alright, we won't hang out with you old fogies, Xu Jia said with a grin. Now that he has practiced martial arts, he is no longer as spoiled as before, and his status at home has risen accordingly. Therefore, he is not so afraid of Xu's father and can occasionally make some jokes. You brat, Xu's father kicked him and scolded with a laugh. Bai Wei and Yu Hao, who were standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh. The three young men then went off to find their own little circle. Why do you seem a little distracted? Xu Jia noticed Bai Wei's unusual behavior and asked. No, it's nothing. Bai Wei tidied her hair at her temples and shook her head. It's nothing, I could tell at a glance. Xu Jia rolled his eyes, looked around, and whispered, do you like brother Wang Teng? No, I didn't. Bai Wei blushed deeply and shook her head in a fluster. You can't hide anything at all, we figured it out a long time ago, Xu Jia said. Exactly. Yu Hao nodded. He used to have a bit of a crush on Bai Wei, but after discovering Bai Wei's feelings for Wang Teng, he gave up those feelings and now has a girlfriend. Seeing that the two had figured it out, Bai Wei stopped denying it, her expression somber, and shook her head. You're just too hesitant. You don't dare to say it out loud. How would brother Wang Teng know what you're thinking? Xu Jia said with exasperation. Sigh. Bai Wei sighed, knowing that she had missed out on a lot. Actually, it's not too late now. I've heard that martial artists in the universe have long lifespans and usually marry many wives, which is quite normal. You might not be without a chance. Xu Jia suddenly chuckled and winked. Ah, Bai Wei stared in disbelief, seemingly unable to process what was happening. You decide for yourself, Xu Jia chuckled, seemingly eager to stir up trouble. Oh, you guys are here too. At that moment, a voice came from the side. Several figures walked over. They were none other than Wang Teng's classmates from the Yellow Sea Naval Academy, Baili Qingfeng, Lu Shu, and others. Since everyone was young and they had Wang Teng as a connection, they gradually became familiar with each other. Old Lu, when did you arrive? Xu Jia immediately went up to greet him and asked with a smile. We just arrived too, Lu Shu said with a smile. I really didn't expect that while we're all still single, Wang Teng is getting engaged, Baili Qingfeng said, shaking his head. He actually managed to secretly escape the ranks of single people, how despicable. Hu Pinliang grinned. Ahem, actually I'm getting engaged soon too, Song Shuhong suddenly said from the side. The crowd, holy crap, is this for real? Hu Pinliang was the first to shout, as if he had heard some extremely unbelievable news. We agreed to be dogs together, but you secretly turned into a human, Baili Qingfeng said quietly. Everyone, keep up the good work. Song Shuhong patted Hu Pinliang on the shoulder and encouraged him. Get lost. Hu Pinliang slapped his hand away, rolling his eyes in anger. Luckily, I have a younger sister, Lu Shu said thankfully. What right do you have to speak, you siscon? Everyone looked at him with disdain. Bai Wei, Xu Jia, and the others watched them clown around and couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. What level have you all reached in your cultivation? Xu Jia asked curiously. We're all about the same level, all at the 9-star warrior level, Bai Li Qingfeng said, glancing at the others. 9-star warrior level, you guys are really fast. I'm only 7-star, Shu Jia said in surprise. There's nothing I can do, I'm just naturally gifted, Song Shuhong said, shrugging. Damn it, Shu Jia couldn't help but curse when he saw how irritating he looked. As they chatted, guests began to arrive. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out from ahead. Look, the martial arts leader has arrived too. And the 3 marshals too. Yi Jixing, the headmaster of the Polar Star Martial Arts Academy. Hey, aren't those 2 horses? It's really strange that they came together. The arrival of these influential figures in the Sha Kingdom caused a stir among the guests. Even though times have changed drastically, these figures are still influential big shots on Earth, and ordinary families rarely even get to see them. These people all appeared at Wang Teng's engagement banquet at the same time, which made people marvel at the prestige of the Wang family. No, it should be said that Wang Teng has a lot of influence. After the martial arts leaders and others arrived, they gathered together and chatted casually, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. Ordinary family members didn't dare to go up and disturb them, watching from afar and occasionally casting glances, paying close attention. With the arrival of these martial arts leaders and bigwigs, they immediately became the focus of attention, making it difficult for everyone not to pay attention to them. Thank you all for coming tonight. It has brought great honor to our Wang family. Old Master Wang and the others personally stepped forward to greet them, their faces full of smiles, appearing extremely happy. Wang Teng's engagement banquet is a joyous occasion, we definitely have to be there, the martial arts leader laughed heartily. In the blink of an eye, this kid is about to get engaged. Marshal Hong, one of the 3 marshals, had the deepest connection with Wang Teng and couldn't help but sigh. Thanks to everyone's care, otherwise Wang Teng wouldn't be where he is today. Old Master Wang expressed his sincere gratitude. Don't say that, we didn't take care of him at all. He earned all of this through his own hard work, Hong Shuai said, waving his hand. They chatted for a few minutes, and before they knew it, the time was up. Just then, the surroundings suddenly darkened, and then a light shone on the high platform in front. A young couple, who looked like a perfect match, came out. The young man was dressed in a black suit. He was exceptionally handsome, with a tall and straight posture and an outstanding demeanor. The girl wore a long red dress, with a slender figure and stunning beauty. She was the most beautiful girl in the room tonight. The moment the 2 appeared, all eyes were drawn to them, unable to look away. Thank you all so much for coming to our engagement party. Wang Teng looked around and said with a smile, I'm actually a little nervous with so many people here as witnesses. The crowd below couldn't help but let out a good-natured laugh. After the laughter subsided, Wang Teng spoke again. I am so happy today, really so happy, because the girl I love most is going to be my fiancée. He looked at the girl beside him, his eyes filled with tenderness, his voice gentler than ever before, and a ring appeared in his hand. What kind of ring was it? A crystal as dazzling as a star is embedded in it, shimmering with a brilliant light. This is the most eternal crystal in the universe, countless times more precious than diamonds. Everyone's attention was drawn to it, especially the girls present, who all gazed enviously at the eternal crystal on the ring. Bai Wei, Zhou Beiyun, and the others all wished they were the ones wearing this ring. In the corner, another figure stared blankly at everything, his expression extremely complicated. Throughout my past and present lives, I have finally held your hand. Wang Teng slowly placed the ring on Lin Chuan's finger. Upon hearing this whisper, Lin Chuan's eyes inexplicably welled up with tears. She stared blankly at the young man in front of her, her eyes unable to see anything else. Wang Teng's engagement banquet became a topic of conversation among many upper-class families, especially the engagement ring inlaid with the eternal crystal, which became a subject of much discussion. That eternal crystal is absolutely gorgeous. No diamond on earth can compare to it. The women who saw the eternal crystal could never forget it, so much so that many wanted to find out where it came from. Soon the news spread from the Wang family that it was a kind of eternal crystal from the universe, and in terms of price, it was probably enough to buy a life-bearing planet. Everyone fell silent. A planet teeming with life. A single crystal could be worth a life-bearing planet. It was too fantastical for them to even dream of. Perhaps only Wang Teng, the Lord of the Milky Way, has the financial resources to do so. After the initial shock and disappointment, all the women began to envy Lin Chuan. Because now she is the owner of that eternal crystal. She must be the happiest woman in the world. 3 days later, the Wang family. Wang Teng was saying goodbye to the Wang family. Mom and Dad, we're leaving now. You brat, you've only been back a short while and you're already leaving again. Li Shumei wiped her eyes, which were a little red. Mom, I had no choice. How could I protect you if I didn't get stronger, right? Wang Teng put his arm around Li Shumei's shoulder and said with a forced, relaxed smile. Come on, just protect Chu Han. She's leaving with you this time, so don't let her get hurt, Li Shumei said irritably, swatting his hand away. Yes, don't worry. She's my wife, I can't let her get hurt. Wang Teng glanced at Lin Chuan beside him and quickly assured her. Lin Chuan couldn't help but smile, feeling very warm. Alright, hurry up and leave, don't get in the way, Wang Shengguo waved his hand dismissively. Dad, you're being too heartless. I'm your son, Wang Teng said helplessly. I'd better hurry up and make a new account with your mom. You're too wild, you're never home, Wang Shengguo said. Go away, you're so old, and you still don't know how to behave properly. Li Shumei blushed deeply. Ha ha ha, Wang Teng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Others couldn't help but chuckle as well. Grandpa, I'm leaving now. Wang Teng waved his hand. Be careful on the road, and take good care of yourself and Chuan, Grandpa Wang said with a face full of reluctance. Okay, Wang Teng nodded. Brother, can you take Dudu with you next time? A small figure hugged Wang Teng's leg and asked sweetly. I'll definitely take you next time. Wang Teng bent down, picked up the little one, and gently pinched her nose. You need to cultivate diligently at home, okay? Yes, Dudu will definitely cultivate hard. Dudu nodded her little head emphatically. Wang Teng put her down, looked around, and saw the reluctance on everyone's faces. He still felt a little guilty and said helplessly, Don't be like this, everyone. Didn't I teach you how to use the virtual universe? We can meet in the virtual universe then. You can meet once a day if you want. Let's go. Wang Shengguo waved his hand. Wang Teng didn't say anything more, gave everyone a deep look, and then led Lin Chuan and the others onto the Fire River spaceship. The spaceship slowly rose into the air, then transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the horizon. Target, one of the 6 major stars of the Milky Way, the Silver Kang Star. Wang Teng's trip to Silver Kang Star was primarily to construct a spatial teleportation array to directly communicate with the Magnolia star system. The Magnolia star system is Wang Teng's territory within the Great Qian Empire. They constructed a spatial teleportation array, which is equivalent to connecting the 2 star systems together. From now on, people from Earth will be able to travel to the Great Qian Empire via the Silver Kang Star. The reason why the Milky Way was chosen among so many planets is because it is the closest to Earth, and it only takes 5 or 6 days to travel there by spaceship. The World Lord class spaceship is even faster, taking only 3 days. Silver Star. As one of the 6 major stars in the Milky Way, Silver Kang Star is extremely prosperous. Although it cannot compare with Orient Star, it is still one of the most powerful planets in the Orient Federation, with a huge flow of martial artists coming and going. Such a planet must be rich in resources. Therefore, the planetary governor, who was sent to Silver Kang Star to manage the planets, was naturally someone from a large family background. However, the Orient Federation has now collapsed, the major families of the Federation have crumbled, and even Lord Clot, who was originally guarding the Milky Way, is now in a state of uncertainty. Then came the earth-shattering news that the Milky Way had a new ruler. The governor of Silver Azure Star truly lived on thin ice every day, fearing that something unforeseen might happen. Just 3 days ago, he received a message. The new ruler of the galaxy, the one who single-handedly caused the disintegration of the Orient Federation, is about to arrive. Governor Silver Star was even more apprehensive and uneasy. Today is the day the Lord of the Milky Way is about to arrive. He got up early this morning and led the high-ranking officials of Silver Kang Star to prepare to welcome the Lord. A spaceship appeared in outer space of the Silver Kang Star, followed by a space fleet. Inside the spaceship, a dozen or so people sat in a conference room, the atmosphere extremely tense. Governor, we've been waiting for 3 hours. Why hasn't that galactic lord arrived yet? A burly human warrior asked, frowning. Yeah, we don't need to be so serious, coming all the way to space to wait. I wonder who that lord is, he certainly has a big ego. Ellipsis. Once someone spoke up, others followed suit and began to complain. These people came from privileged backgrounds and were used to a life of luxury. On Silver Kang Star, they were like nouveau riche, so they naturally had no interest in the galactic lord they had never met. Governor Silver Kangxing looked around and sneered inwardly. If these people knew that the Lord was the culprit who single-handedly caused the disintegration of the Orient Federation, he wondered if they would still dare to speak like this. Don't even mention 3 hours, even if it's 3 days or 30 days, you'll still have to wait, he said coldly. Governor, what is the background of this Lord that makes you value him so much? A warrior asked. Governor Silver Azure Star hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to reveal a little bit, lest these people be blind to his greatness and cause him trouble. The disintegration of the Federation was that person's doing, he said calmly. What? Everyone was shocked. No way, the new ruler of the Milky Way is actually that ruthless person. No wonder the Milky Way fell into his hands. Upon hearing this news, everyone was utterly shocked, their hearts filled with turmoil. No one dared to be negligent anymore, they sat up straight and waited patiently. No one who reaches their position is a fool. There are some people they can mess with, but there are others they absolutely cannot afford to offend. 2 more hours passed during this wait, and a spaceship flew in from the void of space, appearing before the eyes of the people of Silver King Star. They're here. Governor Silver Star was startled and quickly stood up. The other high-ranking officials of Silver Sky Star also stood up one by one, their expressions tense, as if facing a formidable enemy. The person's reputation was simply too great, and not a good one at that, which made these people uneasy. They feared that the person was capricious and difficult to get along with. That spaceship, could it be a cosmic level? No, it should be a domain lord level spaceship. Everyone exclaimed in shock when they saw the fire river flying in from the void. It must be a domain lord level spaceship, that's terrifying. Just who is this new lord? He actually possesses a domain lord level spaceship. The person who could single-handedly cause the disintegration of the Orient Federation must have a terrifying background. Ellipsis. The strongest spaceships these people could think of were domain lord level or world lord level spaceships, which they wouldn't even dare to dream of. The fire river is not visible from the outside, it can only be seen when it unleashes its true power. The footage of the Fire River's rampage on Orient was never released because the incident was considered a disgrace, and the Fire River spaceship was regarded as a taboo subject, with many people afraid to mention it. Therefore, people outside of Orient Star would naturally be even less aware of the existence of the Fire River. Communication received. Do you want to connect? An electronic voice sounded inside the spaceship. Connect me immediately, Governor Silver Kongxing said hastily, swallowing hard. Katesh, I've arrived. Wang Teng's figure appeared in the light screen, and his voice came through. Upon seeing Wang Teng, everyone in the spaceship showed surprise. Too young. This new ruler of the galaxy is incredibly young, unbelievably young. Your Excellency, welcome to Silver King Star. The governor of Silver King Star bowed respectfully. Wang Teng nodded and asked, where is the spaceship parked? As the Lord of the Milky Way, your spaceship does not need to stop at a planetary docking port. You can go directly to Silver King Star, said the governor of Silver King Star. Lead the way. Wang Teng said no more. Yes. The governor of Silver King Star was very respectful and showed no impatience. He immediately ordered the spaceship to lead the way. 2 spaceships, one large and one small, one in front of the other, flew into the Silver King Star. Silverg City. This is the main city of Silver King Star, the most prosperous city on the entire planet. At this moment, countless people in Silver King City looked up at the sky and saw 2 spaceships rapidly descending, arriving almost instantly above the city. The ship in front is the governor's spaceship. Many people recognized it. But whose is that enormous spaceship in the background? Nobody knows. Many people started discussing and secretly speculating about the identity of the spaceship's owner. The fact that they were able to enter Silver King Star directly, with the governor's ship leading the way, suggests that the person in question must be someone of extraordinary status. After the spaceship came to a stop, the group flew out of the spaceship and entered the governor's mansion. Those people are very powerful, they seem to be cosmic-level martial artists. Not just one, but many of them are powerhouses on par with Guardian Clot. Those cosmic-level beings were actually following behind a young man. And the governor seemed very respectful to that young man. My God, the governor himself came to greet him, and with such respect. Just who is that young man? Something big is probably going to happen on Silver King Star. Ellipsis. Upon entering the governor's mansion, Governor Yin Kongxing and his entourage were shocked. The several universe-level powerhouses behind Wang Teng filled them with trepidation. Those high-ranking officials were all overjoyed. Thank goodness. Fortunately, they didn't offend the new lord, otherwise they probably wouldn't even know how they died. Lord Clot, I didn't expect you to be here too. A high-ranking official noticed Clot behind Wang Teng and said respectfully. Don't call me sir, I am a servant now. Clot said expressionlessly. What? Lord Clot is actually the new lord's servant. The crowd was shocked again, and they felt even more awe and fear towards Wang Teng, bowing their heads almost to the lowest possible level. Soon, they arrived at a large hall in the governor's mansion. Please sit down, Wang Teng said casually, taking his seat in the main seat without any ceremony and glancing around at the room. Thank you, my lord. Then everyone sat down one by one. Wang Teng looked around and, without wasting words, went straight to the point. I've come here to construct a spatial teleportation array on Silver Kang Star. A spatial teleportation array. Everyone was slightly taken aback. They had considered all sorts of possibilities and even prepared for the worst, but they never expected that the new lord would actually build a space teleportation array on Silver Kang Star. May I ask, sir, where will the spatial teleportation array you are constructing lead? Governor Kites asked cautiously. This matter could be good or bad. If the route leads to a dangerous place, Silver Kongxing will also be in danger. But if it leads to a prosperous planet, that would be a great thing for them. Various forms of trade and exchange can greatly promote the development of Silver Kang Star. The high-ranking officials present, including Governor Kites, all had close ties with Silver Star. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they shared both fortune and misfortune. Hearing such news, one would naturally take it seriously. It will lead to a planet in the Yulan star system of the Great Qian Empire, Wang Teng said. The Great Qian Empire. The Magnolia star system. Governor Kitz stared wide-eyed, finding it unbelievable. This spatial teleportation array actually leads to the Great Qian Empire. Is it true or false? That's a high-level cosmic civilization empire. They're miles away from it, what right do they have to connect with it? They wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. My lord, are you telling the truth? Kites stammered. Everyone else looked over as well, their eyes filled with suspicion, yet also with a hint of hope. I wouldn't joke about something like this with you, Wang Teng said calmly. Who? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, then were overjoyed, their excitement almost uncontrollable, which was immediately apparent on their faces. They suddenly felt a sense of overwhelming joy, as if they had been struck on the head by happiness. My lord, I really don't know what to say. Kites was extremely excited. Yes, my lord, this is truly incredible. How did you obtain permission from the Great Qian Empire to allow us to construct a spatial teleportation array? A high-ranking official from the Silver Azure Star, with a full head of blonde hair and the appearance of a beautiful woman, asked with excited eyes. No permission is needed, my consent is enough, Wang Teng said with a strange expression. You just agree. Kites was a little confused, not knowing what he meant. Because the Magnolia Galaxy is also my territory, Wang Teng said. This. Everyone on Silver Azure Star was so shocked they couldn't speak, staring blankly at him. If there are no further questions, go and make the arrangements. Summon the Rune Masters and set up the spatial teleportation array, Wang Teng said, standing up. If it weren't to reassure these people and, incidentally, to intimidate them and facilitate future interactions with Earthlings, he wouldn't have said so much to them. Yes, we'll arrange it right away, Kites replied quickly, snapping out of his daze. This matter was far too important, it practically determined the future development of Silver Kang Star, and he dared not be negligent in the slightest. Orders were issued from the governor's mansion, and the most outstanding rune masters of the entire Silver Kang Star gathered there. In less than half a day, these rune masters appeared in front of Wang Teng. My lord, these are the best rune masters on Silver Azure Star. Do you think that's enough? If not, I'll send people to other planets to recruit more, but it will take some time, Kites asked cautiously. The rune masters looked at Wang Teng in surprise, never expecting that this was the lord that Governor Kites had mentioned. That's enough. Wang Teng looked around and nodded. My lord, if I may be so bold, we do not have any rune masters here. Constructing a space teleportation array between planets would be very difficult, a rune master said after a moment's hesitation. Kites' heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected this to happen. He looked at Wang Teng nervously. Don't worry, I am a rune master, and I will oversee the construction of this spatial array, Wang Teng said calmly. You are a rune master. A group of rune masters stared at Wang Teng in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. A lord, a rune master, who exactly is this person? Next, Wang Teng led the group of rune masters to begin constructing the array. The process went smoothly, and a large spatial teleportation array was completed 2 days later. A complete spatial teleportation array appeared in a grand hall in Silver King City. There are many teleportation halls here, each equipped with a teleportation array that can transport people to nearby planets. These teleportation arrays are the most important resource of Silver King City, and the foundation for communication between various planets. But now, all these teleportation arrays have become mere decorations. The most important one is the newly set up array that can teleport to the Yulan star system of the Great Qian Empire. Governor Kitz even deployed a large number of troops to guard the area to prevent any accidents from happening. After setting up the formation, Wang Teng planned to leave Silver King Star and head to a planet in the Magnolia star system, Jade Star. Jade Star is very prosperous, with many races and a good overall atmosphere. Therefore, Wang Teng chose that location. In this way, people from Earth can quietly integrate into the cosmic races when they come to Jade Star. Earth's humans look the same as most humans in the universe, so there's no need to worry about being recognized by those with ulterior motives. Wang Teng's only worry was the Perix family's targeting. Therefore, we have to consider it. Sir, are you leaving already? Why don't you stay a few more days so we can show you some hospitality? Governor Kitz tried his best to persuade Wang Teng to stay. Governor Kitz, do a good job. As long as you don't cross my bottom line, I won't replace the planet's management. Wang Teng said meaningfully, patting Governor Kitz on the shoulder with a strange expression. Ignoring his attempts to persuade her to stay, she returned to the Fire River spaceship with Lan and the others, and left Silver King Star directly. Phew! Governor Kitz breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. God knows how much pressure he was under in front of Wang Teng. Now that this important person has finally left and has no intention of laying off the management team, it is truly a great blessing. However, remembering the words the new lord had just spoken when he left, he dared not be negligent in the slightest. If you cross his line, it won't be as simple as just being laid off, it could cost you your life. You all heard what the lord just said, right? Kitz turned to the other high-ranking officials of Silver Sky Star and said. Don't worry, Your Excellency, we won't risk our lives, everyone said. That's good. This new lord is no pushover. Kitz nodded in satisfaction and remarked. Everyone agreed. Inside the Fire River spacecraft, standing next to Wang Teng, Lan smiled and said, I'm afraid the management of Silver King Star won't dare to make any moves. I'm too lazy to manage these things. Wang Teng shook his head and said to Bertha, who was standing quietly behind him, Bertha, from now on, I'll leave the affairs of these planets to you. Huh? Bertha was stunned for a moment, completely caught off guard. She never imagined that Wang Teng would so casually hand over the management of a star system to her. Not to belittle herself, but she was, after all, just a slave. However, this kind of important appointment made her feel somewhat flattered. It seems that Wang Teng's promise to set her free once he reaches the Domain Lord level was not a lie. Don't worry, I'll have Yuan Gungun assist you, Wang Teng said with a smile when he saw her like this. Okay. Bertha felt a sense of pressure, but could only reply hastily. She knew that Roundy was an intelligent being, and that having its assistance would make things much easier. Jade Star. 10 days later, Wang Teng landed on this planet aboard the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship. After entering the territory of the Great Qian Empire, he put away the Fire River spaceship. The Great Qian Empire is not comparable to the Orient Federation. Realm Lord level powerhouses could appear anywhere in the Great Qian Empire. If you were to be targeted, you would be in big trouble. Upon arriving at Yumming Star, Wang Teng parked his spaceship directly at the planet's docking port without alerting many people. Only the higher-ups at Yu Mingxing knew of his arrival. Jade Star, Governor's Mansion. Baron Wang Teng, do you want to construct a spatial teleportation array? After Wang Teng explained his purpose, Governor Zhuang Wise of Yumming Star was very surprised. This person is a human warrior, born into the most powerful family in Jade Star, the Zhuang family. He himself is a Domain Lord level powerhouse. In terms of status, he may not be as good as Wang Teng, but his strength and background are in no way inferior. Therefore, Wang Teng was quite polite to him. This is the difference between the Great Qian Empire and the Orient Federation. On the prosperous planet of Dachin, it is not uncommon for Domain Lord level powerhouses to serve as administrators. However, in the Orient Federation, a cosmic level being can guard an entire star system. That's good. The location has been chosen. Once the space teleportation array is activated, some martial artists will be teleported over. I'll need your help to take care of them then. Wang Teng nodded and smiled. Baron Wang Teng, you're too kind. May I ask what the identities of those martial artists are? Zhuang Ziwei shook his head and asked. They are all martial artists from my home planet. They wanted to enter the universe as soon as possible, so I granted their wish, Wang Teng said with a smile. I see. Zhuang Ziwei nodded. Governor Zhuang, you must keep this a secret. You should know about my dealings with the Perix family, right? Wang Teng said meaningfully. Zhuang Ziwei was taken aback for a moment, then said with a wry smile, Baron Wang Teng, you've really given me a big problem. Ha ha ha. Wang Teng couldn't help but burst into laughter. If you want to build a space teleportation array on Jade Star, you can't bypass the governor of this star, so you might as well tell him directly. In this way, Zhuang Ziwei would actually help conceal the identity of the Earthlings. Otherwise, if it gets out, he will be the first person suspected, and Wang Teng will definitely cause him trouble. Although he was a domain lord level powerhouse and might not be afraid of Wang Teng, there were still some things that needed to be compromised on within Wang Teng's territory. Besides, their family is here, so it's impossible for them to just leave. Baron Wang Teng, everyone knows you've come to Jade Star, so they've specially prepared a banquet. You absolutely must come tonight, Zhuang Ziwei said. Sure enough, he wasn't angry at all about Wang Teng's scheme. On the contrary, he was all smiles and wanted to give him a welcome feast. Okay, I'll be there on time tonight. Wang Teng nodded, not refusing. After reaching some agreements with Zhuang Ziwei, the two sides became increasingly harmonious, as if they had known each other for many years. You people, you talk in circles, it's really troublesome, and Lan said, shaking her head. There's no other way. This dealer is the overlord of Yumming Star. If we don't get along with them, our plans will become very complicated, Wang Teng said, shaking his head. There must be many planets in the Magnolia Galaxy, why didn't you choose other planets? And Lan asked. On other planets, the factions are more complex, unlike Jade Star, which only has one main player. We just need to deal with them. Fortunately, Governor Zhuang is quite sensible, otherwise it wouldn't be so simple, Wang Teng said, shaking his head. Wang Teng, on behalf of the humans of Earth, thank you, the martial arts leader said in a deep voice. He was among the first Earthlings to venture into space. Earth's first step into the universe began with the star Yumming. Night, Wang Teng brought Lin Chuan to the banquet that everyone at Yu Mingxing had prepared for him. The location is a huge manor in the central area of Yumming City, the main city of Yumming Star, near the governor's mansion. Haha, Baron Wang Teng, you've finally arrived. Governor Zhuang Ziwei personally came out to greet him. We're not late, are we? Wang Teng asked. You've arrived just in time, Zhuang Ziwei said with a smile, then looked at Lin Chuan next to Wang Teng. And who is this? This is my fiancée, Lin Chuan, Wang Teng introduced. So you're Baron Wang Teng's fiancée, Ms. Lin. Hello. Zhuang Ziwei was very surprised and nodded to Lin Chuan. Hello. Lin Chuan seemed a little nervous in this setting, but having experienced quite a lot, she remained poised and confident. She was deeply shocked, and only now did she truly realize just how prestigious Wang Teng's status was in the Great Qian Empire. The governor of an entire planet held him in the highest esteem, and this governor was also a domain lord level powerhouse, which was truly unbelievable. It's unimaginable how Wang Teng, who came to the Great Qian Empire alone, eventually became an imperial baron. Wang Teng never mentioned the process, but she could guess how terrifying the difficulties he had faced were. Many girls are probably going to be disappointed tonight, Zhuang Ziwei winked at Wang Teng. You, Governor Zhuang, saying this in front of my fiancé, are you trying to keep me up at night? Wang Teng glared at him. Ha ha ha, Zhuang Wise laughed as if in revenge. Wang Teng immediately understood that Zhuang Ziwei was retaliating against his previous schemes. However, this little bit of retaliation was harmless, and Wang Teng couldn't help but laugh. Lin Chuan secretly pinched Wang Teng's waist and spun him 360 degrees. Hiss! Wang Teng's eyes widened, and he gasped. Zhuang Ziwei pretended not to see it and said with a smile, Let's go, Baron Wang Teng, everyone is waiting for you. The three of them walked into the manor in front of them. This is a palatial estate, extremely luxurious and covering a vast area. What do you think? This manor is pretty good, isn't it? Zhuang Ziwei said. It's quite nice, much better than my residence on the Imperial Star, Wang Teng said in surprise. Haha, I'm glad you like it. This is a gift that everyone prepared for you, Shuang Ziwei said with a smile. A gift prepared for me. Wang Teng was stunned. He had originally planned to buy a house in Yumingxing as his residence after things were settled here. After all, this place will become his base of operations in the Great Qian Empire. Unexpectedly, Shuang Ziwei had already prepared it for him. And it's such a luxurious estate. Lin Chuan looked around in shock. This manor, regardless of its size, luxury, or location, was the best it could be, yet the other party had given it directly to Wang Teng. That's right, this is everyone's kind gesture, Baron Wang Teng, please don't refuse, Shuang Wise said. Wang Teng shook his head, looking like he was about to refuse, but then suddenly said, then I won't be polite. Quote. Shuang Ziwei. The three then entered a large hall in the manor, where they were greeted by a host of guests. Baron Wang Teng. Baron Wang Teng has arrived. Baron Wang Teng, I've long admired your name. Ellipsis. In an instant, Wang Teng became the focus of the entire banquet, and Lin Chuan also attracted countless eyes. The next day, Wang Teng began setting up the spatial teleportation array. He had already located the spatial coordinates of Silver Azure Star, and now he only needed to connect the spatial coordinates to teleport. One day later, the formation was completed. The spatial coordinates of the two planets have finally been connected, and from now on, people from Earth can quickly reach the Great Qian Empire. Wang Teng then gathered the people of Earth together. Among those who came out this time were martial arts leaders, Elder Han, Tantai Zan, Lin Chuan, and others, as well as some planetary-level martial artists from various countries. Everyone, from now on you'll all have to rely on yourselves, Wang Teng said, looking around at the room. You've done more than enough, the martial arts leader said gratefully as he rose to his feet. Yes, that's enough, Old Han smiled and said. What are everyone's plans for the future? Wang Teng asked. We plan to join the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance, the martial arts leader said, exchanging a glance with Elder Han. Planetary-level warriors from other countries almost all have this plan. Becoming a space mercenary is the best way to become stronger in the universe, although it is also very dangerous. I will leave those cosmic-level beings from the Orient Federation behind. If you encounter any problems that you can't solve, you can go to them, Wang Teng said. Thank you, everyone said. Then, I wish everyone good fortune in martial arts, Wang Teng said solemnly, looking at the crowd. May martial arts prosper. The martial arts leaders and others nodded emphatically. Wang Teng knew that if the people of Earth wanted to enter the universe, they would inevitably have to go through all sorts of dangers. He couldn't protect them like a nanny, ultimately, they would have to rely on themselves. So he didn't say anything more and let them struggle and fight. Back when the planet Earth underwent a cataclysmic change, they went from nothing to something, experiencing countless life and death situations. They were actually stronger than he had imagined. He believes that these outstanding individuals from Earth will eventually rise to prominence in the universe. Ellipsis. After bidding farewell to the martial arts leaders and others, Wang Teng and Lin Chuan strolled through the manor. Wang Teng frowned and asked, Chuan, are you really not coming with me? No, I can't always follow you around. Lin Chuan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a hint of stubbornness in her eyes, and said. Wang Teng sighed inwardly, knowing that Lin Chuan had her own pride and did not want to become his subordinate. He could only advise her, all right, be careful in everything you do, and be sure to let me know if anything happens. All right, when did you become like an old woman? Lin Chuan teased. Go away, who's being a nag? If I wasn't worried about you, would I be making such a fuss? Wang Teng said irritably. Lin Chuan suddenly stopped and hugged him, murmuring, I know you're worried about me, but I also hope that if anything happens next time, I can help you instead of just being a pretty face. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat and he hugged her tightly. A girl risks her life to improve herself in order to help him. This sentiment is enough to prove everything. All right, I'm going back to rest now. Lin Chuan smiled and parted ways with Wang Teng. Let's go together. Wang Teng called out from behind. Quote. Quote. Hey kid, why are you in such a hurry? A voice suddenly rang out behind Wang Teng. You scared me to death. Wang Teng patted his chest and looked back at Tantai Zan on the roof. Sister Zan, you ruined my plans. If you're not capable, you can't blame me, Tantai Zan said. Why did you climb so high? To look at the stars? Wang Teng rolled his eyes. Come on, have a drink, Tantai Zan said, waving the wine bottle in her hand. Sigh, alright, I'll have a drink with you, you lonely old woman. Wang Teng shook his head and sighed, then leapt onto the roof and sat down next to Tantai Zan. Quote. Tantai Zan. What the hell is this lonely old man? It's a miracle this guy isn't destined to be single. The universe is so vast. Wang Teng exclaimed, gazing at the night sky without looking at her expression. It's huge, so huge that it's terrifying. Tantai Zan tossed him a bottle of wine. Now that we've parted ways, it's probably going to be a while before we see each other again, Wang Teng said, taking a sip of his drink. We're used to it. Back on Earth, we often stayed in other worlds, sometimes for a year or two at a time. Tantai Zan shook her head and said, but this time we can't just go back to Earth so easily. It's too far away. This is a completely unfamiliar starry sky. She raised her hand and looked at the night sky through the gaps between her fingers. Yes, it's too far away. Wang Teng raised his wine bottle and said, come on, have a drink. Done. Tantai Zan smiled slightly. Let's do it, Wang Teng laughed. Take care of yourself, and prioritize your life, Wang Teng finally said. Do you need to tell me? Do you think I'm that stupid? Tantai Zan said. That's not necessarily true. Remember how crazy you used to fight? You were pretty reckless, practically fearless, Wang Teng said with a grin. HMPH, that's fighting weak people. If they couldn't beat me, they would have run away long ago, Tantai Zan said slyly. I never expected you to be like this. Wang Teng was dumbfounded. Ha ha ha. Wang Teng ultimately set off alone. He even left An Lan at Yu Mingxing because he was really worried about Lin Chuan and the others. Leaving a domain lord level expert behind them will make them much safer. However, An Lan will only hide in the shadows and will not show herself unless absolutely necessary. This was something Wang Teng specifically instructed him to do. Only in this way can Lin Chuan and others truly grow up. At the same time, Wang Teng also left a clone by Lin Chuan's side, so that if she encountered any danger, Wang Teng could know immediately. He even gave Lin Chuan and Tantai Zan a lot of things to protect their lives, such as pills, armor, and weapons. Only with these layers of protection can things appear more stable. At this moment, inside the Fire River spaceship, a round, plump creature floated in front of Wang Teng, laughing heartily. Laugh, laugh, have you laughed enough? Wang Teng said irritably, his face dark. Wait a minute, let me laugh for 3 more minutes, ha ha ha. The round, chubby boy burst into laughter, rolling around in midair as he laughed. Is it that funny? Wang Teng said helplessly. I never expected you to have this side to you, it's just like an old father seeing his daughter off at the door. Roundy finally stopped laughing and said to Nuoyu. HMPH, if the universe weren't so dangerous, I wouldn't have done this, Wang Teng sneered. Alright, I won't laugh at you anymore. You're right, the universe is too dangerous, it's good to be cautious. Roundy paused for a moment, then added, but I'm quite surprised that you were able to keep An Lan here. Having a powerful person by your side all the time isn't a good thing for you. I know, Wang Teng nodded. An Lan is very powerful. Once he takes action, Wang Teng is no longer needed. This is very bad for his career. Although he relies entirely on collecting attributes to improve himself, he still has to rely on himself in battle. Some things only become useful through practical experience. It was for this reason that Wang Teng kept An Lan with him. It's good that you know. Roundy nodded. It found that Wang Teng was much more composed than it had imagined. If it were anyone else, they would probably be more willing to have a strong person by their side for safety. How long until we reach Defense Planet 29? Wang Teng looked at the starry sky outside and asked. It'll probably take another 2 days. Roundy looked at the star map and said with a smile, fortunately, we're within the Great Qian Empire. We can use the teleportation array from Jade Star to a nearby star system first, and then fly to Defense Star 9 by spaceship. This will be much faster, otherwise it would take at least half a month. The Genius Showdown is in 6 months, and we have limited time, Wang Teng nodded. This time, Wang Teng decided to head to Defense Planet 29. The Great Qian Empire has a total of 136 defensive planets, specifically designed to defend against invasions by the Dark Race. Furthermore, arranged according to their numbers, the situation on the defensive stars becomes more dangerous the further back in the sequence. The 29th defensive planet they were about to travel to was many times more dangerous than the 4th defensive planet that Wang Teng had stayed on before. The reason Wang Teng went there. Firstly, it's to improve strength, since there are the most attribute bubbles on the battlefield. Secondly, it was to gain some military merits and enhance his influence in the Great Qian Empire, so that he could contend with the Perix family in the future. Boom! Just then, the spaceship shook violently, and a loud bang came from outside. Warning! Warning! Spaceship shield breached! Spaceship shield breached! What? The spaceship's protective shield is shattered! Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. The protective shield wasn't just damaged, it shattered completely. What exactly happened? Wang Teng asked, both shocked and furious. Enemy attack. Roundy's expression changed slightly, and he immediately activated the panoramic simulation. In the void ahead, a colossal figure, seemingly divine, stood atop a meteorite floating in the air. Its body radiated an icy blue primal force, and a dense chill permeated the air, freezing the meteorite solid. A World Lord level expert. Wang Teng and Yuan Gungun exclaimed in surprise. Clearly, the opponent is a terrifying Realm Lord level expert. Damn it, a Realm Lord level expert actually attacked us within the Great Qian Empire's territory. Roundy's face was grim, and a hint of panic appeared on his face. Stop talking nonsense and let's go, Wang Teng shouted. Roundball immediately activated the spaceship's maximum speed, accelerating in the opposite direction. Snort. A cold snort came from the void, echoing loudly. Immediately afterwards, a streak of icy blue light flashed through the air, slashing horizontally towards them. No combat techniques were used, it was merely a simple flash of light. However, the blade's cold light was chilling. Wherever it passed, everything was frozen and then crushed to pieces by the terrifying primal force. Wang Teng, it's too late. Abandon ship, quick, Roundy shouted in a panic. Wang Teng had already seen the blade of light and knew that the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship could not dodge it, so he had already moved before Yuan Gungun shouted. Walk! The space in front of Wang Teng rippled, and his figure suddenly merged into the space, disappearing from the spot in an instant. Flash! This is a talent skill from the Shadow Assassin clan. Wang Teng specifically took advantage of Hattie. Hardy was immediately depressed and withdrawn, not knowing what Wang Teng was going to do when he was severely beaten. Aerial dodge, as the name suggests, is a skill that allows you to quickly dodge in space. Unlike the spatial teleportation Wang Teng used before, Air Flash is more direct and faster, completing a short-distance spatial transfer in an instant. Boom! Almost at the moment Wang Teng used Void Flash, the blade finally struck the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship. The spaceship exploded but was instantly frozen and finally shattered completely under the onslaught of the force. A strike from a World Lord level expert is truly terrifying. Wang Teng appeared in the void 1,000 meters away, his face terrifyingly gloomy. Round and Chubby was so angry that he started cursing loudly. That Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship was a relic left behind by Nangong Yu. I never expected it to be cleaved in two with a single blow. Since joining Wang Teng's crew, the Qian Yuan E-63 spacecraft has truly borne an unbearable burden. It has been damaged time and time again, and now it's completely finished, not even a trace left, and it can't be repaired anymore. Without lingering, Wang Teng immediately took out the Fire River spaceship, activated the round object, and escaped into the void. The interval between these events was very short, because Wang Teng had Yuan Gungun start the spaceship before it was even taken out. So the Huohei spaceship could start moving immediately as soon as it was taken out. This is the benefit of intelligent life. He couldn't have done it at all without Yuan's help. Boom! With a deafening roar, the Fire River spaceship transformed into an aurora and vanished from the spot. The World Lord level expert was clearly very surprised and looked towards the place where the spaceship had disappeared. The next moment, his figure also disappeared from the spot. End of Arc 6, Baron, Part 3 of 4.